At the end of his previous life, the man was betrayed by his wife and parents-in-law and eventually died from the frame-up of his wife and parents-in-law. The man was reborn and returned to 1 month before the apocalypse and accidentally activated the 10 million times copy space system. Any object a man touches can be replicated 10 million times and stored, laying a strong foundation for the man's future survival. The man first bought a gold bar with 230,000 yuan, and after copying it, he became a super rich man with 15 trillion gold. Then, the man bought a luxurious villa with strong defense and obtained a large amount of arms through the villa owner. He used the power of system replication to give himself an unparalleled sense of security. With the coming of the end of the world, acid rain raged, zombies were rampant, and the man lived a peaceful life in the villa relying on the copied supplies and weapons. During this period, he also took in women such as Zhao Lucy and Li Xian, taught them how to deal with zombies, and led them to collect crystal cores to improve their personal strength. At this moment, the man met a powerful opponent, the zombie sister, Xiaku, who could command zombies. Xiaku led millions of zombies to attack the city, but the man successfully forced her back with the help of copied and synthesized heavy artillery, heavy machine guns, and other weapons. The man also set a trap, claiming that he had a potion that could restore zombies to humans, and planned to trap her in a specially built villa. However, after trapping Xiaku, the situation was not completely resolved. The zombie animals rioted again, and behind them was the 11th level Tiger King, who could speak human language, and the vengeful giant crow. The man relied on the power of the system to deal with these threats from the Tiger King and the giant crow one by one. Just when the man thought everything was under control, he was drawn by a mysterious force into the depths of the primeval forest, where he discovered the remains of an ancient civilization hidden for thousands of years and obtained the golden egg, crystal of the earth. It was only then that the man realized that he was just a part of a parallel universe experiment. Rebirth was caused by the singularity caused by the fusion of souls. The man's true mission is to collect 12 earth crystals, complete the cross-universe migration, and save the human beings in another world. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today I will bring you the third part of the video of poor young man instantly duplicated 15 trillion in gold after acquiring a cheat system. The story will start from Chapter 401. Chapter 401. Going into the water. Lin Feng analyzed in a low voice while staring at the sea with a telescope. His eyes were like torches, trying to capture any tiny details, unwilling to miss any clues. At this time, Bearded Man and Ollie, who had been secretly monitoring Lin Feng, couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Lin Feng's speculation, with a more solemn look in their eyes. The Bearded Man immediately contacted Lin Feng through a special microphone and said, "Lin Feng, I think your analysis just now makes sense. Maybe there are traces of the earth crystal in this sea area. You have to be careful." "I understand." Lin Feng heard the Bearded Man's voice and responded lightly, then stopped the cruise ship and prepared to go into the sea to detect and verify his previous judgment. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he took out the diving equipment from the space and synthesized it into 11 in 1 to ensure his own safety. At this time, Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang, and others also came to the deck. They were all stunned when they saw the diving equipment prepared on the deck. Wang Shushua was the first to ask, "Brother Feng, what are you doing? Are you going to go into the water?" "What else?" Lin Feng responded casually while putting the mask on his face. After hearing this, Li Xian suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Feng, I have water-related abilities. I can go down with you." "I can do it too." "Me too. I want to go too." Following Li Xian's proposal, several other women also echoed and vied with each other to express their wishes. However, Lin Feng shook his head. "The situation underwater is different from that on the ground. It is very dangerous. For safety reasons, Li Xian will accompany me this time. You stay on the cruise ship and wait for us." "But Brother Feng, I just want to accompany you." Wang Shushua showed a pitiful expression and said coquettishly to Lin Feng. The other girls wanted to speak again, but Lin Feng interrupted them. "Be good and wait for us to come back." After saying this, Lin Feng and Li Xian looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and then quickly put on their equipment. Two splash sounds were heard, and the figures of Lin Feng and Li Xian sank into the blue sea, splashing layers of water. On the cruise ship, Wang Shushua and other women leaned over the railing with worried faces, their eyes closely following the water, afraid of missing any movement. Lu Yun grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, frowned, and whispered softly, "I don't know if they will encounter danger underwater. It's really worrying." Although Ning Rushuang said nothing, her eyes showed her concern. Ning Rushuang stood quietly by, praying silently in her heart that the two would return safely. On the seabed, Lin Feng and Li Xian have turned on the special lighting equipment, and the faint blue light illuminates the surrounding waters. Various fish swam past Lin Feng and Li Xian, and the colorful corals sparkled with strange luster under the light. However, Lin Feng and Li Xian were not interested in appreciating the beauty of the seabed, but were fully focused and cautiously explored ahead. After all, marine life has now become zombies, and danger is everywhere. However, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Just as the two of them kept a close distance and moved forward slowly, a huge sea turtle suddenly opened its mouth and roared, rushing towards Lin Feng and Li Xian frantically. The turtle was covered with black spots, and its eyes were flashing with a faint green light. It was obvious that it had been transformed into a zombie. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately raised the APS underwater assault rifle in his hand. The APS underwater assault rifle is a weapon designed specifically for underwater combat. It is an enhanced version after an 11-in-1 synthesis. The bullet turns into a beam when fired, and its power is even greater than before. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of light shot out from the muzzle of the gun, instantly smashing the zombie turtle's head into pieces. After getting rid of the zombie turtle, Lin Feng and Li Xian continued to explore the seabed. But before they swam far, the sea water in front of them suddenly became turbid, and a large number of bubbles kept coming out from the cracks on the seabed. Lin Feng and Li Xian looked at each other, both with vigilance in their eyes, then slowed down and approached carefully. The appearance of this bubble is too strange. Maybe there is some danger hidden inside. Lin Feng whispered to Li Xian through the underwater communication equipment. Li Xian nodded and danced with her hands, gathering the surrounding seawater into a protective shield to protect the two of them. When Lin Feng and Li Xian approached the source of the bubbles, a huge black shadow quietly emerged. It was an octopus monster that was several times larger than the turtle. Its tentacles were as thick as an adult's thigh, covered with sharp barbs, and its body also emitted a faint green light. Obviously, it had been transformed into a zombie. Lin Feng raised his gun and shot again without hesitation. Light beams shot out one after another, making the octopus monster's body full of holes. After being injured, the octopus monster seemed to realize that the two were not easy to deal with, and quickly fled without a trace. The two continued to move forward. Not long after, Li Xian suddenly pulled Lin Feng's arm and pointed to the left. Lin Feng looked in that direction, and a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. There was a large area of deep blue, which was extremely consistent with the characteristics of the earth crystal provided by the bearded man. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and whispered to Li Xian through the communicator, "Hold steady, don't act rashly, and observe whether there are other dangers around." Lin Feng and Li Xian carefully patrolled the surroundings, and after making sure it was safe, they slowly swam towards the dark blue area. As the distance got closer, the light emitted from that area became more and more dazzling, as if dyeing the surrounding sea water with a dreamy color. Lin Feng recalled the information provided by the bearded man and became more and more certain that this sea area might be the location of the last earth crystal. However, when they got really close, they found that it was actually a huge cliff under the sea. Lin Feng and Li Xian stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning down carefully to look down. Lin Feng and Li Xian felt as if they were standing in a bottomless dark abyss. The invisible fear came like a tide, quietly eroding their nerves. Lin Feng and Li Xian looked at each other, and there was a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. Chapter 402, each with his own agenda. After all, Lin Feng and Li Xian were now at the bottom of the ocean, not on land. If anything went wrong, they would most likely be buried forever in the deep sea. For safety reasons, Lin Feng pointed upwards and took Li Xian back to the cruise ship. "Offing, how is it? Did you find anything?" Zhao Junyi couldn't wait to ask, as soon as Lin Feng and Li Xian stepped onto the deck. Lin Feng nodded, his expression solemn. "There is a very deep cliff at the bottom of the sea. I suspect that is the location of the last earth crystal. But it is too deep there, and it is very risky to go down rashly." As Lin Feng spoke, he frowned and explained the situation in detail to the girls. When the bearded man and Ollie, who had been secretly monitoring Lin Feng, heard these words, they immediately became very excited. The bearded man hurriedly responded through the microphone. "Lin Feng, no matter what the cost, we must get the earth crystal. It is too important for us." Hearing the bearded man's voice in his mind, Lin Feng's doubts became even stronger. After his rebirth, he no longer trusted anyone easily. Even after going through so much with Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian and others, he slowly let down his guard and told them the truth. Therefore, whenever there was anything unusual, Lin Feng would be alert immediately. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and responded calmly. I understand the importance of this matter, but the situation on the seabed is complicated and we cannot act rashly. Complicated? Isn't it just going downstream? With your current strength, there shouldn't be any problem, right? The bearded man's voice sounded again, with an anxious and impatient tone. When Lin Feng heard this, he pretended to be angry and retorted, Hey, you big bearded man, if you have the guts, go down by yourself. If I can go down, do you think I still need to count on you? The bearded man immediately retorted. Lin Feng sneered. You still know how to count on me? This is not a joke. Lin Feng said, Those marine creatures underwater have long been transformed into zombies. Li Xian and I just encountered a giant zombie turtle and an octopus monster. If it weren't for the synthetic assault rifle, we would have died long ago. Lin Feng said. What's more, the cliff is so deep that you can't see the bottom. Who knows what terrible things are hidden below? Besides, the limit of human diving is only more than 200 meters. What if the depth of the cliff exceeds this number? The bearded man was silent for a while, as if he was weighing the options. After a while, his tone softened. Lin Feng, with your current physique, you are no longer an ordinary person. Not to mention 200 meters, even 500 or 600 meters is not a problem. Tell me, if there is anything you need my cooperation, I will try my best to satisfy you. After hearing this, Lin Feng's guess became clearer. So Lin Feng continued to test. It's been so long. Can you still help me upgrade my system? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the bearded man and Ollie were obviously stunned. Ollie looked at the bearded man and whispered, What should we do? Why not upgrade all his systems at once? Anyway, as long as those two weapons are there, this guy will lose control sooner or later and become our puppet. But won't this be too obvious? The bearded man pondered and shook his head. Just as the two were discussing in a low voice, Lin Feng's voice rang out again from the loudspeaker. It's been so long. You haven't figured it out yet, have you? The bearded man was silent for a moment, and then he said as if he had made up his mind. Lin Feng, to be honest, your 10 million times replication and synthesis system has indeed made a major breakthrough, and it will be fully upgraded in a day or two. Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but pretended to be excited on the surface. That's great. Then I will wait on the cruise ship for another 2 days. By then, my strength will definitely break through the limit, and it will be easy for me to get the earth crystal. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the muscles at the corners of the bearded man's mouth twitched noticeably, but he was unable to refute and could only nod helplessly. Okay then. After losing contact with the bearded man, Lin Feng's face instantly turned cold. Lin Feng was almost certain that the bearded man and Ollie must have ulterior motives. But now the situation is complicated. Lin Feng can only be cautious, take every step carefully, try his best to hide his edge, and maybe he can still find a glimmer of hope. As night fell and the sun sank, the day passed quickly. The girls began to prepare dinner as usual, while Lin Feng stood on the deck, letting the sea breeze blow through him, his clothes rustling. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his hand, and the sparks flickered in the wind, as if reflecting Lin Feng's chaotic and complicated heart. Lin Feng finally realized that his so-called rebirth was nothing more than a chess piece controlled by some mysterious force to accomplish an unattainable goal for them. Lin Feng knew very well that once he lost his usefulness, he would most likely be completely eliminated. Since the bearded man has taken so much pains to plan his plan, he will naturally not leave any hidden dangers, and will not let go of anyone who knows the secret. At this moment, Lin Feng just wanted to end it all as soon as possible. Every mission was like walking on a tightrope, and if he was not careful, he would be crushed to pieces. At this moment, Lin Feng was already exhausted physically and mentally. Lin Feng took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and let the salty sea breeze blow on his face. Brother Feng, it's time to eat. Wang Shushua's sweet voice sounded from behind. Lin Feng opened his eyes, flicked the cigarette but into the sea, then turned his head and smiled. Okay, I'll be right there. At the dinner table, Lin Feng looked at the concerned eyes of the women and felt mixed emotions in his heart. Because Lin Feng knew that this matter was no longer just about Lin Feng himself, but also involved these women and children who loved Lin Feng the most. Offing, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jingyi noticed that Lin Feng looked strange, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl, and asked in a gentle voice. It's okay, let's eat. Lin Feng responded lightly and started eating. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early and came to the deck alone. Above the sea, the sun rose slowly, and the sunlight sprinkled on the sparkling water, reflecting a sense of tranquility and warmth. At this moment, a familiar prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Synthesis system, 12-in-1 upgrade successful. Synthesis system, 13-in-1 upgrade successful. Synthesis system, all upgraded successfully. Lin Feng's body trembled, and his eyes flashed. Chapter 403. The synthesis system has been upgraded to the top level. At the same time, the bearded man's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. The synthesis system has been upgraded to the top level for you. Lin Feng tried his best to calm his inner excitement and responded calmly. Not bad. The synthesis system is indeed very powerful. However, can my 10 million times replication system be upgraded to the top level as soon as possible? After hearing this, the bearded man's tone became a little impatient. Just wait. After saying that, the bearded man directly ended the call. The bearded man stared at Lin Feng, who was still standing on the deck on the screen, and even clenched his fists involuntarily. Because the bearded man suddenly realized that if the tens of millions times replication system was upgraded to the top level, Lin Feng's strength would become too terrifying, almost unimaginable for the bearded man. At this moment, Ali, who was standing nearby, seemed to notice the bearded man's concerns and said, according to the original plan, we were going to wait for Lin Feng to lose his mind due to using those two weapons and become our puppet, and then upgrade all his systems to the top level, so as to help us dominate the universe. But now it seems that things seem to be a little beyond our expectations. Indeed, the bearded man said softly. If the synthesis system is upgraded to the top level now, Lin Feng's strength can destroy the entire universe. Not to mention if Lin Feng's 10 million times replication system is upgraded to the top level, it would be really terrible. The bearded man turned slightly and looked at Ali. What do you think we should do? Ali sighed, her eyes full of helplessness and jealousy. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do. It's a pity that our race can't improve its own strength. We can only rely on others to dominate the entire universe and eventually become top-level dimensional creatures. Otherwise, how could this kid get away with it? After saying that, Ali turned her gaze to the big screen again, her eyes full of unwillingness. At the same time, Lin Feng stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze blowing across his face, and his heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Because Lin Feng knew that the enemy he faced this time might be beyond Lin Feng's expectations, or even something Lin Feng could not imagine. Lin Feng returned to the cruise ship and locked himself in the bedroom. Then, Lin Feng thought about it and synthesized an aircraft carrier in the space. A super aircraft carrier with a tonnage of 89,900 tons and 65 carrier-based aircraft, numbered 003, has been detected. Should we perform a 10-in-1 synthesis? Synthesis. 10-in-1 aircraft carrier, 899,000 tons, carrying 700 carrier-based aircraft, all weapons and equipment strengthened tenfold, defense systems strengthened tenfold, speed increased to 70 knots. Naming authority has been opened. Please name the composite aircraft carrier. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then raised a smile. Let's call it Star Mastered. Naming successful. Star Master has been synthesized. Is it ready to be deployed to the current sea area? No. Received. Then, Lin Feng thought again and continued to upgrade the aircraft carrier. A 10-in-1 aircraft carrier has been detected. If you want to synthesize it into 11, you need 100,000 ordinary aircraft carriers. Do you want to synthesize it? Synthesize. 11-in-1 aircraft carrier, 8,990,000 tons, carrying 7,700 carrier-based aircraft. All weapons and equipment are strengthened 11 times on the basis of the original tenfold strengthening. The defense system is strengthened to resist the same level of energy attack 100 times. The speed is increased to 100 knots, and it can have the ability to move instantly over short distances. The naming authority has been opened. Please name the composite aircraft carrier. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. He couldn't believe how powerful this aircraft carrier was. Then call it Chaos Skyship. Naming successful. Chaos Skyship has been synthesized. Is it deployed to the current sea area? No. Next, Lin Feng performed a further synthesis operation. An 11-in-1 aircraft carrier has been detected. If you want to perform a 12-in-1 synthesis, you will need 500,000 ordinary aircraft carriers. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. 12-in-1 aircraft carrier, 89,900,000 tons, carrying 84,700 carrier-based aircraft. All weapons and equipment are strengthened 12 times on the basis of the original strengthening. The defense system has evolved into a multi-maintenance shield, which can resist more than 1,000 super high-level energy attacks. The speed breaks through the physical limit, reaches the level of instant movement, and has all-round space control capabilities. Naming authority has been opened. Please name the composite aircraft carrier. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Obviously, this attribute far exceeded his expectations. Then call it Hongming Genesis ship. Naming successful. Hongming Genesis ship has been synthesized. Is it deployed to the current sea area? No. Then, Lin Feng's mind moved again, and he synthesized the Hongming Genesis ship that he had just named. A 12-in-1 aircraft carrier was detected. If you want to synthesize 13-in-1, you need 2 million ordinary aircraft carriers. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. 13-in-1 Sea Air Integrated Aircraft Carrier, 899 million tons, carrying 931,700 carrier-based aircraft. Weapons and equipment are strengthened 13 times on the basis of the original strengthening, and new dimensional strike means are added, which can attack targets in different dimensional spaces. The multidimensional shield is further evolved into a full-dimensional annihilation shield, which can resist any form of ultra-ultimate energy impact and can rebound part of the energy when attacked. The speed reaches the level of mind-driven and can reshape or erase the laws of physics and energy within a certain range. The naming authority has been opened. Please name the composite aircraft carrier. Lin Feng was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He felt that the capabilities of this aircraft carrier had surpassed the norm and almost reached the level of creation. This ship is called the Eternal Order ship. Naming successful. The Eternal Order ship has been synthesized. Do you want to deploy it to the current sea area? No. 899 million tons. It is simply a supergiant aircraft carrier, even larger than the territory of some countries, and it is impossible to deploy it in this sea area. Lin Feng stood there, shocked by the powerful data of this aircraft carrier. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but start to worry again about the bearded man and Ali who had helped him to be reborn in the parallel world. How terrible were the bearded man and Ali's strengths? Chapter 404. Where's the real body? The real body. At this moment, Lin Feng suppressed his inner shock and thought quickly about the current situation in his mind. Lin Feng knew very well that it was definitely not out of kindness that bearded man and Ali gave him such a powerful system. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that the purpose of bearded man and Ali was to use him to control the entire universe? Lin Feng shook his head vigorously to stop himself from thinking too much, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, if this was true, why didn't the bearded man and Ali do it themselves? Why did they have to go through so much trouble to use him? Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to remember something. His face changed, and he immediately took out his original body from his previous life from the space. It was a broken head, entangled by countless metal wires and sealed in a translucent box. It was exactly his former self. Lin Feng looked at the head with mixed feelings in his heart, and the scene in his previous life, when Li Jia chopped off his head with a knife, emerged in his mind. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by Zhao Jingyi's voice. "Offing, are you okay?" Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses, walked to the door, and opened it. "Nothing. What's the matter?" Zhao Jingyi looked at him and said, "Lu Yun and the others want a barbecue on the deck. Do you have any charcoal in your space?" Lin Feng chuckled. "What's not in my space?" As he said that, Lin Feng moved his mind and took out a whole box of unopened fruit charcoal and handed it over. But Zhao Jingyi didn't reach out to take it, but grinned. "Why are you giving me these? The barbecue won't taste good without you. Come on, come with me." After saying that, Zhao Jingyi pulled Lin Feng towards the deck like a little girl, looking like a spoiled child, which made Lin Feng feel helpless. The deck was bustling with activity. Lu Yun, Ru Shuang, Xu Xua, and others were excitedly setting up the barbecue grill. There was constant laughter, and the sea breeze became gentle. When Li Xian saw Lin Feng coming, she immediately waved and shouted, "Ah Feng, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you to be the chef." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Okay." Then he began to unpack the charcoal and started a fire with skillful movements. The flame soon rose. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the air. Everyone sat in a circle, eating barbecue and drinking beverages in a happy atmosphere. Lu Yun quietly picked up a piece of freshly grilled meat and put it into Lin Feng's bowl. There was a hint of shyness on her face, but her movements were so natural, as if she had done it countless times. On the other side, in a distant parallel world, bearded man and Ali were staring at this scene through the big screen with complicated expressions. The two were originally still worrying about whether to upgrade Lin Feng's 10 million-fold replication system, but it turned out that Lin Feng was just enjoying the meal here. Sigh. The bearded man sighed and paced back and forth in the room. His footsteps became heavier and heavier, as if he wanted to step through the floor. If we delay any longer and Lin Feng finds out about our plan, we will be in a passive position. The bearded man said, beads of sweat sliding down his temples. Ollie bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng's smiling face on the screen, her eyes full of contradictions and hesitation. Ollie said, "But if we upgrade the system now, with Lin Feng's current strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to control him at all. What if he turns against us? Then everything we have planned for so long will be over, right?" The bearded man suddenly stopped, his eyes darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table. "But I won't give up. We have paid so many resources and costs. Isn't it just to use him to break the cosmic dimension? If we give up halfway now, won't all our efforts be wasted?" Ollie took a breath and forced herself to calm down. "Wait, there may be other ways. Let's think about it." At this point, Ollie seemed to have a flash of inspiration. Her expression changed, and her eyes became sharp. "Otherwise, just confront Lin Feng directly and force him to submit." The bearded man was stunned, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Force Lin Feng? Do you mean to threaten Lin Feng directly?" "That's right," Ollie said coldly. "We gave Lin Feng a conditional rebirth at the beginning, and Lin Feng knows this. Now, as long as we can take back the body from Lin Feng's space, Lin Feng will be cautious and dare not move rashly." The bearded man nodded and gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that this is the only way. You are right. Even if I am unwilling, I have to do it. I know you want to do everything perfectly, but now is not the time to hesitate," Ollie said, and quickly typed a string of complex codes on the keyboard. A distorted void immediately appeared in front of Ollie and the bearded man, with huge amounts of supplies piled up in it like a mountain, neatly arranged and majestic. Ollie took out 11 earth crystals and started the fusion process. With shining light, a huge crystal slowly took shape in Ollie's hands. Then, Ollie held the earth crystal in her hand, and her other hand penetrated the void and reached directly into Lin Feng's system space. A giant hand that seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun suddenly reached into the space, groping around, turning the piled supplies into a mess. But soon, these materials were automatically arranged neatly, as if the space had the function of self-organization. However, Ollie searched around in the space but did not find Lin Feng's real body, and her face suddenly became ugly. How is it possible? Lin Feng actually moved his body in advance. Ollie retracted her hand and looked at the bearded man with doubtful eyes, looking extremely anxious. "You say, has Lin Feng already noticed our intention?" The bearded man had a gloomy expression, cold sweat on his forehead, and gritted his teeth. "It can't be such a coincidence. Look again." Ollie and Luo Sha turned their eyes to the void again and began to search carefully one by one. But after searching around for a while, they still found nothing. The bearded man was completely furious now and suddenly roared, "Bastard! Bastard! Where is Lin Feng's real body? Where is it?" The bearded man waved his hands like crazy, constantly scratching in the air, his emotions completely out of control. Ollie's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped the earth crystal. Her palms even began to tremble, and her eyes were full of panic and anxiety. "Calm down," Ollie shouted suddenly. "It's no use messing around. We have to analyze it calmly." The bearded man gasped for air, trying to calm himself down, gritted his teeth, and whispered, Yes, you are right. You need to calm down. Lin Feng only took away the main body temporarily, which does not mean that Lin Feng has fully realized it." Chapter 405. This guy is clearly trying to pick a fight with us. You're right. Let's try to test Lin Feng later to see if he has discovered anything or just happened to move his body. Ollie tried to remain calm, but her eyes revealed a hint of cruelty, and it was obvious that she had begun to prepare for the worst. The bearded man nodded, took a long breath, tried to control his fluctuating emotions, and whispered, "Okay, let's do as you say. But if Lin Feng really finds out about our overall plan, the situation will be bad." Ollie did not respond, but just tightly grasped the fused earth crystal in her hand. Her fingers turned slightly white due to the force, and her face was full of anxiety. Ollie knew very well that once Lin Feng's body got out of control, Ollie and the bearded man would no longer have any bargaining chips to threaten Lin Feng, and all their arrangements would be in vain. At this time, Lin Feng was eating barbecue and chatting with Zhao Jingyi and others on the deck. He was enjoying his meal when he suddenly sneezed. "Oh my God, who is scolding me behind my back?" Lin Feng rubbed his nose and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Yun, who was sitting next to him, looked at Lin Feng with concern. "Feng, do you have a cold? Do you want to go back to your room and put on some clothes?" "It's okay. Maybe the wind was a little strong just now." Lin Feng waved his hand. His tone was relaxed, but he felt an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. Lin Feng always felt that there seemed to be some danger approaching quietly in the dark, but he couldn't tell the specific reason for the time being. When the barbecue was over, Lin Feng just returned to the room, and the bearded man's voice rang in his mind. Lin Feng, did you take out the real body? When Lin Feng heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Isn't it normal for me to take my own body? The bearded man said, yes, that's normal. But I suggest you put it back into space as soon as possible. After all, that's the safest place. You're right. I was planning to put it back, Lin Feng said, without any emotion in his tone. When bearded man and Ollie heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their nerves relaxed a little. But Lin Feng's next sentence made their hearts tense again. By the way, how is the progress of my 10 million times replication system? Don't worry, this will take some time. The bearded man hesitated and tried to evade attention. Lin Feng said, what? Didn't you say yesterday that it was almost ready? Now I'm almost getting the last earth crystal for you, and you're telling me you have to wait. Lin Feng's speech speed gradually increased, and his voice became more unhappy. Big beard, are you just trying to fool me? The bearded man's face turned pale and blue. Although he was furious, he still pretended to be calm and said, there is a small problem with the system. We really need to wait a little longer. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I think you are just dragging your feet. How about this? When you finish upgrading the replication system, I will go to the bottom of the sea to help you retrieve the last crystal. The bearded man said, Lin Feng, these two things are not the same thing. Can we treat them the same? Lin Feng replied, why not? If I go to such a deep-sea cliff, what if I die? If I don't become stronger, what can I take down with me? Okay, I'll try my best. The bearded man gritted his teeth and compromised, his tone clearly filled with anger, yet helplessness. As soon as the call was disconnected, the bearded man angrily punched the operating table, making a dull sound. Ollie, who was standing by, looked at the bearded man with a serious expression. Don't be angry. I just heard your conversation, and I felt that Raymond Lamb seemed to be really different. What's the difference? I think Lin Feng is still the same, so stubborn and annoying. The bearded man cursed with gritted teeth. Ollie frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly spoke. This is the difference. Although Lin Feng was smart before, he was not so aggressive. Especially this time about the system upgrade. Lin Feng's attitude is very tough. It doesn't seem like he is trying to become stronger, but has other purposes. After hearing what she said, the bearded man calmed down a little. You mean, Lin Feng might have really noticed something? But we have been very careful all the time. It's impossible for it to be exposed so easily. Ollie sighed, with a complicated expression. I don't know, but we have to be vigilant. At this time, Lin Feng returned to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, with the previous scenes flashing through his mind. From the repeated delays in system upgrades to the unusual concern that bearded man and Ollie showed for Lin Feng's true self, Lin Feng has become more and more convinced that bearded man and Ollie definitely have ulterior motives. In fact, from the moment Lin Feng took his body out of the space, he knew that he had basically escaped from the control of bearded man and Ollie. But what made Lin Feng feel most difficult was that the other party could use the power of the earth crystal to penetrate into his space at any time, which was too passive. Lin Feng was worried that if bearded man and Ollie really did something and damaged the supplies inside, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's brows, which were originally closed, frowned slightly, and he began to plan the next countermeasures in his mind. It would be great if I could get the remaining 11 earth crystals, Lin Feng thought to himself, with a hint of determination in his eyes. But Lin Feng also knew that it was almost like snatching something from a tiger's mouth, which was by no means an easy task. The next morning, the sea breeze was blowing gently. Lin Feng stood on the deck, a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the rolling waves in the distance, lost in thought. The smoke was blown away by the wind, and Lin Feng's thoughts also drifted away with the wind, and the whole person seemed particularly quiet. Offing, why are you sitting here in a daze alone? Zhao Jingyi's voice suddenly rang out. She walked over and gently took Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng looked back at Zhao Jingyi and forced a smile. It's okay. I just want to come out for some fresh air. After saying that, Lin Feng raised his head, glanced at the clouds in the sky, and then lowered his head to take a puff of cigarette. This kid is so addicted to smoking that he will die of his own suffocation sooner or later. On the other side, the bearded man gnashed his teeth in hatred through the surveillance screen. Bearded man and Ollie were so worried last night about whether or not to help him upgrade the system that they didn't even sleep. On the other hand, Raymond Lamb was either eating barbecue and smoking or flirting with a group of women and playing with their children. He was living a more comfortable life than anyone else. I see clearly. This Lin Feng is deliberately picking a fight with us. Ollie snorted coldly, her eyes becoming more gloomy. What do you mean by that? The bearded man raised his eyebrows and asked in a sullen tone. Chapter 406, 10 million times replication system upgrade. Think about it. Lin Feng has almost collected all the earth crystals for us. The system upgrade that Lin Feng has been thinking about has not been fully upgraded yet. This has caused Lin Feng to feel unbalanced, and this is why Lin Feng has been so rebellious in the past few days. Ollie said in a calm tone. Although she was explaining, there was always a hint of vigilance and judgment in her eyes. The bearded man frowned slightly after hearing this, and felt that it made sense in his heart. Indeed, he had been too perfunctory towards Lin Feng recently. The bearded man said, "Then what do you say we should do? You can't really upgrade Lin Feng's 10 million times replication system, right? If that happens, won't Lin Feng be in chaos in the future?" "That's not necessarily true," Ollie responded softly, with a hint of deeper meaning in her words. The bearded man looked at Ollie in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Ollie said, "As long as those two weapons remain in Lin Feng's space, Lin Feng will never be able to truly control himself. Once he uses them again, he will lose his mind." The bearded man said, "That's right. If Lin Feng loses control of his mind, won't he become our puppet who has the final say?" Greed and cunning flashed in the bearded man's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Huh, you've thought it through. As long as those two weapons are there, Lin Feng will be trapped sooner or later. Even if we upgrade the system to the top level for Lin Feng now, in the end Lin Feng will still have to listen to us." Ollie said, "That's right. The most important thing now is to stabilize Lin Feng and let Lin Feng help us get the last earth crystal back." At this point, Ali's expression suddenly became a little depressed, as if the air had been drained out. But all this is based on the premise that Lin Feng didn't notice it. Now, we really can't be sure whether we have been exposed. The bearded man thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "To be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with Lin Feng. He's just been a little stubborn lately." Ollie paced back and forth, frowning. "We can't bet on the whole plan. What if?" The bearded man said, "Oh, Ollie, you are such a jerk. You were the one who said that Lin Feng should be upgraded, and you were also the one who said that he shouldn't be upgraded. Did you say everything?" Ollie said, "Didn't I say it's a hypothesis? Do you know what a hypothesis is?" The bearded man said, "What a hypothesis? We can't delay it any longer. It looks like we can only take this one gamble." After saying that, the bearded man stopped talking nonsense and suddenly began to type in operating instructions on the system panel. 10 million times space replication system, upgraded to 2.0. 10 million times space replication system, upgraded to 3.0. 10 million times space replication system, upgraded to 4.0. 10 million times space replication system, upgraded to 5.0. 10 million times space replication system has been upgraded to the top version for you. At this time, Lin Feng, who was talking with Zhao Jingyi, suddenly heard a series of sounds of upgrading the space replication system tens of millions of times in his mind, and his body shook violently. "Offing, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Jingyi suddenly noticed that Lin Feng was different and immediately looked at him nervously and asked, "Ha! Who would have thought?" That Lin Feng first laughed wildly with excitement, and then he took out the 15th order crystal core that he had dug out from the head of the deep-sea mutant giant Squid King 2 days ago, and immediately thought to himself, "A 15th order crystal core has been detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million 15th order crystal cores." As the prompt sound of the 10 million times space replication system sounded, 10 million level 15 crystal cores instantly emerged from Lin Feng's hand holding the crystal core. In just a blink of an eye, the entire cruise ship deck was filled with them. Zhao Jingyi looked at the crystal cores that suddenly appeared in the sky and was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. Zhao Jingyi said, "Ah Feng, what on earth is going on? Could it be that your system can now copy crystal cores?" Lin Feng was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He clenched his fists tightly and said with excitement in his eyes, "Not to mention the crystal core, even I can copy it, including you." What? I can copy myself?" Zhao Jingyi widened her eyes in astonishment, her face full of shock. At this moment, the bearded man's voice also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Lin Feng, I promised you. I have done it. The rest is up to you." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. Once we have absorbed all 10 million crystal cores on this deck, we will set off immediately." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhao Jingyi again and said, "Call everyone, including Daha and Era, out. Today is the day when all of our abilities will reach their peak." Okay, I'll go now." Zhao Jingyi responded excitedly, and immediately ran into the cabin and called everyone out. When Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushua, and others saw the deck full of crystal cores, they all had the same expression as Zhao Jingyi just now, their faces full of shock and disbelief. This is too many crystal cores. Lu Yun covered her mouth, eyes full of amazement. Ning Rushuang also widened her eyes and stammered, "Offing, how did you do this?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "My 10 million-fold replication system has been upgraded to the top version. Except for this planet, everything in the world can be replicated." As soon as Lin Feng said this, all the girls were shocked by his words. "Brother Feng, if that's true, then can I also copy it?" As Wang Shushua said this, all the girls except Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with horror, as if none of them dared to breathe. Because it is hard for Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang, and others to imagine how terrifying it would be if 10 million of themselves suddenly appeared. Lin Feng looked at the nervous faces of the girls and said with a smile, "That's right, but this is a long story. I will explain it to you slowly later. The most urgent thing now is to quickly absorb all the crystal cores on the deck and raise your strength to the top level as soon as possible." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls nodded, sat down on the spot, picked up the crystal cores on the deck, and began to absorb them. As the energy from the crystal core continued to flow into their bodies, everyone's superpowers began to increase rapidly, and the aura emanating from their bodies became more and more powerful. At this moment, Lin Yi, Lin Shan, and all the other children also followed Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and others and began to absorb the crystal cores on the deck. Because they were born with supernatural powers, they did not suffer any side effects from the first time they inhaled the crystal core. Instead, they inhaled the crystal core normally like Lin Feng and the others. It must be said that this was really a blessing in disguise. But, Chapter 407, I'm doing this for your own good. But Daha, Era, and their sons were in a miserable state. After absorbing the crystal core, these puppies were so suffocated that they kept howling and rolling and struggling on the deck with faces full of pain. Fortunately, Daha and Era were good parents and immediately took them to run wildly around the cruise ship. By forced physical exertion, they barely suppressed the violent reaction. Otherwise, if they exploded and died just after absorbing the 15th level crystal core, it would not be a joke, it would be a life-threatening situation. After all, these dogs are ordinary creatures who have never come into contact with crystal cores. The consequences of them directly absorbing high-level energy crystal cores can be imagined. As for Lin Feng's little guys, that was another story. Not only did nothing happen to them after absorbing the crystal cores scattered all over the ground, but their aura became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lu Yin in the cabin was watching all this through the glass, her eyes full of envy and desire. Lu Yan's inner struggle became more and more intense. This scene made Lu Yin suddenly realize, if Lu Yin does not seize the opportunity to improve her strength, she will have to live under someone else's roof and live a miserable life in the future. Lu Yan's fingertips were tightly clasped on the window frame. She clenched her teeth, and an unprecedented determination emerged in her eyes. "I can't hide anymore. I also want to become stronger." Finally, Lu Yin made up her mind. She took a deep breath, opened the hatch without hesitation, and walked straight to the deck full of crystal cores. As soon as Lu Yin bent down to pick up the crystal core on the ground, before she had time to absorb it, she heard an extremely cold voice behind her. "Let me remind you, you'd better not think about these crystal cores. It will not do you any good." Hearing this, Lu Yin felt like she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled, but her hand still refused to let go of the crystal core. Lu Yin turned her head nervously and looked at Lin Feng cautiously. "Feng, Brother Feng, but I really want to become stronger. Be obedient and put it back. I'm doing this for your own good." Lin Feng closed his eyes, his tone calm but cold. "Otherwise? What will happen otherwise?" Lu Yin gritted her teeth and asked tentatively. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked at her coldly. "Do you really want to know?" At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were as cold as ice, which made Lu Yan's heart skip a beat, but Lu Yin still nodded. "Did you see those bastards over there?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Lu Yin immediately looked in the direction Lin Feng was looking. The puppies were groaning and their bodies were stiff, especially. A certain part was so hard to look at. Lu Yan's face turned red and she couldn't say a word. She turned around and fled back to the cabin in shame. Lin Feng looked at Lu Yan's fleeing back and murmured helplessly in his heart, "You insisted on asking. There is nothing I can do." Lin Feng shook his head, grabbed a few more crystal cores, and continued to immerse himself in the pleasure of the energy pouring in. At this moment, as the crystal cores on the deck were continuously absorbed, the aura of everyone continued to rise, as if even the surrounding air was oppressed. Wave after wave of powerful supernatural powers were released from them one after another, and the entire deck seemed like a holy place for cultivation shrouded in energy. As time passed, Zhao Jingyi was the first to finish absorbing. She slowly opened her eyes and felt the powerful fire power in her body. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Soon after, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shuxue, Lu Yun, Irina, and others also woke up one after another. Their aura surged and their superpowers were fully upgraded. However, when Zhao Jingyi and the others found that their own children, Lin Yi, Lin Shan, Xiao Yuan, and others were also sitting nearby and sucking crystal cores, their faces first showed panic and then became surprised. They had never expected that the children would not experience any side effects at all when they absorbed the 15th level crystal core for the first time. It was as if they had adapted to it naturally. At this time, Lin Feng also opened his eyes, looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of the mothers, and explained softly. This may be related to the supernatural powers they were born with. So that's how it is. After hearing this, the girls looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Feng turned to look at Zhao Jingyi and asked with a smile, Jingyi, what is the current level of your fire ability? Zhao Jingyi nodded slightly, her tone calm but confident. Advanced realm, Lord of the Flame Prison. Lord of the Flame Prison? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. Zhao Jingyi said, yes, the Lord of the Flame Prison can create a huge flame space. Once the enemy enters it, they will be surrounded by flames from all directions, and even the air will burn. In that space, I can completely control the flames, and it will become my will. At this point, Zhao Jingyi paused, frowned, and said, but I feel that this is not the end. It seems that there is a higher level. When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly fixed. I didn't expect you to have this feeling. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Ah Feng, did you feel it too? Lin Feng nodded, then glanced at the others. What about you guys? Do you have similar feelings? Brother Feng, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Yeah, I also feel the bottleneck. Several women nodded in response. It was obvious that Zhao Jingyi was not the only one who noticed something strange. However, at this moment, the bearded man's impatient voice sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng, I have done everything I promised you. So when are you going to go into the water and salvage the last earth crystal? Lin Feng curled his lips. Why are you in such a hurry? You have to give me some time to catch my breath, right? The bearded man said, but I am really in a hurry. Lin Feng said, don't be anxious. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Lin Feng interrupted him without waiting for him to finish. Because Lin Feng knew very well that this was the critical moment of the psychological game, and Lin Feng would not easily cooperate with Beard and Ollie as he did before. On the other hand, Lin Feng was planning to make Bearded Man and Ollie anxious. Maybe he could find some loopholes from their reactions. After saying this, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Wang Shuxue again. Shuxue, what about you? What's the current level of your electricity storage ability? Wang Shuxue said, my current level has also reached the advanced level, called Thunder Prison Lord. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Thunder Prison Lord? It sounds very powerful. Let me tell you about its power. Wang Shuxue said, the Lord of the Thunder Prison can open a lightning field with dancing lightning inside. He can summon lightning pillars, falling lightning, tracking electric grids, and various forms of lightning attacks. And he can also accurately lock onto the enemy and even delay detonation. It is a completely destructive supernatural space. At the same time, through the remote monitoring screen, Bearded Man and Ollie watched this scene. Their faces were uncertain, their fists were clenched tighter and tighter, and their joints made a creaking sound. Chapter 408. Superpower Enhancement. The Bearded Man, who could no longer bear it, punched the table in anger. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he angrily said to Ollie beside him, Lin Feng is clearly stalling for time on purpose. What on earth is Lin Feng trying to do? What on earth is Lin Feng trying to do? Ollie frowned. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Don't panic. Let these women of Lin Feng briefly talk about Lin Feng's current strength. It won't waste much time. Oh, upon hearing this, the bearded man could only sit back in his chair helplessly and sighed heavily. At this time on the cruise ship deck, Lin Feng looked at Yang Mi. Mimi, where is your ice ability? Yang Mi winked at him mischievously and said with a playful and confident smile, Feng, my ice ability has also broken through to the advanced level and is called Frost Monarch. Hearing this unfamiliar realm name, Lin Feng and everyone else couldn't help but show curiosity. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Frost Monarch? It sounds quite domineering. Can you tell me what the specific effect is? Yang Mi smiled and nodded, explaining. After reaching this level, I can create an entire frost field. Frost field? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and became more interested. Yang Mi explained, yes, in that area, the temperature can drop to hundreds of degrees below zero in an instant, and everything will be frozen. I can control the shape of ice at will, and can make ice walls for defense, sharp ice blades for attack, and can also summon huge ice beasts to assist in combat. Yang Mi continued. Moreover, the enemies that enter this area will have their movements greatly slowed down, their blood will seem to be coagulating, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After hearing this, everyone nodded and had a new understanding of Yang Mi's supernatural abilities. At this time, Irina, who had been silent all the time, also took the initiative to speak. Feng, my metal control ability has also reached a high level. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, so what is your current ability? Irina replied, I call it Metal Master. All metals within a 10,000-meter radius around me can communicate with me. As soon as Irina finished speaking, the railings on the deck twisted automatically and instantly transformed into several long metal whips, dancing in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking wind. I can control the shape of these metals at will, such as turning them into metal armor for protection or weapons for attack, which are flexible and powerful. As Irina spoke, the whips suddenly split and turned into countless sharp metal needles, shooting towards the distant sea, splashing the water's surface in an instant. Irina said, the most important thing is that I can interfere with the metal on the enemy. As long as they have metal on them, I can counter it and make their weapons become a burden or even backfire on them. After hearing Irina's words, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Li Xian again. Xian, what about you? How far have you progressed in your water ability? Li Xian said nothing more and raised her hand slightly, pointing to the distant sea. Several tons of seawater instantly broke away from the sea surface, suspended in the air, and then compressed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mighty water flow eventually condensed into a water ball the size of a basketball, but it emitted extremely dangerous energy fluctuations. Li Xian said, my water-related ability is now called Sea Master. At this stage, I can control almost any form of water, including water vapor in the air. Before Lin Feng could respond, Li Xian turned her wrist, and the water ball began to spin rapidly, with a blue light emanating from the outer layer, like an energy bomb. Don't underestimate its size. I can infinitely compress the density of water, making it contain huge destructive power. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, the water ball shot towards an abandoned lighthouse in the distance like a bullet. Boom! With a loud noise, the lighthouse was directly pierced by the water ball and shattered into pieces, with debris and water mist rising into the sky. Before everyone could recover from the shock, Li Xian continued, I can also transform water into various forms, such as water blades and water whips, which are as sharp as metal weapons. And if the opponent's ability is 2 levels lower than mine, or if they are ordinary people, I can even control the water in their bodies, for example, drain their blood instantly. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Li Xian's ability was simply terrifying. At the same time, the bearded man and Ollie in front of the screen looked at this scene. Their faces became extremely ugly, and they were filled with envy and jealousy in their hearts. The races of Beard and Ollie are destined to be unable to awaken their special powers. Even if they possess technological capabilities far superior to those of other races, they will never be able to cross this chasm. Lin Feng's rebirth is one of the products of the race technology of Bearded Man and Ollie. But even so, Bearded Man and Ollie are still full of yearning and desire for superpowers, because this ability is too tempting. At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze turned to Zhao Lucy again. Zhao Lucy, the girl with healing abilities, smiled playfully, blinked at Lin Feng, and said in a clear voice, Brother Lin Feng, my healing ability has reached an advanced level. I will call it the Holy Hand of Life. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhao Lucy. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lucy with interest and asked, Saint Hand of Life? It sounds like it's very powerful. Then tell us, what's so special about this realm? Zhao Lucy tilted her head and thought for a while, then began to tell the story. Chapter 409, Supernatural Power Display. At this level, I can not only heal all kinds of external and internal injuries, but also quickly repair severely damaged body tissues and even hidden injuries caused by supernatural powers. Moreover, I can sense the state of life and discover potential diseases and dangers in advance. As Zhao Lucy spoke, she gently raised her hand, and a soft green light emanated from her palm. Wherever the light reached, the air seemed to be filled with a breath of vitality. Then Zhao Lucy spoke again. I can also transform the healing power into life energy to enhance the physical fitness and supernatural power of my teammates. For example, I can make Sister Jingyi's flames more vigorous, Shushua's lightning more violent, and Wushuang's body more thoroughly strengthened, so that everyone's strength can be improved to a higher level. Zhao Lucy said confidently, with a smart light flashing in her eyes. Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shushua and others smiled at each other when they heard this, their eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Lucy continued, not only that, I can also purify polluted life energy. If someone is eroded by dark energy, I can help him remove the dark power in his body and restore his health. Everyone nodded and gained a deeper understanding of Zhao Lucy's healing ability. Yes, we have such a strong logistical force, and we will be more confident in the future battles. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, his eyes full of satisfaction. At this time, Guan Yuanyuan and Guan Xingyan looked at each other and said, the Earth-related abilities of both of us have also reached a high level, and are called Earth Controllers. At this time, Guan Xingyan continued, in this state, we can be closely connected with the power of the Earth. As long as the land beneath our feet covers the area, we can sense its subtle changes. As Guan Xingyan spoke, she stamped her feet lightly. The sea water below the cruise ship and the part of the deck that was in contact with the ship began to tremble slightly, and a steady force spread all around. We can also manipulate the earth and rocks to turn them into a shield that is 100 times stronger than before. At this time, Guan Yuanyuan said this and waved her hands. Thick earth walls suddenly emerged on the deck, standing in front of everyone like a solid wall of iron and steel, with a faint ochre light flashing on the surface. This earth wall is not only extremely strong and can withstand powerful attacks, but it can also change its shape freely according to our wishes. Guan Xingyan then clasped her hands together, and the earth walls suddenly deformed rapidly. Some of them turned into sharp stone spikes, stabbing towards the sea in the distance, instantly stirring up high columns of water. Some are connected to each other to form a huge earthen fortress standing in the sea. At the same time, we can also turn soil and rocks into weapons, such as these stone spikes, which can be shot out at extremely fast speeds to cause fatal damage to the enemy. Moreover, we can also use the power of the earth to enhance our own defense and strength. As Guan Yuanyuan spoke, a faint khaki glow emerged from her body, and her aura became more steady and heavy. And during battle, we can also provide defensive support to your teammates, such as covering you with a layer of earth and stone armor to increase your defense. Lin Feng and the others listened to the sister's introduction and showed expressions of surprise and admiration. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang with a smile again. Ning Rushuang understood and smiled at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, my illusion ability has also reached a high level. Then can you briefly tell us about it? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Rushuang nodded slightly, and her fingertips began to draw silver-blue arcs in the air. In an instant, the entire cruise ship seemed to be shrouded in misty water vapor. Before Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Wang Shushua and others could figure out what was happening, they found themselves in an ancient forest. I saw vines crawling all over the thick tree trunks, fireflies flickering among the branches and leaves, and the faint howling of wolves coming from the distance. Be careful, this is Rushuang's mirror realm. Zhao Jingyi suddenly exclaimed and instinctively condensed the flame, but she was surprised to find that the flame in her palm turned into a dark blue. How so? However, just as Zhao Jingyi was horrified, a cold touch suddenly began to spread from under her feet. The originally dry deck had turned into a muddy swamp. Oh my god, the details of this fantasy are too real. At this time, Wang Shushua's electric current crackled at his fingertips, but he found that when the electric light touched an invisible barrier, it was refracted into a colorful halo. So Wang Shushua instinctively reached out and touched her cheek, and what she felt between her fingers was actually real dew. At this time, Ning Rushuang's figure was looming in the fog and said, What you are seeing now is a triple-nested illusion I created. The first layer is a visual deception, the second layer will interfere with the five senses, and the third layer is... Before she finished her words, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless skeletal arms broke out of the ground and grabbed the ankles of Lin Feng, who was closest to them. Brother Feng, Guan Yuanyuan screamed and instinctively wanted to summon an earth wall, but saw that Lin Feng's body suddenly became ethereal, and the bone claws directly penetrated Lin Feng's body. The real Lin Feng appeared at some point on the top of the mast 10 meters away. Although Rushuang's illusion was terribly powerful, Lin Feng's eyes had already seen the essence of things, so he could not be deceived at all. At this time, Ning Rushuang waved her sleeves lightly, and the illusion disappeared instantly. Everyone then realized that they were still standing there, but their clothes were covered with tiny beads of dew. At this moment, Zhao Lucy's mind moved, and she raised her hand to heal Wang Shuxue, who was affected by the illusion, but found that the other party's supernatural power fluctuations were abnormally stable. The refraction of lightning just now was actually a perfect fusion of illusion and reality. The best part is, at this time, Guan Xingyan stomped her feet, and a dull response came from under the deck. The most amazing thing is that Rushuang's illusion can actually resonate with my Earth-related abilities. Just imagine, if Yuan and I buried a stone formation underground and added Rushuang's illusion, then we can create a real maze battlefield. Ning Rushuang's eyes lit up, and she immediately took over the conversation and then continued. At that time, not only will the enemy lose their way, but even their attacks will be distorted by the illusion. Combined with Lu Ci's healing, our tactical system will definitely have a whole new dimension. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump down from the mast, patted Ning Rushuang on the shoulder, and said, "Rushuang, I have to say that your illusion skills are really getting better and better. What's so great about it? Didn't I keep it from you?" Chapter 4:10 Six-Winged Angel Promotion. After hearing what Rushuang said, Lin Feng did not explain much. He just laughed and looked at Chun Bangxia. "Bangxia, your invisibility ability has also reached the advanced level, right?" Chun Bangxia smiled at Lin Feng, nodded and said, "That's right." Before Chun Bangxia finished her words, her whole body gradually faded away. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Han Wushuang and others on the deck saw a flash before their eyes, and Chun Bangxia had disappeared without a trace. At this time, sisters Guan Yuan, Guan Xingyan, and Zhao Lucy all subconsciously used their special abilities to try to sense Chun Bangxia's presence. However, they discovered that Chun Bangxia had completely hidden herself in the surrounding environment, and even their perception abilities could not detect any trace of her. At this moment, the electricity in Wang Shushue's palm crackled, so she turned her head sharply and looked behind her, only to find that a distorted air ripple had appeared in the corner that should have been empty. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and Chun Bangxia's figure appeared out of thin air, with a sharp blade against Wang Shushue's neck. See, advanced stealth is more than just visual deception. Chun Bangxia retracted the blade and raised his lips, then continued. Not only can I interfere with the enemy's sensory nerves, but they will also have illusions about sounds, smells, and even supernatural fluctuations. As Chun Bangxia spoke, he snapped his fingers confidently, and dozens of afterimages suddenly appeared on the deck, each of which had a different attack posture, dazzling everyone for a moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils couldn't help but shrink. After all, being able to make dozens of afterimages almost in a materialized state is really terrifying. Then Lin Feng calmed down, looked at Han Wushuang, and said, "Hey, my King Kong Barbie baby, your body strengthening ability is also at an advanced level, right?" "Humph." Han Wushuang snorted proudly. "Of course." Before Han Wushuang finished his words, he suddenly grabbed the 30-centimeter diameter alloy railing beside him. With veins bulging on his muscular arms, he pulled the entire railing off the deck. She swung the metal pole in one hand at random, and the front end of the railing was twisted and deformed in the howling wind, and finally, it was squeezed into an iron ball like kneading dough. This is the true aesthetics of violence. Han Wushuang flicked his fingertips, and the iron ball shot toward the sea like a cannonball. The waves 100 meters away exploded, and a bottomless whirlpool was vaguely visible in the huge water curtain. These railings are made of cosmic-grade nanocomposite metal, and even artillery shells can't do anything to them. Wushuang was actually kneaded into an iron ball like mud. I have to say this is really perverted, right? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur in his heart, and then slowly said, "Very good. Of course, now my strength, speed, agility, etc. have made a qualitative leap." Han Wushuang responded with a smile, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, and finally looked at Lu Yun. "Ayun, your newly awakened six-winged angel. Did you make any breakthroughs this time?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian and other girls all turned their eyes to her. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yun shook her head in shame. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly spoke to comfort him. "It's okay. After all, your ability is the most special among all of us. Don't worry, we will take it slowly." But before Lin Feng finished speaking, Lu Yun said, "Ah Feng, although I don't feel anything different from before, my six-winged angel ability seems to have opened its eyes." When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at the other girls, feeling confused. "Ah Feng, if you don't believe me, just watch." As Lu Yun spoke, her mind moved, and a huge golden phantom of a six-winged angel appeared in the sky behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun, the six-winged angel, looked serene and slowly opened her eyes under the gaze of everyone. In an instant, the entire deck seemed to be shrouded in golden light. Those eyes were like two burning holy flames, with galaxy-like patterns flowing in the pupils. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt a warm current rushing straight from her spine to her brain. Then, under the astonished gaze of Lin Feng and others, she slowly closed her eyes and spread her arms. Gradually, she also floated in the air like the six-winged angel behind her, emitting a faint golden light all over her body. Feng, what's going on? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was beside Lin Feng, couldn't help it anymore and asked in a low voice in Lin Feng's ear. Faced with such a situation, Lin Feng was also confused. However, at this moment, Lu Yun, who was floating in the air, suddenly opened his eyes, and countless golden rays of light shot towards the vast sea. In an instant, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds like a sharp arrow, creating a vortex with a diameter of 100 meters on the sea surface. The originally calm sea level suddenly boiled, and the dark green sea waters surged into the sky, forming an inverted water curtain. At this moment, not to mention Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi, even Beard and Ollie were shocked when they saw this scene. After all, Lu Yun's attack was too powerful, which was something none of them had expected. At this time, Ollie stared at the screen with a complicated expression and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that the strength of this woman who finally awakened her superpowers would be so strong. Yeah, let alone us. I'm sure even Lin Feng must be extremely shocked at the moment." Then Lu Yun was seen, her body floating in the air, slowly landing on the deck again. She opened her eyes and looked at everyone again and said, "This is my current strength. Sister Lu Yun, I really didn't expect that your ability is so amazing. That's right. You are the last one among us sisters to awaken your superpowers. But I didn't expect that your six-winged angel power is so powerful. That is." As Lu Yun said this, the other girls couldn't help but sigh. But Lu Yun turned her eyes to Raymond Lam, like a little girl longing for candy, and sought his affirmation. After all, this is the affirmation and praise she has always wanted. So how could Lin Feng not know her feelings at this time? Then Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun with a smile. "I didn't expect your awakened ability to be so powerful. Today I have really opened my eyes." When Lu Yun heard Lin Feng say this, her heart suddenly felt as sweet as honey. At this moment, the bearded man who had been patient for a long time finally spoke in Lin Feng's mind. "Lin Feng, now you should go down to the sea and fish out that earth crystal, right?" Chapter 4:11 Lie. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. "Why are you so anxious?" "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this?" The bearded man suppressed his inner anger and said in a trembling voice, "You keep urging me to do things like this. I also need face, big brother. Then when will you? That thing won't run away in the sea. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, these children of mine are taking crystal cores for the first time, so as a father, shouldn't I pay some attention to them?" Without waiting for the bearded man to respond, Lin Feng came to Lin Yi, who had just woken up, and asked, "How is your son? Did you enjoy the crystal core for the first time? Are there any side effects?" When bearded man and Ollie saw this scene, they were so angry that they felt itchy. Ollie stared with gnashing teeth. Lin Feng on the screen said, "What should we do? If this continues, it will be dark by then. It really pissed me off." The bearded man was so angry that he stamped his feet, and his eyes began to become bloodshot. But what bearded man and Ollie never expected was that after they finally waited for Lin Feng to finish questioning Lin Yi, Lin Shan, and other children, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Daha and Era. Lin Feng was seen squatting in the middle of the dogs, stroking Daha's shiny fur with his fingertips. "Daha, why is your fur 2 shades darker today? Did you steal Era's dog food last night?" Snort. Daha snorted disdainfully, but his tail honestly shook like a propeller. "Look at you, your body is quite honest. Where is that? Why else would your tail be wagging like a rattle? Roll." When the bearded man saw this, he was so angry that he almost cried. "Look at him. Damn it. He obviously did this on purpose. Keep calm, keep calm." Ollie, who was standing by, quickly spoke up to comfort the bearded man. Although she was very angry at this moment, judging from the current situation, they had almost no means to control Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's real body had already been taken out of the space by him at this time. Moreover, once Lin Feng's system is upgraded, it cannot be tampered with again, so it is useless for them to be anxious now. But what they never expected was that Lin Feng turned his gaze to the 18 sons of Daha and Era and asked with concern, "How was it? Was it fun to inhale a crystal core for the first time?" "Son of a bitch." Ollie, who had just made the bearded man keep calm, was suddenly so angry that she dug her nails deeply into her palms, stared at the big screen, and cursed. The bearded man said angrily, "Look, I told you, this guy obviously did it on purpose." It was not until the sky gradually darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sparkling sea that Lin Feng stood up, looked at the watch on his wrist, and said with a surprised expression, "Time flies so fast, and this day has passed without me noticing. Lin Feng, when are you going to go to the sea?" At this time, the bearded man's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. "It's going to be dark soon. How can it rain? Wait till tomorrow." "Okay, then tomorrow. I hope you'll keep your word this time." "Of course, that's no problem. Tomorrow I will go down to the sea and fish out the earth crystal and hand it over to you. Don't worry." When Bearded Man and Ollie heard what Lin Feng said, they felt a little relieved. But the next second, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and spoke again. "By the way, can I have a look at the 11 earth crystals I collected? Every time I got them, I put them in the space, and you took them away. To be honest, I haven't taken a close look at them." Faced with Lin Feng's sudden request, Bearded Man and Ollie were stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. "What? Can't I even take a look? I risked my life to collect these for you." At this moment, Lin Feng's voice sounded again, not giving them any time to think. "Lin Feng, that's not what we meant. It's just that we are using the earth crystal right now." At this time, Ollie, who seldom spoke to Lin Feng, looked at the bearded man and said, "Use? Use what? Are you using these earth crystals to hatch chicks?" "You, Lin Feng, you'd better be more respectful when you speak to me." But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said gloomily, "No, it seems like you are on guard against me." As soon as Lin Feng said this, both Bearded Man and Ollie felt a jolt in their hearts at the same time. Then the Bearded Man immediately said in a panic, "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" "Humph, of course it's literal. Isn't it clear what I just said? I'm about to collect all 12 earth crystals, so before I collect them, take a good look at the things I almost risked my life for these days. You guys are unwilling to give them to me. Aren't you guarding against me? Besides, it's useless for me to use this thing. On the contrary, it will attract ancient beasts. You all know this. I really don't know what you are afraid of." As soon as Lin Feng said this, hesitation appeared in the eyes of the bearded man and Ollie. After all, what Lin Feng said was indeed true. If he took the crystal of the earth out of the space, it would definitely attract the siege of the ancient beasts dormant on this planet. Ollie gritted her teeth, looked at the bearded man beside her, and whispered, "Since this kid wants to see it, let him take a look, right? But you have to tell him that he can only see it in the space and cannot take it out of the space." Upon hearing this, the bearded man exchanged glances with Ollie, then made up his mind and said, "Okay then, but in order to prevent the ancient beasts from being attracted here, you can only take a few glances at them in space, but don't take them out." After all, in the eyes of Bearded Man and Ollie, as long as Lin Feng does not take out the crystal of the earth will not be completely out of their control. "Don't worry, my wife and children are still on this cruise ship. How could I be so stupid?" "Well, that's what you said." Not long after the bearded man finished speaking, 11 earth crystals appeared in Lin Feng's space. But then Lin Feng's mind moved, and the 11 earth crystals were taken out from the space. The bearded man and Ollie, who saw this scene through the screen, suddenly changed their expressions. The bearded man yelled hysterically, "Lin Feng, didn't you say you wouldn't take it out? Put it in quickly. Put it in." Chapter 412, Salvaging the 12th Earth Crystal. "Put it back." Lin Feng laughed. "Don't worry, I will keep it well." After Lin Feng finished speaking, no matter how the bearded man and Ollie screamed, Lin Feng calmly picked up a bag, put the 11 earth crystals in it, and quickly returned to the cabin. He hurriedly found a box, copied it a lot, and then synthesized it 13 times into one, turning it into a box that was both strong and had artificial intelligence, fingerprint recognition, and a password lock. And he is the only one in this world who can open this box. "Feng, what are you doing?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng looking so anxious and couldn't help but ask behind him. After Lin Feng placed the 11 earth crystals into the synthetic box, he turned around and handed it to Zhao Jingyi, who was standing behind him with a serious expression. "Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must protect this box and the head in the frosted translucent box in my bedroom." "What? Brainhead? Whose head?" "Mine." After saying this, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Li Xian, who was preparing to wash rice and cook, and shouted, "Li Xian, quickly accompany me to the sea and fish up the earth crystal." Li Xian was about to open her mouth to refute when she heard this, but when she saw Lin Feng's expression, she immediately realized the urgency of the matter. She took off her apron and hurriedly walked out of the cabin with Lin Feng. Sister Jingyi, what happened? The rest of the people looked at Lin Feng and Li Xian's backs as they left. At this time, Wang Shushua asked in confusion. Something must have happened that was very urgent, otherwise A Feng wouldn't be so anxious. By the way, before A Feng left, he said that there was another head of his in his bedroom. When the girls heard this, their faces suddenly changed. But they still suppressed their curiosity and confusion and hurried to Lin Feng's bedroom. When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls saw a head that looked exactly like Lin Feng in the transparent frosted box, they couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time. After a moment, Zhao Jingyi looked at the box in her hand and the human head in the bedroom connected to various wires and instantly understood. If my guess is correct, this should be Offing's true form. When the girls heard what Zhao Jingyi said, they suddenly remembered what Lin Feng had told them before, and they all gasped. Sister Jingyi, what you mean is that if something unexpected really happens, then Brother Feng will also. Before Wang Shushua finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi nodded solemnly. So from this moment on, no matter what happens, we must protect Offing's body and the box in my hand. At the same time, Lin Feng and Li Xian had dived into the sea and swam towards the cliff on the seabed. When Lin Feng and Li Xian came to the edge of the cliff, they looked at each other and then dived down. As the two continued to dive to the bottom of the cliff, Lin Feng felt that the temperature around him was getting colder and colder. As they dived deeper, the light became dimmer, and the only sounds around them were the rustling sound of the flowing sea water and the heavy breathing of the two people. Ah Feng, the temperature isn't right, Li Xian said through the underwater communication equipment. Lin Feng did not answer. He stared intently at the ground below, holding the lighting tool tightly in his hand. The dim light seemed extremely weak in the thick darkness. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the bottom of the cliff. Lin Feng's heart trembled, but he quickened his diving speed. When they were almost at the bottom of the cliff, Lin Feng and Li Xian were shocked to see that this was actually the remains of an ancient city. Looking at the ancient city ruins that had been buried under the sea by the years, Lin Feng and Li Xian were so shocked that they were speechless. Although these tall stone pillars and magnificent buildings have been eroded by sea water, their past prosperity can still be seen. Oh my God, I never thought there would be an ancient city ruins under this underwater cliff. Li Xian's voice was full of disbelief, echoing in the ears of the two people through the underwater communication equipment. Lin Feng swam slowly towards a half-collapsed building and carefully observed the strange patterns carved on it. These patterns look like some kind of mysterious symbols and seem to be telling an unknown history. Don't worry about that for now. Finding the earth crystal is the most important thing now. At this time, Lin Feng came to his senses and reminded Li Xian through the underwater communication equipment. So Lin Feng and Li Xian carefully shuttled through the ruins of the ancient underwater city. The surroundings were terribly quiet, with only the sound of flowing sea water and their breathing. Suddenly, Li Xian felt a force pulling her. She looked around in horror, but found nothing. Offing, I seem to have been caught by something just now, Li Xian said in panic. Lin Feng swam quickly to Li Xian and looked around with the lighting tool in his hand. He found that Li Xian's feet were entangled by a seaweed hidden in the ruins. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, helped Li Xian untie the seaweed, and continued to search for the crystal of the earth. At this moment, a low roar came from the ruins of the ancient underwater city, like some huge creature roaring. Lin Feng and Li Xian looked at each other and saw vigilance in each other's eyes. They gripped the tools in their hands and swam slowly towards the direction where the sound came from. After passing a huge stone statue, they saw a dozen zombie-like killer whales wandering around an altar in the center of the city ruins, and in the center of the altar was a crystal of the earth. Looking at the dozen or so zombie-like killer whales in front of them, Lin Feng and Li Xian's hearts were in their throats. Because the skin of these killer whales is a strange gray-black color, their eyes are glowing with a faint red light, and they are constantly making low roars from their mouths, as if they are guarding the crystal of the earth on the altar. Ah Feng, it seems that these killer sand whales are specifically guarding this earth crystal, Li Xian whispered through the underwater communication equipment. Lin Feng tightly grasped the tool in his hand and nodded with a firm look. Be careful, let's try not to alarm them first, and observe the surroundings first. As Lin Feng spoke, he and Li Xian carefully circled the killer whale, observing the surroundings while trying to find a suitable opportunity to approach the altar. However, just as they got closer, a killer sand whale seemed to sense something was wrong and suddenly turned its head and stared at them. Fuck, I've been discovered, Lin Feng shouted. Get ready for battle. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, The killer whale opened its huge mouth like an arrow, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit towards Lin Feng and Li Xan fiercely. Chapter 413, if I'm not mistaken, they are coming. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's mind moved, and two extremely hot violet lasers suddenly penetrated his goggles, instantly piercing this zombie killer whale, which was no less than level 13, in half with the lasers. After all, for Lin Feng, whose laser ability has been completely upgraded to the top level, it is really easy for him to get rid of these underwater overlords. Li Xian, who was standing by, saw that the laser shot out by Lin Feng turned into violet, and she knew that Lin Feng's strength was now many times stronger than before. Li Xian, quickly use your water ability to get me the crystal of Emperor Nami. As Lin Feng suddenly reminded him, his mind immediately moved. Under the influence of the water force on the seabed, the crystal of the earth on the altar, as if summoned by Li Xian, shot towards Li Xian. At the same time, the other zombie killer whales rushed towards Li Xian and Lin Feng with their bloody mouths open like crazy. However, these zombie killer whales were still all strangled to death by the lasers shot by Lin Feng. In an instant, the entire seabed was dyed red by the blood of the zombie killer whales. Brother Feng, I got it. At this moment, Li Xian shook the earth crystal in her hand at Lin Feng through the underwater communication equipment and shouted excitedly. Lin Feng was delighted and swam over quickly, grabbing the crystal of the earth tightly in his hand. However, at this moment, nearly 100 sharks that had completely turned into zombies after smelling the blood of the killer whale rushed towards Lin Feng, Li Xian and others with their fangs and claws like bloodthirsty evil spirits. These zombie sharks had strange red light emitting from their cold fish eyes, and rows of sharp teeth flashing cold light in the dim seabed. Li Xian and Lin Feng looked at each other, and then an idea came to their mind. Dozens of huge underwater water dragons rushed towards the zombie sharks with overwhelming force. The water dragon, condensed by Li Xian, with tremendous water pressure, slammed into the group of zombie sharks, instantly killing all the sharks in the front row. After all, where there is water, Li Xian's strength is terrifyingly strong, and she has just improved her strength. You can imagine how terrifying Li Xian's supernatural powers were at this time. However, the sharks that pounced over from behind became more and more crazy due to the stimulation of their companion's blood. They twisted their bodies wildly and still pounced over Lin Feng and Li Xian. Immediately afterwards, Li Xian condensed several water dragons again, and finally strangled all the zombie sharks completely. Walk. So Lin Feng and Li Xian looked at each other and said something, then quickly swam out of the remains of the ancient city. At the same time, a huge vortex suddenly formed in the sea thousands of miles away. There seemed to be a faint sound of thunder in the sky, and the waves became more and more turbulent at this moment. At this time, an ancient deep-sea monster as big as a mountain slowly emerged from the sea, looked up at the sky, and let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, ancient deep-sea monsters of similar size also slowly floated up from the depths of the seabed one by one, and swam towards the cruise ship where Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, and the others were, like a fast-moving sea fortress. Obviously, those ancient beasts that had been sleeping in the sea for trillions of years felt the breath of the crystal of the earth. Sister Jingyi, something seems a little strange. Why did the wind suddenly blow? Wang Shushua walked up to Zhao Jingyi and said with a serious expression. When Zhao Jingyi saw the box in her hand, she also said with a serious expression, if I'm not mistaken, they are here. They, Wang Shushua, Lu Yun, and Ning Rushuang couldn't help but say in unison when they heard this. Suddenly, a loud thunder exploded, as if a signal. The waves on the sea became more and more turbulent, and the cruise ship shook violently on the waves. Zhao Jingyi gripped the box tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. Sister Jingyi, what's going on? Who are they? Lu Yun asked anxiously, her eyes already beginning to show a hint of uneasiness. You want to grab the box from me or Lin Feng's stuff? Zhao Jingyi took a deep breath and had just finished speaking when suddenly, the cruise ship shook violently and everyone staggered. I saw huge splashes of water surging from the side of the ship, and an ancient deep-sea monster as big as a mountain slowly poked out its huge head, and a fishy wind suddenly blew in my face. The women who saw this scene were shocked at first, and then all kinds of supernatural attacks shot towards the head. In an instant, colorful supernatural lights flickered on the dim sea surface. Zhao Jingyi's fire supernatural power was activated first, instantly wrapping the head of the deep-sea monster. The flames were burning fiercely, illuminating the monster's head red, but the ancient deep-sea monster just shook its head and easily broke through the wall of fire. The cold sea water instantly extinguished Zhao Jingyi's flames, and turned into a burst of boiling water vapor that spread out. Immediately afterwards, the ancient deep-sea monster let out an angry roar at Zhao Jingyi and the others. The other ancient deep-sea monsters that came from the deep ocean instantly surrounded the entire cruise ship. The faces of the girls who saw this scene sank involuntarily, and then Irina was the first to activate her strongest ability, Metal Master. Irina suddenly threw a black bag into the air, and nearly 1,000 bullets that Lin Feng had synthesized before broke out of the bag in an instant. As if they were equipped with navigation, the bullets made a sharp, whistling sound and accurately penetrated the bodies of several ancient deep-sea beasts. Then, under Irina's control, these bullets that passed through the ancient deep-sea monsters seemed to have eyes and looked for other targets to attack. At this moment, Wang Shushua suddenly had an idea and activated her strongest ability, the Lord of Thunder. Wang Shushua was surrounded by flashes of lightning, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of ozone. Yeah. Wang Shushua raised her hands high and let out a delicate cry. In an instant, her thunder domain was formed within a radius of 4 or 5 kilometers around her. Millions of thick lightning bolts cut through the sky and struck towards the ancient deep-sea monster that besieged the cruise ship. Snap! When lightning struck the giant beasts, a deafening roar was immediately heard. After being struck by the electric current, the beasts' bodies trembled violently. After letting out a few painful roars, they all sank to the bottom of the sea. However, these ancient deep-sea behemoths were numerous. Although they had suffered severe damage, under the temptation of the crystal of the earth, many of them still rushed towards the cruise ship one after another. Faced with this situation, Lu Yun suddenly had an idea, and her whole body suddenly burst into golden light. A golden six-winged angel's phantom quietly appeared in the night sky behind Lu Yun. Chapter 414 Go Back. As the shadow of the six-winged angel slowly emerged behind Lu Yun, the holy golden light instantly illuminated the dim sea surface. The originally turbulent waves calmed down a little under the cover of this light. Then Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light turned into countless sharp blades, flying towards the ancient deep-sea monster that was in the front. In just a blink of an eye, sharp blades made of golden light appeared as dense as raindrops, easily piercing through the hard skin of countless giant beasts and killing them instantly. In an instant, a large number of corpses of ancient giant beasts floated on the sea. Due to their huge size, they almost filled the surrounding sea area of more than 10 kilometers. But suddenly at this moment, a column of water erupted from the bottom of the sea with astonishing force, rushing straight into the sky, pushing aside the corpse of a giant beast as big as a hill, like a giant white dragon breaking through the sea. The girls' faces changed when they saw this. Just as they were about to launch another attack, Zhao Jingyi and the others looked closely and found that it was Lin Feng and Li Xian who emerged from the water. Brother Feng, why is Sister Li Xian you? Wang Shushua immediately waved excitedly at Lin Feng and Li Xian. The sea was littered with dead bodies, and we were almost suffocated to death. Lin Feng and Li Xian said with a smile as they boarded the cruise ship. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but smile at each other. At this time, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, what should we do next?" Hearing this, Lin Feng looked towards the direction of Songhai City and said, "Let's go home next." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he was about to take out the top-level synthetic aircraft carrier in the space. But at this moment, the voices of Bearded Man and Ollie rang in his mind again. The Bearded Man said nervously, "Lin Feng, let's talk it over. As long as you hand over the crystal of the earth, I'll do whatever you say." "Yes, Lin Feng, don't forget that we are the ones who brought you back to life. If you hadn't been with us, you would have died long ago." At this time, Ollie also echoed angrily. The Bearded Man immediately spoke again. "Yes, Lin Feng, let's be honest, I've been good to you, right? Why are you doing this? The earth crystal is of no use to you. Why don't you return it to us? Be nice to me?" Haha, Lin Feng laughed coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately lured me over to get those two extremely cold and extremely hot weapons, right?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, the Bearded Man and Ollie fell into a brief silence. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and his mind moved. An aircraft carrier that was larger than the territory of a country was pulled out from the space in an instant. In an instant, the waves were stirred up by the huge aircraft carrier, and they violently hit the corpses of the giant beasts floating around. The searchlights on the deck of the aircraft carrier lit up instantly, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The various weapon systems on the ship were also automatically calibrated, emitting a low, buzzing sound, like a steel behemoth awakening, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Oh my god! When Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Wang Shushua, and everyone else saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Because this aircraft carrier has filled the entire East China Sea, one can imagine how shocking the visual effect this aircraft carrier brings to them at this time. Master, the Eternal Order ship is pleased to serve you. At this moment, the voice of an artificial intelligence woman suddenly sounded on the aircraft carrier. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. I am also very happy to be your master. Master, please come aboard. After the artificial intelligence finished speaking, the boarding ladder on the aircraft carrier slowly extended to Lin Feng's feet. So Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and said to Li Xian, Zhao Jingyi, and the others, call Daha, Era, and our children, and take my original body. Should we go home? When the girls heard this, their expressions instantly became strange. After all, everyone knows that aircraft carriers are on the water, but there is no sea near Songhai City. What are you all standing there for? Go quickly. At this time Lin Feng urged Zhao Jingyi and the others again. At this time, Li Xian finally couldn't help but said, Lin Feng, there doesn't seem to be a sea in Songhai City? Then how do we get there? You will know when the time comes. Looking at Li Xian's puzzled expression, Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. At this time, Zhao Jingyi frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke. Ah Feng, are you sure this aircraft carrier can take us back to Songhai City? Lin Feng did not answer directly, but stepped onto the boarding ladder and said as he walked, Trust me, everything will go smoothly. When the girls heard what Lin Feng said, they looked at each other. Although they were full of doubts, they still went to the cabin to pick up their sleeping children and took Daha, Era, and those puppies and boarded the aircraft carrier one after another. However, when Lu Yin carefully stepped onto the aircraft carrier, she was blocked by Lin Feng. You can't follow us. The cruise ship below belongs to you. Brother Feng, please accept me, woo woo woo. As Lu Yin said this, she suddenly knelt down on the deck and burst into tears. Seeing her like this, and seeing that she had been very well behaved these days, Lin Feng couldn't help but change his original idea. After all, the situation has changed. At first, she thought he was a burden. But now it seems that it would be a good idea to bring her back to the base to use as a laborer. But no matter what Lin Feng was thinking, he still had an idea and activated his telepathic ability, trying to listen to his inner voice to see if he had any other ideas. As Lin Feng activated his telepathic ability, Lu Yan's inner thoughts flooded into his mind like a tide. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that Lu Yan's heart was full of fear and despair. She was afraid of being abandoned and facing unknown dangers alone. She really just wanted to find someone to rely on and had no other bad intentions. Get up, don't kneel down. So Lin Feng sighed, and his tone of voice softened a lot. I don't. Please, Brother Feng, please accept me. Well, okay, you can come with us. Really, Brother Feng? Thank you, thank you. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Lu Yan raised her tear-stained face, her eyes flashing with surprise. After that, she quickly stood up and followed Lin Feng carefully. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frowned and said, Why are you so close to me? Stay away from me like before. Why? Lu Yan responded quickly and ran away in an instant. Then Lin Feng tried to use his mind to drive this huge aircraft carrier. After all, one of the coolest features of this aircraft carrier is that it can be driven by thoughts. Chapter 4:15, Fart. Lin Feng concentrated his mind and extended his thoughts like a silk thread to establish a connection with the aircraft carrier's intelligence system. At first, the transmission of thoughts was a little awkward, but as he gradually adapted, the aircraft carrier began to move slowly, and the huge hull cut through the sea, stirring up huge waves. Then, to the surprise of the girls, the aircraft carrier slowly floated in the air and headed towards Songhai City. Oh my god, why did you forget to put the cruise ship into the space? At this time, Lin Feng looked down at the cruise ship and couldn't help but murmured softly. Then he saw Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and his children, all of whom were so shocked by what was happening before their eyes that they were speechless. After all, an aircraft carrier that can fly in the sky and is even larger than the territory of a country, let alone them. Even Lin Feng, who created this aircraft carrier, finds it a little incredible. Not long after they left, a spaceship suddenly cut through the night sky and hovered over the cruise ship floating on the sea. The spaceship was seen glowing with a faint blue light all over its body. It had a unique shape and a streamlined hull that seemed to be made of a single piece of mysterious metal. As the spaceship slowly landed on the deck of the cruise ship, the hatch slowly opened, and the alien who had previously come from the extreme cold land to search for Kai Yao walked down from the spaceship with a device in his hand. He looked at the numerous corpses of ancient deep-sea beasts floating on the sea, and then looked at the cruise ship built of cosmic-grade nanometal materials. As if he had thought of something, he immediately returned to the spaceship and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, the girls were taking their children to look around the aircraft carrier flying in the night sky, and were completely attracted by all the novel things on the aircraft carrier. After all, this synthetically upgraded aircraft carrier is indeed quite attractive to all of them. Lin Feng walked to the edge of the aircraft carrier alone, and with a thought, he took out the two weapons that almost made him lose his mind from the space. It's really a good thing, but it's a pity that I just can't enjoy it. As he said that, Lin Feng was about to throw the two weapons down. But at this moment, a strange idea flashed through his mind. Lin Feng was just about to verify his idea, but at this moment, the bearded man's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Do you want to throw away these two weapons? Why? Do you have any objection? You know the power of these two weapons. Don't you think it's a pity to lose them? After all, these two weapons have become the only hope for Beard and Ollie. If Lin Feng uses them twice more, he will definitely lose his mind. Then at that time, Lin Feng will definitely become their puppet and be at their mercy, and Lin Feng will definitely hand over the crystal of the earth obediently. But if Lin Feng really lost these two weapons, then they would be completely hopeless. Hearing what the bearded man said, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer and said, "You're right. It's a pity to throw them away. Then I'll keep them for now." As Lin Feng spoke, he put the two weapons back into the space. This inevitably made the bearded man breathe a sigh of relief, and then he spoke again. "Lin Feng, when did you find out that there was something wrong with us?" "In fact, from the very beginning, I felt that something was wrong with you." "What do you mean by that?" "If it's true as you said, then there must be another you in my world. Why don't you just let me find you in this world? Why do you make me go through so much trouble to find the crystal of the earth?" "That's because we want to survive. Isn't that possible?" Of course, of course. Then tell me where the other you are in this world of mine." The bearded man and Ali's faces darkened, but they didn't know how to answer for a moment. "What? You can't answer it, right?" Lin Feng sneered and continued. "Okay, let me take a step back. Even if what you said is true, can't I just bring you back after I find the earth crystal? After all, you told me before that you are all ordinary people without superpowers. What on earth do you want to do with this earth crystal?" That's because... Seeing the bearded man was speechless, Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "You also let me find these two weapons on purpose, right?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, the bearded man fell completely silent, as if Lin Feng's question had hit him sorely, and he fell into a long silence. However, at this moment, Ollie, who was standing next to the bearded man, still refused to give up and said, "What do you want in exchange for handing over the 12 earth crystals? Then tell me, what is your real purpose for wanting these 12 earth crystals?" As Lin Feng finished speaking, Ollie fell into silence. "Why? Is this question difficult to answer? This is a secret concerning the entire universe, and it is not something that a low-dimensional species like you can know." "Fuck, you still dare to scold me at this time? You are a low-dimensional species. Your father, mother, grandparents, uncles, aunts, great-aunts, and your whole family are low-dimensional species." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the cabin, ready to have a drink to calm down. "Hey, wait a minute." At this moment, Ollie, with a livid face, suppressed her rage and called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused and said, "If you have to fart, do it now. In fact, we didn't let you know because it's for your own good. Can your fart be any louder?" "You?" When Ollie heard this, she was so angry that she couldn't speak and her body began to tremble. At this time, the bearded man spoke again. "Lin Feng, with your strength, you are already invincible in the world you live in. No one in the world can kill you." "Of course I know this. I'm just curious. Can't you satisfy my curiosity?" When the bearded man heard this, he couldn't help but look at Ollie, as if they could see the dilemma in each other's eyes. After all, once this secret is leaked, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. But seeing Lin Feng's determination to achieve his goal, the bearded man gritted his teeth and said, "Since you really want to know, I'll tell you." The bearded man paused and spoke again. "Lin Feng, you know the balance of the universe, right? The 12 earth crystals are actually the key to maintaining this balance. Once it is out of balance, all dimensions will fall into chaos, and countless lives will disappear." "Ha ha." As soon as the bearded man said this, Raymond Lamb burst into laughter. Chapter 416, The End of the Universe. When the laughter reached the ears of Zhao Jingyi and other girls, they were all stunned. "Mom, what is Dad doing there alone?" At this moment, Lin Erniu pulled Han Wushuang's clothes and asked with her little head tilted up. Han Wushuang bent down and held Lin Erniu in his arms, looked at Lin Feng in the distance, and said to Lin Erniu, "Your father is talking to someone." "Talk? Why didn't I see that? That guy is in his head." "Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, go ask your dad later." "Lin Feng, what are you laughing at?" At this time, the bearded man's angry voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. "To be honest, we've known each other for such a long time, but I still don't know your name." "Baturu." The bearded man snorted coldly. Lin Feng laughed and said, "What, Baturu? I think I'll just call you a big liar." "You? Lin Feng, what exactly do you mean?" "What do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you understand?" "I don't know," Baturu said angrily. "I want to hear the truth, not your bullshit. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell me the truth before we get to Songhai City at dawn, you will never get those 12 earth crystals." As soon as Lin Feng said this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and Baturu's breathing became rapid in an instant. After a brief silence, Baturu gnashed his teeth and said, "Okay, you are cruel enough, but there are some things that I don't want to say, but once I say them—" "Stop, stop, stop. Are you going to tell me or not? Can you stop beating around the bush?" Baturu paused abruptly after being yelled at by Lin Feng. His chest rose and fell violently. After a long while, he lowered his voice and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. Baturu, you can't tell this kid, because even if you tell him, he won't return the earth crystal to us unless he puts an earth crystal in his space first." At this time, Ali's voice also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng snorted coldly when he heard this. "Are you negotiating terms with me? What else? How do we know if you are fooling us?" "Okay, if you say so, then I have completely lost interest in this matter. You can do whatever you want. After all, this matter really has nothing to do with me, right?" After saying this, Lin Feng no longer paid any attention to Baturu and Ali, and turned around to leave. But this time Bachalu was completely panicked, and immediately shouted, "Lin Feng, wait a minute. Isn't it okay for me to tell you? Sorry, I'm totally not interested anymore. It was all a misunderstanding just now. After all, we have been together for such a long time. You should at least give me some face, right?" Lin Feng stopped, lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke, then said lightly, "Let it go." "Hey." Bartlu responded quickly, and then hurriedly said, "Lin Feng, what do you think of this universe?" Facing Baturu's irrelevant question, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "What do you mean? Let me put it another way. Do you think that this universe was created by some mysterious force? And all the creatures in this universe are just a set of codes, a number, or a piece of text? What exactly do you want to say? What does this have to do with the Earth? Because our ancestors discovered that there is a door at the end of the universe." Baturu paused, his voice full of awe. "What is hidden behind that door may be the truth that created all this. And the key to entering that door is these 12 earth crystals." Lin Feng's hand holding the cigarette paused slightly, and his brows knitted tighter. "What you said is too absurd. The door at the end of the universe? The truth of creation? Just based on your few words, I find it hard to believe." Baturu said anxiously, "I know it's hard for a low-dimensional creature like you to accept this, but it's true." Hey, hey, who are you calling a low-dimensional creature?" When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. Baturu laughed dryly and explained quickly, "I don't mean to belittle you. This is indeed the case. If it weren't for the people on your planet who survived and awakened their special powers, in the eyes of people like us, you would indeed be a lowly species, just like you look at cats and dogs. In our eyes, you are actually the same. I don't mean to belittle you. But now that we have awakened our superpowers, please change the name and continue speaking. It is said that if you open that door and enter it, you will be able to control the rules of everything and have the power to rewrite the entire universe." When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but frowned. "You mean, you can become the master of this universe and become a creator, right?" Baturu nodded, his tone serious and solemn. "It can be said that once you enter that door, you have the power to rewrite the rules of the universe, just like the creator, dominating the creation of all things. So now we are not the only ones looking for these 12 earth crystals. People from other alien races are also looking for them, such as Kai Yao, who you killed." Lin Feng was silent for a moment, his mind full of thoughts. He knew very well that the secrets behind these 12 earth crystals were no joke, but it was hard for Lin Feng to believe such an absurd statement. At this time, the bearded man continued, "I have told you everything now. Can you please return the 12 earth crystals to us? After all, there is really no benefit for you to keep them. Not only will it attract ancient beasts, but once the people of other alien races know about it, you will never have peace." "You're right. This is indeed a hot potato. I'll just find a place to throw it away later." "You Pucci." When Baturu heard what Lin Feng said, he was so angry that he spat out blood. Baturu, what's wrong with you? When she met Ali this time, she saw that Bachalu was so angry, and she immediately gnashed her teeth and yelled at Lin Feng. Boy, don't go too far. However, facing Ali's roar, Lin Feng's heart was not too turbulent. He just subconsciously raised his head and stared coldly at the night sky, as if he could see Baturu's furious look. He said in a hoarse voice, I am just a chess piece in your hands. It's just that I am out of your control. Do you think I am going too far? Are you sure? Chapter 417 God-Level Judgment Blade. Lin Feng, what else do you want? Ali suppressed her anger and tried to make her tone sound calmer. Haven't we told you everything we know? Why are you still not satisfied? Go away. Don't bother me anymore in the future. Lin Feng replied coldly, then walked into the cabin and put his body that he brought back from the cruise ship into the space. Anyway, Baturu and Ali would never have the chance to enter his space again without the blessing of the Earth Crystal. So at this moment Lin Feng felt extremely relieved. Suddenly Lin Feng remembered something and took out the two extremely cold and hot weapons from the space again. Lin Feng was seen holding the Arctic scimitar in his left hand and the Scarlet Flame scimitar in his right hand. He couldn't help but wonder what the effect would be if these two weapons were copied millions of times. Lin Feng thought to himself that he should just do it, so suddenly he had an idea. Warning. This weapon is of universe-destroying grade and cannot be copied. Warning. This weapon is of universe-destroying grade and cannot be copied. When Lin Feng heard the two system prompts, his expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with surprise. But he felt relieved after a moment. It was not necessarily a bad thing that such a powerful destructive weapon could not be copied. After all, with these two weapons in his hands, he has nothing to worry about on this planet, as there will always be people stronger than him. Therefore, the idea of throwing these two weapons down just now was obviously wrong. It would be fine to just store them in space forever and not use them. But what would happen if these two weapons were combined? Thinking of this, Lin Feng just put the two weapons into the space and took them out again. Then his mind moved again, and the synthesis system was resolutely activated. A universe-destroying extreme cold ice blade has been detected, and a universe-destroying extreme red flame blade has been detected. Do you want to combine them? Lin Feng, who suddenly heard the synthesized voice of this system, instantly became uneasy, and his body couldn't help but tremble. After all, he just wanted to give it a try at the beginning, but he never thought it would actually work. Synthesis. As Lin Feng's excited voice rang out, the cabin was instantly shrouded in dazzling light. The extremely cold curved blade and the red flame curved blade slowly approached each other as if they had life. The moment they touched, a destructive aura spread wildly with them as the center. The walls of the aircraft carrier in midair began to crack, and alarms kept blaring. Unknown energy fluctuations detected, danger level S. All personnel please go to a safe area immediately. Repeat, all personnel please go to a safe area immediately. At this moment, Lin Feng was impacted by this devastating aura and was forced to retreat repeatedly. His back hit the wall of the cabin heavily, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But he still opened his eyes wide, staring at the two weapons that were merging, his eyes full of shock and excitement. The light became increasingly intense, almost impossible to look directly at. Faced with such a sudden change, the women on the aircraft carrier were even more panicked and didn't know what to do for a while. Daha, Era, and their group of puppy sons all subconsciously tucked their tails between their legs and huddled in the corner, shivering. Not until these two destructive weapons were completely integrated did everything return to peace. Synthesized universe-level destructive weapon, God-level judgment blade, already bound to host Lin Feng, will no longer cause any side effects or backlash to the host. Obtains exclusive skill, chaos destruction. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. At the same time, the dazzling light slowly converged, and a strangely shaped weapon appeared in front of Lin Feng. One side of the sword was emitting a biting coldness, condensing into layers of ice, while the other side was burning with raging flames, and the hot breath distorted the surrounding air. Mysterious runes flow on the blade, as if containing the mystery of the birth and destruction of the universe. Lin Feng swallowed excitedly, stretched out his hand tremblingly, and grasped the hilt of the blade of judgment. In an instant, a tremendous force surged into his body, and he felt as if he had become the master of this world, possessing the ability to rewrite the fate of all things. However, this force was so strong that Lin Feng's body could not bear it. Blood vessels bulged under his skin, and blood oozed out of his pores. Lin Feng roared to the sky. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength to circulate the energy in his body, trying to tame this powerful force. Finally, with his efforts, The power of the judgment blade gradually merged with his body, and the pain slowly eased. At this time, the women on the aircraft carrier were holding their children, still completely immersed in the fear just now and had not recovered. Daha, Era, and their puppy son slowly poked their heads out from the corner of the wall and approached Lin Feng cautiously. They felt the powerful aura emanating from the blade of judgment, but out of trust in Lin Feng, they still bravely came forward. Lin Feng, are you okay? Daha asked cautiously and tentatively. Lin Feng took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the judgment blade in his hand, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly at this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thick bolt of lightning almost split the entire night sky in half. In another parallel universe, Baturu and Ali, who were standing in front of the screen, looked at the scene in front of them in horror and said in a trembling voice, "Look what we have done. We actually created a god." At the same time, on a planet called Gamma 58, Kaiyao's father stood on a mountain, looking at the images coming from the entire universe. The tentacles on his chin floated randomly, and the expression on his face became uncertain. Could it be that something else is about to come into the world? It seems that this universe may really be changing. In Songhai City, Su Sheng stood on the city wall. Having lost his left eye, he looked at the strange flickering things appearing in the night sky. Is the world going to change again? Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly climbed up the city wall and stood side by side with Su Sheng. She was now much taller than before, and her originally childish face now had a bit more determination and heroism. She looked at Su Sheng and asked breathlessly, "Brother, what's going on?" Su Sheng shook his head, frowning. "I don't know, but this phenomenon must be related to some powerful force. I'm afraid something big is going to happen again." After Su Sheng finished speaking, he looked towards the powerful force that was confronting them 10 kilometers outside the city, and couldn't help but sigh again. It would be great if Brother Feng was still here. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she couldn't help but recall what Lin Feng looked like before he left here. Chapter 418, Repairing the Eternal Order Ship. At this time, Lin Feng, who was on the aircraft carrier, holding the divine judgment blade, felt the surging power in his body, with excitement and a hint of worry in his heart. Because he knew that the impact of this weapon had exceeded his imagination, and the entire universe was shaken by the birth of this synthetic weapon. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and other girls finally came to their senses and rushed into the cabin with their children. When they saw the cracked walls of the cabin, they all looked at Lin Feng with astonishment on their faces. Zhao Jingyi was shocked and worried. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Ah Feng, what happened just now?" Lin Feng put away the judgment blade and quickly walked over to them, his eyes full of apology. "Did I scare you?" As he spoke, Lin Feng gently touched Lin Chiye's head, trying to comfort them. "Master, the Eternal Order ship is seriously damaged. Please repair it within 20 minutes. At this moment, the artificial intelligence in the aircraft carrier suddenly sounded. When Lin Feng heard this, he hurried to a cracked wall and reached out his hand without thinking. It is detected that the Eternal Order ship is seriously damaged. If it needs to be repaired, it will require 100,000 ordinary aircraft carriers. Do you want to repair it? To be honest, Lin Feng felt a little painful when he heard that the repair would require 100,000 aircraft carriers. But since things have come to this, what can he do? Repair. So with Lin Feng's whisper, the entire Eternal Order ship was instantly restored to its original state, even more solid and advanced than before. The originally cracked walls became smooth and flat, and faintly exuded a cold luster unique to metal. The various instruments and equipment in the cabin seemed to have been upgraded. The picture quality of the display screen was clearer and the response speed was faster. Although the girls were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but be amazed when they saw such a magical scene with their own eyes. Lin Yi, Lin Erniu, Lin Xie, and other children excitedly broke free from their mother's arms and ran around in the cabin, shouting, "Wow, Dad is really awesome." Lin Feng looked at the brand new Eternal Order ship and couldn't help but feel emotional. At this moment, the voice of the synthesis system sounded in Lin Feng's mind again. Repair completed. Due to the deep optimization of the ship during the repair process, all the performance of the Eternal Order ship has been improved by 150. The defense, attack power, and energy utilization rate have all been significantly enhanced. Hearing the system voice, Lin Feng nodded and was quite satisfied with the result. So Lin Feng slowly said, "Please tell me about the firepower configuration of the entire aircraft carrier." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the voice of the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence sounded again. The aircraft carrier carries 931,700 dark energy-anchored carrier-based aircraft with cosmic energy will. Each carrier-based aircraft is equipped with a quantum-cutting ray cannon that can instantly disintegrate the defense shield of the enemy warship. It is also equipped with superstring shock missiles that can trigger a chain reaction at the subatomic level and cause devastating damage to the target. There are 3,600 Star Annihilation-class energy turrets distributed around the ship, and the energy beams they fire can simulate the energy intensity of a star collapse, enough to instantly evaporate an asteroid. In addition, there are 888 space distortion force field generators, which can distort time and space within a certain range, causing enemy weapons to deviate from their orbits, while providing concealment for the ship. In terms of energy, the Eternal Order uses a zero-point energy reactor as its core energy source, which can theoretically provide an unlimited energy supply. It is also equipped with a dark matter energy collection device that can collect dark matter in the universe in real time and convert it into energy, further enhancing its endurance. The aircraft carrier's defense system consists of multiple layers of energy shields. The outer layer is a quantum shield that can resist conventional energy attacks. The middle layer is an antimatter shield that can offset the impact of antimatter weapons. The inner layer is a dimensional shield, so that the aircraft carrier can have multiple layers of protection. After hearing the detailed introduction of artificial intelligence, Lin Feng seemed surprisingly calm. After all, such terrifying firepower is indeed a bit of a waste for someone like him who just wants to have a wife and children and a warm bed all day long. As time passed, the fiery morning sun gradually dyed the entire land of Songhai City red. Su Sheng, standing on the city wall, looked at the army approaching the city, his brows almost twisted into the shape of the Chinese character, Chan. I saw a dense army outside the city, with tattered flags fluttering in the morning breeze. The flashing weapons in these people's hands and the hot weapons in their hands all indicated that a fierce battle was about to break out. Damn it! Looking at everything under the city wall, Su Sheng cursed angrily and subconsciously clenched his fists. Brother, these bastards are attacking the city again. Su Xiaoxiao ran up the city wall panting and shouted. Su Sheng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Xiaoxiao, don't be afraid. The walls of our Songhai city are strong, and the brothers are not cowards. As long as we guard the city gates and wait for Brother Feng to come back, everything will be over soon. Having said that, he knew in his heart that it was simply impossible to wait for Lin Feng to come back. Besides, Lin Feng didn't say when he would come back before he left. But what does it matter? This is the only belief that keeps him going. After all the bullets in the city had been used up. If he didn't even have this thought, he would have collapsed long ago. At this moment, a man with gray hair and eyes as sharp as a hawk got out of a military off-road vehicle at the foot of the city. He was seen smoking a cigar with a sneer, glancing at Su Sheng on the city wall, and said with a sneer, Boy, you are still holding on. If you don't open the city gate, I'm afraid all the ordinary survivors in Songhai City will die. Su Sheng turned his head and looked at the 6 survivors in the city, and the bodies of the brothers who had died many days ago on the city wall. He looked angrily at the man under the city wall and said angrily, You're dreaming. As long as there's still someone standing in this city, you bastards will never be able to set foot in this city. The man smiled instead of getting angry when he heard this, flicked the ash off his cigar, and said slowly, You one-eyed freak, don't refuse my toast. I just felt sorry for you and your lack of ammunition, so I wanted to leave you a chance to survive. Su Sheng spat and said, Bah, don't fool me with these words. You are just a bunch of beasts. Seeing that Su Sheng was so stubborn, the man's expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, in the city's hospital, the wounded and sick were groaning in pain, medical supplies were in extreme shortage, and the medical staff were extremely anxious. At this time, a young nurse cried and looked up to Su Sheng on the city wall. Brother Su, we have run out of medicine. I'm afraid they can't hold on any longer. Chapter 419. Since you already know the answer, why are you still asking? How naughty. When Su Sheng heard this, his tiger body trembled and said, But we can't open the city gate and let these beasts in. But, no buts, Brother Feng will definitely come back, definitely. Su Sheng roared while looking at the distant sky. Boy, the area within 100 miles is now within our sphere of influence. I thought of leaving you a chance to survive because I saw that you were a superpower. Do you really not know what is good for you? You actually said that I don't know what's good for me. Once that man comes back, he will kill you all without leaving a single piece of armor. Su Sheng looked down at the man under the city wall and sneered. It's really a joke. Who is that person you were talking about? Do you have the ability to make him come out? I think there must be something wrong with your brain. Obviously, the man had completely given up all ideas about Su Sheng. He just waved his hand, and the army behind him immediately began to stir, with heavy weapons in place, ready for an attack. Seeing this, Su Sheng used his wood ability and shouted to the 5 or 6 brothers who had survived on the city wall. "Brothers, prepare to fight, for this city, for our families." Although the soldiers on the city wall looked tired, they still gritted their teeth, held up their rifles with bayonets, and stood side by side with Su Sheng fearlessly. However, at the critical moment, the sky was suddenly cut by a dazzling light, and the Eternal Order ship was like a continent suspended in the air, instantly covering the entire sky and the sun. The entire Songhai city was instantly shrouded in a huge shadow. People on the ground looked up, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Because Lin Feng's Eternal Order ship had a mysterious and cold metallic luster on its hull, and the huge gun muzzle was looming, as if it could spew out the power to destroy everything at any time. The army under the city wall, which was originally preparing for a strong attack, was also shocked by this sudden scene. They dropped their raised weapons, and their faces were filled with confusion and anxiety. "Oh my God, what the hell is this?" The man who tried to force Su Sheng to open the city was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He opened his mouth and spoke in a trembling voice. Su Sheng and others standing on the city wall were so shocked that their eyes widened as they looked at the slowly moving steel continent in the sky. However, just as everyone was speculating, the hatch of the Eternal Order ship slowly opened, and a figure shot out from the ship at a high speed, arriving on the city wall in the blink of an eye. Su Sheng took a closer look and shouted in surprise, "Brother Feng! It's Brother Feng!" The survivors who were still dying in the city, upon hearing what Su Sheng said, suddenly seemed to have a flash of life, and struggled to get up from the ground, tears streaming down their faces, saying, "That's great. Now that young Master Lin is back, we're saved. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin." In an instant, the survivors in the city were waving their fists and shouting excitedly. When Lin Feng from the city wall saw the corpses around him and the poisoned survivors under the city, his face instantly became gloomy. "Su Sheng, did they do all this?" Su Sheng's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard this, and his voice was choked with sobs and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, "Brother Feng, these beasts couldn't capture our city. They actually used shells carrying the virus to shoot into our city, which resulted in the deaths and injuries of your brothers and ordinary survivors." When Lin Feng heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the aura around him suddenly became icy cold. He took a step forward, and the energy fluctuations in his body almost shook the air around him. "Since they dare to come, don't even think about leaving alive." At this moment, Lin Feng's voice was low but full of intimidation, as if it came from the verdict of the 9 nether hell. The white-haired middle-aged man under the city wall came to his senses immediately. Although he was shocked, years of fighting made him calm down quickly. So the white-haired middle-aged man pretended to be calm and shouted, "Humph, it's just a strange ship. Don't think you can scare us with this. Brothers, blow up this wall and charge in." Following his order, the enemy became agitated again and aimed the muzzles of their heavy weapons at the city walls again. He really doesn't know whether to live or die. Lin Feng snorted coldly when he heard this, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his left hand, then suddenly put it down and shouted, "Put it down." In an instant, the super energy cannon on the Eternal Order ship in the air instantly accumulated energy. The muzzle light became brighter, and a dazzling beam of energy light roared out like an angry dragon, rushing straight towards the enemy's heavy weapons position under the city wall with the momentum of destroying the world. Boom, boom, boom. All I heard was a series of deafening explosions one after another, and the earth was shaking. The enemy's heavy weapons were instantly blown into pieces under this terrifying energy bombardment, with fragments flying everywhere. The powerful air waves blew away the surrounding soldiers, and many people were thrown several feet away and fell heavily to the ground, with no telling whether they were dead or alive. The white-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes wide, his face full of fear and disbelief. He never expected that the opponent's weapon would be so powerful. "No, no, this is impossible." He roared hysterically, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of explosions and the screams of the soldiers. Lin Feng stared at the enemy below with cold eyes, and his aura became increasingly fierce. Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng's powerful methods and felt a strong sense of admiration in his heart. He clenched his fists and shouted to the soldiers on the wall, "Brothers, follow Brother Feng and kill these invaders." There were only 5 or 6 soldiers left on the city wall. Their morale suddenly boosted. They jumped down from the wall one after another, raised their semi-automatic rifles, and fired wildly at the remaining forces. At this moment, Lin Feng flashed and appeared in front of the white-haired middle-aged man. The The white-haired middle-aged man's face turned pale. He wanted to raise his gun to shoot, but found that his hands were shaking with fear. Do you look nervous? Lin Feng's voice was emotionless, as if it was an echo from the void, but he was speaking carrying words to the white-haired middle-aged man. Who are you? The white-haired middle-aged man asked tremblingly. This city you attacked is mine. Who do you say I am? Are you really the one-eyed dragon you always mention as Brother Feng? You're asking even though you already know this, you naughty boy. Lin Feng said this in a cold voice, and then he casually raised his hand and slapped the white-haired middle-aged man's head, which was actually knocked off like a broken ball. The man rolled a long way before stopping. After everyone got off the Eternal Order ship, Lin Feng had an idea and put it into the space in front of the astonished eyes of Su Sheng and the others. Then Lin Feng turned around and looked at Su Sheng carefully and slowly said, Brother, you have been wronged during this period. Chapter 4, 20 Dwang goes crazy. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he immediately turned his back, took a deep breath, and tried his best not to cry. But when Lin Feng patted his shoulder, he finally couldn't help but started sobbing. Seeing Su Sheng like this, Lin Feng did not say anything to comfort him, but just let Su Sheng cry. Obviously, he has experienced too much during this period of time, so it may not be a bad thing to let him release some energy. After all, he is just a child. And when Lu Yun came to Su Sheng's side, Su Sheng cried even harder. Teacher Lu, I thought you guys weren't coming back. Seeing Su Sheng like this, Lu Yun and Lin Feng looked at each other and comforted him. How could that be? Look, aren't we all back? Come on, stop crying. At this time, Lin Feng also changed the subject and said, By the way, what is the situation of those ordinary survivors in the city now? When Su Sheng heard this, he immediately stopped crying and said, They have all been infected with a virus from a biological weapon. I'm afraid they won't survive for more than a few days. Lin Feng immediately turned around and looked at Zhao Lucy. Lucy, let's go and take a look. Good. Zhao Lucy nodded in response, then immediately returned to the city with Lin Feng and the others. I saw many people lying in the streets of the city, with pale faces, purple lips, and a strange and foul smell emanating from their bodies. These people groaned in pain, twisted their bodies constantly, and their limbs twitched weakly. When Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy and others saw this scene, they all frowned, their eyes full of compassion. Lucy, please use your healing ability quickly. After Zhao Lucy nodded, she took a deep breath, slowly raised her hands, and a soft green light bloomed from her palms. The light spread like a thread towards the infected people. I saw the green light falling on the bodies of these infected people like dust. After a short while, their bodies were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their originally pale faces gradually turned rosy, their purple lips returned to their normal color, and the foul smell gradually dissipated. Is it really that great? Seeing this scene, Su Sheng immediately said excitedly. Lin Feng smiled slightly and gave Zhao Lucy a thumbs up. Zhao Lucy immediately snorted with a proud look on her face, appearing very proud. Then Lin Feng looked at Su Sheng again and said, Who were those people just now? Su Sheng heard this, and his excited expression instantly turned cold. This force is the government army that survived the end of the world. They not only relied on their powerful firepower, but also established a large base around them. They also lured some survivors to their base under the pretext of sheltering them as their food reserves. After all, these days, there is no other city like ours where everyone can live so comfortably. So these beasts set their sights on our city. Su Sheng paused here, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and then continued. So one night, these beasts actually fired 2 bombs carrying the virus into the city, and Dwang and the others. When Lin Feng heard this, his expression instantly became serious and he asked, What's wrong with Dwang and the others? Dwang's wife and children are all dead, and Dwang is also. Dwang has gone crazy too. As Su Sheng said this, Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists, and his knuckles turned white from exerting too much force. But after a moment, a wave of regret also surged into Lin Feng's heart. After all, it was me who harmed them. If I hadn't asked Dwang to come back with you, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Brother Feng, don't blame yourself. How can you be blamed for this? Who could have predicted what those beasts would do? Besides, Dwang has always respected you. He knows that you did this for the good of everyone. At this time, Zhao Jingyi also persuaded. Yes, Offing, now is not the time to blame yourself. Dwang is still waiting for us to seek justice for him. There are so many dead brothers who are also waiting for us to seek justice for them. Lin Feng nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the guilt in his heart. You are right. Su Sheng, take me to see Dwang quickly. Okay, Brother Feng. So, under the leadership of Su Sheng, Lin Feng, and everyone else came to a deserted cornfield in the suburbs. All I saw in this deserted cornfield was weeds growing everywhere and withered yellow corn stalks standing crookedly. Not far away, a man with a hunched back was waving a sickle in his hand, muttering to himself and roaring from time to time. That's Dwang. Su Sheng whispered to Lin Feng, his eyes full of pity. Lin Feng slowly approached Dwang and called softly, Dwang, it's me, I'm Lin Feng. When Dwang heard the sound, he turned his head suddenly, his eyes full of vigilance and madness. At this moment, his hair was messy, his face was covered with stubble, and his clothes were tattered and covered in dirt. Don't come over here. Dwang waved his weapon, his voice becoming hoarse. You are all bad guys, you want to steal my things, and you want to harm my wife and children. No way, no way. As Dwang said this, he threw himself on a grave covered with weeds in the cornfield, his face full of fear. The honest and simple-minded Dwang, smiling foolishly at her, seemed to be still vivid in her mind. But now Dwang has become like this, and Lin Feng's heart seems to be bleeding at this moment. Brother Feng, don't be too sad. To be honest, not all of us want to see Dwang become like this. At this time, Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng with a sad expression and spoke again. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at the blue sky and couldn't help but let out a long breath before slowly speaking. How long has he been in this state? It has been like this since his wife and child died. It has probably been more than 2 months. Su Sheng said in a low voice with some guilt. Lin Feng turned around and patted Su Sheng on the shoulder. He was about to say something, but suddenly at this moment, Wang Dezhuang, who had gone crazy, suddenly hugged Lu Yan's thigh as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and muttered, Wife, don't leave me. Wife, I really miss you, woo woo woo. Lu Yan was frightened by this sudden action and screamed subconsciously. Zhao Lucy and Zhao Jingyi hurried forward and tried to pull Dazhuang away, but Dazhuang was like a mad beast, holding Lu Yan tightly and refusing to let go, with amazing strength. Dazhuang, wake up. She is not your wife. Zhao Jingyi shouted anxiously, and beads of sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. Chapter 4:21 Dazhuang recovers his sanity. Seeing this, Lin Feng also rushed forward to help and shouted loudly. Dazhuang, look carefully, this is not my sister-in-law. But Dazhuang was completely immersed in his own hallucinations at this moment. He turned a deaf ear to Lin Feng's calls. He just kept crying and muttering about his longing for his wife. Su Sheng stamped his feet anxiously. It's all my fault. I didn't stop him in advance. After all, in Su Sheng's understanding, since this unnamed woman can be with Lin Feng, it is obvious that this woman is Lin Feng's woman. But what is going on with Dazhuang's behavior today? However, what he never expected was that Lin Feng suddenly stopped helping and asked Zhao Jingyi and other girls to stop as well, and said to Lu Yan, since Dazhuang likes you so much, then you will be his wife from now on, right? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Su Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, I didn't expect Brother Feng to be so generous and willing to give this. But when Lu Yan heard this, she was immediately frightened and shook her head, saying, he is a fool. I don't want him. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on my brother? No, I. Seeing Lu Yan being frightened like this, Lin Feng felt that he had gone too far, so he could only change his words. You don't have to be his wife, but you just have to take good care of him. Don't you want to find someone to rely on? He will be your support from now on. Lu Yan's eyes were instantly filled with tears. She looked at Lin Feng in shock and fear, her voice filled with tears. Brother Feng, I really can't do it. He's like this now. I'm afraid to even get close to him. How can I serve him? As she spoke, she unconsciously clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, and her body couldn't stop shaking slightly. At this time, Zhao Jingyi couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she stepped forward and pulled Lin Feng's arm and advised. Ah Feng, please don't make things difficult for Lu Yan. She is a weak woman, and she would be scared when facing Dazhuang's crazy state. Why don't we think of other ways? Zhao Lucy also nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Feng, forcing Lu Yan won't solve the problem. Su Sheng stood aside and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He felt that Lin Feng's proposal was indeed a bit ridiculous, but he didn't dare to refute it directly. Okay, stop talking. Lin Feng said this with an impatient look on his face, and lit a cigarette for himself, trying to ease his mood at the moment. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Lucy, which made Zhao Lucy subconsciously take a few steps back, and said with a vigilant look, Brother Feng, what are you going to do? Use your healing ability quickly, and see if you can wake Dazhuang up. Isn't this possible? Lin Feng immediately said, wouldn't you know if you could just give it a try? When Zhao Lucy heard what Lin Feng said, she had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay, then I'll try it." So Zhao Lucy took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and concentrated on mobilizing her healing abilities. She raised her hands slightly, and a soft light green light appeared in her palms. The light spread towards Dwang like a thread. At first, Dwang was still immersed in his own hallucinations and had no reaction to the energy. He was still sobbing and waving his hands in the air as if he was grabbing something invisible. At this time, beads of sweat had already seeped out of Zhao Lucy's forehead, but she still gritted her teeth and increased the maximum output of her healing ability. As the light green light enveloped Dwang, his movements gradually became slower and his crying began to weaken. When Lin Feng and everyone else saw this scene, they couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at Dwang with eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly at this moment, Dwang's body shook violently, and the confusion in his eyes began to fade away, replaced by a trace of clarity. Dwang looked at the people around him, his voice a little weak and puzzled. What happened to me? Lin Xiao, when did you come back?" Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and patted Dwang on the shoulder. "Brother, you are finally awake. You made us all very anxious just now." Dwang rubbed his head, trying to recall what had just happened, with a painful look on his face. "I think I saw my wife. She was calling me." As Dwang spoke, his eyes began to turn red again. At this time, Su Sheng hurried forward, handed him a bottle of water and said with concern, "Drink some water first, and take it easy." Lu Yin stood aside and saw Dwang wake up. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, but there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. Zhao Jingyu walked to Zhao Lucy and asked with concern, "Lucy, are you okay?" Zhao Lucy forced a smile. "Maybe I was too exhausted just now, and now I feel a little tired, but fortunately, it seems that my ability is also effective for this kind of mental illness. To be honest, this is really something I didn't expect." At this moment, Lin Feng looked at Dwang, who had regained consciousness, and suddenly said, "Dwang, do you want to avenge your wife and children?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhuang's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle's. A raging fire ignited in his originally dim eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and he spoke word by word through gritted teeth. "Master Lin, I dream of avenging them. As long as I can make those beasts pay with blood, I will do anything you ask me to do." Lin Feng nodded slightly, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Okay, I'll give you this opportunity now." Hearing this, Dwang was so excited that his body trembled slightly. With bloodshot eyes, he looked straight at Lin Feng and said in a loud voice, "Mr. Lin, can I really do this?" "Certainly." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a second-level crystal core from the space and placed it in Dwang's hand. He then said, "Absorb these crystal cores first. In less than a month, you will also be a superpower." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Dwang nodded heavily and swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. In an instant, Dwang felt a burst of heat and his breathing became heavy. "Hurry up and get down on the floor and do some push-ups to get rid of the lust in you." As soon as Lin Feng reminded him, Dwang immediately lay on the ground and did push-ups with a grunt. At this time, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Lu Yin again and said, "My brother has recovered. It should be okay for you to take care of him now, right?" After all, Lin Feng brought her back not to treat her as a lady. She still had to put in some labor. Besides, Dwang, who had just recovered, really needed someone to take care of him. Chapter 4:22 Healing Su Sheng's Eyes. Lu Yin looked at Dwang, who was lying on the ground and doing push-ups, in panic, and asked timidly, Is he really okay?" "Nonsense. All right." Seeing Lu Yin agreed, Lin Feng slowed down his tone and said, "Please clean up the wooden house at the end of the field. It has been here for so long, and I don't know how messy it is." Lu Yin followed Lin Feng's gaze and saw that the house was dilapidated. The walls were covered with mottled marks, the window glass was broken, and the wind was blowing in. The yard was overgrown with weeds and looked desolate, as if telling of the tragic past. This made Lu Yin feel a bit more sympathy for Dwang in addition to fear. "Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go clean it up now." Lu Yin responded softly, turned around, and walked towards the house. While she was busy, the side effects on Dwang gradually disappeared. So Dwang slowly stood up, feeling his body full of strength and his spirit more excited than ever before. Dwang looked at Lu Yin's busy figure in the distance and vaguely saw the shadow of his wife, which made him feel a little dazed. Hey, what are you looking at?" Suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng's reminder made Dwang come back to his senses. He immediately scratched his head awkwardly and said hesitantly, "No, nothing." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes with a look of scrutiny. Then he took out some second and third-order crystal cores from the space, handed them to him, and said, "You can only take these crystal cores twice a day, and you can only take 2 at a time. Once you have taken the crystal cores and there are no side effects, you can take a large amount. Do you remember this?" "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll remember it." Dwang nodded, holding the crystal core tightly in his hand. Seeing Dwang say this, Lin Feng patted his shoulder again and said, "Don't worry. None of those beasts who killed your wife and children will escape." When Dwang heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. He held back his tears and nodded heavily to Lin Feng again. Then Lin Feng looked at Su Sheng again, handed over thousands of rank 15 crystal cores to Su Sheng and said, "With these crystal cores, I think it should be enough to upgrade your wood-related abilities to a higher level, right?" Su Sheng took a bag of crystal cores with both hands. His pupils shrank as he said, "Brother Feng, what did you just say? These are 15th level crystal cores, and 1,000. It should be more than 1,000. If it's not enough, come back to me. I'll stop when my ability is upgraded to a high level." After saying that, Lin Feng gently hit Su Sheng's shoulder and was about to take Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, and others back to the villa where they used to live. "Wait a moment." But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke again. Everyone was stunned and focused their eyes on him. Zhao Jingyi asked, "What happened to Offing? Lucy, can you help heal Su Sheng's eyes?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lucy and asked with a serious expression. When everyone heard this, they were all excited. After Su Sheng heard Lin Feng's words, his hands shook violently, and the bag containing the crystal core almost fell. At this moment, Su Sheng opened his lips slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. He subconsciously raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch his long blind eye. He looked at Zhao Lucy excitedly and said in a trembling voice, "It's been so long, can it really be cured?" Zhao Lucy shook her head at Su Sheng's eager gaze, and Su Sheng's eyes dimmed instantly. But then, what Zhao Lucy said gave him hope again. "To be honest, I'm not really sure about this." When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately became anxious. "You said the same thing when you were treating Dwang just now. How can you know if you don't try? You have to be confident. Be confident, understand?" "Humph." Zhao Lucy snorted and stretched out her hand to Lin Feng, saying, "Okay, let's give it a try. Give me a crystal core and restore my supernatural power first. You should have told me earlier that you don't have any supernatural powers. Here." As Lin Feng spoke, he grabbed a handful of 15th order crystal cores from the space and stuffed them into Zhao Lucy's hand like candy beans. The last time he copied 10 million 15th order crystal cores, he had not completely absorbed them all, and now there were at least several million of them in the space. But in Su Sheng's eyes, Lin Feng's behavior was another matter. After all, on land now, let alone the 15th level crystal core, even the 12th and 13th level zombie crystal cores are still rare. It seems like Brother Feng has definitely made a fortune this time. At this time, Zhao Lucy took the crystal core and without any further ado, closed her eyes and began to absorb it. The air around her seemed to fluctuate slightly with her movements, and strands of energy gathered towards her lower abdomen. Only after a moment did Zhao Lucy suddenly open her eyes. A gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Zhao Lucy looked at Su Sheng and said in a deep voice, "Come on, let me try." Su Sheng became so nervous upon hearing this that his whole body began to tremble slightly. But even so, he still slowly sat in front of Zhao Lucy, holding the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. "Su Sheng, man, why are you so nervous? If Lucy can really cure your eyes, that would be great. If not, don't be too discouraged. Brother Feng, I understand. Sister Lucy, come on." As Su Sheng spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. So Zhao Lucy slowly stretched out her jade hand and gently covered Su Sheng's blind eye. Suddenly, a warm power spread from her palm. At this time, Su Sheng only felt a tingling sensation in his eyeballs, as if countless tiny tentacles were repairing the damaged tissue. As time passed, Su Sheng's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, but he still gritted his teeth, trying hard to suppress his inner tension and anticipation. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others on the side also held their breath, staring at Zhao Lucy and Su Sheng without blinking. At this moment, everyone was expecting a miracle to happen. At this moment, Zhao Lucy's hands suddenly trembled, and a trace of fatigue appeared on her face. Everyone's heart was instantly hanging. Lin Feng stepped forward and asked with concern, "What happened?" Zhao Lucy did not answer, but took a deep breath and increased the output of her supernatural powers again. After all, Su Sheng's eyes have been blind for too long, and it is not an easy task to repair them easily. At this moment, Su Sheng felt that the originally dark world in front of him seemed to have a glimmer of light. He was so excited that he almost cried out, but he was afraid of affecting Zhao Lucy, so he could only hold it back. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Lucy slowly withdrew her hand, her face looking slightly pale. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately stuffed another crystal core into Zhao Lucy's hand so that she could recover her supernatural power, but his eyes were fixed on Su Sheng. Chapter 423 Concerns about Su Xiaoxiao. Su Sheng, how do you feel now? Open your eyes and try. Okay, Brother Feng. As Su Sheng slowly opened his eyes, he first saw a blurry light and shadow, and then the scene in front of him gradually became clear. His blind eye gradually saw the familiar yet unfamiliar faces around him, the weeds swaying in the wind in the distance, and the dilapidated house behind the crowd. Brother Feng, I can see now. Su Sheng shouted excitedly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He suddenly stood up, hugged Lin Feng tightly, and said in a choked voice, Brother Feng, thank you. Thank you. Lin Feng patted Su Sheng on the back with a pleased smile on his face. Why are you thanking me? The person you should thank the most is Lucy. Thank you too, Sister Lucy. You're thinking of me now? Su Sheng scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. Afterwards, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others returned to their residence with their children. But when Lin Feng just stepped into the community, he ran into Su Xiaoxiao head-on. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Lin Feng, she was stunned for a moment, and then tears welled up in her eyes. Big brother, you are finally back. If you hadn't come back, Brother Su Sheng might not have been able to bear it. Obviously, Su Xiaoxiao didn't know that the position outside the city gate had been temporarily released by Lin Feng, so she acted like this. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng exchanged glances with Zhao Jingyi before smiling and saying slowly, Xiao, don't worry. The matter outside the city has been resolved, and Su Sheng's eyes have been cured by Lucy. When Su Xiaoxiao heard Lin Feng say this, her eyes widened in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Really? Big brother, you are not lying to me, are you? Lin Feng nodded seriously. Of course it's true. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly, tears still hanging on her face, but she burst into laughter. That's great. That's great. I knew you would find a way once you came back, big brother. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao like this, Lin Feng just smiled calmly. However, at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, so he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and asked, By the way, have you awakened your superpowers now? Well, big brother, I have just awakened my wind ability. Wind type. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but think of the guy who had betrayed him, who also had wind-related abilities. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes. What's wrong with you, big brother? Nothing. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled faintly. He took out thousands of 15th-level crystal cores from the space and stuffed them into Su Xiaoxiao's hands. Find a place to absorb these golden rivers, and before long your abilities will rise to a higher level. High level. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the large bag of crystal cores in her hand and felt a little dazed. Then she suddenly came to her senses, stared at Lin Feng, and said, Does this mean I can avenge my parents? Lin Feng looked at the fire of revenge burning in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, and his expression became serious. So Lin Feng gently patted Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder and said, To be honest, after absorbing these crystal cores, you are indeed qualified to seek revenge. However, revenge requires experience and skills, not just powerful supernatural powers. Brother, I remember it. Su Xiaoxiao said this, nodded heavily to Lin Feng, and ran somewhere else impatiently to absorb the crystal core. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao's back as she hurriedly left with the crystal core in her arms, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ah Feng, it seems that Xiaoxiao didn't take everything you said to heart. Zhao Jingyi walked gently to Lin Feng's side and said with a slightly frown. Lin Feng looked at the direction where Su Xiaoxiao disappeared, his eyes full of worry as he said, Yes, she is too eager for revenge. What should we do next? Should we keep a closer eye on her? Zhao Jingyi suggested. Lin Feng nodded. This is the only way for now. Killing Xia Ku has become an obsession that she can't get rid of, but she lacks practical experience, and her psychological quality is not mature enough. These are what she really needs to make up for. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then continued. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given it to her. Zhao Jingyi shook her head gently and consoled her. Ah Feng, you also want her to be able to protect herself and realize her wish of revenge sooner. Besides, it's not too late to give her a crystal core to improve her abilities. We just need to spend more time and effort to guide her. Lin Feng nodded slightly and took a deep breath. I hope so. Returning to the villa where he once lived, Lin Feng looked at the furnishings in the villa and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. After all, I have been out searching for the crystal of the earth for such a long time. Now that I am back here again, it feels like a lifetime ago. At this time, Zhao Jingyi walked gently to the window and pulled open the heavy curtains. In an instant, dazzling sunlight rushed in, dispelling the long-standing gloom and dullness in the house. Let's clean up here first, so everyone can feel better. Zhao Jingyi turned her head to look at Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang and others, trying to break the slightly heavy atmosphere with a relaxed tone. Han Wushuang was the first to speak. Okay, the table is covered with dust, so I'll wipe it. Li Xian also said, Mimi and I will mop the floor. I'll sort out these miscellaneous items. Lu Yun also said. Ning Rushuang walked silently to the window and began to wipe the dirty glass. Just like that, everyone got busy in an orderly manner. Lin Feng took the box containing 12 earth crystals and returned to his room. He opened the box, picked up an earth crystal, and began to examine it carefully. Are these 12 earth crystals really as magical as Baturu and Ali say? Seeing Lin Feng's thoughts, he activated the 10 million times replication system. Special unique item, cannot be copied. What the hell? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But then I thought about it, and it was indeed true. If it could really be copied, then I would only need to find a crystal of the earth at the beginning, right? Then Lin Feng's mind moved, and he actually activated the synthesis system again. This item is a special species and cannot be synthesized. When Lin Feng heard the system's synthesized voice at this moment, his brows furrowed even tighter than before. After all, in Lin Feng's view, these 12 earth crystals were like eggs with cracks. It wouldn't take long before a large number of ancient beasts would be attracted here. Therefore, we must now dispose of these 12 earth crystals as soon as possible, otherwise the entire Songhai city will never have peace. Meanwhile, Chapter 424, The Fat Man in the Government Army. At the same time, in another city base 10 miles away from Songhai City, a group of government troops were meeting in a building in silence. But they all looked at the fat man sitting in the C position, holding a knife and fork, eating frantically. The fat man put the last piece of meat on the plate, which he didn't know what it was, into his mouth. He casually wiped the greasy corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, then slowly raised his head and scanned everyone's faces one by one. There was bloodthirstiness and madness in his eyes. The conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Why are you all silent? Bai Mao and our brothers were all killed. Don't you have any idea at all? The fat man spoke, his voice low and hoarse, with a hint of satisfaction from having just finished a meal. At this time, a young man with a scar on his face stood up, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Brother, he can easily wipe out thousands of our brothers. Moreover, Bai Mao is a mid-level water-based supernaturalist. It seems that Songhai City is not simple. That's not right. Didn't we already drop a biological bomb into the city? At this time, another government soldier also spoke. That thing only works on ordinary survivors. It's useless for those with superpowers. Bang! But just as the scarred young man finished speaking, the fat man slammed the table and said, I want to know now, Bai Fa and the others are dead. Have their bodies been brought back? Brother, not yet. What? You bunch of prodigals, the weather is so hot. Why don't you pull it back and salt it? Do you want to eat rotten meat? The scarred young man trembled slightly and lowered his head quickly, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Brother, it's getting dark soon, so for safety's sake, we brothers want to wait until dark before going there. What? Wait until dark? Yes, big brother. Will the meat still be fresh after dark? I say, firecrackers, can you please stop being such a coward? Okay, big brother. I'll take the brothers there right away. After saying that, the young man with the scar, who the fat man called Firecracker, hurriedly left the meeting room. The fat man looked at Ortigio's departing back, snorted coldly, and turned his gaze to the other members of the government army. Don't just stand there. Think of a way to take over Songhai City. Now we have been reduced to eating the corpses of our brothers. If we continue like this, we will all be finished. At this moment, a tall and thin member of the government army stood up timidly, pushed the worn glasses on his nose, and said in a trembling voice, Brother, how about we send a few brothers with good skills and special abilities to go over and test the waters first? Once we know the strength and number of those with special abilities, we can think of other countermeasures. This way, we won't act rashly and lose our brothers in vain. The fat man narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and suddenly stared at the tall and thin man fiercely. Isn't that bullshit? What do you think? Sending a few people there will do nothing. If they are discovered, won't they just die? The tall and thin man was so frightened by the fat man's glare that he sat down quickly, not daring to even breathe. At this time, another burly man with bulging muscles stood up. His voice was as loud as a bell. Brother, don't be afraid. Let's just lead the brothers to charge over. With our firepower, are we afraid that we can't defeat them? At worst, we can fight to the death. The fat man frowned, thought for a moment, and slapped the table. You are a simple-minded guy. You only know how to fight and kill. We are short of supplies now. If we fight them head-on, even if we win in the end, it will only be a miserable victory. What's the point? The big man scratched his head and sat back down with an embarrassed look on his face. At this time, the conference room fell silent again, and everyone was racking their brains, thinking about how to take over Songhai City. Suddenly, a shrill voice broke the silence in the conference room. Brother, I have an idea. Didn't we launch biological bombs at Songhai City? Although those superpowers are not afraid, the ordinary survivors must have suffered heavy casualties. We just need to spread the news that we have the antidote. Those survivors will definitely help us in order to survive. When the time comes, we will work together inside and outside. Why worry that we can't take down Songhai City? The fat man's eyes lit up, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Interesting, hee. At this time in Songhai, Su Sheng and Su Xiao, who had obtained the crystal core, each found a place and could not wait to absorb the crystal core to quickly improve their respective strength. At this time, Erdioggio led a group of people and hurried towards Songhai City under the cover of night. Along the way, these people looked solemn, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, fearing that they would encounter something unexpected like Bai Mao and the others. The moonlight shone on them, casting long shadows, which looked particularly strange on the quiet road. At this time, several junior psychics who were responsible for patrolling on the city wall were vigilantly observing the movements outside the city. At this moment, one of the psychics with night vision ability suddenly frowned. He saw a group of black shadows moving towards this side quickly in the distance. Brothers, something seems to be happening. A group of people are heading towards us. There are quite a few of them. Go and inform young Master Lin quickly. The subordinate immediately whispered. Upon hearing this, the other people immediately tensed up and quickly prepared for battle. One of them quickly ran down the city wall and ran towards the community. Lin Feng, who was having dinner with the girls in the villa, heard what was happening outside the city. He and his subordinate immediately drove the off-road vehicle and drove quickly towards the city wall. But until Lin Feng just climbed up the city wall, the team of firecrackers was still lingering in the distance and did not dare to move forward even a single step. This shows how cautious these people are. Mr. Lin, what do you think these people want to do so late at night? At this time, a subordinate asked in a low voice beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng also looked doubtful at this time and said, Don't be anxious. You will know after you take a look. That's right. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Erdioggio and his men got closer and closer to the city wall. When they approached the corpses outside the city, they pounced on their prey like hungry wolves, dragging the corpses and loading them onto a cart not far away. On the city wall, Lin Feng's men were all confused when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, and then he shouted to the city. Do you need help? Chapter 4:25 Rainy Night. In the silence of the night, when Lin Feng suddenly shouted like this, Erdioggio and his men who were carrying the corpses all felt their anus tighten suddenly. But even so, Erdioggio still pretended to remain calm. He raised his head mechanically and looked in the direction of Lin Feng on the city wall. He could only vaguely see the tall figure on the city wall in the moonlight. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. We are just taking the body away, and we will leave right now. Erdioggio shouted at the top of his lungs in a trembling voice. Leave? What the hell are you going to do? Just lie here and become corpses. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, two blazing violet lasers shot out from his eyes, and with a sweep, Erdioggio and his men's bodies and limbs were instantly cut in half. The entire outside of the city fell into silence again. The few remaining men of Lin Feng on the city wall were shocked and awed by Lin Feng's powerful abilities. At this time, one of the young men, with admiration in his eyes, could not help but whispered, Mr. Lin, your ability is really amazing. If you had come back earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Lin Feng nodded slightly when he heard this, and scanned the bodies scattered outside the city with a cold gaze. He sighed and said, Don't worry, none of them can escape. Crack. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the night sky, which originally had some moonlight, suddenly became overcast. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the outside of the city as bright as day. What's going on? Why is it raining out of nowhere? Young Master Lin, go back. We'll be fine. At this time, one of the subordinates muttered a few words, then looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry. As Lin Feng was speaking, he came to a synthetic heavy machine gun on the city wall that had run out of ammunition. With an idea, he synthesized the heavy machine gun to the highest level. Synthesis. As Lin Feng shouted synthesize, the heavy machine gun that had originally looked like a mecha changed again. The 13-in-1 data also sounded in Lin Feng's mind at this time. 13-in-1 superdimensional quantum annihilation M2 domination heavy machine gun. The firing rate breaks through the time dimension limit. The theoretical firing rate is infinitely close to the number of light speed particles per second. The effective range covers the planetary orbit. The maximum range can break through the galaxy boundary, has autonomous tracking and quantum locking capabilities, can carry out dimensionality reduction strikes on the target. Once locked, the target cannot escape at both the material level and the energy level. In an instant, a dreamy luster flowed on the surface of the machine gun, mysterious runes flickered, and the entire gun body seemed to resonate with the mysterious power in the universe. Even the surrounding air seemed to be sucked away, forming a vacuum vortex that tightly surrounded the machine gun. The men on the city wall were so shocked when they saw this scene that they couldn't close their mouths. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Mr. Lin, this is too exaggerated. Oh my God. Hearing the exclamations of his men around him, Lin Feng did not respond. After all, this synthesized heavy machine gun amazed not only them, but even Lin Feng himself. It is no exaggeration to say that this weapon is more than enough to protect this city. But even so, Lin Feng still combined them again amid the amazement of his men, and then turned to them and said, "With these two weapons, no one on this planet will dare to attack our city." Crack. I felt that at this moment, a loud thunder sounded again in the night sky. Lin Feng looked up, and in the astonished eyes of his men, he walked down the city wall, got back into the SUV, and returned to the community. At the same time, Wang Dazhuang was doing push-ups with great effort because he had just inhaled the crystal core. Lu Yin, who was serving him at the side, couldn't help swallowing when looking at the crystal core on the wooden table in the room. Because the crystal core is too tempting to her. Lu Yan's eyes were fixed on one of the crystal cores on the table. She was struggling between conscience and desire in her heart. But reason told her that this was Wang Dazhuang's thing, and she should not have any improper thoughts about it. Besides, Lin Feng told her last time that there are certain side effects after inhaling the crystal core. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the man in front of him to lie on the ground and do push-ups grunting like a wild buffalo immediately after sucking the crystal core. But even so, the crystal core on the table was still like a magnet, making her unable to take her eyes away. Finally, desire finally overcame Lu Yan's reason, causing her to slowly reach out her hand, tremblingly picked up the two crystal cores, and quickly stuffed them into her mouth. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout was heard. Lu Yan turned around in horror and saw that Wang Dazhuang had stopped doing push-ups at some point and was staring at her with an angry face. I just... Lu Yan was so frightened that her voice was shaking, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the chair. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yan's eyes began to become blurred and her tall chest began to rise and fall violently. Dazhuang, who was originally furious, became a little flustered when he saw Lu Yan suddenly become like this. "Hey, big sister, what's wrong with you? It's hot, so hot. Water. I want to drink water." Okay, I'll pour it for you right away." As Dazhuang said this, he quickly poured a cup of tea and turned around to hand it to Lu Yan. But what he never expected was that Lu Yan had already taken off her clothes due to the heat and kept squirming in the chair. "It's so hot. I want to drink some water." Crack. At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded again in the night sky, and a flash of lightning cut through the night sky. Dazhuang was holding the water cup in a hurry, but he couldn't help but glance at Lu Yan. The atmosphere in the room became extremely ambiguous and weird. At this moment, Dazhuang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened and his breathing became heavy. "Give me some water. I want some water." Just as Dazhuang was stunned, Lu Yan suddenly stood up, snatched the water cup from Dazhuang's hand, and drank it all. But the feeling of heat did not diminish at all. Her eyes became more and more blurred, and she began to moan in pain and unbearable, and then she threw herself into Dazhuang's arms. In the villa, Lin Feng stood in front of the window, holding a cigarette between his fingers, looking at the sudden heavy rain, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this time, Zhao Jingyi put a coat on Lin Feng. "Don't catch a cold." Lin Feng smiled faintly, hugged Zhao Jingyi in his arms, and watched the heavy rain in the night. "Ah Feng, I think what you did today seemed a little ill-considered." At this time, Zhao Jingyi, in Lin Feng's arms, suddenly spoke softly. Chapter 4:26 Lin Feng's plan. "What is it?" Lin Feng stroked Zhao Jingyi's hair and asked with a smile. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let Lu Yan and Dazhuang live together at this late hour?" "Hee hee. You're still laughing, am I wrong?" Zhao Jingyi left Lin Feng's arms and said in confusion. Lin Feng smiled and said, "What do you know? I am doing this for their own good. Good for them all." Zhao Jingyi asked in confusion. A man whose wife and child just died needs a woman to take care of him and comfort him. And Lu Yan, doesn't she also want to find someone to rely on? Don't you think that if the two of them can be together, it can be considered as mutual comfort, which is a good thing? Lin Feng explained patiently, but there was a hint of a smirk in his eyes. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but frown when she heard Lin Feng's words. She thought for a moment before speaking. "Ah Feng, although that's what you said, they didn't have much contact before. Wouldn't it be a bit too abrupt for them to live together suddenly? Besides, Dwang is in so much pain. Can he accept Lu Yan?" Lin Feng gently pinched Zhao Jingyi's nose and said, "Silly, the crystal core can not only improve strength, but also enhance feelings. Have you forgotten all this?" "Oh my god, often, it turns out you planned all this." Zhao Jingyi suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Ha ha, you're still laughing. You're really mean." Zhao Jingyi blushed immediately when she thought of how they were also under the side effects of the crystal core and couldn't help themselves and couldn't stop. The next day, after a night of indulgence, Dwang suddenly woke up and looked at the collapsed bed in the room. You can imagine how crazy he and Lu Yan were on that rainy night with thunder and lightning yesterday. Dwang rubbed his swollen and aching temple. His head felt as chaotic as if it was stuffed with a ball of cotton. Lu Yan was still sleeping beside him, the sunlight shining through the window onto her face, outlining a soft outline. At this moment, Dwang's heart suddenly tightened, and those crazy and charming scenes of last night came to his mind like a tide, making his face instantly hot, and he looked at a loss. "Oh my, look at what I have done." Dwang muttered to himself and got up carefully, afraid of waking Lu Yan. After putting on his clothes, Dwang tiptoed out of the room. The moment Dwang left, Lu Yan, who had been sleeping, slowly opened her eyes. Lu Yan quietly looked at Dwang's departing back, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, including shyness, satisfaction, but more of uneasiness. She pulled the quilt over herself and wrapped herself tightly, replaying every detail of last night in her mind. "What will he think? Will he think I'm frivolous?" Lu Yan murmured softly, her voice full of worry. After a long while, Lu Yan finally mustered up the courage to get up and tidied up the slightly messy room. She opened the door and the sunlight hit her face, but she felt it was a bit dazzling. In the yard, Dwang was sitting in a corner, holding his head in his hands, looking annoyed. Hearing the footsteps, he subconsciously raised his head, and their eyes met in the air, then quickly moved away, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. "Morning." Lu Yan was the first to break the silence, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Morning," Dwang responded. His throat seemed to be choked by something, and his voice was dry. The two were speechless for a moment, and the air seemed to freeze. Just then, Lin Feng came over with Zhao Jingyi, cigarette in hand. "Hey, you're all up now. How did you sleep last night?" Lin Feng had a mischievous smile on his face and joked deliberately. Dwang and Lu Yan's faces instantly turned red. Seeing this, Zhao Jingyi quickly nudged Lin Feng with her elbow and said angrily, "Don't tease them." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hands, then became serious. "Dwang, Lu Yan, since things have come to this, you two should just have a good chat. After all, there are still many days to come, right?" After saying that, Lin Feng threw another bag of crystal cores to Dwang, then took Zhao Jingyi away and went somewhere else, leaving Dwang and Lu Yan looking at each other in bewilderment. Dwang hesitated for a moment and said, "Lu Yan, it was my fault for what happened last night. Stop talking." Lu Yan interrupted him, her eyes slightly red. I don't blame you. After all, in Lu Yan's opinion, she was the one who took the initiative last night. To be honest, I can't blame this honest and decent man in front of me." When Dwang heard Lu Yan say this, he suddenly felt pity in his heart. He stood up, walked to Lu Yan, and gently held her hand. "Sister, don't worry. I will be responsible for you and take good care of you in the future." When Lu Yan heard this, she raised her head suddenly, tears flashing in her eyes. Lin Feng held Zhao Jingyi's hand and returned to the SUV, preparing to start the car and return to the community. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi looked at Dwang and Lu Yan outside the car window and said, "Ah Feng, do you think Dwang and Lu Yan will fall in love with each other over time?" "I will." Lin Feng put on sunglasses as he spoke. Seeing Lin Feng so sure, Zhao Jingyi immediately asked curiously, "How can you be so sure? If one day doesn't work, then 2 days will do. Love will eventually develop over time. Otherwise, why would I come here so early in the morning to give the crystal core to this old guy Dwang?" "Ah Feng, what are you talking about? Disgusting." Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly and drove away. At the same time, in the base 10 kilometers away, the fat man of the government army stared at one of his men with anger on his face and shouted, "You mean to say that Ortigio and the gang that went to retrieve the bodies didn't come back?" The subordinate was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, we have sent people over there and found Ortigio and the others. What happened to them? Tell me." "They are all dead." When the fat man heard this, his face became even uglier, veins popped out on his fat cheeks, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I, Du Fei, have finally opened my eyes today. They are all a bunch of good-for-nothings, trash, trash." Du Fei was seen pacing back and forth as he spoke, with each step heavily on the ground, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. "Notify everyone at the base to assemble in half an hour. We must take Songhai City for me today at all costs." "Okay, boss. I'll go inform the brothers now." As the subordinate spoke, he retreated tumbling. At this time, Du Fei slowly clenched his fists, and his face, which was full of flesh, was ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 427 Su Sheng, Su Xiaoxiao's Advanced Supernatural Realm. At the same time, Su Sheng, who had been absorbing the crystal core all night, suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of green flashed across his eyes. Advanced wood-related ability. Su Sheng felt the tremendous power in his body and suddenly felt ecstatic. Then he immediately opened the door and walked towards Lin Feng's villa. But before he reached the door of the villa, he saw Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi from afar, just getting out of the SUV. Brother Feng, Brother Feng." Su Sheng shouted excitedly and walked quickly towards Lin Feng. Seeing Su Sheng so excited, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi smiled at each other. They had naturally guessed that Su Sheng must have improved his strength, which was why he was so excited. So Lin Feng smiled and walked over to him, patting Su Sheng on the shoulder. "Look at how excited you are. Have you succeeded in breaking through?" Su Sheng nodded vigorously with excitement, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. "Brother Feng, I have awakened the wood ability, and it has directly reached the advanced level." Zhao Jingyi covered her mouth in surprise when she heard this. "So powerful. It seems that you have not absorbed the crystal core in vain." Su Sheng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Thanks to the crystal core you gave me, Brother Feng. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. I feel full of energy now. I can knock down 10 zombies in one breath." Lin Feng looked at him with praise in his eyes. High-level wood-type abilities must be very powerful. "Then tell me quickly, how powerful is the wood-type ability once it reaches a high level?" "Brother Feng, after my wood ability reaches a high level, I feel like I can control plants at will." "Oh, really?" Su Sheng nodded heavily and continued. "For example, I can make grass grow into vines more than 1 meter tall in an instant. I can also stimulate the growth of some thorny plants. Those thorns are extremely hard, like steel needles, and are also somewhat poisonous." As Su Sheng spoke, he waved his hand, and several small flowers in the flower bed next to him began to grow wildly in an instant. The roots and stems continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye they turned into several flexible vines waving in the air. Zhao Jingyi's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect that the advanced wood-type ability would be so magical." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes deep. "If my guess is correct, the wood ability may also have a good effect in recovery and treatment." "Su Sheng, have you tried this ability?" Su Sheng scratched his head, a little confused. "Therapeutic? I haven't tried it yet. But I remember that in the novels I read before, wood-related abilities seem to promote plant growth. Maybe it can really help the recovery of the human body." At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao also walked over from not far away. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's excited expression, Lin Feng knew the reason without even thinking. "Brother, my wind ability has also reached a high level." "Really? Then tell me what the advanced level of wind power is." Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly. "Brother, my wind ability has reached a high level now. I feel like the master of the wind. I could only create a slight breeze before, but now I am very powerful." She paused, took a deep breath, and continued. "I can create a tornado with countless wind blades out of thin air." Su Sheng was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but interrupt. "So amazing, Xiaoxiao. What else can you do with your wind ability?" Su Xiaoxiao blinked mischievously and continued. "Brother, I can also condense the wind into a sharp blade, like an invisible flying knife, which can be shot out with a whiz, and can easily cut off the neck of an enemy or a zombie. Moreover, my perception of the surrounding environment has become particularly sharp. Even the slightest movement can be detected in advance with the help of the power of the wind." As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand, and a swirling airflow instantly gathered in her palm. The airflow grew larger and larger, forming a small whirlwind, and the surrounding dust and debris were all sucked into it, making a whirring sound. Zhao Jingyi covered her mouth in amazement, her eyes full of envy. Lin Feng looked at the wind ability displayed by Su Xiaoxiao, pondered for a moment, and said, "The wind ability is fast and highly maneuverable, which complements Su Sheng's wood ability. If you encounter a large-scale enemy or zombie wave, Su Sheng can use plants to block and attack, and Xiao Xiao can use the wind ability to clear the zombies in the distance. By working together, your combat effectiveness will become even stronger in the future." When Su Sheng and Su Xiaoxiao heard what Lin Feng said, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Mr. Lin, a large number of government troops have arrived outside the city. They are heading towards us." At this moment, the voice of the brothers guarding the city suddenly sounded on the intercom. Su Sheng and Su Xiaoxiao's faces suddenly changed when they heard this. "Brother Feng, these beasts have arrived just in time. I will go there with Xiao Xiao now." Su Sheng said this and was about to pull Su Xiaoxiao away from here. But Lin Feng said, "Don't be so anxious. The 2 heavy machine guns on the city wall can repel them." Heavy machine gun? Obviously, due to absorbing the crystal core, Su Sheng still doesn't know that Lin Feng synthesized the 2 heavy machine guns last night. "You'll know what's going on when you get there." Lin Feng said this and then changed the subject. "Besides, I haven't eradicated them yet because I want to wait for Dwang to awaken his superpowers and let him do it himself, so that I can completely resolve his heart knot." When Su Sheng heard Lin Feng's words, he finally understood Lin Feng's good intentions. He couldn't help but think of Dwang's wife and children, and how Dwang was heartbroken and crazy when they were brutally killed by government forces. He couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Feng's arrangement. "Brother Feng, you are very thoughtful. Dwang has suffered so much. If he can take revenge with his own hands, he can not only give an explanation to his dead wife and children, but also to himself," Su Sheng said with emotion. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao on the side also clenched her fists and said with a firm look in her eyes, "When Brother Dwang awakens his superpowers, we will help him together and make those bad guys pay with blood." Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked into the distance. At the same time, Du Fei led all his men, pulling artillery, mortars, rocket launchers, and other hot weapons, and rushed to the city wall in a mighty manner. When Du Fei looked at the bodies of his brothers on the ground, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel the rage in his heart. "Fuck it. Set up all the cannons and blow open the city gate." As soon as he gave the order, his men responded one after another, and each of them quickly pointed their cannons at the city gate. At this time, the subordinates on the city wall who received Lin Feng's order through the intercom immediately used the loudspeaker to shout to Du Fei and other government troops below the city. "Our boss said that it's still time to go back, otherwise everyone will have a leg broken." Chapter 4:28 Magma Giant, Dwang. Du Fei and his men looked at each other in surprise when they heard the people on the city wall say this. Ha ha. Then there was a burst of laughter. After all, for Du Fei and his people, there are only 5 or 6 minions left on the city wall, and they are still brazenly talking about breaking their legs. This is simply ridiculous. So at this moment Du Fei was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. He wiped his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice. "Damn it! Who on earth invited you guys to be such a joker? You're almost making me die of laughter." Ha ha. Just as they were laughing, 2 mecha warriors slowly walked out from behind 2 battlements on the city wall, but the arms of these 2 mecha warriors were the muzzles of 2 heavy machine guns. Obviously, this is the ultimate form of the 13-in-1 heavy machine gun, the 13-in-1 superdimensional quantum annihilation M2 domination heavy machine gun. What is this? A soldier under Du Fei looked at the black muzzle of the gun, his voice full of doubts, and even trembling a little. "Why are you panicking? They are just a few heavy machine guns. We have so many artillery pieces. We are not afraid of them." Although Du Fei said this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. After all, he had never seen anything like this before. Bang! However, before he could give another order, the heavy machine gun on the city wall seemed to only emit a beam of light. But in just a blink of an eye, the left legs of thousands of men brought back by Du Fei were instantly pierced through. After all, the firing rate of the 13-in-1 superdimensional quantum annihilation M2 domination heavy machine gun has broken through the limitation of the time dimension. The theoretical firing rate is infinitely close to the number of light-speed particles per second. The effective range even covers the orbit of the planet, and the maximum range can break through the boundary of the galaxy. Therefore, dealing with Du Fei and his men is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, because all the creatures on the entire planet are not in the same dimension as these 2 weapons, including Lin Feng, who created these 2 weapons. Because the speed was too fast, Du Fei and his men only realized it at this time and looked down at their pierced thighs. For a moment, deathly silence enveloped the battlefield. But then, deafening screams broke out at the same time, like the wailing of pigs being slaughtered. At this time, Du Fei's face turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Because it was obvious that there was a bloody hole in his thigh and blood was still oozing out. How is this possible? Du Fei's lips trembled, his voice full of fear. He never thought that the attack he had carefully prepared today would be so vulnerable and was instantly crushed by the two strange-looking weapons on the city wall. "Boss, what should we do?" one of the subordinates cried. At this moment, they had completely lost the will to fight, and the only thing left in everyone's eyes was the fear of death. Du Fei gritted his teeth and shouted with the last bit of rationality, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" In an instant, all the government soldiers with broken legs crawled onto the car, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared without a trace in an instant. As for Dwang, who had just absorbed the crystal core, he once again endured the evil fire in his body, just like yesterday, and lay on the ground and did push-ups with a grunt. Lu Yin, who was standing by, couldn't help herself when she thought of the wonderful feeling she had last night. She picked up another crystal core on the table and said timidly, "Brother Dwang, I also want to become stronger, is that okay?" When Dwang heard this, he immediately raised his head and saw that Lu Yin had actually stuffed another crystal core into her cherry mouth. "Oh, big sister, you can't eat this. If you eat it, you won't be able to bear it. Throw it out quickly." "But how can you just spit out something that has already been eaten?" "Brother Dwang, Brother Feng will give it to you when the time comes. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Brother Dwang, it's so hot. Come and help me." An hour and a half later, Dwang and Lu Yin were lying on the bed with contented looks on their faces, their eyes wide open, breathing heavily, and staring in a daze at the ceiling above their heads. In this way, as Dwang absorbed the crystal core day after day after day, he finally awakened his special powers. And it has also reached a high level. That day, Lin Feng looked at Dwang, who had completely transformed himself, and said, "Dwang, congratulations." Dwang raised his head, looked at Lin Feng firmly, and then nodded heavily. Then, he clenched his hands violently, and all his muscles tensed. He was already tall and strong, but his body suddenly grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, rising a full 4 or 5 meters. At this moment, a hot breath permeated Dwang's body. His skin seemed to be wrapped in boiling magma, and as rough as hard rock. The whole person was like a magma giant descended from ancient times, exuding a terrifying and powerful aura. Dwang roared towards the sky and punched the dry cornfield in the field. In an instant, under the fiery wind from Dwang's fist, the stalks in the entire cornfield were instantly burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Because it was obvious that Dwang had awakened the supernatural power of combining rock and fire. I think the superpower that Dwang awakened should be a mutated superpower, a superpower that combines defense and attack. At this moment, Lu Yin also walked out of the wooden house. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, she immediately avoided his gaze and was about to go back into the house again. "Why do you leave as soon as you see me?" At this moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Yin, and Lu Yan's body trembled. After all, in her opinion, Lin Feng did not let her absorb the crystal core, but now she is acting on her own, so this is why she dare not face Lin Feng. But now that things have come to this, Lu Yin had no choice but to bite the bullet and turned around again to look at Lin Feng with an awkward smile and said, "Brother Feng, you're here. Since you have decided to be with Dwang, then you should behave yourself and live a down-to-earth life with him in the future." Lin Feng looked at Lu Yin and said in a flat tone. Lu Yin was startled when she heard this, but she reacted immediately and said, "Brother Feng, don't worry, I will definitely treat Brother Dwang well in the future." At this time, Dwang, who was standing beside him, immediately changed back to his original form upon hearing this. He smiled a little embarrassedly. "Mr. Lin, how did you know we were together? With just this little thing between you two, if I weren't there, would you be able to handle it with your honesty?" Lin Feng was thinking and ignored Dwang. Instead, he looked at Lu Yin and asked again, "You also absorbed the crystal core?" Chapter 4:29 You can now avenge your wife and children. When Lu Yin heard Lin Feng ask this, she suddenly looked a little flustered. Seeing this, Dwang at the side immediately explained, "Mr. Lin, I was the one who let Yin Yin take it. If you want to blame someone, then blame me, right? Did I ask you? Let her speak for herself." Lin Feng said coldly without even looking at Dwang. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly become so serious, Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before gently nodding her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I really wanted to become stronger, so I couldn't hold back for a moment. After Lu Yin finished speaking, she immediately nervously tugged at the corner of her clothes and secretly looked up to observe Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his expression did not show too much blame. Now that things have come to this, I can't kill you, right? After all, Dwang will be sad. When Dwang, who was standing by, heard Lin Feng say this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a little relieved. So what superpowers have you awakened? Lin Feng asked again. Lu Yin took a deep breath, calmed down her nervousness, and then slowly spoke. I have awakened the summoning ability, and can summon all kinds of strange creatures from a mysterious space to assist in battle. As she spoke, she quickly formed seals with her hands and muttered something. In an instant, a magic circle emitting a faint light appeared on the ground. A cute and ferocious little black panther jumped out from the magic circle, with a faint mist surrounding it. Its black, gemstone-like eyes flashed with wild light. After a low growl, it stood closely beside Lu Yin, as if swearing its loyalty to her. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the little black panther carefully, and said, "Interesting." Lu Yin gently stroked the little black panther's head to calm it down, then looked at Lin Feng and said carefully, "At present, I can only summon some low-level creatures. After all, I have just awakened my superpowers." When Lin Feng heard what Lu Yin said, how could he not know the meaning of his words? She just wanted to continue absorbing the crystal cores to improve her strength. After all, once Dwang's ability is upgraded to a high level, she will no longer have the opportunity to absorb the crystal core. In Lin Feng's opinion, some women, once they become strong, will become arrogant and conceited, looking down on others, and even dislike their men in various ways. If Dwang was dumped by her at that time, he would definitely be depressed for a while, which was not what Lin Feng wanted to see. At the very least, she had to give Dwang a child to tie this woman's heart down. After all, there were many such examples before the end of the world. So Lin Feng did not respond to Lu Yin's words, but said casually, "As long as you can live steadily with Dwang in the future, it will be better than anything else." Then Lin Feng turned around and ignored Lu Yin. Instead, he looked at Dwang and said in a low voice, "You can avenge your wife and children now." Dwang, who was originally smiling naively, froze on his face when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned red and the aura around him became cold. Then he clenched his fists unconsciously. His knuckles turned white from the force, and a low roar came from his throat, as if the pain and hatred that had been suppressed for a long time were completely ignited at this moment. Boom! Then, the crowd once again transformed into giants several meters tall, with magma flowing all over their bodies. They turned around suddenly and rushed out of the city with a wave of heat. At the same time, Du Fei, who fled back to the base in a panic, managed to save his right leg with the timely treatment of his subordinates with healing abilities. So at this moment he was in the base, wolfing down the white meat, his eyes scanning back and forth at all his men. "Brother, those 2 armor-like weapons on the city wall are really too powerful. There is no way for us to get close to the city." "Yes, big brother. Why don't we stop confronting these people and think of other ways?" "Yes, why don't we stop provoking them?" At this time, Du Fei listened to his subordinate's advice. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He dropped the half-eaten white meat in his hand to the ground with a smack and roared, "Shut up, damn it. If we run away like this today, how are we going to survive here in the future?" Everyone suddenly fell silent, looking at each other, and no one dared to say a word. At this moment, Du Fei's mind was filled with the indestructible city and the powerful weapons on the city walls. He felt both fearful and unwilling. "Fuck you." Du Fei gritted his teeth and scolded everyone present. He kept slamming the table and growling, "We have to take that city no matter what. Now it's not a matter of whether we dare or not, but a must. Must. Otherwise, all of us will starve to death. Do you understand?" Du Fei's roar echoed in the base, shocking his men, and everyone was terrified. On the other side, Dwang, who had turned into a magma giant, rushed towards Du Fei's stronghold with great momentum. The earth was shaking under his feet, and billowing dust was raised wherever he passed. Lin Feng, Su Sheng and Zhao Jingyi were driving a military off-road vehicle, following Dwang from a distance. When Dwang arrived at the outskirts of Du Fei's base with heavy steps, the minions in the base were so frightened when they saw this several-meter-tall magma giant that their faces turned pale, and they ran away in all directions. "Oh my God, the enemy is coming." At this time, a minion shouted in panic. Du Fei, who suddenly heard the shouting and commotion, rushed out of the house with his men. When he saw Dwang, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But soon, Du Fei was replaced by anger again. Damn it! Stay calm. What are you afraid of? He's alone. Go ahead and kill him. Upon hearing this, several intermediate-level psychics looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and used all kinds of superpowers to attack Dwang. But Dwang, who had transformed into a magma giant, roared towards the sky, and with his fist as big as 2 or 3 iron pots and emitting sizzling magma, he violently collided with those psychics. Boom! With a loud bang, Dwang Magma's fist collided with the attacks of the psychics, and a strong light and shock wave erupted instantly, and the surrounding ground was cracked. Those intermediate-level psychics, under the impact of this powerful force, vomited blood and flew backwards. Du Fei's pupils suddenly shrank upon seeing this, and he became more and more terrified, but he still pretended to be calm and shouted loudly with a trembling voice, "Don't panic. Keep going and wear him down." Then another group of superpowers and their men rushed forward, using all sorts of superpowers and bullets from their guns to pour towards Dwang. Chapter 4:30 You all must die. Foam. Can Dwang handle it on his own? Should we go over and help him? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was outside the base, saw this scene and couldn't help but worry about Dwang. Lin Feng shook his head with a gloomy expression. If we go over there now, his revenge will not be perfect. But, shoo. Seeing Lin Feng making a gesture to keep quiet, Zhao Jingyi could only shut up and look at the lava giant in the distance with concern. Dwang, who had turned into a magma giant, roared again under the intensive attacks of these people. Then he punched the ground hard. In an instant, the ground began to crack, and countless magma spread throughout the base. Run. I don't want to die. Save me, save me. Those minions that were submerged in the lava immediately let out miserable screams, and the entire base was instantly engulfed in fire. Du Fei watched in horror this scene that was like hell on earth, and felt extremely regretful. He had never expected Dwang to be so powerful. So at this moment, he couldn't care about much else and turned around and wanted to escape. But at this moment, Dwang, who had transformed into a magma giant, rang out with a voice like a bell. "You bastard, you killed my wife and child. All of you must die." Dwang took big strides and chased after Du Fei. Du Fei panicked and looked everywhere for a hiding place. His men were already in chaos and were fleeing for their lives. But when Du Fei and his men were about to rush out of the base, Lin Feng, who was standing outside the base, was holding a cigarette in his mouth and said coldly, "Be obedient and go back. If you dare to take another step forward, you will die." After hearing this, Du Fei and his men turned around and took a look at the lava giant that was about to catch up with them. Du Fei and his men were suddenly caught in a dilemma. Each of their faces was filled with fear and despair. At this moment, a cowardly henchman's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, crying, "Brother, we're done. We're done." Du Fei gritted his teeth. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through his mind, and he shouted at the remaining men, "Damn it, we're going to die anyway. Rush out and fight them." After Du Fei finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Feng first. Seeing this, the other men had no choice but to follow him. Lin Feng snorted coldly and threw the cigarette butt away. 2 rays of light immediately burst out of his eyes and instantly cut the legs of the person rushing in front of him into 2 pieces. My legs, my legs." The minions whose legs were cut off fell to the ground screaming, blood gushing out, forming a horrible pool of blood on the ground. The miserable plight of these minions made the people behind them pause, but Du Fei didn't care about all that. He roared at his men like a mad dog, "Don't stop. Whoever dares to retreat, I will kill him first." Under his intimidation, everyone continued to rush forward in fear. Lin Feng stood there, his posture straight, and glanced at these people with contempt. "It's already this time. Are you still listening to him?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, some people who thought they had some brains looked at each other, then suddenly pulled out the bayonets from their waists and stabbed them into Du Fei's stomach without hesitation. Du Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at the people who betrayed him and trembled. Blood kept pouring out of the corners of his mouth. "You dared to betray me. Brother, we brothers just want to survive. I'm really sorry." After one of the men said this, he pulled out his spear fiercely. However, what these people did not expect was that the wounds on their bodies would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turns out that he, like the zombie Xiaku, also has the ability to repair himself. Just as Lin Feng was secretly surprised, Du Fei's body was covered with tentacles several meters long, which fiercely inserted into the bodies of all the people around him, instantly sucking their blood dry and turning them into mummies. After Du Fei absorbed the essence and blood of his subordinates, his strength increased greatly, and an evil and strange aura emanated from his body. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of resentment. Do you think you can stop me like this? No one will leave alive today. Yeah. However, at this moment, Dwang's flying magma iron fist also rushed over. He roared and jumped high, and smashed towards Du Fei with the force of a mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the whole earth trembled. Du Fei, who had just transformed, was instantly smashed into a puddle of mud by the magma giant. However, what no one expected was that the pool of mud was actually slowly wriggling and gathering together again in a strange and terrifying posture. In just a blink of an eye, Du Fei regained his complete body shape, and his appearance was even more terrifying than before. Veins bulged on his skin, and blood vessels meandered like little snakes. Tentacles danced wildly behind him, and each one exuded a terrifying aura. You guys want to kill me? Du Fei's voice became hoarse and low, like a roar coming from the depths of hell. Then he waved his hand violently, and several tentacles shot towards Dwang like arrows. Dwang was unable to dodge and was tightly entangled by the tentacles, but the boiling magma forced these strange tentacles to immediately let go of Dwang's body. After all, facing this giant with magma flowing all over his body, Du Fei would be helpless even if he used his supernatural power that made people feel sick. Besides, Du Fei's supernatural power level is only intermediate. Even if Dwang had other superpowers, he wouldn't be able to escape in such a miserable manner. Damn it! Who are you? Du Fei, who was furious, shouted at Dwang viciously. I am your uncle. Dwang turned into a magma giant, spewing magma from his mouth. He raised his fist again and punched Du Fei. At the same time, the area centered on Du Fei instantly turned into a sea of boiling magma, completely immersing Du Fei's body in the magma. Ah, bastard. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. The boiling magma seemed to have life. No matter how Du Fei struggled and transformed in the magma tightly wrapped him and continued to burn his body. It was not until Du Fei's body was completely evaporated in the hot magma that Dwang returned to his original appearance. He knelt on the ground with a plop and cried out to the sky. Wife, I have avenged you. Dwang knelt on the ground, tears mixed with sweat streaming down his face full of fatigue and relief. Lin Feng came to Dwang, patted him on the shoulder gently, and said in a low voice, Dwang, you did it. If your wife and children are still alive, they will be happy. Please accept my condolences. However, just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the originally peaceful sky suddenly darkened. Chapter 431. Ancient Beasts Besieging the City. Then, a low roar was heard from a distance. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and Dwang immediately raised their heads vigilantly and looked into the distance, only to see a group of black spots appearing on the horizon, rapidly approaching them. What is that? Zhao Jingyi clenched her fists nervously, looking puzzled. As the black spots got closer, Lin Feng and the other two finally saw clearly that they were actually a group of huge, ancient flying beasts. Their wings were more than 10 meters long, their sharp claws flashed coldly in the sun, and black mist kept spewing out of their mouths. Like a cloud covering the sky and the sun, it was rapidly approaching the direction of Songhai City. The appearance of these ancient flying beasts made the air seem to freeze, and an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Oh no, they are coming for the Earth Crystal. Go back quickly. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses, and his expression changed drastically. So the three of them quickly jumped into the off-road vehicle and returned to the city at lightning speed. At this time, Lu Yun, Chao Wushuang, and everyone else had been waiting for Lin Feng and the others on the city wall for a long time. Brother Feng, this way. As soon as Lin Feng returned to the city, Wang Shuxue on the city wall immediately greeted Lin Feng below the city. So Lin Feng quickly climbed up the city wall and prepared to synthesize the remaining heavy machine guns on the wall. But when he saw Lin Yi, Lin Shan, and others were there, he realized that these children of his had also reached the level of advanced superpowers, and their strength was not inferior to theirs at all. Look, those strange beasts are coming. Suddenly, with Han Wushuang's reminder, the 13-in-1 heavy machine gun that had been synthesized previously immediately locked onto the target, and rapid beams of light shot towards the herd of ancient flying beasts like lightning. I saw a strong light streaking across the gray sky, creating a dazzling glow. The herd of strange beasts were thrown into disarray by the sudden attack. Several ancient beasts that were in the front were hit by the light beams. They let out shrill screams, and their huge bodies swayed as they fell to the ground. But the rest of the ancient beasts did not retreat. Instead, they flapped their wings even more frantically and rushed forward. The air currents they created even made some of the people on the city wall unsteady on their feet as they flapped their huge wings. Everyone hold on. Psychics, get ready. Lin Feng shouted loudly and quickly assembled several heavy machine guns. At this time, Lin Yi, Lin Shan, and other children looked at each other and then used their respective special abilities to attack the ancient beast that covered the sky and the sun. The heavy machine guns synthesized by Lin Feng on the city wall continued to roar and shoot beams of light. Members of the group of strange beasts were constantly injured and fell, but their numbers were so large that they still overwhelmed them. Baturu and Ali, who were in another parallel world, saw this scene through the screen and their expressions became extremely complicated. Especially Ali, looking at Lin Feng on the screen, gnashed her teeth and said, "I really hope these ancient beasts can tear that bastard Lin Feng to pieces. It's useless. Don't forget that there is a magical weapon in his space," Baturu said with a complicated expression. Then why doesn't he use it? Maybe this kid is worried that he can't control the power of the artifact and is afraid that the planet he is on will be destroyed. When Ali heard what Baturu said, she thought for a moment and then retorted, "That's not right. Doesn't he have another trump card? Are you talking about the 10 million-fold replication system?" Baturu asked. "Yeah, why didn't he use this? If a trump card is used frequently, can it still be called a trump card? If I'm not mistaken, this trump card of his is most likely used to deal with those aliens. I have to say, this guy is really too steady. He is so steady. I think he is just trying to survive." However, just as Baturu was talking to Ali, an even larger ancient beast, flapping its giant wings, dodged left and right, broke through the fire network, and rushed straight towards the city wall. Its claws grabbed the wall fiercely, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. You really don't know how to live or die. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng thought about it, and two lasers shot out instantly, immediately cutting the huge ancient beast into two halves. However, at this moment, the entire earth began to tremble violently, and in the distance, a dark army of ancient monsters rolled in like a surging black tide. On the city wall, everyone tensed up when they saw this scene, their clothes soaked with sweat. Lin Yi, Lin Shuang, Lin Shan, and other children who have already mastered superpowers continue to use their superpowers. Ice spikes, fireballs, and earth spikes shoot out from their hands and accurately hit the approaching monsters. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and Wang Shushua looked at each other and activated their strongest powers at the same time. The Lord of the Flame Prison. The Lord of Thunder Prison. As Zhao Jingyi and Wang Shushua screamed at the same time, the sky and the earth changed color in an instant. A raging fire was burning all over Zhao Jingyi's body. The flame was a strange dark red color, and the temperature was so high that the air around her was distorted, as if a boundless hell of fire was being constructed. Countless tongues of fire, like nimble pythons, roared and pounced towards the herd of ancient strange beasts. Wherever they went, the feathers of the strange beasts were instantly ignited, and they let out painful hisses. Wang Shushua then attracted thunder from the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thick purple bolts of lightning struck down with a deafening roar. Every time a bolt of lightning fell, it accurately hit an alien beast. The powerful electric current instantly ran through their bodies, charring them black and causing them to fall from the air without control. Under the attack of the two women's double powerful powers of fire and thunder, all the ancient beasts outside the city were strangled to death in an instant. After all, the two supernatural powers of fire and electricity are condensed and integrated into one, and their power is far greater than the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. At this time, the charred corpses of ancient beasts outside the city were piled up in several layers, and it seemed that the whole world was filled with an unpleasant burnt smell. "Lin Yi, I'm tired. Please burn these corpses outside the city to prevent the spread of plague." "Okay, old lady." After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Yi immediately responded. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi's mind moved, and the entire land outside the city instantly turned into a sea of fire. The corpses of those ancient beasts quickly carbonized under the high temperature, and thick black smoke with a pungent smell rose into the sky. But just when Lin Feng and the others thought that the crisis was completely resolved and their tense nerves had just relaxed a little, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 432 Eyes. This crack looked like a hideous hole in the sky torn open by an invisible giant hand, and a strange crack appeared out of thin air. But what shocked everyone was that a huge eye slowly emerged from the crack. The surface of the eyeball was covered with bloodshot and strange textures, and it emitted a deep red light. He, another chosen one, Another one, hee hee. The eyes were fixed on Lin Feng on the city wall. Malice was rolling in the eyes, and an evil smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The sharp and hideous laugh echoed in the air, making people shudder. Before everyone could recover from the extreme shock, in the blink of an eye, the crack in the sky and the terrifying giant eye disappeared without a trace like a dream bubble, leaving only a silent and depressing sky. What on earth is this? Lin Feng, standing on the city wall, looked at the direction where the crack in the sky disappeared and said in surprise. Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Su Sheng, and everyone else had the same expression as Lin Feng. Ah Feng, the eye that was peering at us from the crack in the sky just now was really terrifying. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who had recovered a little, looked at Lin Feng and said with lingering fear. Lin Feng took a deep breath, but a bitter look appeared on his face. It seems that the peaceful and comfortable life we want is getting further and further away. When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard this, the expressions on their faces instantly became solemn. Each of them looked in the direction where the crack disappeared with a complicated expression. As night fell, Lin Feng still stood in front of the window as before, cigarette in hand, looking at the vast starry sky outside the window. Lin Feng, to put it bluntly, the root of everything is the 12 earth crystals. As long as you return the 12 earth crystals to me, those ancient beasts like those today will not bother you anymore. At this moment, Baturu's voice once again sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, took a puff of cigarette, and then said, "The eye in the sky that was spying on us today should not be an ancient beast, right?" "That's right. He is a creature from a higher dimension than you. To be precise, he is not spying on you, but observing you." "Observe me? What do you mean?" Baturu's voice once again rang in Lin Feng's mind. It's like a researcher or a doctor who suddenly discovers a special microorganism while using a microscope. To them, you are that special person. Lin Feng frowned, extinguished his cigarette but on the windowsill, and felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. "So, I became the subject of observation for no apparent reason? What does this have to do with the earth crystal?" "It's a big deal. The 12 earth crystals contain the power to change the rules of the world. Once this power is fully controlled, it will be enough to break the barriers between dimensions. Do you think those creatures in higher dimensions will sit idly by?" Lin Feng's heart shuddered, and he couldn't help but think of that giant eye, staring at him with malicious intent, causing a chill to run down his spine. "You mean, he noticed that I was related to the earth crystal, so he came to test me?" "No, he is teasing you." Baturu paused for a moment and continued. "It's just like you are teasing an ant on the roadside." "Why would he do that?" "Because you are so small, just like an ant." Baturu said this, looking through the screen with complicated eyes at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of the window. "If he knew that you had a magical weapon that could destroy the entire universe, perhaps all creatures in this entire dimension would regard you as a god." Just as Baturu was thinking, Lin Feng said, "What does chosen one mean?" Baturu immediately retracted his thoughts and said, "I am only one dimension higher than you at most." "How would I know?" Baturu paused for a moment and continued in an almost pleading tone. "Lin Feng, as long as you hand over those 12 earth crystals, you can live the life you want. Can you return those 12 earth crystals to us?" "I'm sorry, I think it's not good." "Why? You ungrateful bastard. Don't forget that it was us who brought you back to life." "That's enough." Lin Feng stared at the bright night sky with his eyes, as if he could see through space and see the other person. "You used me to achieve your goals. I was just a pawn in your hands from the beginning to the end. You want to take the earth crystal from me? Don't even think about it." For Lin Feng, once he hands over these 12 earth crystals to Baturu, that might be the day of his true death. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Baturu remained silent for a moment before speaking again, but his tone was filled with anger. "Lin Feng, don't refuse a toast. Do you think you can fight against the attention of the entire higher dimension by yourself? Once they really make a move, you and the people you care about will be reduced to ashes." "Reduced to ashes, you little bastard, do you understand?" "Oh my, I'm so scared, but thank you for reminding me. So I decided to throw away these 12 earth crystals tomorrow, so that I won't be bothered by any ancient beasts in the future." Lin Feng, you dare. Won't you know tomorrow whether you dare or not?" After saying that, no matter how Baturu roared, Lin Feng ignored him and went straight back to the bedroom. He once again opened the box containing the earth crystal and once again took the earth crystal in his hand, examining it carefully as a farewell to his experiences along the way. At this moment, Lin Yi, Lin Erniu, and Lin Yaoyang came in. The three little guys looked curious, lying beside Lin Feng, blinking their eyes at the earth crystal in the box, and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" "Dad, what is this?" Dad, can I touch it? Dad, these things are like crystals. They are so beautiful. Dad, can you give me one? Dad. Hearing these three little guys yelling in his ears, Lin Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, "This is not a good thing. You can play with it, but you must not take it out of this room. Do you hear me? Well, we'll remember that." As Lin spoke, he took out a crystal of the earth from the box first. Then Lin Erniu and Lin Yaoyang each reached out and took one and held it in their hands. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that Lin Yi took out another earth crystal from the box, and then he actually put the two earth crystals in his hands together heavily. Chapter 433 Fusion of Earth Crystal. When Lin Feng saw this, his heart suddenly rose to his throat for some reason. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that the two earth crystals actually became one, but it was brighter than before. "Linny, how did you do it?" "Dad, is this difficult? If you don't know how, can I teach you?" "Damn, I didn't expect this kid would dare to rebel against Tiangang." But Lin Feng thought about it and followed Lin Yi's example, taking out two earth crystals from the box and pressing them together heavily. Boom. The moment the two earth crystals merged into one, Lin Feng could instantly sense the various elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the emotional states of various animals and plants within a radius of 1,000 miles. Only then did Lin Feng realize that scolding a plant every day could actually kill it. It turns out that the entire planet, even the plants, have emotions. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw this scene, so he hurriedly merged the earth crystals in the box and in the hands of Lin Yi, Lin Erniu, and others one by one. When Lin Feng was fusing the last crystal of the earth, he suddenly felt as if the entire world had changed in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng only felt that he had established a mysterious and close connection with this world. His consciousness seemed to have turned into countless invisible silk threads, shuttling freely between mountains, rivers, and penetrating into every inch of land and every piece of water. The joyful flying of birds in the sky and the busy running of insects in the grass all unfolded in his mind like clear pictures. Lin Feng could even feel the steady breathing of the giant beasts in the distant deep sea, and the trees in the ancient forest longing for sunlight and rain in the dark night. But then, Lin Feng's mind moved, and he seemed to be in the dark and vast universe again. In this boundless dark universe, Lin Feng's consciousness was like a rootless duckweed, but he could clearly sense the planets floating around him, each of which exuded a unique breath of life. Suddenly a piece of space junk crashed towards him. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly dodged to the side. Then Lin Feng's mind moved again, and he rushed towards the deepest part of the universe. Along the way, countless gorgeous nebulae and mysterious black holes flashed past the edge of his consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng seemed to have finally reached the edge of the universe. He seemed to be in the abyss. It was pitch black all around, except for a huge rectangular door emitting a bright light, which was open to Lin Feng. "Is this the door that Batura mentioned?" Lin Feng was about to approach with mixed feelings, but was suddenly swept away by the strong wind. His consciousness kept tumbling in the darkness. Lin Feng tried desperately to steady his body, but he felt like a lone boat in the ocean, completely out of control, until it falls into the vast universe and the endless abyss. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng came back to his senses and found himself still in the familiar bedroom. Lin Yi, Lin Yaoyang, and Lin Erniu were looking at him with worried expressions, their faces full of anxiety. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the fused earth crystal in his hand. He felt confused and shocked, so he thought about it and decomposed the fused earth crystal into 12 pieces again and put them into the box. At the same time, because Lin Feng fused the 12 earth crystals for the first time, all the higher dimensional creatures in the entire universe instantly locked onto Lin Feng's location. In the vast universe, they saw spaceships of higher dimensional civilizations speeding towards a planet that was tens of thousands or even millions of light years away from them. These huge fleets blocked out the sky and the sun, and the light of the stars was dimmed wherever they passed. The surface of the spacecraft flashed with a cold light, releasing powerful energy fluctuations, as if to tear apart the surrounding space. How long will it take to arrive? In the vast universe, on one of the ships, Kai Yao's father stared at a tall adjutant in a silver uniform and asked, "Your Majesty, at the current warp speed, it will take 7 days to reach the target planet." The adjutant stared intently at the complex and sophisticated instrument panel in front of him and reported to Kai Yao's father without turning his head. Kai Yao's father nodded slightly and slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the bridge and stood there. The black robe on his body was embroidered with mysterious golden runes, which fluttered gently with the slight airflow in the spacecraft. His eyes were deep and cold, staring at the endless dark universe in front of him. We must not let that low-dimensional creature destroy the order of the universe. The power of the Earth crystal cannot be controlled by him at will. His voice was low and powerful, yet it revealed jealousy and resentment. After all, its people have been searching for the crystal of the Earth on this planet for a long time, but have not found it. His son even lost his life for this, and the murderer hasn't been found until now. So how could he accept this? Your Majesty, we have made all the necessary preparations. We will definitely be able to take back the Earth crystal this time. At this time, the adjutant noticed the mood change of Kaiyao's father and hurriedly spoke to comfort him, trying to calm him down. Kaiyao's father turned slightly when he heard this, glanced at the adjutant, and nodded slightly, but his eyes still contained pain and anger that were difficult to conceal. My son Kaiyao died on that planet while searching for the Earth crystal. If I don't avenge him, how can I face those members of our clan who died? There was a slight tremor in his voice, and his clenched fists turned slightly white due to the force. The next day, Lin Feng got up from bed early. After a quick wash, he walked downstairs and headed out of the villa. Ah Feng, breakfast is almost ready. What are you going to do at this time? But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi, holding a soup spoon in her hand, rushed out from the kitchen, looked at Lin Feng's back as he walked to the door and asked. Lin Feng looked at the watch on his wrist. It was only 6:30 in the morning. Perhaps Su Sheng, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were also having breakfast. So Lin Feng gave up the idea of going out to look for them. Nothing. Just go out and move around. Seeing you in such a hurry, I thought you were going out at this hour. Zhao Jingyi muttered something and went back to the kitchen. At the dining table, Lin Feng slowly drank the century egg and lean meat porridge made by Zhao Jingyi, while picking up a fried bun with chopsticks and savoring it carefully. At this time, Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushue and others also came down from upstairs holding their children. The dining table, which originally only had Lin Feng sitting at it, was suddenly filled up. At this time, Zhao Jingyi brought out the last steamed dumplings from the kitchen, took off her apron, sat next to Lin Feng, and asked casually, Ah Feng, what are your plans next? Chapter 434, 10 Million Sushangs. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, glanced at the girls and asked, I'd like to ask you to help me have a few more children. What do you think? When the girls heard Lin Feng's words, the expressions on their faces changed instantly. Lu Yun's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Lin Feng in reproach and spat. Ah Feng, why are you suddenly saying something like that? The child is still here. Ning Rushuang raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, with a teasing look in her eyes. Brother Feng, do you think we don't have enough children now? Wang Shushua lowered her head shyly, twisting the corners of her clothes with her hands unconsciously, and muttered softly. Brother Feng, how can you say such things in broad daylight? At this moment, Lin Yi also clapped his hands and said, Dad, are we going to have a brother or sister again? Lin Feng laughed, picked up Lin Yi and put him on his lap. Okay, when you have brothers and sisters in the future, you must take good care of them. Lin Yi nodded vigorously. I will definitely do it. I am the older brother. Ha ha. When Lin Feng heard this, he burst into laughter. After dinner, Lin Feng used the intercom to ask Su Sheng to ask all of them to gather in the community. Before long, Su Sheng, Su Xiaoxiao, De Zhuang, Lu Yin, and a group of people gathered in the open space of the community one after another. Seeing the current state of the entire base, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You have to know that things were not like this before Lin Feng left. But now, because Du Fei and his men fired 2 biological bombs, there are only 1 or 2,000 people left in the entire base. You can imagine how heavy the losses of the entire base were. Su Sheng strode up to Lin Feng and asked with a smile, Brother Feng, why did you call us here so early in the morning? Is there something important? Lin Feng's expression became serious, his eyes slowly swept over everyone, and he said in a deep voice, I believe everyone has noticed that although our lives seem peaceful recently, there are actually undercurrents. So the most urgent task now is to quickly repair the damaged fortifications in the city base and strengthen patrols in the city. Lin Feng paused, took a deep breath, and continued. The patrol team must increase manpower and be divided into multiple groups to patrol key areas of the city 24 hours a day. You should not only pay attention to any unusual movements, but also be alert to unknown dangers that may appear in the surrounding area. Once you find any suspicious signs, sound the alarm immediately without delay. Ever since last night, when he learned that the 12 Earth crystals could be fused together, Lin Feng gave up the idea of throwing away the 12 Earth crystals. Because Lin Feng suddenly realized that the giant door emitting fluorescent light in the depths of the universe was the ultimate answer to everything he had experienced. If possible, Lin Feng would naturally like to reveal it in person. This may be his only chance. After all, the advantage is on his side, so Lin Feng will not give up easily. But doing so will inevitably lead to many disasters. So for safety reasons, Lin Feng must take action. At this time, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Sheng looked embarrassed and said, "But Brother Feng, for a city as big as ours, it is really difficult to patrol 24 hours a day. After all, we only have so many people." "You're right. This is indeed a problem." Lin Feng nodded, and suddenly looked at Su Sheng and the others and said, "Let everyone step back." "Back off? Brother Feng, what do you mean?" "Yes, Mr. Lin. Where do you want us to retreat to?" Lin Feng suddenly said this, and Su Sheng and everyone else were immediately puzzled. Facing the confusion of the crowd, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "Su Sheng stays, and everyone else retreats to the gate of the community. No, retreat to the city gate." Everyone felt even more confused when they heard this, but despite this, they still slowly walked towards the entrance of the community. Su Sheng stood there, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, what on earth are you up to?" "I'm not selling any medicine. I'm just worried that we can't store it here." "Can't fit? What can't fit?" When Su Sheng heard this, he felt even more confused. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You'll know in a moment, right? Give me your hand." "All right." Su Sheng had no choice but to smile and extend his hand. One Su Sheng is detected, you will get 10 million Su Sheng. Duration, 24 hours. Do you want to copy it? The moment Lin Feng and Su Sheng came into contact, the system voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Copy." Then, as Lin Feng murmured in his heart, the Su Sheng in front of him increased rapidly like cell division. In just a blink of an eye, 10 million Su Sheng had filled the entire community. These 10 million Su Shengs are no different from the real Su Sheng, except that their eyes are a little dull. At this moment, not to mention Su Sheng, the person involved, even Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shuxue, Irina, Ning Rushuang and others in the villa rushed out of the villa in horror after seeing this scene. Although Lin Feng mentioned this to them last time on the cruise ship, he can now even copy people. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still extremely shocked. At this time, Han Wushuang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and stammered, This is too unbelievable. Are all these Su Shengs really exactly the same?" Ning Rushuang also opened her mouth slightly at this time, her eyes full of shock, and murmured, "Offing, you are simply too terrifying." Wang Shuxue covered her chest with her hands, her face a little nervous, and whispered, "Oh my God, there are so many Su Shengs, am I dreaming?" Hearing the exclamations of the girls, Lin Feng said, "In fact, the biggest feature is that the real Su Sheng can use his consciousness to control these 10 million selves. For example, he can let 1 million of himself guard the city, 1 million of himself patrol, 1 million of himself farm, etc., and he doesn't have to do anything, just find a place to hide." When the girls heard this, their mouths opened even wider. They were all stunned. They looked at the real Su Sheng standing in the front row and were speechless for a long time. If it is really as Lin Feng said, then wouldn't it be possible for me alone to command thousands of troops? What's even more exaggerated is that he is still commanding 10 million selves. At this moment, Su Sheng, who had finally recovered from the shock, looked behind him with a pale face, swallowed his saliva, and then said, "Feng, brother, do you think they also have superpowers?" Chapter 435. This world is really crazy. Lin Feng looked at Su Sheng with such shock, but he smiled and said, "Of course, they have high-level wood-related abilities just like you, but they are only under your control." "So, Brother Feng, when will they disappear?" "They will disappear automatically in 24 hours, or I will make them disappear." As Lin Feng spoke, his mind moved, and the 10 million Su Shengs disappeared without a trace in an instant. At this time, Wang Dazhuang, Lu Yin and others, who were 10 kilometers outside the community, were already stunned by what they saw behind them. At this time, Wang Dazhuang rubbed his eyes fiercely and murmured in disbelief, "Was my eyes dazzled just now? There was a large area of Su Sheng just now. How come it disappeared just like that?" Lu Yin was also shocked, her mouth opened wide, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. She pulled Wang Dazhuang's arm and said, "Dazhuang, this is too weird. How did young Master Lin do it? I don't know either. Let's go in and take a look." Having said that, Dazhuang took Lu Yan's arm and walked towards the community again. At this time, Lin Feng smiled and said to Su Sheng, "There shouldn't be any problem with manpower now, right?" No problem, my God, Brother Feng. How did you do it?" You are incredible. Stop flattering me, little brat. Then you will be the one patrolling today. Okay, brother Feng. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng nodded heavily. So Lin Feng's mind moved, and he reached out and touched Su Sheng's body again. In an instant, 10 million Su Shengs once again filled the entire community. Dwang and Lu Yan, who had not yet stepped into the community, were once again pushed far away by Su Sheng, who suddenly grew in size. Oh my god! Wang Dazhuang and Lu Yan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, they stabilized themselves, but their faces showed fear. Lu Yan's voice was trembling. Dazhuang, what's going on? These Su Sheng seemed to have popped out of the ground. Wang Dazhuang swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of confusion and helplessness, and said, How should I know? Young Master Lin's methods are too weird. At this time, other people outside the community gate had already turned pale and fell into a state of self-doubt after seeing such an abnormal scene. After all, there are some things that they don't believe are true even if they see them with their own eyes. Just like what they see at this moment. At this time in the community, Su Sheng saw these millions of himself again, and the shock in his heart was still there. He scratched his head and asked Lin Feng a little embarrassedly, Brother Feng, will there be any accidents when so many of me patrol at the same time? I mean, I'm afraid I won't be able to control so many of myself at that time. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said confidently, Don't worry, their consciousness is connected to you. They will do whatever you want. You are like a leader, so there will be no problem. When Su Sheng heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately used his consciousness and tried to contact the 10 million selves in the community for the first time. Countless thoughts seemed to have materialized, crisscrossing in Su Sheng's mind, and each thought was connected to a clone. At first, Su Sheng felt as if his head was hit by a sledgehammer. The pain was splitting, and he was unable to sort out these confusing connections. But he still gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort, and tried to focus on one point, as Lin Feng said. Gradually, Su Sheng actually saw the view from another self at the northernmost corner of the community. Usually there were few people there, and there were some sundries piled up in the corner. Then, from the perspective of another self, he saw Wang Dezhuang, Lu Yin, and others standing outside the community and their conversations with each other. It turns out that not only can he control them, but he can also perceive the outside world in all directions through their hearing, vision, and other five senses. At this time, Su Sheng was really surprised and happy. How is it? Have you understood the mystery? At this moment, Lin Feng's voice sounded in Su Sheng's ears. Su Sheng nodded excitedly. Brother Feng, this feeling is really amazing. After saying that, Su Sheng's mind moved, and a million Su Shengs took the lead in walking out of the community and began to patrol the entire city. Then another million of them went to guard the city gates, and then another million of them went to repair the fortifications, and so on. In just a short while, the whole city was full of Su Sheng. Oh my god, this world is really crazy. At this time, Dezhuang, who was standing outside the community, had his eyes wide open like bells and his mouth wide open, as if an egg could fit in. His face was full of shock and disbelief, and he stammered to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, look around this city. Su Sheng is everywhere. Is this still the world I know? Lu Yan was so shocked by the magical scene before her that she was speechless and could only shake her head mechanically. Then Lin Feng looked up at the heavy machine guns and other hot weapons that had been synthesized in the villa. Lin Feng knew that it was time to upgrade them again, because one day, those alien creatures and ancient beasts might come. So after Lin Feng touched his body, he had a thought, and 10 million Lin Fengs did the same as before, instantly filling the entire community. Immediately after Lin Feng's mind moved, these copies of Lin Feng climbed onto a villa in a residential area and began to perform a 13-in-1 upgrade on the thermal weapons on it. As for the other Lin Fengs, they drove off-road vehicles, RVs, and other vehicles out of the community and upgraded all the heavy machine guns, cannons, and other heavy weapons on the rooftops of buildings and on the city walls. For a moment, the whole city was bustling with traffic and seemed extremely crowded. You know, a city with a population of 10 million is already considered a megacity, and now it has a population of 20 million. Can you imagine what kind of concept this is? All the Lin Fengs and Su Shengs in the city were busy in an orderly manner. In just a short while, all the weapons on the buildings in the entire city were upgraded. Then Lin Feng had a thought, and the 10 million Lin Fengs in the city disappeared in an instant. The originally crowded city instantly returned to its former order. It's done. Now no one dares to disturb us easily. Let's live a peaceful life from now on. Lin Feng stretched and lit a cigarette for himself before preparing to return to the villa. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Big brother, can I avenge my parents now? Chapter 436, Su Xiaoxiao's Revenge. Faced with Su Xiaoxiao's question, Lin Feng knew that he would have to face this matter sooner or later. Are you sure you're ready? I'm ready. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's decisive reply, Lin Feng did not answer him directly. Instead, he smoked slowly and looked at Su Xiaoxiao for a few minutes before he slowly spoke. Can you do this on your own? Do you need help? Big brother, I can avenge myself. I am not afraid of death. Su Xiaoxiao also looked directly at Lin Feng and said. Seeing this little girl was so determined, Lin Feng could only nod and agree. Okay. Thank you, big brother. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao bowed deeply to him, and then ran towards the villa that was extremely hard and looked like crystal. Offing, do you want to go over and take a look? Zhao Jingyi asked softly. Hey. Lin Feng stood there, watching Su Xiaoxiao leave and sighed. Feeling worried, he finally nodded and quietly followed with Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and the others. When Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly arrived, she stopped in front of the crystal-like villa and shouted to Xia Ku, who was trapped inside. You evil woman, you killed my parents. Today is the day you die. Prepare to die. Hee hee. Before Su Xiaoxi's voice fell, Xia Ku's almost crazy laughter came from the villa. You little girl, you are so arrogant. I'm afraid you can't even open this villa, but you still want to avenge your parents. It's just wishful thinking. Hee hee hee. After all, for Xia Ku, she had been trapped in this villa for so long and couldn't even open the door, let alone the yellow-haired girl outside the villa. At this moment, after hearing what Xia Ku said, Su Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes wide open, looking at the extremely solid villa. Suddenly, she had an idea, and a wind blade shot out from her hand. The wind blade was seen whistling towards the gate of the villa, but when it touched the surface as hard as crystal, it only caused a faint ripple and then disappeared into thin air. How could this happen? Didn't Big Brother say that I could take revenge now? But why? I still can't open this villa. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the door, with reluctance and confusion in her eyes. Ha ha ha, with your little ability, you're still thinking about revenge? I think you should just go to bed. Xia Ku's mocking voice came out from the villa again, and that sharp voice pierced Su Xiaoxiao's heart like a steel needle. Su Xiaoxiao suppressed the anger in her heart, suddenly spread her arms, let out a cry, and a whirlwind quickly spun with her as the center. The surrounding sand and stones were blown by the wind, making crackling sounds, and her clothes were rustling, and her hair was flying wildly, like an angry little beast. Hee, that's interesting. At this time, Xia Ku in the villa saw this scene and was obviously interested, but she still didn't believe that Su Xiaoxiao could open this door. But when the wind spun faster and faster and gradually formed a small tornado, the mockery on Xia Ku's face in the villa finally disappeared completely, and was replaced by shock and uneasiness that was difficult to conceal. At this moment, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she subconsciously took a step back in the villa, her eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that her wind ability has reached the intermediate level? If that's the case, he is indeed qualified to avenge his parents. But how could he have such strength in such a short time? Xia Ku muttered to himself, his voice filled with unprecedented panic and confusion. But Xia Ku changed his mind and sneered again. Even if your ability reaches the intermediate level, so what? You still can't open this door. After all, I have been trapped in there for such a long time and can't get out. It's just wishful thinking on your part. Really? So what if it's wishful thinking? What if it comes true? Su Xiaoxiao outside the villa responded with clenched teeth, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her forehead. Her face turned as pale as paper due to excessive exertion, but her eyes were extremely firm. Because at this time, the scene of her parents' tragic death kept appearing in front of her eyes like a movie, which became a powerful driving force for her to persevere. At the same time, the tornado became more and more powerful, gradually forming a sharp blade, rotating rapidly. The wind power materialized. The power is at a high level. How? How is this possible? Watching the tornado materialize, Xia Ku's legs began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, her breathing became rapid, and her face was filled with panic and anxiety. Once upon a time, she was high and mighty, looking down on Su Xiaoxiao and her parents as ants, but now, this little girl whom she despised seemed to be able to show enough strength to crush her. You can imagine how Xia Ku feels at this moment. Devil girl, go to hell. Suddenly, with Su Xiaoxiao's loud shout, a tornado formed by countless high-speed wind blades roared towards the gate of the villa with an overwhelming force. The air was cut by the sharp blade, making a sharp whistling sound, as if even the space was about to be torn apart. The moment the wind blade touched the door, the whole world seemed to freeze. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar broke the silence, and under this devastating force, The door of the villa turned into countless pieces and flew towards the interior of the villa. Those crystal-hard fragments, wrapped in the wind blades, became deadly hidden weapons. Sayaka widened her eyes in horror and waved her limbs wildly, trying to block the flying debris, but many of them still grazed her body, leaving streaks of blood. But Sayaka didn't care at all. Instead, he rushed out of the villa like crazy, bathing in the sunshine outside the villa, breathing the fresh air, looking at Su Xiaoxiao with an evil look on his face and said, "Little sister, you have beautiful eyes. Goodbye." After saying that, Sayaka was like a beast breaking out of a cage, ready to escape from here. Compared to fighting with this girl, Sayaka now desires freedom more. But how could Su Xiaoxiao let her escape so easily? Su Xiaoxiao's mind moved, and her wind ability started to work again. Countless wind blades gathered in front of Xiaku in an instant, quickly forming an airtight barrier. "Wanna run? That's not that easy. You must pay with blood today," Su Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, with the flame of revenge burning in her eyes, staring at Xiaku. At this time, Xiaku, with disheveled hair, had to slowly turn around with an extremely ferocious and crazy look on her face. "Little sister, it seems that you have really grown up. You actually dare to threaten your sister." After saying that, Xiaku's 10 fingers instantly grew out sharp nails and grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's face. Chapter 437. No. You don't seem to have. Seeing the sharp claws attacking, Su Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. She quickly dodged to the side, and Xiaku's sharp claws just brushed past her cheek, lifting a strand of hair. Su Xiaoxiao took advantage of the situation to control the wind blade and attacked Xiaku's arm. Xiaku quickly withdrew his arm, and his sharp nails collided with the wind blade, making a crisp ding-ding sound and splashing a string of sparks. "Humph, you are quite capable, little girl, but it's a pity that I don't have time to deal with you today." After Xiaku finished speaking, a layer of black mist suddenly surged around his body, and he was about to run away again. After all, with her current strength, she had no chance of killing the yellow-haired girl in front of her. The most urgent thing now is to leave here as soon as possible. But what she didn't expect was that an electric fence suddenly appeared around them, covering her and Su Xiaoxiao in the middle. Obviously, this was the masterpiece of Wang Shuxue, who was standing not far away. Lin Feng, who was standing outside the electric fence, gave Xiaku a wicked smile and said, "Only one of you can leave here today." After all, for Lin Feng, Su Xiaoxiao came today with the intention of fighting with this zombie girl. Either you die or I die, to avenge her parents. So there is nothing wrong with what Lin Feng said. "Lin Feng, you bastard, you actually trapped me for so long. I'm going to kill you." As he said that, Xiaku rushed towards Lin Feng like a madman. But the moment her body touched the electric grid, she was immediately blown away by the powerful electric current. Since Xiaku has the physique of a zombie, even though she is in the villa, she can still improve her strength even if she does not absorb the crystal core. But how could she be as fast as Lin Feng and the others outside the villa, absorbing a large amount of crystal cores every day? Therefore, the strength of Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others is no longer comparable to hers. Xiaku fell heavily to the ground, black mist rolled around him, and he roared unwillingly, "Lin Feng, do you know? I want to kill you all the time. You're really pitiful when you look so helpless and furious." Lin Feng casually hugged Li Xian and said with a sly smile. Xiaku, who was completely enraged, got up from the ground again, ready to pounce on Lin Feng outside the electric fence with his fangs and claws. But at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao once again condensed countless wind blades and shot towards Xiaku. The wind blades cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Xiaku was unable to dodge, and several wind blades pierced through her body directly, causing her to pause. She looked down at the bloody holes on her body and said with gritted teeth, "I can't kill you, little girl." After Xiaku finished speaking, he slowly turned around, and the bloody holes on his body healed at an astonishing speed. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she immediately condensed more wind blades and sent them towards Xiakeji fiercely. "Little girl, this is never going to end, is it?" Xiaku roared and swung his claws fiercely. The wind blades instantly collided with Xiaku's claws, and sparks burst out. Although Xiaku offset the wind blade, her claws were still trembling slightly. After all, she is only a mid-level psychic now, and is no match for the little girl in front of her. So Xiaku thought to himself that if the stalemate continued, he would have no chance of winning. Then she raised her head suddenly and let out a strange roar. The roar seemed to be real, transforming into circles of black sound waves visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. Even the power grid was hit by the sound waves, making crackling sounds and electric currents running wildly. "Alphone, what does she mean?" Zhao Jingyi, who was outside the power grid, saw this scene and said with a serious expression. Lin Feng snorted coldly. What else can she do? She wants to ask for help from other zombies outside the city like she did last time? But has she forgotten? The zombies hundreds of miles away from this city have already been killed by us. Sure enough, Xiaoku's scream suddenly stopped halfway through. Xiaoku realized that there was no hope of getting help, and a trace of panic flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Her eyes flashed with an eerie bloodshot light, and the black mist around her became thicker and thicker, like thick ink, constantly rolling and surging, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. Since we can't escape, let's die together. Xiaoku roared crazily. His aura suddenly rose, and he rushed towards Su Xiaoxiao again with a desperate attitude. As she swung her claws, black afterimages were left behind, and a pungent, foul smell filled the air. Seeing Xiaoku's desperate posture, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly used her wind ability to the extreme. A bunch of huge wind blades that had already materialized spun at a high speed and instantly cut Xiaoku's body into several pieces, scattering them on the ground. Seeing that her enemy was finally killed by herself, Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves gradually began to relax. Xiaoxiao, she's not dead yet. But who would have thought that Lin Feng's sudden reminder would make Su Xiaoxiao's nerves tense up again? I saw the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, wrapped in black fog, wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the pieces of flesh joined and fused together, and Xiaoku's figure slowly emerged again, but his appearance was like a rag doll that had been randomly patched up, and he became even more hideous and terrifying. Veins bulged on his skin, and blood continued to seep out of his pores, emitting a disgusting smell. How is this possible? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes full of disbelief. At this time, Wang Shushua also widened his eyes, clenched his hands unconsciously, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and stared at Xiaoku nervously. But soon Su Xiaoxiao calmed herself down, gritted her teeth, and with a solemn expression, she once again condensed more and more rapidly rotating wind blades, and swept towards the ugly Xiaoku like a tornado. The wind blades were like sharp steel knives, whistling in the air, and wherever they went, deep grooves were cut into the ground. Xiaoku's body, which had just been reconstructed, became shaky again under the attack of this powerful wind blade. You son of a bitch. I won't accept this. Xiaoku let out an angry roar, her eyes flashing with madness, trying to use her twisted body to block the wind blade's attack. But these wind blades were like rapidly rotating reamers, instantly sucking her body into the tornado blades. In just a blink of an eye, Xiaoku was chopped into mud. Su Xiaoxiao, who was finally exhausted, sat down on the ground and looked at the mud on the ground. Her eyes gradually became moist, and then a tear ran down her cheek. Mom and Dad, Xiaoxiao finally killed that female devil. No, it seems you haven't yet. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said something that made Su Xiaoxiao's heart, which had just relaxed a little, suddenly shrink. She looked at the mud in horror. Chapter 438 Intruder. The pool of foul-smelling flesh and blood strangely began to emit a dark glow. Under the cover of the dark light, the mud slowly squirmed, and seemed to be showing a tendency to condense again. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked and angry. She wanted to condense the wind blade again, but the continuous and high-intensity use of her supernatural powers had pushed her body to its limit. Her limbs were weak, her head was dizzy, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead. What kind of monster is this? At this time, Wang Shushua couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this scene. Lin Feng frowned. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he took out a bucket of gasoline and a lighter from the space and put them on the ground and said, Xiaoxiao, hurry up, there is only one step left. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately came back to her senses from her shock, picked up the gasoline, and poured it on the mud. The pungent smell of gasoline instantly diluted the stench. Su Xiaoxiao quickly turned on the lighter with slightly trembling hands. The flame danced in the breeze, illuminating her tear-stained yet resolute face. Go to hell. Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and growled, throwing the lighter into the mud. I saw a head just condensed in the meat paste, and it instantly ignited a raging fire. The orange-red flames wrapped around the strange pool of flesh and blood, and a heat wave hit me in the face. Lin Feng, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Oh. Amid the flames, there was an unwilling roar from Xiaoku. The sound was sharp and shrill, but as the fire grew more intense, the roar gradually became weaker. Wang Shushua stared at the burning flames nervously, his hands clenched into fists, and beads of sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. Brother Feng, this time. This time it should be completely resolved, right? Lin Feng stood aside without saying a word, his eyes fixed on the flame with a serious expression. It wasn't until the mud was completely turned into ashes that Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao, he said, Xiaoxiao, you finally avenged your parents. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes immediately turned red, and she nodded heavily to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, how many UFOs are there in the sky above our city? At this moment, Su Sheng's voice suddenly sounded in the intercom. Lin Feng and everyone looked up immediately and saw several unidentified objects circling around the entire Shanghai city at an altitude of hundreds of meters. Those objects were sparkling with a cold metallic luster, shaped like discs, with a circle of faint blue light emanating from the edges, which was strange and mysterious. Ah Feng, this is an alien spaceship. I didn't expect them to come here. Zhao Jingyi looked up and said in a low voice. The rest of the girls also looked at Lin Feng with serious expressions. But Lin Feng calmly lit a cigarette for himself and said to the girls, we are no longer the same as we were before. Don't be so nervous. Not to mention these aliens. Even if Jesus comes, it will be useless. After that, Lin Feng took a deep breath of cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke, and said, kill them for me. As Lin Feng finished speaking, all the heavy firepower on the city's buildings was like awakening beasts. The anti-aircraft guns hidden on the tall buildings turned their muzzles one after another, and the black muzzles were aimed at the alien spaceship hovering in the sky. The energy patterns on the barrel of the gun flickered, as if foreshadowing an imminent fatal attack. Fire! Following Lin Feng's order, a deafening roar instantly resounded throughout Shanghai City. Beams of blazing energy shot out from the turret, trailing long flames, cutting through the sky like miniature suns, speeding towards the alien spacecraft. The alien spaceship seemed to have sensed the danger as well. The originally dim blue halo suddenly became stronger, forming a protective shield around the spaceship. However, the aliens on these spaceships still underestimated the power of these energy cannons. Dense energy beams poured down like a rainstorm, instantly shaking the alien spacecraft's shield. As the energy ripples on the shield became more and more violent, each time the light beam hit the shield, its light dimmed a little, and the dark blue halo became flickering. At this time, the shield of an alien spaceship was the first to be overwhelmed. Under the direct hit of a thick energy beam, it exploded with a bang and turned into countless fragments. The spacecraft instantly lost the protection of its shield, and its hull was hit by an energy beam. The metal shell was instantly melted through, and thick smoke billowed out. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred, and fragments fell to the ground like meteors. Seeing this, the other alien spaceships also began to flee in different directions, trying to avoid the attack of the energy cannon. But how could Lin Feng let them go so easily? His eyes were stern, and he gave a decisive order into the intercom. All firepower, free fire, don't let them get away. Got it, Brother Feng. As Su Sheng's response came from the walkie-talkie, the anti-aircraft guns on the ground locked onto their targets in an instant. Energy beams intertwined in the air to form a web of death, closely chasing the fleeing alien spacecraft. However, under the cover of the web of death, another alien spaceship was hit in the vitals, with flames flying everywhere in the engine part, making a shrill whine, and dragging a long trail of black smoke. It flew crookedly towards the outside of the city. But before it could escape far, a beam of energy accurately pierced its cockpit. The spaceship trembled violently in the air, and then fell straight down like a kite with a broken string, causing a landslide explosion in the suburbs, and billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky. Then came the third and the fourth, until the last alien spaceship turned into fireworks in the sky, and the tense atmosphere in the entire Shanghai city finally dissipated completely. After Lin Feng flicked off the ash from his cigarette, he casually hugged Zhao Jingyi, who was standing beside him. Look, isn't this easily solved? I'm a little hungry. Let's go back and make me some noodles. Okay, I'll go back and give you a blowjob right now. Zhao Jingyi was in Lin Feng's arms, smiling and responding. As the sun sets and night falls, Lin Feng stands alone in front of the window as usual, staring at the vast stars outside. At this time, Zhao Jingyi gently put a coat on Lin Feng, stood side by side with him, and also imitated Lin Feng's previous behavior, looking at the night sky, and said softly, "Ah Feng, what are you looking at?" Lin Feng said slowly, "Jingyi, do you think there is really a giant door emitting fluorescent light in the deepest part of the night sky?" "Jumin? Ah Feng, I don't quite understand what you mean." Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. Lin Feng pointed at his head. "The guy who talked to me before said that as long as we can gather all the 12 earth crystals, We can enter the door deep in the universe and become the creator of this universe. Do you think we should go and take a look? Chapter 439 Xiao Yunyun, I'm hungry. Facing Lin Feng's question, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng quietly for a long time before she said, "Ah Feng, we'll go wherever you want to go, as long as you don't abandon us and the child." When Lin Feng heard this, he gently put his arm around Zhao Jingyi's shoulders, kissed her on the forehead, and said softly, "Silly, how could that be? I will take you wherever I go from now on." Then the two smiled at each other and looked at the vast starry sky outside the window again. The night wind blew, bringing a slight chill with it, but it could not blow away the sweetness and warmth that lingered around the two of them. Under the starry sky, they snuggled together, as if time had stopped for them. The next day, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Jingyi, who was still sleeping beside him. In order to let her sleep a little longer, Lin Feng got out of bed barefoot, walked to the window, lit a cigarette for himself, and looked at the morning outside the window. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, at this moment, bursts of energy cannons and heavy machine guns were heard from the direction of the city gate. At the same time, Su Sheng's voice was heard from the bedroom intercom. "Brother Feng, another large group of ancient beasts are attacking the city." Zhao Jingyi, who was originally sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and immediately sat up from the bed. While quickly putting on her clothes, she shouted, "Often, I'll go with you." But Lin Feng laughed and said, "There is so much super firepower on the city wall, and there are 10 million Su Shangs. Do you think those ancient beasts can attack our city?" Zhao Jingyi stopped what she was doing, frowned slightly, and still had a worried look in her eyes. Having said that, it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's go over and take a look. Okay, let's go take a look, and just treat it as morning exercise. Lin Feng put on his shoes and clothes helplessly, and walked down from the bedroom with Zhao Jingyi. At this moment, Lu Yun, who was cooking, and Ning Rushuang, Wang Shuxua, and others were already waiting downstairs. As soon as they saw Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi coming down from upstairs, they immediately stood up from the sofa. Wang Shuxua was the first to speak. "Brother Feng, if you don't come, we will prepare to go upstairs to call you." "Yes, I just heard from Su Sheng that the ancient monsters are attacking the city again," Irina also said. The two sisters Guan Yuan and Guan Qinyan looked at Lin Feng with serious expressions and nodded. Han Wushuang, "Stop wasting time, let's go quickly. Lin Yi, Jia and the others are still sleeping. Do you want to wake them up?" "I don't think so. I think we should wake them up." Just as the girls were arguing, Su Sheng's voice was heard again on the intercom. "Brother Feng, all the ancient beasts outside the city have been destroyed. I never thought that the weapons on the city wall are so powerful." As Su Sheng's voice rang out on the intercom, the girls were instantly speechless. "Well, I'll go upstairs to see if Erniu is awake." "I'm going too." "And me?" Lin Feng looked at the girls who scattered like birds and beasts in an instant, smiled helplessly, and turned to look at Zhao Jingyi. It seems that the tense atmosphere is gone in an instant. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle. It's not their fault. Wasn't I also very nervous just now? As Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi were talking, Su Sheng's voice came from the intercom again. "Brother Feng, although we repelled the ancient beasts this time, I found that their attacks are becoming more and more frequent, and the several big guys that appeared this time seem to be stronger than before. How could it be less frequent? After all, the attraction of the earth crystal to these ancient beasts was really too great. Therefore, ancient beasts will appear more frequently and become more powerful in the future. Brother Feng, can you hear me?" Just as Lin Feng was thinking secretly, Su Sheng's voice came from the intercom again. So Lin Feng picked up the intercom and replied, "Let alone these ancient beasts, even if the King of Heaven came, it would be impossible for him to break into our city. You have been busy all night, and you can arrange for someone to come to me later, and I will copy him to replace you." "Okay, Brother Feng." After ending the call with Su Sheng, Lin Feng looked at Lu Yun and said with a smile, "Xiao Yunyun, I'm hungry." When Lu Yun heard Lin Feng suddenly call her like that, her face turned red. "It will be ready in a while, wait for it." After Lu Yun finished speaking, she returned to the kitchen. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lu Yun's shy back, gently poked Lin Feng's arm, and pretended to be angry and said, "You just love to tease her." Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, put his arm around Zhao Jingyi's waist, and said innocently, "I'm really hungry." After a while, Lu Yun came out of the kitchen with steaming food. Everyone sat around the dining table. The tense atmosphere that had originally been caused by the monsters attacking the city was now dispelled a lot by the aroma of the food. "Lin Yi, use your special powers to deal with the corpses of the ancient beasts outside the city." At the dining table, Lin Feng glanced at Lin Yi and spoke. Lin Yi ate his breakfast and nodded. Got it. I'll use my fire domain to burn all the bodies outside the city clean. Fire domain? Is your fire domain very powerful? Lin Feng asked casually while eating. Of course. The biggest feature of my fire domain is its extremely high temperature, which is even higher than my mother's fire. Once it touches the skin, it is difficult to extinguish it even with water. Lin Yi said proudly. After hearing what Lin Yi said, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi with a questioning look. After Zhao Jingyi nodded at him, Lin Feng felt a little surprised. It seems that this kid will be even more powerful than his mother when he grows up. Lin Feng thought about it, but he said, not bad, Lin Yi, but you can't be proud, and you can't casually show off your strength in front of outsiders, understand? Lin Yi grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on. You little brat. After Lin Feng cursed, he looked at the other children at the table and couldn't help but sighed inwardly. What will happen to these little guys when they grow up? It's true that a good father will have good sons. At this time, Lin Feng was very happy and drank another bowl of porridge. After dinner, a brother sent by Su Sheng also arrived at the door of the villa. When he saw Lin Feng, he seemed very excited. After all, yesterday 10 million Su Sheng filled the entire city, which caused a huge stir among them. Now it is his turn the next day. One can imagine how he feels at this moment. Lin, young Master Lin, the low-level Earth-type supernatural being, Lu Shiqing, is here to report to you. Chapter 440, Low-level Earth-type psychic, Lu Shiqing. Lu Shiqing was so excited that his voice was trembling and his body was shaking slightly. He tried to straighten his back, wanting to leave a good impression on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked him over, smiled gently, and said, Don't be nervous, relax. Su Sheng has already told you how to control 10 million selves. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lu Shiqing stuttered because of excessive nervousness. Seeing how nervous he was, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and didn't want to say anything else. Because this made him even more nervous, so Lin Feng placed his hand on his shoulder and thought. Once Su Sheng is detected, you will get 10 million Lu Shiqing. Duration, 24 hours. Do you want a copy? Copy. In an instant, there was a flash of light, and countless Lu Shiqing appeared before his eyes, densely filling the open space in front of the villa. Oh my god! Lu Shiqing looked at the millions of himself behind him, and suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Lin Feng waved his hand, and said to the real Lu Shiqing, Hurry up and take over Su Sheng's work. The rest will be arranged according to the defense deployment in the city. All right, Master Lin. Lu Shiqing spoke excitedly, and used his consciousness to establish connections with 10 million of his selves, and then let the 10 million of his selves take over the 10 million of Su Sheng's positions. After resolving this matter, Lin Feng was just about to return to the villa when suddenly, an incredibly large silver-gray, millstone-like UFO appeared in the sky, covering the entire city in its shadow. Everyone in the city was stunned by the sudden appearance of this huge monster. For a moment, the whole city fell into darkness and deathly silence. Lin Feng's expression instantly became solemn. He stared at the UFO in the sky and muttered to himself, It seems that this is the highlight. Feng, what is this thing? Why is it covering the sky? Zhao Jingyi came to Lin Feng at some point and spoke with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Lin Feng shook his head and whispered, What else could it be? Of course it must be an alien creature from a higher dimension of the universe. When Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and other girls heard this, the expressions on their faces became even more solemn. At this moment, a circle of blue light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the UFO, and then countless tiny rays of light shot out from it and fell towards the city like raindrops. The energy cannons and other heavy firepower on the roof of the building also obviously noticed this and immediately raised their guns to counterattack the rays of light that were falling like rain. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, energy intertwined in the sky, explosions were deafening, and strong light dispelled the darkness, making the entire city as bright as day. However, this light could not dispel the fear in people's hearts. I didn't expect that on this barren planet, there would be cosmic energy cannons and superdimensional quantum heavy machine guns. Could it be that there is a high-dimensional being that has moved here? At this moment, a millstone-shaped UFO in the sky emitted a dull sound, like a muffled thunder, exploding in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head slightly and said in a low voice, Hey, your aircraft has blocked the sky. You are very rude, do you know that? Ha boy, could it be that the 12 Earth crystals are in your hands? I told you to move the aircraft away from me. Why are you just standing there laughing? The sound from the UFO suddenly stopped, and then a strong sense of oppression came over me. How dare you be so rude to me, you bold ant? As the words in the flying object fell, the light attack from the bottom of the flying object became more violent, and thick energy columns smashed towards the city. Let me go. But Lin Feng was not to be outdone. With his order, the energy cannons on the buildings throughout the city fired at once. Brilliant beams of energy shot up into the sky and collided head-on with the thick energy pillars that were smashing down. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, energy overflowed in the sky, and powerful shock waves spread in all directions, making the air buzz. The alien in the huge flying object in the sky obviously did not expect that there were 2 or 3 heavy firepower on each building in the city below, constantly bombarding his spaceship that he was so proud of. No matter how strong the defense is, it can't withstand such torture. Good boy, you have guts. Inside the spaceship, Kai Yao's father gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes were red as he stared at the city on the screen that was resisting stubbornly. Activate the emergency defense system and increase the shield power, he roared, his voice echoing inside the spacecraft. As the command was given, a brighter light appeared on the surface of the spacecraft, and the shield instantly thickened. The energy beams fired from the city hit the shield, only causing a violent ripple. But even so, the spacecraft's defenses continued to withstand attacks from all directions of the city. The sound of the energy cannons bombarding and the whistling sounds of the psychics launching their attacks intertwined together like an intense symphony. Your Majesty, if we continue like this, our energy consumption will be huge and our shield won't last long. At this time, the adjutant said anxiously, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Hateful. Kai Yao's father punched the operating table, and the display screen flickered. Are we going to return empty-handed? I am determined to get those earth crystals. At this moment, there was a gleam of reluctance and greed in Kai Yao's father's eyes. After all, in order to obtain these 12 earth crystals, his fleet and his son lost their lives. Otherwise, he would not have come here in person. So he has lost a lot. Your Majesty, the firepower below is really too strong. Should we retreat quickly? At this moment, the adjutant reminded him again. Kai Yao's father had to nod his head heavily and said, Land 5 kilometers away from this city. Yes, Your Majesty. The adjutant immediately operated the control panel, and the huge spaceship left the sky above the city in just a blink of an eye. The long-lost sunshine once again shone on the land of Songhai City. As soon as the spaceship landed, Kai Yao's father couldn't wait to open the hatch and rushed out with a group of fully armed alien soldiers. He looked at the city in the distance, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge. Raise everything around to the ground and force them to hand over the earth crystal to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a small spaceship suddenly cut through the sky and slowly landed in front of him. Chapter 441. Why are you in a hurry? You can't kill them all. As the hatch opened, the alien who had been tracking down Kai Yao's murderer came to Kai Yao's father, knelt on one knee, and said, Your Majesty, why are you here? Did you also realize that the murderer who killed your highness is also nearby? What? The murderer who killed Yao Air is also here. When Kai Yao's father heard this, his eyes instantly ignited with rage, and the energy around him surged uncontrollably. So he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the alien by the collar, and roared, Are you telling the truth? If you dare to lie to me, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. The alien was lifted off the ground with both feet, his face full of fear, and he nodded hurriedly. Your Majesty, calm down. This is absolutely true. It took me such a long time to track down the enemy from the extremely cold land to the East China Sea, and finally to here. When Kai Yao's father heard this, he slowly let go and said, So what is your basis? I discovered some special energy fluctuations, which are very similar to the energy reaction when your highness was attacked. That's why I came here based on this clue. Upon hearing this, Kai Yao's father stared at the city in the distance like a hungry wolf, gritting his teeth and saying, Good, very good. I originally came here just for the earth crystal, but I didn't expect to find Yao's murderer here. Today, I will tear him into pieces and avenge Yao. After that, he turned around and ordered the alien soldiers behind him. Capture this city at all costs, and don't leave a single person alive. The soldiers responded in unison. The energy of the weapons in their hands was instantly stimulated to the extreme, and a breath of destruction filled the air. However, what none of them expected was that the city gate in the distance suddenly opened slowly, and millions of people rushed out of the city like a tide. Upon seeing this, Kai Yao's father gritted his teeth in anger and roared, You're just in time. Kill them all. Your Majesty, wait a moment. But suddenly at this moment, the adjutant holding the telescope in his hand suddenly spoke in horror. What's the matter? Your Majesty, why Why are all the people coming out exactly the same? What? Kaiyao's father snatched the telescope, looked forward, and immediately took a breath of cold air. The crowd pouring out of the city gate not only looked exactly the same, but their movements were also uniform. They mechanically approached the alien army. With every step they took, the ground shook slightly and raised a cloud of dust. How could this happen? What kind of evil magic is this? Kaiyao's father murmured to himself, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. The alien soldiers beside him also began to get agitated, the weapons in their hands trembling slightly. Facing this strange scene, fear quietly spread in their hearts. At this moment, 10 million low-level Earth-type mutants named Lu Shiqing launched an attack at the same time. In an instant, the entire Earth began to tremble violently, and thick Earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, like sharp spears, heading straight for the alien soldiers. These Earth spikes came at an extremely fast speed, and many alien soldiers were unable to dodge them. They were pierced through the body by the Earth spikes, causing them to scream in agony and blood splattering on the land that was about to become a battlefield. Upon seeing this, Kaiyao's father shouted angrily and waved his hands quickly, condensing powerful energy. He waved them outwards, forming an energy barrier that kept most of the Earth spikes out. However, the dense Earth thorns continued to attack the energy barrier, making him gradually feel exhausted. As the saying goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. No matter how strong your physique is, you have to run away when there are more people around you. What's more, it's not just the sheer number of people now. Every spit from Lu Shiqing could drown them to death. At this moment, the group of people who looked exactly like Lu Shiqing suddenly started muttering something. As they whispered, the surrounding land seemed to have life, and countless rocks and soil rolled towards the alien army. When Kaiyao's father saw this, his pupils shrank, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" After all, no matter how powerful his superpowers are, it is impossible to resist an army of tens of millions, not to mention that these are tens of millions of troops with superpowers. When the alien soldiers heard the order from Kaiyao's father, they panicked and began to retreat desperately. But the wave formed by earth and rocks was extremely fast and caught up with the end of the team in the blink of an eye. Many soldiers were caught in it and buried in an instant, and desperate cries rang out one after another. At this time, Kaiyao's father was doing his best to resist the earth and rocks that were constantly impacting the energy barrier, while fighting and retreating towards the direction of the spacecraft. At this moment, he was filled with resentment. He had originally thought that he could easily seize the Earth crystal and avenge his son, but he did not expect to fall into such a desperate situation. "Your Majesty, the spaceship has started. Get on board quickly." When Kaiyao's father heard the adjutant's voice, he quickly turned around and saw that the hatch of the spacecraft was wide open. Hateful! Kaiyao's father let out an unwilling roar, then ran towards the spaceship with all his might. When Kaiyao's father and other men had just stepped into the spaceship, before they even had time to close the hatch, the spaceship had already taken off impatiently on the spot. Countless Lu Shiqing's underground also looked up with dull eyes, watching the spaceship getting farther and farther away from them, and gradually stopped attacking. Because the spaceship was too high above them at this time, their attacks could not reach it at all. However, at this moment, a thick beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the spacecraft, instantly vaporizing Lu Shiqing below. The thick beam of light, after vaporizing a large part of Lu Shiqing, still had its power left. It slammed directly into the ground, creating a bottomless pit and stirring up dust and rubble all over the sky. Inside the spaceship, Kaiyao's father manipulated the launch button with a ferocious expression, roaring, "Go to hell, you bastard." As Kaiyao's father spoke, he pressed the launch button again and began to frantically strangle Lu Shiqing, who was in a crowd below. In just a blink of an eye, all of Lu Shiqing was completely wiped out. Mr. Lin, what should I do? 10 million of me were all killed." On the city wall, the real Lu Shiqing looked at the countless corpses of himself outside the city, and with a trembling voice, he looked at Lin Feng standing beside him. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself without any concern, took a deep breath, slowly exhaled the smoke, and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? You can't kill them all." After saying that, Lin Feng flicked Lu Shiqing's head lightly, and 10 million Lu Shiqings instantly filled the entire city wall. Because there were too many of them, some Lu Shiqing were even pushed down from the city wall by other Lu Shiqing. Chapter 442, You Can't Kill Them All. You can't kill them all. Ha ha ha, bastard. Now I've killed all your people. Let's see how you can fight me. Inside the spaceship, Kaiyao's father looked down at the tens of millions of Lu Shiqing's corpses and laughed out loud with relief. "Your Majesty, they are coming again." But at this moment, with the adjutant's reminder, Kaiyao's father immediately turned his head and looked at a screen inside the spacecraft, and his face suddenly changed. Then, another 10 million identical Lu Shiqings came running towards them. Oh my god. How? How could this happen? Why are there so many people who look exactly the same? Your Majesty, this city is very evil. I suggest we run away. When Kaiyao's father heard what the adjutant said, he immediately grabbed his collar and said angrily, "Run? Tell me where to run. The Earth Crystal and the murderer who killed Yaoer are both in this city. I will kill everyone here today, no matter what." After saying that, Kaiyao's father operated the launch button again, and once again frantically wiped out the countless Lu Shiqings below. In an instant, beams of light from the spacecraft wreaked havoc among the dense crowd like the god of death's scythe. After being hit, Lu Shiqing was instantly turned into powder, stirring up a large amount of dust. However, those Lu Shiqings who were not hit remained fearless and continued to rush forward with firm steps. Their figures were looming in the beams of light and smoke, mechanically yet persistent. On the city wall, the real Lu Shiqing looked at this tragic scene. His legs couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he said to Lin Feng in a crying voice, "Mr. Lin, if this continues, no matter how many there are, we will all die." Lin Feng stared at the battlefield with a stern look. He raised his hand and took a deep puff of his cigarette. He threw the cigarette, but hard on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. He said in a deep voice, "Why are you panicking? These are just copies of you, not the real you. Look at what a mess you are in." As he spoke, Lin Feng patted Lu Shiqing's head with his hand, and another 10 million Lu Shiqings rushed out of the city with great momentum and rushed forward. "Ah Feng, what is your purpose in doing this?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who was on the city wall, looked at Lu Shiqing rushing out of the city again in a mighty manner, and finally couldn't help asking, "You'll know in a moment." Lin Feng winked at Zhao Jingyi. Inside the spaceship, Kaiyao's father looked at the endless stream of Lu Shiqing, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep fear. "Your Majesty, if you continue to use energy beams like this, I'm afraid there won't be enough energy in the spaceship to return home." Suddenly, the adjutant's words awakened Kaiyao's father suddenly. Beads of sweat appeared on Kaiyao's forehead. He knew very well that what the adjutant said was true. If the spacecraft could not return, they would be trapped alive on this strange planet, and the consequences would be unimaginable. But how could he be willing to give up just like that? Damn it. Everyone listen up. Use the energy weapons in your hands to indiscriminately attack those low-dimensional species below. Following an order from Kaiyao's father, all the soldiers in the spaceship opened the windows, pointed their energy guns downwards, and began firing frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Dense energy bombs poured down like a rainstorm, exploding brilliant and deadly sparks in the array of Lu Shiqing and others. For a moment, dust and screams were intertwined, smoke quickly spread, and the battlefield became more and more tragic. Those Lu Shiqings who were rushing in the front were constantly hit by energy bombs and turned into dissipating light and shadows, but the Lu Shiqing who followed still stepped on the corpses of their companions and moved forward steadily, without any hesitation. Fuck, why are there so many people down there? I can't kill them all. I can't kill them all. A soldier was shooting wildly at the people below, cursing under his breath. At this moment, a soldier looked at Kaiyao's father and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the energy gun is overheating and can no longer fire energy bullets." "Mine too. And mine." After hearing the soldiers' reports one after another, Kaiyao's father's face instantly turned ashen. Then his eyes immediately widened with anger, veins bulged on his forehead, his hands were clenched into fists, and his joints turned white from excessive force. "Waste. They are all a bunch of waste." He roared at the top of his lungs and kicked the machine beside him. The machine made a sharp sound and emitted a few wisps of green smoke. At this time, on the city wall, Lin Feng looked at the gunshots that had become increasingly sparse and said to Su Sheng beside him, "They have been almost digested now. Now, your clone will fetch that spaceship from the sky for me." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he gently touched Su Sheng with his hand. In an instant, millions of Su Shengs rushed towards the spaceship at an extremely fast speed like a black torrent. These Su Shengs were agile and each step was full of power, causing the ground to tremble slightly under their footsteps. "Your Majesty, look, the people below seem to have changed." Inside the spaceship, following the adjutant's reminder, Kaiyao's father looked at this newly emerged large team with a flash of fear in his eyes, but he quickly regained his fierce look and said, "What's the big deal? We must have killed all the identical people just now, so a new group has come. As long as we don't get off the spaceship, they can't do anything to us." But before Kai Yao's father finished his words, countless vines as thick as tree trunks and covered with poisonous thorns instantly entangled the spacecraft like thousands of arrows. Some vines were even like giant pythons, drilling directly into the spacecraft through the hatch and pulling it down. What is going on? Inside the spaceship, Kai Yao's father suddenly exclaimed. Seeing this, the adjutant and other subordinates quickly used energy knives to cut off the vines. But these vines were created by a high-level wood-type psychic, so how could they be cut off so easily? At this time, there were also endless vines that squeezed into the interior of the spacecraft. Some alien soldiers were even entangled by the vines covered with poisonous thorns, and their necks were broken. Seeing his men in such a miserable state, Kai Yao's father finally went completely berserk. You bastards! I'm going to fight you. He let out a roar, then suddenly pressed the launch button, and thick beams of light shot out from the bottom of the spacecraft. In an instant, a thick beam of light ejected from the bottom of the spacecraft was like a torrent of flames, instantly burning the vines wrapped around the spacecraft. Those vines that had already drilled into the interior of the spacecraft also quickly shrank and carbonized under the high temperature. However, before Kai Yao's father could catch his breath, more copies of Su Sheng attacked the spaceship. Chapter 443. You are simply a devil. These Su Shengs with dull eyes cooperated tacitly under the control of Su Sheng's true will. Some of them controlled the vines to continue trying to pull the spaceship, while others began to gather energy on the ground. Suddenly, with a low roar, a Su Sheng clone raised his hands high, and several huge wooden pillars suddenly grew out of the ground, piercing the bottom of the spacecraft like sharp swords. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? No. Kai Yao's father looked on in horror, screaming as the wooden pillar kept approaching, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the huge spaceship that was floating in the sky fell heavily to the ground like a huge millstone, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Feng on the city wall saw this scene and said to Xu Sheng, Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and others, You see, it takes many hands to make a big fire. We have to pay attention to the methods and ways. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but think, It seems that you have been fooled again today. Then Lin Feng suddenly jumped down from the city wall and rushed towards the spaceship as fast as a cheetah. As for Kai Yao's father, as soon as he opened the cabin door, he found that the remaining Su Shengs around him did not attack him again, but stood there with dull eyes, motionless. However, how could Kai Yao's father, who had already been blinded by anger, care about these things? You bastards! I'm going to fight you. He just roared and was about to kill all these people. Haha, is this what you call the demeanor of higher dimensional beings? At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, and Kai Yao's father's heart suddenly tightened and asked, Who? Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the ruins next to it, so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. When the figure stood still, Kai Yao's father could see clearly that the person was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a disdainful smile on his face, and he looked coldly at Kai Yao's father and said, You so-called high-dimensional creatures, are you here to kill us? Kai Yao's father's face flushed with anger after hearing these words. He slowly raised the huge energy axe in his hand, pointed it at Lin Feng, and said viciously, You low-level creature, stop talking nonsense here. Hand over the crystal of the earth obediently, and maybe I will leave you with an intact body. Ha ha. Before Kai Yao's father could finish his words, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Kai Yao's father's face was gloomy. What did you say? Even if I give it to you, do you think you can go back? Kai Yao's father's expression turned even uglier when he heard this. So you wanted me to consume the energy in the ship from the beginning so that I couldn't return? Yes, otherwise what if you get scared and run away on the spaceship? Lin Feng said with a half-smile on his face, staring coldly at Kai Yao's father. You are simply a demon. In order to prevent us from returning, you actually let me kill so many of your people. So now I really want to know, what is your name? What's your name again? Kaisa suppressed his dissatisfaction and said arrogantly, I am the Emperor of the Gamma 58 Superdimensional Jump Star. My name is Kaisa. It sounds like you are very powerful on your planet. Did you come to us just to get the Earth crystal you mentioned? Kaisa snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain. You ignorant lower creatures, the Earth crystal is just a useless stone to you. But to me, it can change the rules of this universe. Then why do you think I can't? Lin Feng also snorted coldly, and then he waved his hand, and the remaining Su Sheng instantly attacked Kaisa. I saw Su Sheng controlling the wood-related abilities, and tens of thousands of vines shot towards him like giant pythons. Unexpectedly, Kaisa suddenly raised the giant energy axe and let out a roar. A circle of purple-black energy ripples instantly burst out on the axe blade, like a small black hole, madly devouring the vines that were shooting at him. The moment these swallowed vines came into contact with the energy ripples, they instantly twisted, shattered, and turned into nothing, without even a trace of residue left. You think you can stop me with your ant-like strength? Even if I can't go back, I can still build a new dynasty on this barren planet. Kaisa's face was full of arrogance, with a strange purple light flashing in his eyes. The energy around him became more and more violent. With him as the center, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the ground and spread outward. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng just laughed. Oh, you old thing are quite arrogant. Do you really think you have this ability? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his mind moved, and 10 million Lin Fengs instantly filled the entire battlefield. Kaisa, who was originally full of arrogance, suddenly froze his smile on his face, and was gradually replaced by a look of horror. How? How is this possible? How did you do it? You guess? After Lin Feng responded with an evil smile, millions of Lin Feng's eyes shot out millions of violet lasers at the same time, like deadly lightning, cutting through the air and rushing towards Kaisa with a sharp whistling sound. Kaisa's eyes widened, his face full of fear. He waved the giant energy axe in his hand frantically, trying to resist the overwhelming attack. Purple-black energy ripples continued to spread in front of him, colliding with the violet lasers and making a deafening sound. Every collision generated a strong energy fluctuation. The surrounding ground was shaken continuously, and cracks spread rapidly, as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. However, despite Kaisa's best efforts to resist, the power of the millions of lasers was too strong, and his energy ripples were instantly swallowed up by the millions of lasers. No. In a dazzling violet light, Kai Yao was blasted by millions of lasers, and not even a trace of him was left. Even the spaceship behind him and his men all completely disappeared from the planet. Then Lin Feng looked at the corpses of Su Sheng and Lu Shiqing's clones on the ground, and with a thought, these corpses gradually began to disappear. However, what Lin Feng had never expected was that at this time, more than a dozen giant silver-gray spaceships gradually appeared in the air in the distance. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the dozen or so giant spaceships that appeared out of thin air were completely different from the one Kaisa had before. They were shining with a strange metallic luster, and their surfaces were engraved with mysterious runes, and they exuded a strange energy fluctuation. It seems that the Earth crystal has attracted all the enemies here. Chapter 444. Don't talk carelessly, or you might hurt your tongue. As the spacecraft slowly landed one by one, all the hatches opened at the same time, and aliens wearing black armor and holding energy weapons filed out of the spacecraft one after another. I saw these densely packed aliens quickly gathering around the spaceship. They moved in unison, and the black armor on their bodies reflected a cold light in the sun. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking warily at these aliens who looked like monkeys but had no tails, and kept thinking of corresponding strategies in his mind. At this time, an alien leader stepped out of the spaceship. His armor was slightly different from that of other aliens. It was inlaid with red gems and exuded a sense of oppression. He raised the energy weapon in his hand, pointed it at Lin Feng, and said in a stiff and cold voice, "Are you from this city?" "Yeah, what's the matter?" Lin Feng, whose mind was working quickly, nodded immediately. "Who is the owner of this city? Take me to see him. What can I do for you?" The alien leader said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, or I will kill you. I say, big monkey, sometimes you can't say anything careless, or you might sprain your tongue." Big monkey? What is a big monkey? It was obvious that the alien leader didn't know much about the animals on this planet, so he asked this question. But just because he doesn't know doesn't mean that all the aliens don't know. After an alien whispered a few words to him, the alien leader suddenly became furious. "I am really pissed off. I will kill you." As he said that, the alien leader was about to raise his weapon and kill Lin Feng. But then he realized that his body was simply not under his control. "What on earth did you do to me, little bastard?" Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a smug smile, and a cunning light flashed in his eyes. "We have an old saying here. He who knows the current situation is a hero. It seems that you dare to act wildly in my territory without knowing the situation clearly. You are really capable." It turned out that during the conversation with the alien leader, Lin Feng had quietly activated his mind control ability. This resulted in the alien leader's limbs being out of control and instead being controlled by Lin Feng. You know, Lin Feng has more than just the laser power. His other powers have already reached an advanced level. Therefore, even those with abilities at the same level as him can be easily controlled by him. Seeing this, the other aliens raised their energy weapons, aimed at Lin Feng, and prepared to launch an attack. Lin Feng looked at these aliens pointing energy guns and other weapons at him, and said disdainfully, "You want to compete with me in terms of numbers, right?" After saying that, Lin Feng's mind moved, and 10 million Lin Fengs instantly filled the entire venue. In just a blink of an eye, all the aliens were killed by these copies of Lin Feng with lasers. "Little boy, who are you?" The alien leader was now completely panicked. He thought about how he had traveled tens of thousands of light years and had finally come here. But what he never expected was that all the men he brought with him died in the blink of an eye. When Lin Feng was asked by the alien leader, he said calmly, "It's so obvious. Can't you guess it? You are not a low-dimensional species on this planet. The species on this planet do not have such high strength. You must be from the starry sky," said the alien leader in astonishment. When Lin Feng heard the alien leader say this, he was stunned, and then he laughed and said, "You are really smart." After saying that, 2 lasers suddenly shot out from Lin Feng's eyes and instantly pierced through his skull. Then Lin Feng put the aliens' energy weapons into space, looked at the spaceships that landed on the ground, and used his consciousness to command millions of his own copies to completely destroy these spaceships with scorching lasers. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, although these spaceships can be used for his own purposes, no one can say for sure whether these alien tribes will use their own spaceships to target him in the future. If we use these spacecraft now, we will be asking for trouble. What's more, his giant aircraft carrier fleet is still stored in space. Therefore, the wisest option is to completely destroy these alien spaceships. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Han Wushuang, Irina, Su Sheng, and others also hurried over. Zhao Jingyi looked even more worried and asked, "Ah Feng, are you okay? What can I do? Come on, let's go back." Lin Feng smiled indifferently and returned to the city with everyone else. As night slowly fell, the roars of ancient beasts and gunshots from the city walls were heard outside the city. Lin Feng, who was standing in front of the window of the villa, was not worried at all that these ancient beasts could attack the city. After all, the entire city has such powerful firepower that even a great immortal would find it difficult to set foot into the city. However, just as Lin Feng was thinking by the window, Han Wushuang hurriedly walked to Lin Feng with a hint of anxiety on his face. "Brother Feng, I just received news that there seems to be something wrong with these ancient beasts outside the city." "Something's wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "Their movements seem to be becoming very organized and their numbers are increasing, as if they are being driven by some force. It seems that these ancient beasts are getting stronger and stronger. Now they know how to fight in coordination." Han Wushuang's expression instantly became serious when he heard this. "Brother Feng, this situation may be okay for 1 or 2 days, but what if it continues for years?" "Yeah, it's not going to be a good thing if it continues like this, but judging by the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time." As Lin Feng finished his words, the energy cannons on the buildings in the city also fired energy bombs towards the outside of the city. The artillery fire outside the city illuminated half the sky red. The light of the energy bombs and the roar of ancient beasts intertwined together, playing a dangerous melody. At this time, Lin Feng frowned. He knew that Han Wushuang's worries were not unreasonable. If this continued, the city's defense system would be even stronger. But it is definitely not possible for everyone to live in such a war-torn environment all day long. So amid the rumbling of artillery fire, Lin Feng pulled Han Wushuang back to the bedroom, closed the window, and the sound of artillery fire instantly became much quieter. Then, with a complicated expression, Lin Feng took out the box containing the 12 earth crystals from the safe in the bedroom again. Han Wushuang, who was standing by, seemed to realize something and immediately spoke. "Brother Feng, do you want to give these 12 earth crystals to those ancient beasts?" That's impossible. We got these with great difficulty." Chapter 445, Fusion with the Earth Crystal. When Lin Feng heard this, he glanced at Han Wushuang unhappily and said, "What are you thinking? I just want you to stay by my side and keep an eye on me." "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought he..." Han Wushuang scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, under the gaze of Han Wushuang, Lin Feng opened the box, holding a crystal of the earth in one hand, and just like last time, he gently touched it and fused it again. Then came the third one and the fourth one, until the last one was fused together. Lin Feng seemed to be soul leaving his body and seemed to be wandering in the sky again. As his self-consciousness gradually and then rapidly rose upwards, Lin Feng once again came to the depths of the universe, in front of the giant gate emitting fluorescent light. "What's behind this door? Why do I always end up here?" Lin Feng murmured in his heart and tried to approach the huge door again. But at this moment, a man's voice came from the huge door. "If you want to step in, then come in person, but your consciousness cannot. As the voice fell, another gust of wind blew him like a feather, gradually falling into the deepest part of the dark universe. Brother Feng, are you okay? At this time, as Han Wushuang's voice sounded in his ears, Lin Feng opened his eyes again, looked at Han Wushuang, shook his head, and responded, "It's okay. Brother Feng, you are really awesome." What's the meaning? Lin Feng saw that Han Wushuang said this without any reason, and it was obvious that he didn't understand what he meant. Han Wushuang immediately said excitedly, "Brother Feng, after you fused the 12 earth crystals, the ancient beasts outside immediately stopped attacking the city." When Lin Feng heard this, he quickly walked to the window and opened it violently. There was no more roar of artillery fire and roar of wild beasts outside, as if everything had returned to calm again. How could this happen? Could this really be related to the fusion of the earth crystal? Obviously, Lin Feng also looked confused. "Brother Feng, please come here quickly. Something seems to be wrong. Brother Feng, can you hear me?" At this time, Su Sheng's voice sounded again from the bedroom intercom. Lin Feng immediately retracted his thoughts, picked up the intercom, and asked, "Su Sheng, what happened?" "Brother Feng, it's hard to explain in just a few words. You should come here in person." "Okay, I'll be right over now." After Lin Feng gave a brief reply, he prepared to take Han Wushuang to the city gate. But when he saw the crystal of the earth on the table, he thought to himself that this matter might really have something to do with the crystal of the earth. So Lin Feng also put the crystal of the earth into the box and rushed towards the city gate with it. Lin Feng and Han Wushuang drove the off-road vehicle all the way, and soon they arrived at the city gate. Su Sheng had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Feng, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Brother Feng, you are finally here. Although those ancient beasts have stopped attacking, they have not left. They are quietly surrounding the city, as if they are waiting for something." When Lin Feng heard this, he frowned and looked outside the city. He saw densely packed ancient beasts outside the city. Their huge bodies were dimly visible in the bright moonlight, exuding a chilling aura. These strange beasts are usually ferocious and brutal, but now they are so quiet, which makes people feel uneasy. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow covered the entire city. When they looked up, they saw a giant flying beast that covered the sky and the moon. It flapped its huge wings, and each flap brought up a gust of wind, causing the flags on the city wall to flutter. With a roar, the giant beast landed in the front row of the other strange beasts and lowered its noble head in a kneeling posture towards Lin Feng on the city wall. Everyone on the city wall was shocked when they saw this scene, and they all looked at Lin Feng, who was also confused. At this time, the other ancient beasts outside the city wall seemed extremely resistant and did not kneel down to worship Lin Feng like this beast did. Could it be because of the crystal of the earth? Seeing such an abnormal scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. So, under the gaze of everyone and the ancient beasts outside the city, Lin Feng slowly opened the box, took out the fused earth crystal inside, and raised it above his head. In an instant, something strange happened. I saw a dazzling light bursting out from the crystal of the earth, like a pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth and soared into the sky. The light was brighter than the sun, forcing everyone to squint. Under the illumination of this light, the resisting ancient beasts outside the city roared towards the sky, then prostrated themselves on the ground, appearing extremely pious. At the same time, Lin Feng felt that the earth crystal in his hand seemed to resonate with his consciousness at a deeper level. In Lin Feng's previous life, Baturu and Ali saw this scene on the big screen. They immediately turned pale, as if they had lost all their vitality in an instant, and sat limply in their chairs. It's over. Everything is over. He has established a connection with the entire universe. We are completely hopeless now. Baturu grabbed his hair with a look of pain on his face, and then actually pulled his scalp off, revealing the blue scales inside. At this time, Ali also took off her human skin hood, revealing her original scaly appearance. All the hard work we put in ended up helping this kid. How despicable. At this moment, the fused earth crystal suddenly emitted a ray of golden light, which quickly penetrated into Lin Feng's brows and disappeared without a trace. It turns out that only by taking the earth crystal outside can it be completely integrated with myself. Just when everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany and said to everyone on the city wall, "I'm going to do something and we'll be back soon." Lin Feng said this, and before everyone could react, he waved his hand and cut a hole in the void in front of him. Then Lin Feng went in amidst the astonished gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the others. As Lin Feng stepped into the crack in the void, the crack behind him disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of him, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Because at this time, he has returned to the world of his previous life. There are no zombies here, only scaly aliens entrenched in the entire Songhai city. Baturu, how are you? I, Lin Feng, am here. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the aliens covered with scales picked up their high-tech weapons and prepared to fight Lin Feng to the death. Chapter 446, Traveling Through a Parallel World. At this moment, Lin Feng faced these densely packed aliens holding high-tech weapons, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll give you 3 seconds, or you'll all die. When these aliens with long scales on their faces heard this, murderous intent instantly appeared in their eyes. Just when they were about to pull the trigger, Baturu and Ali appeared in front of Lin Feng. We finally meet. Lin Feng looked at Baturu and Ali and said with a smile. Baturu looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, and said, You have completely merged with the Earth Crystal. No one in this universe may be able to hurt you anymore. Can you leave us a way to survive? After all, it's us. I'm sorry, I can't. But before Baturu could finish his words, Lin Feng had already spoken. At this time, Ali clenched her fists in anger and said angrily, Lin Feng, although we had other purposes for you before, no matter what, it is us who made you reborn after all, can't you? I've already told you not to. You keep talking so much nonsense. As Lin Feng spoke, his god-level judgment blade immediately appeared in his hand. No. Ali's pupils contracted when she saw this. Just as she shouted, no, she and Baturu and all his men instantly turned into ice sculptures, frozen here forever. It turns out that the feeling of destroying a city of enemies in the blink of an eye is so wonderful. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Baturu, Offing, and other aliens who had turned into ice sculptures instantly turned into ashes. Looking at the Songhai city in the world of the previous life, he raised the blade of judgment again and swung it fiercely. The entire city instantly vaporized under the scorching heat. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, since all the people in this city have died, then there is no meaning for this city to exist. Then Lin Feng's mind moved. He stepped through the void and appeared on the city wall again. Feng, what happened just now? Why did you disappear? Yes, Brother Feng. Why did you disappear suddenly? Brother Feng, this is really incredible. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng and others immediately surrounded him and asked anxiously. Lin Feng just said calmly, I just dealt with some things. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at the ancient beasts outside the city and said in a calm tone, You guys should leave as soon as possible and stop yelling all day long. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the ancient beasts outside the city all hung their heads, and their usual ferocity disappeared without a trace, as if they were completely shocked by Lin Feng's aura. Although these ancient beasts did not understand what Lin Feng was saying, they instinctively felt the majesty that could not be disobeyed. Brother Feng, what on earth is going on? Seeing such a magical scene, Su Sheng finally couldn't help but speak again. Lin Feng looked at the ancient beasts outside the city and said with a wry smile, I don't know about that either. Maybe whoever can gather 12 earth crystals and fuse them together will be the one they submit to. The crystal of the earth? Brother Feng, why is it the crystal of the earth? It's just a crystal-like stone, Lin Feng said, patted Su Sheng's shoulder and changed the subject. I'll tell you about this later. The next morning, the soft sunlight shone on the city wall, giving this weathered land a layer of warm light. Lin Feng did not sleep all night, but he was still energetic. He looked at the vast wilderness outside the city and thought about the future path. Because last night he discovered something that he had never expected. So after he merged with the crystal of the earth, he could travel through 7 parallel worlds that were exactly the same as in this life, the previous life, and so on. But Lin Feng's physical body still had no way to reach the giant door deep in the universe. That means he has to fly the aircraft carrier himself to actually get there. So there are 2 paths before Lin Feng at this time. One is to continue living on this land and watch the children grow up with Zhao Jingyi and others, while they grow old and live out their lives peacefully on this planet. The other way is to drive an aircraft carrier and explore the truth behind the giant door deep in the universe. But if this happens, his woman, who has children, may have to accompany him through some hardships. Hey, after thinking all night, Lin Feng still didn't find the answer he wanted, so he couldn't help but sigh. Feng, what's wrong with you? At this time, Zhao Jingyi stood slightly beside him and looked at the rising sun ahead with Lin Feng. So Lin Feng told her all his troubles without reservation. After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi was silent for a long time before she slowly said, Offing, maybe we have a third option. The third option? Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard that. We'll take a look and come back. What do you say? After all, for Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng had already made the answer in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be so conflicted. So in order to prevent Lin Feng from having any regrets, this was all he could say. But Lin Feng also knew what Zhao Jingyi was feeling at that moment. Lin Feng gently held Zhao Jingyi's hand, his heart full of emotion. He looked at the sky in the distance that seemed to hide endless secrets, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Jingyi, you are always so considerate. But this trip is really too dangerous, and I don't want you and the children to be in danger. Zhao Jingyi leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and said softly, Feng, we are a family. No matter what decision you make, we will be together. Besides, I also want to go and see the door you mentioned. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt mixed emotions. He knew Zhao Jingyi's determination very well, and he also understood that he had an irresistible desire to explore the secrets behind the huge door. Lin Feng thought for a long time, and finally nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go together, but this time it will definitely be extremely dangerous. I will definitely protect you and the child. At this moment, several spaceships, under the reflection of the rising sun in the sky, slowly approached Lin Feng again. This inevitably made Lin Feng feel very unhappy. Really? You don't know how to live or die? As Lin Feng spoke, his mind moved, and he swung the god-level blade of judgment violently towards the sky. In an instant, a heat wave gushed out from the blade of judgment. The heat wave, carrying with it the power to destroy the world, rushed towards the spacecraft like a raging tsunami. The blazing light instantly illuminated the entire sky, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, making crackling sounds. Several spaceships shook violently under the impact of the heat wave, like lone boats in a storm, instantly turning into molten iron and then evaporating without leaving even a slag. But surprisingly, Chapter 447, The Jupiter Alien Envoy Zelox. But what was surprising was that at the moment when one of the spaceships was about to be swallowed by the heat wave, a layer of dark blue shield suddenly appeared on the surface of the spaceship, which actually blocked Lin Feng's powerful attack. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Interesting, it seems that the guy who came this time is not simple. Zhao Jingyi leaned against Lin Feng nervously, staring at the spaceship in the sky, her hands unconsciously grasping the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Feng, who are they? Lin Feng said disdainfully. No matter where he comes from, in the end, he will never come back. At this time, as the spaceship slowly landed, the hatch opened, and a group of people in silver armor walked out. They walked in unison, exuding a powerful aura, and looked well-trained. The leader was a tall man. He took off his helmet, revealing a stern face with anger and forbearance in his eyes. My friend, is this how you treat your guests? To you guys who came uninvited, Lin Feng raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and met the other party's gaze condescendingly. This is already considered polite. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do on my planet? Are you here for those broken stones too? The Earth crystal has been completely integrated. Of course not. The man said, holding back his anger. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. Then what are you here for? We are from Jupiter. We are envoys from Jupiter. My name is Zelox, and I am here specifically to make friends with your planet. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's vigilance did not decrease at all, and he sneered and said, For tens of millions of years, our planet has never seen an alien race take the initiative to make friends with our planet. We have never even seen a group of aliens like you. Now that our planet has fallen, you have appeared instead. Are you breaking off relations? This is really ridiculous. When Zelox heard Lin Feng say this, he immediately took a step forward, spread his hands, and said in a non-hostile manner, Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. We on Jupiter have always longed for peace. We have long heard of your planet's civilization and unique abilities. This time, we came here sincerely hoping to establish friendly diplomatic relations and exchange what we have. Words are not enough. What can you use to prove your sincerity? Zelox raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, turned around and waved his hand, and two silver-armored soldiers behind him carried out an exquisite metal box. Then he slowly opened the box, revealing crystals emitting soft light and strange technological devices. This is a sample of our Jupiter planet's energy core, as well as some basic space jump technology data. We're giving these as a gift to show our sincerity, Zelox explained. The energy core can provide your planet with more efficient energy, and space jump technology may help you expand the scope of your exploration of the universe. Looking at the things in the box, to be honest, Lin Feng was very surprised at this moment. But Lin Feng knows one thing. There are not so many good things in this world that happen for no reason. So Lin Feng suppressed his inner shock and kept a calm face, raising his eyebrows and said, "Tell me, what is your real purpose?" At this time, Lin Feng stared at Zelox with sharp eyes, trying to catch a hint of flaw in the other's expression. Zelox looked calm, looking back at Lin Feng without flinching, and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I just say that? The purpose of our trip is to make friends with your planet." "Then what?" Facing Lin Feng's repeated questioning, Zelox pondered for a long time before speaking. "We just hope that the person on your planet who merged with the Earth crystal can take proper care of the master of our planet after entering that door and becoming the creator of this universe. After all, in the perception of all aliens in the entire interstellar space, no matter who they are, once they gather 12 Earth crystals and fuse them, it can be said that they have already stepped 1 foot into the ranks of the creators of the universe. So naturally, there are some aliens who think that if they can't beat them, they might as well join." But at this moment, a mocking smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. "So, you are here to curry favor with the future creator of the universe, in the hope of receiving his blessing?" "Yes, that's what we mean." Zeloxis lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "You guys are oversimplifying things. Not to mention whether becoming the creator of the universe is as easy as you think, but you think you can take this free ride just by saying a few words. We are not just talking for nothing. In addition to the gift just now, Jupiter is also willing to fully cooperate with your planet in scientific research and development and resource sharing. As long as the person who has merged the Earth crystal can take care of us in the future, all these efforts will be worth it for us." Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but ask, "But what if he fails to become the creator of the universe? Wouldn't your investment be wasted?" Zelox was slightly stunned, then said firmly, "We believe in the potential of those who fuse the Earth crystal. Even if we fail in the end, the friendship and cooperation we have established with your planet during this period will benefit both of us." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and thought secretly in his heart, "I have to say that the conditions of Jupiter are indeed a little bit tempting to Raymond Lamb. It would be a good thing if we could use their power to restore the pre-apocalyptic vitality of this planet where we are located, which has been in the apocalypse for a long time. But in this case, the risks hidden behind this are self-evident. Besides, once I step through that door, I will truly become a creator-like being. Wouldn't it be possible for me to transform the planet I am on myself? You can go back. If that day really comes, I think the person who merged with the Earth crystal will take care of you. It can be regarded as compensation for me killing so many of you just now." When Zelox heard Lin Feng's words, he was slightly startled. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Since you have made up your mind, we will not force you. However, I hope you will remember what we said today. If you need it in the future, Jupiter Star is still willing to lend a hand." After saying that, Zeloxis turned around and prepared to return to the spaceship. But at this moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and several black shadows cut through the sky and rushed towards the spaceship of Jupiter. "Oh no, they are from Rockwolf Star. Enter combat readiness immediately." Zeloxis shouted and quickly commanded the soldiers behind him to enter combat status. The soldiers in silver armor reacted quickly and set up a defensive formation around the spacecraft in an instant. Chapter 448, Rockwolf Starman. Lin Feng and everyone else on the city wall couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. At this point, anyone could guess that the Jupiter star represented by Zeloxis seemed to have a blood feud with this so-called Rockwolf star. Otherwise, Zelik wouldn't be so nervous. The black light was getting closer and closer, revealing several hideous-looking spaceships with sharp protrusions all over their hulls, like evil beasts from the dark abyss. The Rockwolf spaceship did not stop at all, and scarlet energy beams shot out from the muzzle, bombarding the Jupiter spaceship with a breath of destruction. The dark blue shield of the Jupiter spacecraft was instantly activated. The light flickered violently under the attack, and ripples appeared on the shield, as if it would break at any time. Zeloxis's forehead was covered with sweat. He stared at the battlefield situation and turned back to shout into the spaceship, "Activate emergency energy and increase the shield power." The silver-armored soldiers carried out the orders in an orderly manner. Some soldiers controlled the weapon systems on the spacecraft and began to fight back. A series of dark blue energy bombs flew towards the Rockwolf star spacecraft. The energy beams of both sides collided and crossed in midair. Explosions sounded one after another, and the brilliant light made the sky as bright as day. Lin Feng looked at the fierce battle scene and said angrily, "How outrageous! If you want to fight, get out of here. Otherwise, you will die." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he picked up the god-level blade of judgment in his hand again and swung it fiercely at the spaceships of Rockwolf Star. In an instant, a chill that could freeze time surged and spread from the judgment blade. This chill, with its chilling might, instantly swept across half of the sky over the battlefield. Under the attack of this chill, the energy beams that were colliding with each other seemed to be frozen in midair. The scarlet energy beam shot out by the Rockwolf Star spaceship turned into ice spikes, hanging in front of the spaceship's muzzle. The dark blue energy bomb that the Jupiter spacecraft fired in counterattack also turned into an ice ball emitting cold light, floating in the battlefield. A thick layer of ice quickly condensed on the surface of the Rockwolf Star's spacecraft. The originally hideous protrusions were wrapped in the ice, losing their former ferocity. The Rockwolf people in the spaceship were terrified. They operated the spaceship desperately, trying to get rid of the terrible cold. However, all their efforts were in vain. The cold air penetrated every corner of the spacecraft, making their bodies gradually stiff and their movements slow. The soldiers of Xyloxis and Jupiter were also watching this scene in shock. They did not expect that Lin Feng actually possessed such terrifying power. Oh my god, who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Xyloxis looked at Lin Feng on the city wall and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Holding the divine judgment blade in hand, Lin Feng jumped down from the city wall and walked towards the battlefield step by step. His figure seemed particularly tall in the ice and snow outside the city. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet was frozen by the cold, leaving a series of deep footprints. If you want to fight, just get out of here and fight from afar. Lin Feng's voice was like the sound of a bell in the cold night, cold and majestic. You're causing trouble on my turf. Are you tired of living? At this moment, the hatch of a Rockwolf spaceship suddenly opened, and a burly Rockwolf rushed out. He was wearing a suit of armor that emitted a strange red light, which seemed to be able to resist Lin Feng's coldness. Kid, who are you? I'm fighting with my tribesmen on the Woodstar. It's none of your business. Shit. So all the words I said just now were in vain, right? Lin Feng's eyes instantly flashed with a sharp cold light, staring closely at the burly Rockwolf alien in front of him, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and then continued. Since you don't understand what people say, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the Rockwolf alien like a black lightning. At the same time, the god-level judgment blade in his hand was wrapped in a biting chill, drawing an ice blue light arc in the air and striking directly on the top of the Rockwolf alien's head. Seeing this, the Rockwolf alien roared, tightly grasped the huge dark red battle axe in both hands, and raised it up suddenly, trying to block Lin Feng's attack. With a loud bang, the judgment blade and the battle axe broke instantly when they collided. The tall Rockwolf alien immediately turned into a pile of blood-red ice. At this moment, the Rockwolf aliens turned into blood-red frost, the battlefield was dead silent, and everyone was shocked by this horrifying scene. Whether it was the Rockwolf soldiers struggling in the spaceship or the Jupiter warriors on high alert, they all stared at Lin Feng blankly, their eyes full of fear and disbelief. Lin Feng slowly retracted the god-level judgment blade, frost falling from the tip of the blade. He glanced coldly at the remaining Rockwolf Star spaceships and asked in a cold voice, "Who else wants to try?" Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting every Rockwolf Star person's heart. It was not until a moment later that panicked shouts and noisy sounds of instruments were heard from the Rockwolf Star spacecraft. Several spacecraft started up hastily, their engines roaring sharply, and they turned around and fled desperately. However, the power system of the spacecraft that was shrouded by Lin Feng's cold air was severely damaged, and the flying speed was extremely slow. It was like a headless fly, flying up and down in the air. Xylox was overjoyed when he saw this, so he immediately ordered his men. Warriors of Jupiter, listen up. While they are weak now, strike back. The morale of the silver-armored soldiers was boosted, and they regained control of the weapon system. A series of dark blue energy bombs chased the fleeing Rockwolf Star spaceship. I saw several energy bombs accurately hit the tail of a Rockwolf Star spaceship. The violent explosion instantly tore the back half of the spaceship apart. The hot flames carried the wreckage of the spaceship around, drawing dazzling arcs in the air. Soon after, another Rockwolf Star spaceship was not spared. The energy bomb exploded on its flank, and the hull was rolled over by the powerful impact force. It fell crookedly towards the ground. Parts and fragments kept falling off along the way, hitting the ice field below with a dull sound. The remaining Rockwolf Star spaceships accelerated desperately, trying to escape the pursuit behind them, but the power system corroded by the cold air became their biggest burden. The speed of the spacecraft was getting slower and slower, but the Jupiter spacecraft behind it was closing in on it, with energy bombs pouring down like raindrops. However, just when the Rockwolf people were in desperate situation, a huge wormhole suddenly appeared in the sky, and a powerful gravitational force emanated from it. Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, and others on the city wall suddenly changed their expressions. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. The space at the edge of the wormhole was distorted, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth to devour everything. Chapter 449, Rockwolf Star Envoy. I saw this huge Rockwolf Star spaceship slowly sailing out of the wormhole. Its hull was several times larger than the previous spaceship, and its surface was flashing a layer of strange purple light, making it look indestructible. All the weapon systems on the spacecraft were turned on, and the black muzzles were aimed at the Jupiter spacecraft, emitting a deadly threat. When Zalaxis saw this scene, his face turned pale instantly, and the hope of victory that had just ignited was completely extinguished by this sudden change. At this moment, Zalaxis clenched his fists nervously, and beads of sweat covered his forehead again. He secretly complained in his heart, "This is a big trouble." Such a cool way to make an appearance is really interesting. However, Lin Feng's expression was unusually calm. He looked up at the huge support spacecraft. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a gleam of excitement. At this moment, even the god-level judgment blade in Lin Feng's hand made a buzzing sound, as if it was looking forward to the upcoming battle. With the appearance of support spacecraft, the atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly tense. The spacecraft of both sides were facing each other, and the air seemed to be filled with invisible smoke of gunpowder, and a fierce battle could break out again at any time. Suddenly, the huge Rockwolf support spaceship launched the first attack. Thick purple energy beams shot out from the muzzle, blasting towards the Jupiter spaceship with the momentum of destroying everything. I saw this purple beam of light cutting through the sky, and the space shook wherever it passed, emitting bursts of low roars. The Jupiter spacecraft quickly activated its shield, and the faint blue light lit up again, resisting the enemy's attack. However, this time the attack from the Rockwolf Star support spacecraft was too powerful. The shield trembled violently under the impact of the purple light beam, and the light became dimmer and dimmer, and there was a danger of breaking at any time. Zalaxis was extremely anxious. He kept directing the soldiers to adjust the shield power in order to counterattack. The silver-armored soldiers tried their best to control the weapon system on the spacecraft and fired a series of dark blue energy bombs at the Rockwolf Star support spacecraft. The energy bomb and the purple beam met in midair, colliding with a dazzling light and a huge explosion. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke and flames, and both sides were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. Lin Feng stood on the ice field outside the city, looking at the fierce battle in the sky, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Since he merged with the crystal of the earth, he had already comprehended the mysteries of the universe, so he no longer had any worries about the day of judgment. Then Lin Feng snorted coldly, kicked the ground hard with his feet, and rushed towards the Rockwolf Star support spacecraft like a cannonball. The moment he approached the spaceship, Lin Feng wielded the god-level judgment blade, and a powerful ice energy burst out with him as the center, spreading violently in all directions. Wherever the ice energy reached, the purple light beams were instantly frozen and turned into huge ice pillars hovering in the air. The crew of the Rockwolf Star support spacecraft looked at this scene in horror. They did not expect Lin Feng's strength to be so terrifying. However, they did not give up resistance. The defense system on the spacecraft was quickly activated, and a layer of purple energy shield tightly wrapped the spacecraft. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He tightly grasped the god-level judgment blade with both hands, gathered all the strength in his body, and slashed fiercely at the shield of the spacecraft. Boom! With a deafening bang, the blade of judgment collided with the shield. The powerful impact caused ripples on the surface of the shield, and the surrounding space was also distorted and deformed. Although the shield of the Rockwolf Star support spacecraft was very strong, cracks still appeared under Lin Feng's full-force attack. Then the Rockwolf Star spaceship crashed into the ground like a meteorite, with thick smoke billowing out. Then the hatch opened quickly with a bang, and hundreds of people from Rockwolf Star climbed out of the spacecraft in a very embarrassed manner. "Sir, who are you? Why are you helping the people of Jupiter?" A Rockwolf alien who was 3 meters tall was coughing due to the smoke and staring at Lin Feng with his wolf-like eyes. "They have nothing to do with me. I just don't like it when people fight in front of my house." "Bullshit. Why did you only hit us and not him?" The Rockwolf pointed his finger at Zelox viciously. Lin Feng snorted coldly upon hearing this. "Because you were the first to do it." "You?" The Rockwolf alien was so angry that he was speechless. It was not until a moment later that the Rockwolf Star suppressed his anger and spoke again. "Well, after all, I didn't come here to fight today, but to visit the person who merged with the crystal of the earth. Visiting? So you and they have the same purpose for coming here. When the rock wolf heard this, he couldn't help but glare at Zelox and the others fiercely, breathing heavily from his nostrils. Humph. Although our goals are the same, we are not on the same path. Zeloxus frowned, his heart full of vigilance. He looked at Lin Feng, wanting to say something but stopping himself. But Lin Feng obviously caught the look on Zeloxus's face, so he asked, since you have the same goal, why do you want to fight to the death as soon as you meet? The rock wolf starman spat fiercely and said, the guys from Jupiter Star are always hypocritical. Many years ago, we discovered clues to a mysterious ruin hidden in the universe together. We originally agreed to explore together, but they cheated in secret and tried to take the treasures in the ruins for themselves. We from Rockwolf Star will always remember this. Zelox hurriedly explained. That was all a misunderstanding. At that time, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared around the ruins. We only took action to protect ourselves. We definitely didn't mean to take it all for ourselves. Bullshit. If you hadn't betrayed us, how could so many of us have died? We also lost a lot of people, okay? How did you? Okay, to be honest, I'm really not interested in what's going on between you two. Lin Feng waved his hand impatiently, then changed the subject and continued. Since the purpose of your trip is to come to us, then don't waste time arguing. Just say whatever you want to say. The rock wolf took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and said, I heard that a person who merged with the Earth crystal was born on your planet. So this time, our people from Rockwolf Star are also sincere in making friends with you. After saying that, the rock wolf waved to his men, and several of them carried out 2 boxes from the damaged giant spaceship. Chapter 450. Sorry, I can't. This is our Rockwolf Star's most precious star core crystal and rare energy ore. We give it as a greeting gift, hoping it can express our sincerity. As the box was opened, there was a dazzling light inside. The star core crystals flashed with a dreamy halo. The energy ore emitted rich energy fluctuations, and the surrounding air trembled slightly. What are these star core crystals and energy ores used for? Lin Feng glanced at the 2 boxes on the ground and asked casually. Upon hearing this, the rock wolf straightened up slightly. A hint of pride appeared on his face, and he said, Your Excellency may not know that this star core crystal was collected by our rock wolf star over countless years from the mysterious nebula deep in the universe. It contains extremely pure and powerful cosmic energy, which can not only greatly enhance the spiritual power of the psychic, but also stimulate potential at critical moments, allowing the user to burst out with power beyond their own limits. Then the rock wolf pointed to the softly glowing star core crystal in the box and continued. Moreover, star core crystals are also very effective in repairing and strengthening some special energy equipment. As long as they are integrated into the equipment, the performance of the equipment will be greatly improved, and both the defense and attack capabilities will be significantly improved. Then, the rock wolf picked up another piece of energy ore and showed it to Lin Feng. As for these energy ores, they contain abundant natural energy, which is a rare and precious resource in the universe. They can be used as energy to drive some large energy devices. For example, if our Rockwolf Star spacecraft uses these energy ores as energy, it can not only increase the speed of the spacecraft several times, but also make the weapon system on the spacecraft more powerful. For you, if you combine this energy ore with your weapon, it may make this sharp blade produce unexpected changes. Hearing what the Rockwolf alien said, Lin Feng was obviously moved. So Lin Feng looked at the Rockwolf and said, Hearing what you said, I feel that these 2 boxes of things are really good. What is your name? I am Hawk, the captain of the 97th Fleet of Rockwolf Star. Hawk glanced at Zelox beside him intentionally or unintentionally and said proudly, Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng said as he patted the 2 boxes. 1 box of energy ore and 1 box of star core crystals were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million boxes of energy ore and 10 million boxes of star core crystals. Lin Feng quietly copied the 2 boxes of gifts 1,000,000 times and stored them in space. He then looked at Hawk and said, The stuff is indeed good. We have received your sincerity, so you should take the 2 boxes back. Hawk, who was originally full of confidence, froze his expression instantly when he heard this. Sir, what do you mean? We, the Rockwolf Star, have given you such a precious gift. Why are you refusing it? No reason. It's just that we have all these things of yours. What? This? How is this possible? These energy ores and star core crystals are rare, even on our Rockwolf Star. How could there be these 2 things on such a barren planet like yours? When Lin Feng heard this, he pretended to be a little annoyed and said, Our planet is indeed barren, which can prevent someone who can fuse the Earth crystal from appearing. Sir, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, you don't need to explain too much. In fact, we didn't accept the gift from Jupiter. Don't think too much about it. Hawk heard this and glanced at Zelox beside him. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding. I was wrong in my words just now. Since you don't want to accept our gifts, I won't force you. I just hope that the friendship between our Rockwolf planet and your planet will not be affected by this." Lin Feng waved his hand and said calmly, "As for friendship, it depends on how we get along in the future." Hawk bowed slightly, with a respectful smile on his face, and said, "Your Excellency is right. In the future, the Rockwolf star will definitely take practical actions to enhance the friendship between us. However, we have an unwelcome request, so please satisfy it." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he said calmly, "Oh, tell me about it." Hawk took a deep breath and then slowly said, "Sir, can you let us see the true appearance of the one who has merged with the crystal of the earth?" As Hawk said this, Zelox's eyes lit up. After all, they don't know now that Lin Feng is actually the person they long to meet. But for them, if they could really meet the person who fused the crystal of the earth, it would undoubtedly be a great honor for them. However, Raymond Lamb smiled calmly. "Of course you can, but you also know that the person who merged the earth crystal is a noble and kind person. What's more, there will definitely be some people with ill intentions who have other plans for him. So for safety reasons, now is not the time." Hawk and Zelodes showed a hint of disappointment on their faces, but they didn't say much. But Hawk still did not give up, so he pleaded again. "Sir, we from the Rockwolf star have absolutely no ill will towards you. We simply admire you. Could you please be flexible and just take a look from afar?" At this time, Zelox couldn't help but echoed, Yes, yes. We promise that we will never do anything offensive, nor will we leak any information. We hope you can help us." "I'm sorry, I can't." Lin Feng deliberately spoke in a heavy tone. In Lin Feng's opinion, he didn't think that the relationship with these two aliens, whom he had just met, was so solid. After all, he had just killed so many of the aliens' men and destroyed so many of their spaceships. Even if they really wanted to curry favor with him, he hoped that after he entered that door, he would be able to take care of the people on their two planets. But this also means that they have already developed resentment towards themselves. It's just that for the sake of the overall situation, they have been holding back. Hawk was disappointed to see Lin Feng's straightforward answer, but he didn't dare to say anything more and could only lower his head helplessly. Zeloxis gritted his teeth. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he could only hide this emotion in his heart. It was not until a moment later that Zelox looked at Lin Feng and said with a wry smile, "In that case, we won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Zeloxis waved to his men, boarded the spaceship, and quickly left. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Hawk again. "Why don't you leave?" Chapter 451. Do you think these aliens are reliable? Our spaceship is broken, and it seems we won't be able to leave for a while. Hawk looked at Lin Feng and shrugged helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the damaged spaceship behind Hawk, showed a hint of humility, then walked to the spaceship, copied it tens of millions of times, and then performed a 2-in-1 synthesis. The spaceship was instantly completely repaired, and the other performance of the spaceship was also further improved. Hawk and his men, who were standing by, saw such a magical scene and couldn't help but feel a little more in awe of Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The spaceship, which they had thought was severely damaged and nearly scrapped, seemed to have come to life in Lin Feng's hands and was reborn in a way beyond imagination. Hawk swallowed his saliva, walked forward, and said with a trembling voice, How did you do that? This is simply a magical skill." Hawk said this, staring at the repaired spacecraft excitedly, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. But Lin Feng just smiled and said casually, "It's just some tricks. I did some in-depth research on the structure of the spacecraft before, and these just happened to come in handy." However, Hawk was even more shocked when he heard these words. After all, what kind of research can instantly repair a spacecraft that is about to be scrapped? It seems that the creatures on this seemingly barren planet are transforming at an alarming rate, and the person in front of me is a good proof. So at this moment, when Hawk looked at Lin Feng, in addition to awe, there was also a hint of curiosity and admiration, because they have never seen such a powerful and mysterious ability, this power that can change predicaments, which makes them seem to see new hope in this crisis-ridden universe. "Don't just stand there, go back." Just as Hawk was in a daze, Lin Feng's words instantly brought him back to his senses, and he quickly said, "Okay, then we'll go." Hawk said this, waved to his men, and disappeared into the sky in his spaceship. "Ah Feng, do you think these aliens are reliable?" At this moment, Zhao Jingyi's voice sounded behind Lin Feng. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head and saw that Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Su Sheng and others had also walked down from the city and stood behind him. Lin Feng turned around again and looked at the distant sky, sighing softly. What's so reliable? The world is really getting more and more bizarre now. Looking back, how could Lin Feng have imagined that his rebirth would lead to so many things that were beyond his imagination? After returning to the villa, Lin Feng, who had not slept all night, lay down on the soft sofa and fell into a deep sleep unknowingly. It was not until dark that Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his head was still a little dizzy. He rubbed his temples, then stood up and walked to the window. The lights outside the city were lighting up, but Lin Feng's thoughts were still on his encounter with the aliens during the day. This made him even more curious about the mysterious giant door deep in the universe. What is inside that door? Is it really like what these aliens said? Once you step in, will you become a creator? Just as Lin Feng was looking at the starry sky and muttering to himself, Lu Yun had already prepared a bowl of noodles and placed it on the dining table. She said softly to Lin Feng, who was standing in front of the window, "Ah Feng, I made you a bowl of beef noodles. Come and eat it while it's hot." Lin Feng turned around and looked at the bowl of steaming beef noodles on the table and felt that he was indeed a little hungry. So Lin Feng walked to the dining table and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The familiar taste instantly dispelled some of the haze in his heart. The noodles are well made. After saying that, Lin Feng started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing Lin Feng wolfing down his food, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. She sat down opposite him and hesitated for a long time before asking, "Ah Feng, what happened with the aliens today? Won't there be any danger? I heard some of what Jingyi and the others said, and I'm a little worried." Hearing this, Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and looked at Lu Yun with a gentle smile on his face. Based on the current situation, these aliens are simply trying to make friends with us. Lu Yun frowned slightly, her eyes full of worry. I'm afraid they will do something stupid. After all, their technology is so advanced. What if? Lin Feng reached out and gently patted Lu Yun's hand, comforting her. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Lu Yun nodded and forced a smile. That's good, but Offing, you still have to be careful. Don't worry. Lin Feng gave Lu Yun a smile that made her feel at ease. At this time, Zhao Jingyi walked in hurriedly. There was anxiety on her face and beads of sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he said, Jingyi, what happened again? Ah Feng, this is bad. I just detected a powerful energy fluctuation that is moving rapidly in our direction. It is likely to be another powerful alien force. When Lin Feng heard this, his expression instantly became serious. It seems that the previous calm was just the calm before the storm. Where are Rushuang and Su Sheng? They are still on the wall. Walk. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took Zhao Jingyi and Lu Yun and hurriedly left the villa, got on a military off-road vehicle, and drove out of the city at high speed. I saw military off-road vehicles speeding on the empty streets, and the roar of their engines was particularly harsh in the silent night. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused and stern. Zhao Jingyi and Lu Yun sat in the back seat, and the atmosphere seemed to be extremely tense. Soon, Lin Feng and his friends arrived at the city wall. At this time, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushua, Su Sheng and everyone else were standing on the city wall, looking at the distant sky with solemn expressions. Lin Feng jumped out of the car, rushed up to the city wall in a few steps, and looked in the direction they were looking. He saw dazzling rays of light cutting through the darkness in the night sky and approaching at a very fast speed. In the night sky, there were spaceships of various shapes. The huge ships emitted a cold metallic luster and were surrounded by energy halos. It was obvious that the technology was far superior to that of their planet. The searchlights at the front of the spacecraft were like giant beams of light, illuminating the earth below as bright as day. Standing on the city wall, Lin Feng looked at the rows of spaceships of various shapes and colors in the night sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "It seems that this is the real beginning." Chapter 452, Continuous. I saw the spaceships in the night sky hovering outside the city for a while, and then they all landed outside the city. As the hatches opened, aliens of all shapes and sizes poured out. Some of the aliens are tall, more than 2 people tall, with thick limbs, rock-gray skin, and exude a heavy sense of oppression. Others are short but extremely flexible, with strange blue light flashing all over their bodies, and their eyes are like deep black holes, with no bottom to be seen. I saw these aliens, all holding strange weapons, approaching the city wall in orderly steps. Everyone listen up, maintain a defensive posture, and do not open fire without my order. As Lin Feng quickly made deployments, The 13 combined heavy machine guns and other weapons on the city wall were all pointed at the aliens below the city. Just wait for Lin Feng to give the order, and these aliens will be turned into ashes in an instant. After all, no matter how powerful the aliens' technology is, it cannot compare to the devastating weapons on the city walls. When the aliens under the city wall saw that the weapons on the wall were aimed at them, they wisely stopped immediately. At this time, a petite alien walked out of the team. He was wearing a cloak inlaid with mysterious crystals and holding a device similar to a communicator in his hand. After a sharp sound, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. I am from the most noble race of we 12. My name is Salon. We came here hoping to establish friendship with you. We are too. We are from the Ember Flame Star. My name is Yinmu. At this time, a tall alien also said, We are too. We are from Linglan Star. My name is Tianshui. And we. As the alien named Salon and Yinmu finished speaking, aliens from other planets also echoed him. It turns out that this group of idiots also came here because of the crystal of the earth. Lin Feng, who was on the city wall, looked at the aliens below the city and couldn't help muttering to himself. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to the aliens below the city. We already know why you are here. You should hurry back now to avoid disturbing the rest of this city and the person who has merged with the earth crystal. When Salon heard what Lin Feng said, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He waved the communicator in his hand, making a buzzing sound, as if conveying his dissatisfaction to his companions. Then, Salon raised his voice and looked up at Lin Feng on the city wall and said, Hey, kid, we came all the way here. Do you think you can get rid of us with just one word from you? At this time, Yinmu took a step forward. His body radiated rolling heat waves, and the air around him was distorted. We drove the spaceship through countless galaxies and crossed a long period of time to get here. Please at least let us meet the person who merged with the Earth crystal, brother. That's right. We actually have no ill intentions. We just want to establish a deep friendship with your planet. Look, we have brought gifts with us. Tianshui also came floating over, with vibrant light bands surrounding her body. She pointed at the box behind her and said, Yes, just let us meet. That's right. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the shouting of the aliens below the city. He couldn't help but frown slightly and said, Since you don't understand what I mean, let me say it again. The purpose of your coming here is nothing more than hoping that once our person who merged the earth steps into the door deep in the universe, you hope to get his protection, right? Yinmu, Salon, Tianshui, and other aliens. When they heard Lin Feng speak so directly, they coughed dryly in embarrassment and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered and continued. You all know in your hearts what the power of the earth crystal fusioner means, but do you really think that you can achieve your goal by just saying a few words to establish friendship? As soon as Lin Feng said this, Salon and others outside the city wall fell into silence in an instant. At this time, Salon gritted his teeth and spoke again. We admit that we have this consideration, but we are also sincere. Each of our planets has unique technology and resources. As long as we cooperate, your planet will benefit greatly. As Salon spoke, he waved his hand, and the aliens behind him immediately carried out several boxes. After opening them, light flashed inside, and all kinds of strange technological items and rare minerals were revealed. Brother, we have gone through hardships to come here, but we don't want to be your enemy. In order to show our sincerity, we have also brought resources from our planet today. Yinmu also echoed at this time. Tianshui also said in a gentle but firm tone, We at Linglan Star are good at research on healing and mental power. We may be able to solve some potential crises for you. If you refuse to cooperate, it will not benefit anyone. At this moment, her eyes were full of sincerity, and the light bands around her danced gently, as if sending a friendly signal. Lin Feng was silent for a while. After scanning his eyes over these aliens and the gifts they brought, he jumped down from the city wall. He walked towards the boxes of the aliens and said, Since you are so sincere, I will take a look at the gifts you brought. When Salon and other aliens heard what Lin Feng said, they thought there was still room for maneuver, so they were all very happy. But when Lin Feng touched these boxes, he copied them silently and stored them in the space. He still said to these aliens as he did to Hawk last time, The things are indeed good. We have received your sincerity, so you should take them back. The smile on Salon's face froze instantly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? We took out so many precious items, and you looked at them, and yet you refused to cooperate. The heat waves from Yinmu's body surged again, and the ground around him was slightly cracked from being baked. He took a step forward and shouted angrily, Don't go too far, kid. We won't be fooled by anyone. That's right. What do you mean, kid? At this moment, as Salon and Yinmu said this, The other aliens also surrounded Lin Feng angrily and followed their words. Seeing these aliens being so entangled, Lin Feng, who had been forbearing all this time, finally began to become irritable. Fuck, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Get out of here. Chapter 453, are you going to get out of here or not? With Lin Feng's roar, the expressions on the faces of aliens such as Salon suddenly became very ugly. But the main reason they came this time was to curry favor with the person who had fused the earth crystal. So no matter how unhappy they were at the moment, they could only endure it. Then Salon coughed dryly, tried to use a flattering tone, looked at Lin Feng, and spoke again. Look at you. We just want to meet the half-creator who has already stepped half a foot into the door of the universe. Are you so angry? That's right. It's not easy for all of us to travel tens of thousands of light years to get here. How about you be flexible and let us take a look from afar? Yes, take a look. We only take a look. Looking at these aliens buzzing around his ears like flies, Lin Feng's scalp was about to explode. This instantly made Lin Feng extremely angry. Are you going to get out of here or not? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the blade of judgment appeared in his hand. When the aliens such as Salon and Yinmu saw Lin Feng's posture, they immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, a chilling fear appeared on each of their faces. Because the weapon in Lin Feng's hand was hot on one side and extremely cold on the other. This kind of fear that penetrated deep into the bone marrow was obviously not an ordinary item. At this time, Salon swallowed his saliva, pretended to be calm, and put on a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Little brother, don't be impulsive. We have no ill intentions." Yinmu also echoed from the side, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, we are all living beings in the universe. We will meet each other sooner or later. Why bother with knives and guns? Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the judgment blade emitted a cold light. He scanned the group of aliens in front of him with a sharp gaze and said word by word, "I'll give you 3 more seconds to get out of my sight immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, Lin Feng's aura suddenly rose, and the air around him seemed to be solidified by his power, forming ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Salon and Yinmu looked at each other and saw the hesitation and unwillingness in each other's eyes. The other aliens behind them also began to whisper to each other. Some looked timid, while others looked unwillingly at the city behind Lin Feng, which seemed mysterious and desirable to them. 1. Lin Feng began the countdown, his voice as cold as the chill wind from the depths of the universe, sending a chill through the hearts of these aliens. Salon clenched his fists tightly. He knew that the human in front of him was not someone to be trifled with, but he was unwilling to give up just like that. Yinmu quietly took a step back, his eyes flickering, as if he had already thought of leaving here. After all, in his opinion, if he had a conflict with this young man today, not only would he not be able to meet the person who had merged with the earth, but the relationship would also be completely strained. If this is true, then the loss would really outweigh the gain. Moreover, the strength of the young man in front of him is unfathomable, and the weapon in his hand alone is full of deadly danger. 2. As Lin Feng counted down again, the atmosphere around him became increasingly tense, as if it was a string stretched to its limit that could break at any time. Well, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Yinmu, who had finally made up his mind, said something to the other aliens, then led his men to hurriedly board his spaceship and quickly left. I'm leaving too. Goodbye. At this time, Tian Shui said something unwillingly to Lin Feng, waved to his people, returned to his spaceship, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Gradually, everyone drove their own spaceships and quickly left here. In just a short while, all the aliens quickly left, leaving only Salon and his men. What? Are you really going to force me to yell 3? Walk. Faced with Lin Feng's words, Salon could only spit out a word unwillingly to his subordinates, and quickly boarded the spaceship and left. After watching all the aliens leave, Lin Feng rubbed his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, I have a question. I don't quite understand it. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao appeared behind Lin Feng without knowing when. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Brother, why don't you tell them? In fact, you are the one who merged with the earth crystal? Am I familiar with these people? Besides, people are fickle, let alone these aliens. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, before the earth crystal merged with himself, the purpose of these aliens was to steal it. Now that the earth crystal has merged with themselves, they have completely lost hope, so the purpose of their coming this time is either they really want to make friends, or see if there is another chance to kill him so that the earth crystal can be decomposed into 12 pieces again, so that they will have another chance to start a new round of competition. Although the second possibility is unlikely, it does not mean that there is no possibility. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the wisest choice is not to reveal your background easily. But big brother, why don't you kill them? Silly girl, the martial arts world is not about fighting and killing. It's about the ways of the world. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head in confusion. I don't really understand. Lin Feng smiled and said, do you want to live a life full of fighting and killing every day, or live a peaceful and stable life every day? Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head and thought for a while, then said seriously, of course I hope to live a peaceful and stable life every day. Lin Feng gently touched Su Xiaoxiao's head and said with a gentle smile on his face, that's right. If we kill them all today, although we can relieve our anger temporarily, we will also create countless enemies. Moreover, there are even more powerful forces behind these aliens. If we continue to fight and kill endlessly, when will it end? Lin Feng paused and said, besides, if we let them go, they will know that I am not easy to mess with. In the future, most of these aliens will not dare to mess with us easily. Isn't this a kind of human nature? Su Xiaoxiao nodded as if she understood, and then asked, but big brother, what if these aliens come again? Lin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this, looked in the direction where the aliens left, and said, if they really don't understand, then don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 454 Peaceful Morning. The next day, Lin Feng was awakened by the sound of birds singing outside the window. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, turned his head to look at Wang Shushue who was still sleeping beside him, and then got out of the soft big bed. After a simple wash, Lin Feng put on his clothes while gently patting Wang Shushue's buttocks and said, it's already 10:30. Hurry up and get ready for lunch. But Wang Shushue grabbed Lin Feng's hand and whispered, Brother Feng slept too late last night. Please let me sleep a little longer. Okay, I'll give you another hour. I have something else to say later, so please hurry up. After Lin Feng said this softly, he walked down from upstairs. Dad. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng came downstairs, the sharp-eyed Lin Erniu started clamoring for Lin Feng to hold her. Lin Feng chuckled, held Lin Erniu in his arms, and walked into the kitchen, only to find Lu Yun still stewing something in the kitchen. Xiao Yun, what is this? It smells so good. Lu Yun turned around and said with a gentle smile on her face, this is the health-preserving soup that Sister Jingyi and I just learned to make. It uses a lot of fresh ingredients. I thought that by lunchtime, everyone can have a bowl to replenish their bodies. Lu Yun wiped her hands and looked at Lin Erniu in Lin Feng's arms. Erniu, are you greedy too? Upon hearing this, Lin Erniu nodded vigorously, her little face full of anticipation. Lin Feng put Lin Erniu on a chair beside him and took a look at the pot. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyan. As he said this, he kissed Lu Yun on the cheek when she wasn't paying attention. Lu Yun's face instantly turned red. She gently hit Lin Feng and said angrily, Erniu is still here. At this time, Lin Erniu looked at Lin Feng and the others, giggling and clapping her hands. At this time, Han Wushuang hummed a little tune and walked into the kitchen. When he smelled the fragrance, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it smells so good. What is this stew? Can I drink it now? Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Of course, this soup is for everyone to drink together. Drink more later. Lin Feng looked at the bustling kitchen and felt warm in his heart. It was not until noon that Lu Yun's health-preserving soup, which she had carefully stewed over a low fire, was finally ready. She poured the soup into an exquisite ceramic soup bowl. The curling hot steam, carrying a delicious aroma, instantly filled the entire restaurant. At this time, Wang Shushue yawned and finally came down from upstairs with sleepy eyes. She said with her nose moving slightly, what smells so good? It's the middle of the day. It woke me up. Everyone sat around the dining table. Lin Erniu, Lin Yi, Lin Xie and other children were all shaking their legs excitedly and staring at the soup bowls eagerly. Don't worry, everyone has a share. Lin Feng smiled and served a bowl to each of the children, and then added more for Lu Yun, Wang Shushue, and Han Wushuang in turn. Han Wushuang couldn't wait to take a sip. The soup slid across her tongue, and the fresh fragrance exploded between her taste buds. Her eyes lit up. Sister Yun, this soup is so delicious. You must teach me the secret recipe. Lu Yun's cheeks blushed slightly, and she smiled modestly. There is no secret recipe. I just made it according to the steps taught by Sister Jingyi. I'm happy if everyone likes it. Wang Shushue took a sip and praised it highly. Not only is it delicious, but it also makes me feel warm after drinking it. Xiaoyan, you are so thoughtful. At the dinner table, everyone was laughing and talking happily. Lin Erniu's mouth was covered with soup from drinking so much that she looked so cute that everyone couldn't help laughing. Lin Feng looked at the heartwarming scene and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that he had something else to discuss today, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks, and his expression became serious. I have something I want to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, all the girls put down their bowls and chopsticks, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. At this time, Zhao Jingyi spoke first. Ah Feng, what's the matter? Are you getting ready to leave? Said Ao. Sister Jingyi, where are we going? Before Lin Feng could respond, Ning Rushuang looked at Zhao Jingyi in confusion and asked. Han Wushuang also said at this time. Yes, didn't we just come back? Brother Feng, what on earth is going on? Seeing all the girls say this, it was obvious that Zhao Jingyi did not tell any of them about this in advance. So Lin Feng sighed softly and had to tell everyone his thoughts. After hearing this, all the women fell into silence. After all, the adventures they had with Lin Feng during this period of time, going up the mountains and down the sea, were already thrilling enough. And now we have to drive the synthesized aircraft carrier into the depths of the universe. This is really a bit too crazy. At this time, Lu Yun, who was usually quite quiet, also spoke up. Ah Feng, do we really have to go? Lin Feng looked up at the sky outside the window. Do you feel that we are still being controlled by some kind of force? Control? Can you be more specific? Irina said at this time. Lin Feng shook his head. I can't explain this feeling. Anyway, I just have this feeling, so it's far from over now. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, if we continue to avoid talking about this matter and ignore it, the aliens are still trying to talk to us, but over time they will become more aggressive and disrupt our lives endlessly. If this continues, a peaceful life will become a luxury, and what awaits us is only endless threats and turmoil. After listening to Lin Feng's story, the girls all looked extremely solemn. At this time, Lin Feng glanced at the girls and continued. In this case, it seems that I can only go to the depths of the universe, step into that door, and see what is inside. How can that be? If we want to go, let's go together. Yes, let's go together. Brother Feng, do you want to abandon us again? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Han Wushuang, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushua, and other girls all started shouting. Lin Feng looked at the determined faces of the women in front of him, feeling both moved and worried. He was fully aware of the danger of this space trip. There were too many uncertainties, and the slightest mistake could lead to everyone being doomed. This time is different from the past. The unknowns in the depths of the universe are far beyond our imagination. Moreover, once we enter that door, we may never come back. But if I don't go, the future will also be full of dangers. Instead of waiting in fear, I'd rather go and try it with you. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi took the lead in expressing her opinion. Sister Jingyi is right. Let's all go and give it a try. That's right. Seeing that the women were so determined, Lin Feng was in a dilemma. Chapter 455 The Man in the Door. Once Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and the others are brought along, then these children of his own must be brought along as well. If anything unexpected happened, all his women and children would be buried with him. After all, this is not just about climbing mountains or diving into the sea. This is really about going to the sky. There are really too many uncertain factors. If anything unexpected happens to them during the journey, it would be devastating. Therefore, the atmosphere at this moment was unusually quiet, as if it was frozen. At this time, Lin Erniu seemed to have noticed the solemn atmosphere. She jumped off the chair, ran to Lin Feng, and held his trouser legs tightly with her little hands. Wherever Daddy goes, Erniu goes. That's a must. A family should be together, and no one can be left behind. Linny pretended to be an adult and said seriously, That's right, we'll always be together. Seeing this, the other children also echoed, and their childish voices instantly broke the originally depressing atmosphere. Hearing the childish voice of his child, Lin Feng's mood at this moment became even more complicated. As night fell quietly, the relatively peaceful day passed by again. Lin Feng, standing in front of the window, flicked the cigarette that was about to burn out of the window from his fingertips. He returned to the bedroom alone, but opened the curtains in the bedroom. After taking a look at the starry sky outside the window, he faced the air in front of him and made a casual stroke. The door to another world quietly appeared in front of him. Then he stepped into the opening and disappeared completely. Then the scene changed, and Lin Feng appeared again in the world of his previous life, which was the world where Baturu and Ali were. Standing again beside the ruins of Songjiang City, which I destroyed with my own hands last time, I felt filled with emotion. All I could see were the ruins of Songjiang City, and the moonlight shining on the cracked ground looked like a layer of sad frost. A gust of cold wind blew by, and a faint whimpering sound came from the ruins, like the sobbing of this once prosperous city. Hey, Looking at such a desolate image, Lin Feng sighed lightly, then once again cut open a hole in the previous attack, and then entered another parallel world. This parallel world was still the scene before Doomsday. Lin Feng looked at another self in this parallel world, who was entering a wealthy neighborhood with a real estate agent to see the house that was ready to rent. It seems that my 7 parallel worlds are actually repeating the same things, just at different times. Lin Feng was seen muttering and going to the remaining parallel worlds. After traveling through the remaining parallel worlds, Lin Feng frowned and became more and more confused. Although I am in different time points in these parallel worlds, my experiences are surprisingly similar, as if I am being controlled by an invisible hand. Could this really be something that the creator in that door deep in the universe did on purpose? Lin Feng whispered to himself, his voice full of confusion and doubt. Then Lin Feng's mind moved, and he appeared out of thin air in his bedroom. Then he looked at the starry sky outside the window, slowly closed his eyes, let his consciousness leave his body again, and slowly floated towards the depths of the universe. As his consciousness floated, Lin Feng felt as if he was in an endless void. The surroundings were so quiet that he could only hear the echo of his own thoughts. The vastness of the universe is fully revealed at this moment, and the stars are twinkling, as if telling something. When Lin Feng's consciousness gradually approached the mysterious door to the universe again, the same voice came out from the door again. Why are you here again? Didn't I ask your physical body to come over as well? I know. Can I ask you a few questions? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said while staring at the huge door that was emitting light. Who would have thought that as soon as Lin Feng said this, the person inside the door snorted coldly and said, "You still have a few questions. I am already giving you face if I can answer one of your questions." The man in the giant gate said this, paused for a moment, and then continued. "Is it because I am in a good mood today? Then tell me about it. Who are you?" Lin Feng stared at Zhu Min nervously. "The one who created you. So you are really the creator of this universe?" "You can say that, but don't think I'm that great. I'm just an ordinary person." Lin Feng was shocked. The person in front of him, who claimed to be the creator, actually said that he was just an ordinary person. This was completely different from what he had imagined before. An ordinary person? You control the entire universe and parallel worlds, and can influence the fate of everyone. How can you be just an ordinary person? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. The voice chuckled with a hint of fatigue. Do you think it's easy to control everything? I'm in pain too, okay? Pain? You can control the fate of others at will. So how can you feel pain? Lin Feng angrily retorted. If I'm not mistaken, the end of our planet was also caused by you, right? Yes, everything in the world is under my control. Why did you do this? Those innocent lives were taken away so easily just because of your own selfish desires. How can you bear it? Your so-called control over everything is nothing but a trampling on life. Boy, I was being polite to you, but I didn't expect you to be so rude to me. The man in the giant gate said this, and suddenly changed the subject and said, when you really step into this door, maybe everything will be relieved for you. Lin Feng was slightly startled when he heard this, but the anger in his heart did not dissipate. Step into this door? Do you think I will be as cold-blooded as you if I step into this door? Or is there some unspeakable secret behind this door? Secret? Maybe for you it is, but for me, it is just an established reality. The voice inside the door said with a hint of sarcasm, you think you see through everything, but in fact, we are just in different dimensions. To be honest, I really don't understand. Is it true that your high position is a life? Can you trample on and manipulate other people's lives at will? Boy, let me say it again. We are in different dimensions. When you truly enter this door, you will understand everything and be relieved of everything. But the prerequisite for all this is that you must enter this door first. What's in this door? Lin Feng stared at the door floating at the edge of the universe with a sharp gaze, and roared. Chapter 456. Why me? Because only at this moment did Lin Feng completely understand that the guy in this door was the source of the whole incident. So Lin Feng felt extremely angry at this time. Haha kid, I find your helpless and furious look really interesting. Go back and don't come here again. As the voice from the door fell, Lin Feng's consciousness was like a dead leaf blown by a strong wind, falling into the depths of the universe again. However, Lin Feng still shouted at the door. Since you arranged all this, why did it happen to me? Answer me quickly. Because you. But the distance was too far, and Lin Feng couldn't hear clearly. So Lin Feng shouted again. What did you say? I can't hear you. But what Lin Feng couldn't believe was that the door actually disappeared. By the time Lin Feng's consciousness completely returned to his body, he was already soaked all over, and his eyes were somewhat lifeless as he looked at everything in the bedroom. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually came to his senses. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with trembling hands, his heart still beating violently in his chest. Because everything that just happened was too real. That door, that voice, and the feeling of being thrown into the depths of the universe all seemed to be vivid in my mind. Lin Feng staggered to the window and pulled open the curtains. The moonlight outside poured into the room like water, but this cold moonlight could not dispel the fear and doubt in his heart. Why did it have to be me? Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes full of unwillingness. But as his breathing gradually became steady, Lei Feng also began to calm down. Since I can become a true creator by stepping through that door, why don't I rewrite history and prevent this doomsday? Lin Feng was thinking secretly at this moment. His eyes lit up slightly, and he clenched his fists. The next morning, Lin Feng gathered everyone to the community. What? Brother Feng, you still want to leave? When Su Sheng heard that Lin Feng was leaving again, he instantly became uneasy. At this time, Dwang couldn't help but say, "Isn't it good for everyone to stay here all the time? What's outside, Master Lin? Why do you have to go out?" Lu Shiqing coughed dryly, looked at Lin Feng, and said cautiously, "Mr. Lin, can't we not go?" Lin Feng's eyes swept across the faces of everyone present one by one. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. "If we can solve this problem, then perhaps we can live a life like before the apocalypse." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone present brightened up at some point. Su Sheng was the first to speak. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? Can our dead relatives be resurrected?" "Yes, Mr. Lin. Can you please tell us what is going on?" Wang Dazhuang asked. Su Xiaoxiao also asked excitedly, "Big brother, can my parents really come back to life?" Lu Yin, "If that's the case, then that would be great." Lin Feng looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and took a deep breath. "This is just my guess at the moment, but can it be done? To tell you the truth, I am not very sure." "Brother Feng, even if you only have a 1 chance of success, you just have to give it a try." "Yes, Mr. Lin, you should always have dreams. What if they come true?" "That's right." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone began to support Lin Feng again, which was completely opposite to their previous attitude. After all, for everyone, being able to return to the life before the end of the world and have their deceased loved ones come back to them is what they dream of. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it is worth taking the risk to give it a try. "Brother Feng, how can you take this kind of risk alone? I will go with you. And me, I'll go too. We'll all go. Right?" As soon as Su Xingdazhuang finished speaking, everyone present began to echo him. After all, in this doomsday world, everyone has lost too much, families have been separated, lives have been shattered, and now that there is a glimmer of hope that the status quo may change, no one is willing to give up easily. Lin Feng looked at the determined expressions of the crowd, feeling mixed emotions, a mixture of emotion and worry. So he raised his hand, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and said, "I understand everyone's intentions, but this operation is too dangerous and full of unknowns. I can't take everyone on this adventure." Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Sheng immediately said anxiously, "Brother Feng, we are not afraid of danger. We are a team, we share happiness and difficulties, and one more person means more strength. If we go together, the chances of success may be greater." At this time, Dezhuang also nodded vigorously and said in a muffled voice, "Mr. Lin, let's go together. We believe in you and ourselves. Have you forgotten that I am also a high-level psychic now? Brother, if there is really hope that my parents can be resurrected, please take me with you. I also want to help." At this time, Su Xiaoxiao also opened her big tearful eyes, stared at Lin Feng, and said. Lu Yin looked at Lin Feng nervously and said, "Lin, Mr. Lin, if possible, can you take me with you?" Seeing everyone's persistence, Lin Feng sighed softly. "I understand everyone's feelings at this moment, but more people won't solve the problem." "Brother Feng, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Dezhuang also said at this time, "That's right, Mr. Lin. Isn't it true that more people can accomplish great things?" Seeing that everyone was full of doubts about what he said, Lin Feng sighed lightly and pointed to the sky above his head and said, "Because this time we are going to the deepest part of the universe." What? When Su Sheng, Wang Dazhuang, and everyone else heard this, they all opened their mouths wide and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Obviously, Lin Feng's words at this moment were like a bombshell, which made Su Sheng and others shocked and unbelievable. It was not until a moment later that Su Sheng swallowed his saliva and said with lingering fear, "Brother Feng, you are not kidding, right? How are we going to get up there?" Lin Feng nodded solemnly. "Of course I'm not kidding, because this time the destination is there." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone fell silent again. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lin Feng just smiled calmly and continued. So after I leave, you guys just stay here and guard me. If possible, maybe I can really change this disaster and reunite your family. Chapter 457 Heading Towards the Depths of the Universe. Brother Feng, since you said so, how can I be a coward? I have decided. I want to go with you. At this time, Su Sheng finally recovered from his shock, looked at Lin Feng with firm eyes and said. At this time, Wang Dazhuang clenched his fist and immediately echoed. Yes, if it is really possible to revive my wife and children this time, I will definitely go. And me, I'll go too. No matter what Big Brother says, you have to take me with you this time. I want to go too. And I. As Su Sheng finished his words, the crowd began to riot again, and the situation was getting more and more intense. At this moment, everyone wants to do their part, because they are not only doing it for Lin Feng, but more for themselves. Seeing that Su Sheng, Wang Dazhuang and others were in such high spirits, Lin Feng had no choice but to decide to take Su Sheng, Wang Dazhuang, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yin with him. Then Lin Feng glanced at everyone again, and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Shiqing. Then Lin Feng's mind moved, and he threw a bag of crystal cores to him and said, absorb these crystal cores, and you will be able to reach a higher level of supernatural power. During our absence, you will be in charge of this city. Lu Shiqing widened his eyes and looked at the package of crystal cores in his hand, an expression of shock and hesitation on his face. I saw him stammering his lips, wanting to say something, but seemed to be at a loss for words for a moment. Mr. Lin, can I really do this? Lu Shiqing raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said seriously, I believe in you. This city needs a reliable person to manage it now. You and Su Sheng were classmates before, so you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Hurry up and absorb these crystal cores and improve your own strength as soon as possible so that you can better protect everyone. Lu Shiqing held the crystal core tightly, took a deep breath, nodded heavily to Lin Feng, and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Lu Shiqing, will never let you down. I will protect this city and wait for your safe return. That's right. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Then he swept his eyes over everyone again and said loudly with a serious face, everyone listen carefully. During the time we are away, you must unite as one. Don't panic when you encounter danger. Act according to the previous emergency plan. Did you hear me clearly? Yes, Mr. Lin. Yes, Mr. Lin. Yes, Mr. Lin. All I saw was the crowd shouting in unison, sonorous and powerful, deafening, and lingering for a long time in the gray sky. As night slowly fell, Lin Feng stood in front of the window again with mixed feelings, looking up at the vast starry sky. All he saw were the twinkling stars, as if they were the silent eyes of the universe, staring at him quietly. Feng. At this time, Zhao Jingyi's soft voice came from behind. It's late at night. Why are you still not asleep? Lin Feng turned around and forced a smile. There is only one last night left, and I can't sleep. You know, this time we go, it can be said that life and death are really unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi hurriedly walked over with light steps. The moonlight shone through the mottled glass and fell on her slightly worried face. She raised her hand and gently smoothed the wrinkles between Lin Feng's brows and said softly, Feng, I understand how you feel right now, but as long as we are all together, we will definitely be able to turn this bad situation into good. I hope so. Lin Feng gently held Zhao Jingyi's hand, looked up at the stars outside the window, and sighed. Zhao Jingyi leaned into Lin Feng's arms, absorbing the warmth from his body, and said softly, We all know the significance of this trip, which is to rewrite the fate of our planet. Lin Feng stroked her hair gently, looked at the starry sky outside the window, sighed again, and was speechless for a moment. Only the whistling sound of the wind outside the window broke the depressing tranquility at the moment. The next morning, the morning mist was thick and the whole city seemed to have not yet awakened from its slumber. Su Sheng, Dwang and a group of people had already gathered at the city gate. At this moment, Su Sheng and the others' eyes all revealed excitement and nervousness. After all, this journey not only carries their deepest desires, but also concerns the future direction of the entire planet. At this time, Lin Feng brought Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and all other family members out of the city gate side by side. The sunlight penetrated the morning mist and sprinkled on their resolute faces. Are you all ready? After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up and they responded in unison. Ready. The voices of Su Sheng, Wang Dazhuang, and others cut through the morning mist, startling several birds perched on the city wall. Lin Feng took one last look back at the city behind him. This shelter that he had built with his own hands in the end times carried the hopes and dreams of countless people to survive. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Mr. Lin, you must remember to come back soon. At this time, Lu Shirqing on the city wall shouted loudly to Lin Feng. Don't worry, if everything goes well, we will come back as soon as possible. After Lin Feng finished speaking, his mind moved, and the Eternal Order ship slowly emerged from the void in an instant. The silver-gray hull exudes a cold metallic luster, and the smooth lines seem to be able to cut through the sky. As the Eternal ship slowly descended like a continent, the buildings outside the city were in 100% danger of collapse. Su Sheng, Dwang, and others, seeing such a huge monster, were so shocked that their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of fear. Especially Dwang, since it was the first time he saw the Eternal Order ship. As the ship slowly descended, he began to bend down slowly and unconsciously, as if he was afraid that this thing would crush him. Stop! At this moment, after Lin Feng uttered a word lightly, the sword of Eternal Order suddenly stopped descending and just hovered in the low air. Then, a suspended ladder slowly extended to Lin Feng's feet in the astonished eyes of Su Sheng, Dwang, and others. Don't just stand there, let's go. With Lin Feng's reminder, Dwang, Su Sheng, and others finally recovered from their shock. With an incredible look on their faces, they held the stairs and boarded this giant ship that was as big as a continent. When everyone boarded the Eternal Order ship and stepped into the spacious cabin, they were stunned by the scene before them. I saw soft and bright light pouring down from the top, shining on the metallic floor, reflecting everyone's astonished faces. The walls are inlaid with various complex instruments and display screens. Colorful lights dance on the screens, constantly flashing mysterious symbols and data. While everyone was still immersed in the super sci-fi scene, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Set off towards the depths of the universe." Chapter 458, Mysterious Spaceship. Okay, Master, the Eternal Order ship is adjusting its coordinates and is ready to start. Following Lin Feng's order, the Eternal Order ship immediately responded. The huge ship trembled slightly, slowly changed direction, and headed towards the depths of the vast universe. The thrusters ejected a stream of hot blue plasma, drawing a bright trail in the starry sky. Inside the ship, everyone's eyes were attracted by the ever-changing galaxy outside the porthole, and the mysterious charm of the vast universe was fully revealed. Mr. Lin, I'm telling you the truth. I've never been on a plane before, let alone a spaceship sailing in space like this. This is truly amazing. It feels like a dream. At this time, Dwang stared at the starry sky outside the porthole with his eyes wide open, stammering, his face full of shock and excitement. Lin Feng smiled and patted Dwang on the shoulder and said, "To tell you the truth, sometimes I feel a little dazed and it all feels like a dream." Is it true? Dwang looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng gave Dwang an affirmative look. Of course it's true. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly pointed to a red dot on the display and said, "Ah Feng, look, there is an unidentified object moving quickly in our direction. It is very fast and has entered our detection range." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately walked to the console and carefully observed the data on the display. It's still 500 kilometers away from us. It's moving at an extremely high speed, and its energy reaction is also very strong. It seems to be something extraordinary. Warning, a large amount of space junk has been detected, heading towards the Eternal Order ship at high speed. Should we avoid or destroy it? Destroy it. Following Lin Feng's order, the energy cannon on the Eternal Order ship was instantly charged, and the muzzle flashed with dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, thick beams of energy shot out like lightning, cutting through the dark space and whizzing towards the space debris that was speeding towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beam hit the target accurately, and the space debris turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions in the violent explosion. However, as if affected by the explosion, more space debris in the surrounding area changed its trajectory and madly crashed into the Eternal Order ship. However, in the face of the powerful firepower of the Eternal Order ship, these space debris were simply vulnerable. In just an instant, they all turned into powder. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a spaceship suddenly passed over the Eternal Order ship at an extremely fast speed. Afon, look, what is that? This is what Zhao Jingyi reminded while pointing at the screen. Lin Feng's pupils shrank upon hearing this. He stared at the afterimage of the spaceship that flashed by on the screen and immediately said, "Quickly track and scan it." "Okay, Master, we have scanned the UFO." The scan results show that the spacecraft has a special energy field attached to its surface, making it highly invisible and capable of ultra-high-speed movement. The hull is constructed of an unknown metal that can effectively absorb and transform energy attacks. The spacecraft is currently in standby mode, and multiple life reaction signals have been detected on board, and their energy fluctuation patterns are completely different from those of known human organisms. Master, do you want to track or attack it? Lin Feng was silent for a moment, but shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's deal with our own business first." Good master. After all, in Lin Feng's view, his main goal now is to reach the depths of the universe as soon as possible, and stepping into that door is the most important thing. However, what Lin Feng and everyone else never expected was that the spaceship just now actually flew over again and even made provocative gestures towards the Eternal Order ship. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's brows instantly twisted into the shape of a Chan character, and a strong feeling of displeasure surged in his heart. The repeated provocations from this unidentified spacecraft have disrupted their established sailing plans. Damn it, young Master Lin. Give the order to shoot him down? I'm really pissed off. At this time, Dwang, who was a little impatient, immediately started yelling. This immediately frightened Lu Yan, who was standing by, and she hurriedly pulled him away, fearing that Dwang's words would displease Lin Feng. But who would have thought that Lu Yan's pulling would cause Dwang to be dissatisfied? Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? Why are you pulling me down? Lu Yan's face flushed red, and her voice trembled. Dwang, don't be impulsive. Master Lin has his own plans. Lin Feng waved his hand, his eyes still fixed on the provocative spaceship on the screen, with a cold aura around him. Test the enemy's weapon system for me to see how confident they are that they dare to provoke us again and again. Okay, Master. Scanning the weapons system is in progress. The spacecraft is equipped with multiple types of unknown energy weapons. Their attack patterns and damage intensity cannot be accurately estimated. In addition, the spacecraft's shield system can adapt to multiple energy attacks and conduct energy counterattacks. Zhao Jingyi frowned. Ah Feng, the other side is so confident. If we counterattack rashly, we may end up in a protracted war, which may seriously affect our schedule. Of course I know this. That's why I was so tolerant at the beginning. But judging from the current situation, our tolerance will only make them more aggressive. Listen to my command. Aim at the spaceship in front and kill it. Following Lin Feng's order, all weapon systems on the Eternal Order were activated instantly. The pulse laser cannons, energy cannons, and particle cannons surrounding the ship adjusted their angles one after another. The energy at the muzzles began to gather frantically. The dark blue and scarlet lights complemented each other, illuminating the bridge like a dream battlefield. However, just 1 second before the attack order was about to be issued, the spaceship miraculously disappeared out of thin air. At this moment in the bridge, everyone's eyes were fixed on the empty screen, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. Lin Feng's finger hovered above the attack command key for a long time without falling, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. Mr. Lin, what's going on? Why did it disappear? Dwang scratched his head, looking confused. However, just when everyone was confused, the spaceship appeared again. Lock on the target and fire. As Lin Feng gave an order, the pulse laser cannon on the Eternal Order ship first emitted a dazzling light, and then the energy cannon and particle cannon roared at the same time. Countless thick energy beams and shells swooped towards the spaceship like dense fire snakes. In an instant, the entire starry sky was illuminated by various lights as bright as day, and the space around the spacecraft was slightly distorted by the energy. Chapter 459 Chase. However, just when everyone thought that this round of attack would definitely hit, the spaceship began to fade away, and countless energy beams actually passed directly through the hull of the spaceship. How is this possible? Su Xing saw this scene and immediately cried out in shock. Brother Feng, how did it do this? At this time, Lin Feng's brows were furrowed, and his heart was tense. Catch up with this spaceship. I want to see what it wants to do today. But it was only a moment's work. Lin Feng suddenly gave an order, and the Eternal Order ship accelerated suddenly. The Eternal Order ship's thrusters ejected a dark blue plasma stream, drawing a bright track in the stardust and chasing after the spaceship. However, the strange and illusory spaceship seemed to have sensed the pursuit, and its originally erratic flight path suddenly became agile, shuttling back and forth in the dense meteorite belt in a way that violated the normal laws of physics. In this way, the two spaceships, one in front and one behind, started a thrilling chase in the dangerous asteroid belt. For example, some meteorites that could not be avoided in the asteroid belt were instantly blasted into powder by energy cannons, and then the extremely agile spaceship continued to chase forward. I don't know how long it took, but the nimble spaceship actually dived towards a planet. So the same is true for the huge Eternal Order ship at this time. But when the Eternal Order ship broke through the thick atmosphere, the scene before them made everyone gasp. Because this is a planet with a blue ocean, countless aliens with strange looks gathered on the beach, looking up at the Eternal Order ship that was about to fall from the sky. These aliens had various shapes. Some were short, but had huge heads with eyes like a pair of glowing gems. Some were tall and slender with limbs that swayed flexibly like vines. These aliens exuded a soft light all over their bodies, and the sounds they made when they talked were like a soothing melody, which was transmitted to the ears of Lin Feng and others through the spacecraft's sound wave converter. Turn on the translation module and scan their language spectrum. At this time, Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the ground below with a serious expression. Okay, Master. The translation module has been enabled. At this time, a tall alien with a strange crystal on his chest slowly walked out of the crowd, spread his hands upwards, making an obvious friendly gesture. Then, a translated voice came from the spacecraft communicator. Friends who have come from afar, we have no ill intentions. Please feel free to land. After hearing the voice in the translation module, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Su Sheng, and others, his eyes full of vigilance. Could it be that they deliberately lured us here? Lin Feng thought about it and responded in a low voice. You led us here on purpose, didn't you? When the aliens on the beach heard this, they immediately started whispering to each other, making a buzzing sound one after another. A moment later, the leading alien pointed to a large forest in the distance and said, "The thing you are talking about is most likely the ghost spaceship deep in the forest." When Lin Feng heard this, his brows immediately furrowed and he asked, "Ghost spaceship? What do you mean by that?" Deep in this forest, there is a relic of an ancient civilization. There are often some very strange spaceships that lure aliens like you here and then disappear without a trace. Alien? Hearing these aliens saying that they were also aliens, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. But when I think about it, it is indeed the case. After all, they drove such a huge spaceship and broke into someone else's planet, so it is not surprising that the creatures on this planet called them aliens. So Lin Feng calmed himself down and continued. So, we are not the first group of aliens to arrive on your planet? Of course not. Humans from Jupiter, We-12, Rockwolf, ZX and other planets have been here before. By the way, which planet are you from? Blue Star. Lin Feng responded in a deep voice. Blue Star. The alien leader tilted his head slightly, his tentacles trembling gently, as if he was trying to remember something. I'm sorry, I've never heard of this planet, but the universe is so vast, it's normal to have unknown planets. In that case, we will leave now without further ado. After all, for Lin Feng, his main goal now is to cross that door as quickly as possible. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the alien on the beach actually said, "Since you are here, why don't you stay here for a while?" No. Lin Feng said this calmly, and was about to take everyone away. However, at this moment, the sky on the planet was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The thick dark clouds were like surging black waves, quickly swallowing up the originally clear blue sky. Bean-sized raindrops, wrapped in a pungent smell, fell on the hull of the Eternal Order ship, making a dull sound. Oh no, the thunderstorm season is coming. If you don't want to die, quickly follow us and hide. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Crack. As the alien on the beach finished speaking, countless huge blue lightning bolts tore through the sky like dragons, fiercely struck the sea surface, and stirred up water columns tens of meters high. The sea water boiled instantly, making a sizzling sound, as if it was ignited by the powerful electric current. At the same time, a strong wind blew up, blowing up sand and rocks all over the sky, and the whole world fell into chaos. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Because he had never witnessed such a scene, tens of thousands of blue lightning bolts were like dancing silver snakes, striking down one after another. In an instant, the entire sea surface was violently surging, like a boiling ocean, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone. So he knew very well that the flight of the spacecraft would face huge risks in such extreme weather. No matter how strong the Eternal Order's defense is, it won't work. Because the blue lightning on this planet is really terrifying. Crack, crack. Suddenly at this moment, hundreds of millions of thick blue lightning bolts struck the hull of the Eternal Order ship. Then another wave hit the ship again, and the alarm sounded on the spacecraft. Master, the electromagnetic interference from the thunderstorm is too strong. Our navigation system and communication equipment are seriously affected. It is too dangerous to continue flying. Request to land. Request to land. Damn it. When Lin Feng heard the voice of the artificial intelligence on the Eternal Order ship, he couldn't help but clench his fists and cursed with a gloomy expression. Chapter 460 Blue Thunderstorm. Lin Feng never imagined that he would lead everyone in the Eternal Order ship and land on a planet with such an extreme climate. But judging from the current situation, we have no choice but to make an emergency landing. Because the blue lightning produced by this planet is obviously extremely powerful. Even though he was confident in the defensive capabilities of his composite aircraft carrier, he did not dare to joke with the lives of so many of his women, children, and brothers. Land. After Lin Feng said this with gritted teeth, the huge hull of the Eternal Order ship landed on the sea surface of this unknown planet with a bang, immediately causing huge waves like a tsunami. Finally, the huge ship floated above the dark sea with violent storms, lightning, and thunder. The sea water was hitting the hull like a ferocious beast. Driven by the strong wind, the waves kept hitting the hull, making a deafening roar. Brother Feng, I never thought the weather on this planet would be so bad. At this time, Su Xing looked through the glass and saw the horrific scene outside and couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Feng sighed and nodded, then spoke again. AI, check all the ship parameters immediately to see how much damage this thunderstorm has caused us. Okay, Master. Testing is in progress. The main energy system was struck by lightning. The energy output dropped by 10, and the shield strength is only 25.7. Lin Feng felt a surge of fear as he listened to the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence constantly stating the parameters of the ship's damage. I knew the lightning here was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. What would happen if I was struck by it again? After all, Lin Feng knew very well how terrifying the defense of the Eternal Order ship was, but now it was so vulnerable. Crack. However, at this moment, thousands of lightning bolts poured down on the Eternal Order ship floating on the sea. In an instant, the entire bridge shook violently, the indicator lights on the dashboard flashed wildly, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. Warning, the bow shield has completely failed, and cracks have appeared in the outer armor. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed and slammed his fist on the control panel. He quickly scanned the chaotic bridge with a sharp gaze and shouted, activate the backup shield and transfer all the energy of non-essential systems to the defense system. Master, backup shield activated. Brother Feng, look. However, at this moment, Han Wushuang suddenly pointed out the window and screamed. When Lin Feng and the others heard this, they all turned their heads to look out the window, and everyone couldn't help but reveal an angry look on their faces. Above the thundering sky on the coast, the spaceship that had just provoked them appeared again. Son of a bitch. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and veins popped out on his forehead. This bastard must have deliberately led us here. Try to establish contact with him. I want to hear what tricks he wants to play. Okay, Master, communication is being established. Master, the communication request has been rejected, and we cannot establish contact with the spacecraft. As soon as the artificial intelligence finished speaking, a faint purple light appeared all over the body of the strange spaceship, and then the spaceship whooshed and flew again into the depths of the dense forest on the coast. Then, after hovering in the air for more than 10 seconds, the spaceship went straight up and down and landed in the dense woods. I understand now. It turns out that this spaceship was sent there on purpose to get us there. Lin Feng pointed in the distance, in the direction where the spaceship disappeared, and said with gritted teeth. When Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Lu Yun, Su Sheng and others heard what Lin Feng said, everyone felt nervous. Then Su Sheng clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, Brother Feng, I think this is definitely a trap. We must not go there. Zhao Jingyi frowned. But why did they do this? They led us to this planet, and then threw us into this stormy sea. Mr. Lin, we must not let them go this time. Otherwise we will have a hard time swallowing this anger. At this time, Dwang also gritted his teeth, stared out the window, and said angrily. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger. After scanning everyone's faces one by one, he suddenly said, Of course we won't let him go easily this time. All the heavy firepower of the Eternal Order ship, aim at the direction where the spaceship just disappeared, and bombard it indiscriminately. At this moment, in Lin Feng's view, no matter what the purpose of that spaceship leading them there was, it had already completely infuriated him. So if that's the case, why not just destroy it completely and see what kind of trouble it can come up with? Following Lin Feng's order, all the energy cannons on the Eternal Order ship adjusted their angles, and the muzzles flashed with dazzling blue light. In an instant, thick beams of energy tore through the rain curtain, like a group of angry dragons, rushing towards the depths of the jungle where the spacecraft disappeared. The strong light instantly dispelled the darkness, and the entire coast was illuminated as if it were daytime. The huge explosion caused ripples on the sea water, and countless trees were uprooted in the air waves, and burning branches and leaves flew all over the sky. However, what no one expected was that a deep purple energy barrier suddenly unfolded above the forest, like an inverted giant bowl, blocking all the artillery fire. How so? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression instantly became gloomy and uncertain. At this moment, the bridge was dead silent, with only lightning and thunder outside the window. The strong wind and heavy rain kept hitting the hull, adding a bit of depression. The Eternal Order ship is ready to set sail. I want to see what's there today. Until a moment later, following Lin Feng's order, the huge ship slowly left the rough sea under the strike of millions of lightning and flew towards the direction of the bombardment. It was obvious that Lin Feng was completely enraged this time. At this time, the Eternal Order ship was seen cutting through the inky rain curtain and approaching the dense forest guarded by the purple barrier. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, as if some terrifying unknown creature would jump out from there in the next second. Afeng, should we send a reconnaissance drone over to scout the way first? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, with a worried look on her face, suddenly broke the silence. But Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Don't you see it yet? Since the other party dared to lure us here, they must have prepared a response in advance. Even sending out drones will be useless. But Afeng, if we just rush over like this, what if we fall into a trap? I mean what if? Then destroy this planet before we fall into the trap. Chapter 461 Trap. Following Lin Feng's resounding response, the bridge fell into a brief silence. The Eternal Order ship was like an angry mechanical behemoth, penetrating the thick rain curtain and getting closer and closer to the dense forest shrouded in a strange purple curtain. As the distance got closer, the scene that was originally obscured by the thunderstorm and rain gradually became clearer. Through the observation window, everyone could clearly see the forest under the purple curtain. The tree trunks emitted a faint blue light, and the branches and leaves were winding and entwined like octopus tentacles, like dormant monsters. What is even more horrifying is that all kinds of aliens are actually inlaid with these plants and trees. Each of them has a distorted and painful expression as they look at the Eternal Order ship in the sky. They slowly open their mouths and show begging expressions. Brother Feng, the forest on this planet is actually alive. At this time, Su Sheng, who possessed the wood-related ability, sensed something instantly and immediately screamed. When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. So the real purpose of this spaceship bringing us here is to make us like these aliens and serve as nutrients for this forest. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi, Han Wushuang, Wang Dazhuang, and everyone else couldn't help but gasp when they looked at the aliens with distorted faces embedded in the trees in the forest. It seems that those aliens on the beach just now were not good people either. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who had recovered a little, said angrily. Dazhuang came to his senses and clenched his fists in anger, saying through gritted teeth, "Damn it, it's a good thing we didn't get off the spaceship just now, otherwise, all of us would have been in their trap." However, just as everyone was talking, a vine as thick as a bucket hit the hull with a bang, and then more vines wrapped in strange blue light shot out from the forest like arrows. It was obvious that these vines, just like they did to his spaceship, pulled down the Eternal Order ship, which was like a continent, and let the people inside the spaceship continue to serve as nutrients for these trees. But how could such a huge spaceship be shaken by these vines? So no matter how hard these vines pulled down, they could not shake the Eternal Order ship at all. Brother Feng, I seem to sense that these vines are very hungry, so they want to devour all life like crazy. It seems that the plants on this planet. Lin Feng frowned and was about to respond to Su Sheng, but the entire Eternal Order ship suddenly shook violently up and down, as if it was caught in an invisible storm. Everyone looked down through the observation window and saw that the originally scattered vines seemed to have consciousness. They actually intertwined and merged with each other to form giant vines that were 10,000 meters long. I saw this giant vine slapping the hull frantically, making a deafening sound, as if it was going to crush the Eternal Order ship completely. However, the Eternal Order ship was too huge. Even though the giant vines came at it with all their might and hit it with all their might, the Eternal Order ship shook violently, but its hull remained as solid as a rock. It's simply courting death. Lin Feng shouted angrily, then took his god-level judgment blade in his hand, and under the sky full of lightning and thunder, he suddenly jumped down from the Eternal Order ship. Afeng, don't. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jingyi's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly spoke out to stop it, but it was too late. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure was seen crossing the rain curtain like a meteor, and the god-level judgment blade in his hand flashed with a cold light. The moment he approached the vines, he swung his sword fiercely. A dazzling silver sword energy tore through the rain and accurately cut the giant vines. Lin Feng cut the vine with his sword and instantly turned it into ashes. Moreover, the coldness spread wildly along the vines, and wherever it went, the branches, leaves, and trunks were quickly covered by a layer of ice crystals. In just a blink of an eye, the entire forest was shrouded in this extreme cold air, like a crystal forest emerging from an ancient glacier. Crack! At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and a blue lightning struck Lin Feng fiercely. Fuck, it's never going to end, is it? Lin Feng, holding the blade of judgment, cursed at the gray sky, then swung the blade of judgment fiercely towards the lightning. The god-level blade of judgment, wrapped in a sharp sword energy, collided with the oncoming blue lightning. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling light exploded under the clouds like a small sun, and the deafening roar made the entire planet tremble. The airwaves spread wildly in all directions with the collision point as the center, instantly condensing the surrounding rain curtain into frost. The ice crystals on the surface of the originally frozen forest also shattered under this impact. Even the clouds that were constantly rolling in the sky were torn into a huge crack. The sunlight penetrated the cracks like a sharp sword, shining on the forest that was frozen and destroyed, but it failed to bring any vitality. Instead, it made the scene in front of the eyes even more weird. Lin Feng stepped into the frozen forest, holding the god-level judgment blade, looking around, and said in a low voice, "Get out. Otherwise, your planet will completely disappear in the universe and the Milky Way." As Lin Feng finished speaking, the group of aliens who had greeted them on the beach suddenly emerged from an enormous banyan tree. The alien leader, who was wearing a strange crystal on his chest, looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious expression. "Who are you? Didn't I tell you just now? I'm from Blue Star." Lin Feng paused for a moment, then slowly raised the divine judgment blade in his hand, pointed at the alien, and said, "Why did you lure people from other planets to your planet to become nutrients for this forest?" When the alien leader heard this, his eyes instantly became sinister, and a strange hissing sound came from his throat. The aliens behind him instantly spread out in a fan shape, with dark purple blades appearing in their hands. "Boy, I might as well tell you the truth. This forest is the foundation of our civilization. Only by constantly sacrificing lives can this forest continuously release energy to sustain our survival. So that's how it is. No wonder the sea here is so clean that there's not even a single fish, and there's not even a single bird in such a large forest. What a pity, you found out too late. Except for us, any creature that enters this forest will have no chance of survival. You can only become the nourishment of nature." Chapter 462, Destroy Them All. As the leading alien finished speaking, the frozen forest seemed to come back to life, shaking the ice and frost on their bodies violently, and vines and roots spread towards Lin Feng. "Boy, I almost forgot to tell you that all the trees here have a characteristic. That is, they are immune to frost, so they can thrive all year round." When Lin Feng heard this, he looked at the vines that were coming like a tide, and a sneer appeared on his lips. "Immune to frost? I'm really scared, but I would like to ask again, are they resistant to fire?" "What? Fire resistance?" Before the alien leader could react, Lin Feng flipped his wrist, and the other side of the god-level judgment blade in his hand was clearly displayed in front of these aliens. When the alien leader's gaze touched the other side of the blade of judgment, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. At this moment, the blade was flowing with fiery red flames, and each line seemed to jump with life, instantly dispelling the cold air scattered around, and the air was filled with a burning smell. "Destroy them all." As Lin Feng roared, his arm muscles bulged high, and the blade of judgment in his hand was swung 365 degrees with himself as the center. In an instant, a huge sword energy wrapped in blazing flames whizzed out from the tip of the blade. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be ignited, making a sizzling sound, and the space also showed slight distortion. Boom! The vines that were hit first were instantly engulfed by the fiery sword energy and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The intense heat spread in all directions like an explosion. The nearby vines were quickly carbonized under the high temperature and broke and fell before they could get close to Lin Feng. The originally fierce tide of vines was instantly vaporized by the sudden flames. They didn't even have the qualifications to burn. How is this possible? The alien leader looked at the scene in front of him, His voice filled with shock and fear, and his originally ferocious face became distorted. Because he never expected that the weapon in Lin Feng's hand actually concealed such terrible power. Today is the end of your evil planet. Suddenly, Lin Feng roared again, and the aliens came to their senses. But the scorching breath instantly engulfed them and the entire forest. The entire forest was burning with flames shooting up to the sky, and even the sea water in the distance began to boil. On the bridge, Zhao Jingyi and others were deeply shocked by the scene before them. Su Sheng widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Feng is too awesome. He is the one who will kill any god or Buddha who stands in his way." Han Wushuang crossed his arms and smiled. Needless to say, your brother Feng is really amazing now. At the same time, Lin Feng fiercely thrust the blade of judgment into the ground. In an instant, the surface temperature of the planet rose rapidly, the soil began to melt under the high temperature, and billowing yellow smoke rose up. The heat waves around Lin Feng surged like a substance, and the ground beneath his feet cracked into spiderweb-like cracks, through which hot magma gushed out. In the reflection of the magma, Lin Feng's figure became taller and taller, like a god who controls the end of the world. Seeing the planet beneath his feet turned into a scorching purgatory, with alien creatures running around and screaming in the sea of fire and high temperatures, Lin Feng's eyes did not waver in the slightest. After pulling the god-level judgment blade out from the ground, Lin Feng used the rope to jump back to the Eternal Order ship. "Continue on your original course." "Good master." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the artificial intelligence of the Eternal Order construction responded immediately, and then quickly drove away from the planet where the high-temperature fire was everywhere. However, what no one expected was that as soon as the Eternal Order ship left the gravitational range of the planet, the alarm sounded like a sharp arrow, piercing the brief calm in the bridge. "Master, multiple unknown energy bodies are detected approaching at high speed." When Lin Feng heard the voice of the artificial intelligence, he immediately turned his gaze to the screen on the bridge. Dense red dots flashed rapidly on the screen, like a group of hungry wolves surrounding the spacecraft. "Oh my god, why are there so many spaceships?" At this time, Su Sheng, who was standing by, saw the densely packed spaceship symbols on the screen and couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Feng looked down at the planet that had completely turned into a fireball, but he snorted coldly and said, "If a civilized planet is completely destroyed, it will definitely attract the attention of other alien races around it. Brother Feng, what should we do now?" The Eternal Order ship stopped moving forward. "I want to see what kind of monsters these are." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the atmosphere in the bridge froze instantly. Everyone focused their eyes on Lin Feng with a serious look, waiting for his next instruction. At this time, the red dots on the screen were getting closer and closer, as if they would swallow up the Eternal Order ship in the next second. "You came just in time." At this time, Lin Feng opened the cabin door, stood on the deck outside, and looked up at the spaceships slowly approaching in the sky. But what Lin Feng never expected was that at this moment, a spaceship with a strange purple light flashing on its surface suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. How could it be him? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart tightened, because this was clearly the spaceship that Hawk had been flying before. "Haha, Your Excellency. I really didn't expect that we could meet here again." Before Lin Feng could speak, Hawk's cheerful voice came from the spaceship floating in front of him. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. "It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too." At this time, the hatch of Hawk's spaceship slowly opened. Hawk jumped down and landed steadily on Lin Feng's deck. "Lin Feng, I never thought we would meet again so soon after we last met. The destruction of that planet must be your masterpiece, right?" "That's right. I just thought that planet was too evil, so I destroyed it. But you, with so many fleets, are you here to call for punishment, or do you have other intentions?" Hawk waved his hand and said, "I don't have any intention, but recently, brothers from our fleet have often been lost in this area, so I brought other brothers here to take a look." When Lin Feng heard what Hawk said, he immediately remembered that many of the aliens who were entangled in the vines in the woods and provided nutrients to the woods were from the Rockwolf star. So Lin Feng said, "You don't have to look for them anymore. Your brothers may have died." "Dead? Could it be that my brothers were killed by you again?" Hawk stared at Lin Feng with his wolf-like eyes and asked. Chapter 463. Actually, I am the one who merged with the Earth Crystal. In Hawk's opinion, Lin Feng killed so many of his brothers last time without even blinking an eye. However, since he was a subordinate of the person who had fused with the Earth Crystal, he could only keep silent. After all, for the future of the entire Rockwolf star race, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. But now, This kid Lin Feng actually swung his weapon again and killed so many of his men again. Even though he was a subordinate of the person who had fused with the crystal of the earth, and even though his martial arts skills were very strong, he had to give an explanation today. But what he never expected was that Lin Feng just smiled calmly. You misunderstood. I didn't kill your men. If you didn't kill him, then who could it be? Hawk couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and said in a somewhat cold tone, Oh my God, does this kid really think that I was the one who killed all his men? Hearing Hawk's tone, Lin Feng's heart tightened and a bad thought came to his mind. But in order to reach the gate of the universe as soon as possible and avoid any trouble, Lin Feng still patiently explained. Of course not. When I went there, I found many aliens entangled in the vines in the forest of this planet. They provided nutrients to the forest of this planet. Judging from the situation at the time, they would not survive even if they were rescued. That's why I destroyed this planet. At this moment, Hawk's eyes were fixed on the burning fireball below. Lin Feng's explanation echoed in his ears, but his heart was like surging magma, difficult to calm down. After a long time, his Adam's apple moved, and his voice seemed to be filled with gravel. You said that the vines on the planet are absorbing the vitality of those brothers, but who can prove it? And why should I believe that you are destroying the planet and not destroying the evidence? When Lin Feng heard this, his brows furrowed, and he said, So, all I've said to you just now is just talking to a cow, right? If I really want to kill you, let alone your men, even if I want to destroy a planet, it would only take a flick of my finger. Do you think I need to hide it from you? Seeing Lin Feng suddenly angry, Hawk laughed and said, I was just joking with you. Why are you still angry? Angry? Not really. It's just that you just kept testing me and challenging my patience. Your behavior just now is really dangerous. When Hawk heard this, the smile on his face froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Brother Lin, don't be angry. I am just being cautious. After all, this concerns the lives of many brothers. I have to get to the bottom of it. By the way, why are you here if you are not on your planet? Of course I passed by here. Lin Feng answered casually. In that case, why don't you come sit with us? No, I have to hurry. Hurrying up? Could it be that the person who merged with the Earth crystal is also here? As Hawk spoke, he stretched his neck excitedly to look behind Lin Feng. After all, which tribe on which planet would not be eager to make friends with the person who has merged with the crystal of the Earth? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took a half step to the side, blocking Hawk's line of sight without leaving a trace, and said in a calm tone, He didn't come. How is this possible? You are here. If I'm not mistaken, you must be heading to the gate of the universe this time, right? Don't worry, Brother Lin. We from Rockwolf Star will escort you personally. No one will dare to cause trouble to you again. At this moment, Hawk thought that if he could participate in the fusion of the Earth crystal and the crossing of the gate of the universe, it would definitely be something that could be recorded in the history of their planet. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, No need, we can do it ourselves. When Hawk heard this, the smile on his face froze instantly, and a hint of unwillingness immediately flashed in his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression, took a half step forward, and said enthusiastically, Brother Lin, the journey to the gate of the universe is long, and you may encounter space junk, black holes, and other dangers. If we, the Rockwolf Star clan, escort you, you will have more protection. I was offended before, so this time I will just take it as an apology, right? No. You, Lin Feng, why are you so unkind? Did you hear me telling you to get out? When Hawk heard this, his face was distorted with anger, and his whole body was shaking. Lin Feng, my Rockwolf Star tribe treated you with kindness and goodwill, but you not only killed our people, but also spoke such vicious words to us. At this moment, Hawk's roar at the top of his lungs echoed in the empty universe. The Rockwolf Star warriors on other spaceships also jumped onto the deck of the Eternal Order, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, their eyes full of anger and murderous intent. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. That's enough. Lin Feng roared and took a step forward. The energy around him raged like a storm. The powerful pressure seemed to cause ripples in the surrounding space. Listen to me. I tolerate you again and again not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to delay our journey to the gate of the universe due to unnecessary conflicts. If you continue to be so entangled, don't blame me for being rude to you. Hawk's face turned pale and red, and the anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption that was difficult to contain. But feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lin Feng, he had to forcibly suppress the impulse in his heart. Who is so arrogant? How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Rockwolf Star clan? However, at this moment, a giant warship emitting a faint green light all over its body, accompanied by a sound like thunder, slowly emerged from the darkness like a ghost. breaking the stalemate. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng looked up with his eyes slightly narrowed. It was obvious that he had already developed murderous intent in his heart. But Hawk was unaware of it, and his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of pride. This is the captain of our Rock Wolf Star clan. Are you going to get out of here or not? Otherwise, all of you will die. But before Hawk could finish his words, Lin Feng had already lowered his head to look at the god-level judgment blade in his hand and said in a cold tone, Lin Feng, don't be ungrateful. This is the captain of our Rock Wolf Star. Even if you are a subordinate of the man who fused the earth crystal, you should not be so unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. What are you laughing at? Hawk asked coldly. Lin Feng looked at him with sympathetic eyes and said, let me tell you a secret. I am actually the one you have always wanted to see, the one who has merged with the earth crystal. What? How is this possible? Hawk looked at Lin Feng in front of him in shock and said in disbelief. Chapter 464 Nebula. It's not important whether it's possible or not. All of you idiots can go to hell. Lin Feng roared and swung the blade of judgment in his hand violently. The spaceships surrounding the Eternal Order ship were instantly destroyed by an extremely hot heat wave, leaving not even a trace. No. Seeing this scene, Hawk realized what a terrifying existence Lin Feng was. At this moment, the shock on Hawk's face instantly turned into fear, and his legs trembled slightly uncontrollably. At this moment, the hatch of the giant green battleship suddenly opened, and a burly rock wolf alien stepped out. He was wearing dark golden armor, with a gem emitting strange light embedded in his chest. This was exactly what Hawk wanted to talk about just now, Captain Grow of the Rock Wolf Star clan. At this time, Grow stared at Lin Feng coldly with a sharp gaze, his voice low and majestic. How dare you do such a cruel thing to my Rock Wolf Star clan? Before Lin Feng could respond, Hawk pointed at him in panic and said to Grow, Captain, just now he said that he is the one who merged with the earth crystal. What? How is this possible? When Grow heard this, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief and looked Lin Feng up and down. However, Lin Feng curled up a mocking sneer on his face, and the light of the judgment blade in his hand became more and more dazzling. Heat waves surged around his body, slowly burning up all the floating space debris around him. You guys are really like a dogskin plaster. You're really annoying me. Lin Feng's voice was like rolling thunder, spreading in the vacuum of the universe in a strange way. Then, as Lin Feng swung the blade of judgment in his hand vigorously, a wave of murderous aura suddenly surged, madly devouring everything. When Grow and Hawk saw this scene, their pupils shrank and the expressions on their faces instantly turned into horror. But before they could react, they and the surrounding spaceships were reduced to ashes. Eternal Order ship, keep moving towards your previous target. Good master. Lin Feng, who was standing on the deck, suddenly let out a loud shout, and the artificial intelligence on the Eternal Order ship immediately responded and moved towards the depths of the universe again. At this moment, the Eternal Order ship was seen speeding through the depths of the universe like a meteor that cuts through the darkness. Inside the cabin, Su Xiaoxiao led Lin Yi, Lin Xie, Lin Yaoyang and other children, eating snacks while watching cartoons attentively. Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Lu Yun and other women started washing and preparing dinner just like they did when they were in the villa. Su Sheng and De Zhuang smoked while looking at the amazing view of space outside through the glass. At this time, Lin Feng was standing on the bridge, gazing deeply ahead, but his heart was filled with infinite longing for the future. For Lin Feng, if he could really eliminate this doomsday disaster, it would be a very meaningful thing. In this way, the Eternal Order ship sailed day and night in the vast universe for several weeks. Lin Feng was looking out of the porthole of the bridge as usual. At this time, a strange purple nebula was surging in the distance, and the edge of the nebula was flashing dazzling and unstable light, like a dormant giant beast that could wake up at any time and launch a fatal attack. At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded inside the ship, and the sharp cry instantly broke the original peace. At this time, artificial intelligence also quickly issued a warning. A powerful unknown energy has been detected, approaching us at an extremely fast speed, and is expected to dissipate in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle, and he immediately issued an order. Enter combat alert. Activate all defense systems and closely monitor the opponent's movements. Good master. At the same time, Su Sheng and De Zhuang, who heard the alarm, quickly put out their cigarettes and stared at the display screen with serious expressions. Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shuxiue, Irina, and others also stopped their housework, looking nervous but well-trained, and brought the children into the safety cabin. Then they quickly returned and stood side by side with Lin Feng. As 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, a huge black sphere broke through the purple nebula and appeared in front of the Eternal Order ship. The surface of the sphere was seen wriggling constantly, and some strange structures resembling eyes and tentacles could be vaguely seen. But as the distance got closer, a strong mental pressure came over them, causing everyone on the ship to hold their breath. "Brother Feng, what is this thing?" Su Sheng said with a bit of panic in his voice. Lin Feng stared at the screen with a serious expression. "I don't know, but it's definitely someone with bad intentions." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the black sphere suddenly split into countless tiny black flying insects, like a black torrent, rushing towards the Eternal Order ship. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng made a prompt decision, tightly grasped the blade of judgment with both hands, and the flames around him instantly surged several feet. He walked out of the cabin quickly and swung his sword fiercely. A blazing sword energy tore through the void and headed towards the swarm of flying insects. Wherever the sword energy went, the flying insects turned into ashes, but there were so many of them that many still broke through the blockade of the sword energy and crashed into the protective shield of the Eternal Order ship. The protective shield flashed violently under the impact of the flying insects, making a sharp electric sound. At this time, the energy cannons on the Eternal Order ship poured out destructive beams of light at the swarm of flying insects. However, these flying insects seemed endless and attacked one after another. Lin Feng, holding the judgment blade, suddenly became ruthless. The flames around him instantly boiled and condensed. Deep red flames emerged from the patterns on the judgment blade, like a series of nimble fire snakes. "Go to hell." Suddenly he shouted loudly, jumped high up, and with the force of a mountain pressing down on one's head, slashed out an arc of flaming sword energy towards the area where the flying insects were most densely populated. The sword energy was accompanied by rolling heat waves, and distorted ripples appeared in the space wherever it passed. The black ball and all the flying insects were all turned into powder under the ravages of the sword energy. "Brother Feng, it's really beautiful. Look what that is." However, before Lin Feng could catch his breath, Wang Shushue's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed Wang Shushue's gaze and was suddenly startled. Because underneath the Eternal Order ship, there is an extremely huge yet very beautiful planet. The reason why this planet is enchanting is that a strange light surges on its surface, with purple and scarlet intertwined, and clouds rolling as if they have life. Strange arcs of energy flashed on the surface of the planet from time to time, as if some powerful force was about to break out. "Oh my God, Lin, young Master Lin, this planet is so strange. If there are living creatures on this planet, I really don't know what kind of terrifying existence they are." At this time, Dwang also came out, looked at the huge and charming planet, swallowed his saliva, and exclaimed. Chapter 465. The Eternal Order ship failed and fell on the demon star. Lin Feng's eyes wandered across the surface of the enchanting planet with a shocked expression, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. If there is life on this planet, then it must be a group of aliens. The Eternal Order ship speeds up and leaves here as soon as possible. "Okay, Master." The Eternal Order ship is accelerating. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the artificial intelligence on the Eternal Order ship immediately responded and prepared to quickly move away from this huge and extremely beautiful planet. However, something bad happened that no one expected. When the Eternal Order ship passed over this enchanting planet, it seemed to be instantly disturbed by a powerful magnetic field. The ship's hull shook violently, all propulsion systems failed instantly, and it fell rapidly in the vast universe. Warning: gravitational capture system activated. The ship is disturbed by an unknown powerful gravitational magnetic field. All systems and power outputs are out of order. What? Malfunction? When everyone heard this, their faces changed instantly. If this was true, then the oxygen barrier provided by the Eternal Order ship would definitely be consumed in a short while. Even if they don't die from the fall, they will definitely die from lack of oxygen. Activate the backup power system immediately. The backup system is being activated. Part of the backup system has failed, and the Eternal Order ship cannot continue to travel. What the hell? Unable to continue driving. I've been away from my planet for so long, and it's impossible to go back now. And you tell me that I can't drive? Damn it. An angry Lin Feng smashed his fist hard on the console, and the metal surface was instantly dented. At this moment, outside the cabin, the purple clouds of the enchanting planet were surging like a living thing, and strange arcs of electricity were wandering on the surface of the planet, as if opening its arms to welcome the slowly falling spaceship. However, just as Lin Feng was furious, Zhao Jingyi suddenly pointed at the monitoring screen and said in a trembling voice, "Phone. The energy on the planet's surface is reacting violently, and several powerful life forms are approaching." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the screen, and they saw a group of creatures emitting faint light rushing out from the planet's atmosphere. They had various shapes. Some looked human-like but had bat-like wings. Some had winding bodies like giant pythons, and were surrounded by dark purple energy halos. "Oh my god, what kind of monsters are these? They can actually break through the atmosphere of this planet." Su Sheng, who saw this scene at this time, said in a trembling voice. Lu Yin was so terrified that she grabbed De Zhuang's arm tightly and cried, "De Zhuang, what should I do? I'm really scared, woo-woo-woo. Why are you crying? I'm here. I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. Besides, don't you still have young Master Lin?" De Zhuang tried to remain calm, but his voice was trembling. But even so, he still comforted Lu Yin while looking through the glass at the huge and enchanting planet and the monsters that occasionally appeared in the atmosphere. Lin Feng frowned. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he tightly grasped the blade of judgment in his hand. The flame and the cold air sizzled on the blade. "Don't panic, everyone," Lin Feng shouted loudly, trying to calm everyone down. He then continued, "Although these monsters look powerful, we are not easy to mess with." However, just as Lin Feng was speaking, the Eternal Order ship, which had lost most of its power, slowly fell into this huge and enchanting planet like a feather. As the Eternal Order ship fell into the purple mist of the enchanting planet, the alarm in the cabin sounded sharp and piercing, mixed with the panicked breathing of everyone. Suddenly the spacecraft began to shake violently, the indicator lights on the dashboard flashed wildly, and various instruments made buzzing sounds as if they were overwhelmed. "Hold on. Everyone hold on to something." Lin Feng roared loudly, trying his best to keep his balance as the spaceship swayed. But before he could finish his words, the spacecraft suddenly crashed into an unknown object, and the violent impact threw everyone against the cabin wall. Su Sheng's forehead hit the metal frame and blood gushed out instantly. Lu Yin screamed and almost fell out of Da Zhuang's arms. Fortunately, children like Lin Yi and Lin Shan were secured in safety chairs in advance by Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and others. When the spaceship finally stopped rolling, Lin Feng quickly stood up, and the light of the judgment blade in his hand flickered in the dim cabin. Then he quickly glanced around, made sure everyone was still alive, and walked towards the porthole. Lin Feng saw through the cracked glass that the thick purple fog outside was surging in a strange way. From time to time, arcs of electricity flashed, illuminating the outlines of some distorted giant plants around. These plants seemed to have life, with vines slowly wriggling in the mist and a mysterious fluorescent glow flashing on their surface. "AI, help me check the air quality outside and whether I can go outside." As Lin Feng finished speaking, a rustling sound immediately began to be heard from the radio on the Eternal Order ship. It is obvious that the Eternal Order ship is currently severely damaged, and even the broadcast in the cabin is damaged. "Damn it," Lin Feng cursed angrily, and then he touched the wall of the Eternal Order ship with his hand. It is detected that the Eternal Order is seriously damaged. If it needs to be repaired, it will require 500,000 ordinary aircraft carriers. Do you want to repair it? When Lin Feng heard that 50 aircraft carriers were needed, he felt a pang of pain again. Repair. As Lin Feng finished his words, the damaged Eternal Order ship instantly became intact again. "Lin Feng, there seems to be some movement outside." Just as Lin Feng's tense nerves had not yet relaxed, Daha came to Lin Feng and spoke through the glass with a vigilant look on his face. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and he followed Daha's gaze. In the thick purple mist, there were several dark shadows moving quickly, their bodies twisted like ghosts. Suddenly, a thick vine hit the porthole with a bang, and the thorns on the surface of the vine made a harsh sound. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, the energy cannons and other thermal weapons on the Eternal Order ship were instantly charged, and they fired wildly at the unknown creatures in the purple mist. After a while, silence fell outside again. At this time, Lin Feng used his supernatural powers of farsightedness and night vision to look outside through the glass. With the help of his supernatural powers, Lin Feng's vision penetrated through the layers of fog, and he actually saw more than a dozen strangely shaped, pink corpses. What the hell is this place? Artificial intelligence, help me detect the air quality outside. Okay, Master, the outdoor air quality is being monitored. Master, the outdoor oxygen content is 22.59. The temperature is 26 degrees Celsius. No toxic gas is detected in the air. You can go outside for appropriate activities. Chapter 466 Exploration. After hearing the report from the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think in his mind. Before the end of the world, no country has ever discovered a planet or aliens that can nurture life. And now, it seems that this must be the creator of the gate of the universe who doesn't want us to see him, right? Feng, what should we do now? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shuxue, and Ning Rushuang came to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng sighed softly. Open the cabin door. I will take Daha and Era out to take a look. Brother Feng, how can you go alone? How about I go with you? Wang Shuxue said. At this time, Ning Rushuang also said, Brother Feng, can you do it alone? Silly boy, how can you not be born a man? Don't worry, I won't go too far. Lin Feng touched Ning Rushuang's head, asked Zhao Lucy to treat Su Sheng's wounds, and then walked out with the husky and Era. As soon as Lin Feng and Daha and Era stepped out of the cabin, thick purple mist with a strange smell blew towards them. The Haha and Era barked vigilantly, their hair standing on end, and glanced around vigilantly. Lin Feng held the blade of judgment in his hand. The flames and cold air on the blade intertwined with each other, outlining a hazy halo in the mist. Daha, Erniu, stay alert and pay attention to the surroundings at all times. Lin Feng lowered his voice, activated his dual abilities of perspective and farsightedness, and also scanned his surroundings vigilantly. At this time, the huge hull of the Eternal Order was found in a dense and strange forest. Countless giant trees were crushed by the Eternal Order ship, and the surrounding area was in ruins. Let's go down and take a look. As Lin Feng spoke, he led Daha and Era down from the Eternal Order ship. There was a thick layer of humus under their feet, and every step they took made a slight puff sound. They didn't know how many animals and plants had died here to create the current state. The surrounding trees towered into the clouds, and their trunks were covered with strange patterns. Shrouded in purple mist, those patterns flickered with a dim light, as if they were breathing life, which was astonishing. Lin Feng, be careful. Suddenly, Daha let out a roar, and then a thick vine suddenly sprang out from the mist, aiming directly at Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly. His figure flashed, and he swung the blade of judgment. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the vines, and a burnt smell filled the air. Then everything fell silent again. However, before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, rustling sounds came from all around him, and countless vines surged in from all directions. Really? You're looking for death? Lin Feng became furious and swung the blade fiercely. An extremely cold air instantly surged out from the blade of judgment. In an instant, the vines that surged in from all around, along with the surrounding fog, were instantly frozen by the extreme cold air. Ice crystals quickly condensed on the surface of the vines, making crisp popping sounds. The vines that were originally bearing their fangs and claws turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures. But just when Lin Feng and others took a breath, another low roar came from the depths of the fog. As the sound got closer, the humus under my feet began to tremble slightly, as if some giant creature was approaching. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and he tightly gripped the blade of judgment. The flames and cold air on the blade intertwined violently again, forming a powerful aura. Because at this time, Lin Feng, through his ability of farsightedness, actually saw a huge creature rushing out from the thick fog. This creature looked like a lizard, but had 6 thick legs, and its back was covered with sharp scales, each of which flashed a strange purple light. It's more like a giant reptile dinosaur than a lizard. At this time, the lizard dinosaur monster opened its bloody mouth, spit out the tongue in its mouth, and let out a deafening roar. A disgusting fishy smell came to the face, making Daha and Era couldn't help but retreat again and again. Damn, this guy is too mean. Lin Feng, kill him. Lin Feng was so choked up that he burst into tears and almost vomited. Fortunately, the firepower from the Eternal Order ship behind them also captured this monster. Countless beams of light shot out from the Eternal Order ship, and this giant lizard that looked like a dinosaur was instantly shot to pieces and died on the spot. At this time, Su Sheng and Dwang, who heard the noise, also walked down from the Eternal Order ship. Brother Feng, where is this place? Why are the animals and plants here so exaggerated in size? Su Sheng looked at the corpse of the dinosaur lizard and exclaimed. Lin Feng looked around with a serious look in his eyes and said in a deep voice, I don't know. The size of these creatures is beyond common sense, and the environment is weird. We have to be more careful. As soon as the words fell, the purple mist that filled the surroundings became thicker and thicker, and the mist that had been dispersed originally enveloped them again. Dwang frowned, waved his hand to clear away the mist in front of him, and muttered, Mr. Lin, this fog is weird. Why is it getting thicker and thicker? Just when everyone was puzzled, the big Ha suddenly started barking wildly towards the woods on the right, and the second Ha also pricked up its ears, and its hair stood up. Lin Feng became alert instantly, tightly gripped the judgment blade, activated his dual superpowers, and tried to see through the fog and see the situation clearly. Through the layers of fog, Lin Feng saw a group of agile creatures approaching rapidly. These things look like monkeys, covered with black scales. Each claw flashes with cold light, and their eyes emit a faint green light. Prepare for battle. Lin Feng shouted loudly, and as soon as he finished speaking, the group of black-scaled monkeys surrounded him from all directions. The firepower on the Eternal Order ship instantly locked onto the target, firing out beams of energy. Su Sheng's mind moved, and he immediately controlled the wood-related ability. The broken branches and wood scattered around suddenly rose into the air and flew towards the group of black-scaled monkeys. The black-scaled monkeys, who were originally forced to dodge left and right by the firepower of the Eternal Order ship, were suddenly attacked by the wooden branches, and their formation was thrown into chaos for a moment. A black-scaled monkey was unable to dodge and was pierced through the body by a thick branch. It fell heavily to the ground with a scream. Damn it! Watch me! At this time, Dwang roared angrily, his muscles tensed, and he instantly turned into a magma giant. Waving his fist as big as a casserole, he rushed into the fog and smashed the black-scaled monkeys hard. A dull sound was made, and dozens of black-scaled monkeys were killed by him in an instant. In just a short while, these scaly monkeys died or fled, and the area fell into silence again. Lin Feng frowned, glanced around again, and said to Dwang and Su Sheng, "It seems that we should not stay here for long. We should leave this planet as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble." Chapter 467, Detained on the Demon Star. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng Dwang nodded heavily to Lin Feng, then returned to the Eternal Order ship with Lin Feng and Daha and Era. Feng, what's going on outside? As soon as Lin Feng returned to the cabin, Zhao Jingyi and other girls surrounded him impatiently. Lin Feng glanced at his woman and sighed softly. This planet is completely different from the blue planet we live on, so we have to leave here quickly. Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and spoke to the artificial intelligence on the Eternal Order ship. Start the Eternal Order ship and leave this planet as soon as possible. Good master. Following a response from the artificial intelligence, the ship's thrusters emitted a low roar, the lights in the cabin gradually turned from soft to bright, and various instruments began to flash and operate. Engine preheating is normal. The navigation system has locked the initial jump point. The artificial intelligence responded again, and the current state of the Eternal Order ship, the Order ship, gradually floated in the air. At this time, Zhao Jingyi frowned slightly, staring at the holographic star map. Feng, the star map shows that there are many abnormal energy fluctuations in the surrounding star fields. Will it be dangerous if we jump rashly? Unexpectedly, before Zhao Jingyi finished her words, the Eternal Order ship suddenly shook violently, and the alarm sounded sharply. What happened? Luyan's face suddenly changed at this moment, and she couldn't help but screamed. Master, due to the extremely disordered magnetic field of the planet, all the equipment of the Eternal Order ship has been severely disturbed and cannot fly. What is that? When Lin Feng heard the word artificial intelligence, his heart sank, so he took 2 steps at a time and walked to the console, sliding his hands across the operating panel like flying. But the operation panel seemed to be frozen and there was no response at all. Fuck! This immediately made Lin Feng clench his fists and couldn't help but swear. If the Eternal Order ship really cannot take off, then they will be stranded on this planet forever. At this moment, the Eternal Order ship finally stalled again, fell heavily from midair, and slammed into the foggy forest again. Bang! With a loud bang, the cabin was in chaos. Amid the harsh sound of twisting metal, everyone fell to this and that, their bodies shaking violently and uncontrollably with the ship's hull. With his quick reaction, Lin Feng grabbed the edge of the console and steadied himself, shouting, "Everyone hold on." Zhao Jingyi was thrown against the bulkhead and let out a muffled groan. Ning Rushuang hugged Daha in panic, trying to use its strong body to resist the impact. Su Sheng Dazhuang held on to the weapon rack tightly to prevent the guns from falling and injuring people. When the ship finally stopped rolling, the pungent smell of gunpowder and burning quickly spread, and the lights in the cabin flickered and almost went out. Lin Feng was extremely anxious. He looked around vigilantly and shouted, "Jingyi, Rushuang, you guys check to see if the child is injured. Su Sheng, Dazhuang, Xiao, are you all okay?" "Brother Feng, the children are fine." A moment later, in the flickering lights of the cabin, Wang Shushue responded with some shock. At this time, Dwang hugged Lu Yin tightly and responded to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, Lu Yin and I are fine. Brother Feng, Xiao Xiao and I are fine too. Brother, we are fine. Finally, there were responses from Su Sheng and Su Xiaoxiao. Hearing that no one was injured, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhao Jingyi came to Lin Feng, looked at him solemnly and whispered, "Ah Feng, what should we do now? Are we really trapped on this planet? A huge magnetic field barrier has formed above this planet, just like the atmosphere on our planet. Currently, our ships have no way of leaving this planet. Brother Feng, are we really going to stay here forever?" Han Wushuang, who heard Lin Feng's words at this time, immediately exclaimed. Irina couldn't help but say, "If that's the case, then we might be trapped on this planet forever. What should I do?" After hearing what the girls said, Lin Feng sighed helplessly and said, "Based on the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time. Maybe we can still find a glimmer of hope." Lin Feng said this and suddenly changed the subject. "Su Sheng, Dezhuang, Daha and Ha, follow me out. The rest of you stay here and take care of the children." "That won't do. Brother Feng, I want to go with you too." "I want to go too." "And I." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Wang Shushue immediately protested, and Ning Rushuang, Guan Yuan, Guan Qingyan, and others also followed suit. Lin Feng looked at the women who were asking to go with him, and said with a firm look, "Stop making a fuss. We don't know what the situation is outside yet. Do you think it's appropriate for everyone to go out like this?" The girls were speechless when they heard this, but after a moment, Wang Shushue bit her lower lip with red eyes and said, "Then Brother Feng, please come back soon?" "Don't worry." Lin Feng gave Wang Shushue and the other girls a firm look, then waved his hand and led Su Sheng and the others out of the cabin, disappearing into the fog. "Sister Jingyi, why do I feel a little scared now?" Looking at the direction where Lin Feng and the others disappeared, Wang Shushue suddenly threw herself into Zhao Jingyi's arms and cried. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi patted Wang Shushue's shoulder gently, her face full of worry. At this time, Lin Feng, with Su Sheng, Dezhuang, Daha and carefully shuttled through the fog. The surrounding trees were like silent giants, with thick, moss-covered trunks and intertwined branches, weaving an impenetrable net overhead, leaving only a few faint rays of light to penetrate with difficulty. Daha and pricked up their ears alertly, their noses twitched constantly, and they made low whimpers, as if to remind everyone that danger was nearby. At this moment, Dezhuang's foot suddenly slipped, and he almost fell. He looked down and found that the ground was covered with a layer of sticky black liquid, which gave off a disgusting stench. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately squatted down, dipped his finger in a little liquid, and frowned. "This thing is very strange. Everyone be careful." Oh, but who would have thought that as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a sharp hissing sound came from the depths of the woods. The sound was long and shrill, as if some giant creature was wailing in pain. When Daha and heard the sound, their hair stood up instantly, and every hair of theirs stood up like steel needles, ready to prepare for what might happen next. At this time Lin Feng immediately made a gesture, and Su Sheng, Dazhuang, Daha and others instantly spread out in a fan shape and slowly approached the source of the sound. When they pushed aside a thick bush, the scene before them made everyone gasp. Chapter 468 Plants vs. Mutant Beasts. I saw a huge creature trapped in a trap made of vines. It was covered with hard scales, and each scale was shining with a faint blue light. The bloody mouth was full of sharp fangs, and it was struggling constantly and roaring angrily. And the vine was constantly secreting, and it was obviously the same black translucent liquid that was under Zhuang's feet just now. The vines were like a thick python, tightening tighter and tighter, and finally the scaly monster stopped struggling. Just then, a vine with huge pink flowers blooming on the top slowly reached over. Lin Feng and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, watching the flower like a huge bloody mouth, suddenly wrapping up the monster. Time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath and stared at the strange flower. However, just a moment later, the flower slowly bloomed again, and countless white bones came out of it, scattered all over the ground, making a dull sound. "Brother Feng, what kind of monster is this?" Su Xing asked in a low, trembling voice. "How would I know? But one thing I am sure of is that we have to leave here now." However, what no one expected was that perhaps Lin Feng spoke a little loudly, and the vine with flowers immediately turned its flowers towards Lin Feng like a living thing, blooming larger than before, revealing the stamens filled with fine fangs. Oh my goodness! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed, and he swung the blade of judgment in his hand fiercely. Suddenly, an extremely cold air rushed towards the flower. The extremely cold air, carrying the sharp edge of the blade of judgment, rushed towards the vines and flowers like a surging tide. In an instant, the temperature around where the sword energy passed dropped sharply, and fine ice crystals condensed in the air. Even the surface of the flowers was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost, and the petals curled up due to the low temperature, making crisp, crackling sounds. But this strange vine did not stop there. In front of Lin Feng and the others' surprised gazes, it shook its flower stems violently, shaking off the ice on the surface. Then, a thick black liquid suddenly spurted out from the pistil, with a pungent fishy smell, and rushed straight towards Lin Feng like a cannonball. Get out of the way. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he dodged to the side while reminding Su Sheng and the others. The black liquid brushed past his shoulder and corroded a deep pit on the ground that was emitting green smoke. Damn it! I didn't expect the saliva of this dogtail flower to be more powerful than sulfuric acid. At this time, Dwang looked at the corroded pits on the ground, cursed angrily, and then his mind moved, and he instantly turned into a magma giant. Then Gao Jiandazhuang roared, jumped high, and smashed towards the vine flower with the force of a mountain and a rolling heat wave. At this moment, the air was instantly distorted by the heat, and the sand and stones on the ground made a sizzling sound as they melted under the high temperature. The vine flower seemed to feel threatened, and its thick flower stem swung quickly to avoid Dezhuang's frontal attack. Dezhuang fell heavily to the ground, causing a violent vibration. With him as the center, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the surrounding land, and hot magma gushed out from the cracks. The vine flower was obviously very afraid of fire. Feeling the rapidly rising temperature around it, it immediately made a squeaking sound towards Dezhuang. Then, several vines as thick as oil barrels shot towards Dezhuang like pythons. But what could be done? At this time, Dezhuang had already transformed into a magma giant. As soon as these vines touched Dezhuang, they immediately shrank back. At this moment, the vine flower suddenly made a painful sizzling sound, shook its human-like head, and sprayed corrosive liquid at Dezhuang. However, due to the attribute suppression, the corrosive liquid was instantly vaporized by the scorching heat before it even touched Dezhuang. It turns out that this thing is extremely afraid of high temperatures and flames, but is actually very resistant to low temperatures and freezing. I said that the extremely cold side of my judgment blade just now didn't kill it. As soon as Lin Feng finished his thought, the hot side of the blade of judgment was instantly revealed, and billowing heat waves rose from the blade. The white frost scattered around quickly dissipated under the high temperature and turned into wisps of white mist. Go to hell. With Lin Feng's loud shout, he raised the blade of judgment high up. The sword body was like a lit torch, and the dazzling light forced everyone to squint their eyes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng swung the blade violently, and a scorching heat wave whizzed out from the blade of judgment. The scorching heat wave, carrying the sharp edge of the blade of judgment, rushed towards the vine flower like a fire dragon breaking free from its restraints. Wherever it passed, the air was crackling with heat, and the gravel on the ground melted instantly, turning into pools of flowing magma. At the same time, Vine Flower clearly felt that this heat wave was a fatal threat to him. Then you see its flower stem twisting wildly, trying to avoid the powerful impact of the fire. However, the heat wave was too overbearing. In the face of it, the vine flower had no power to resist and turned into ashes in an instant. But the moment the vine flowers turned into ashes, a strong smell of burning mixed with the smell of blood quickly spread in the air. The air around them, which had been distorted by the fierce battle, gradually returned to calm, but everyone's tense nerves did not relax at all. Brother Feng, this is finally solved. Su Sheng let out a long sigh and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but his eyes were still scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He held the blade of judgment tightly and looked vigilantly at the place where the vine flower disappeared, as if he was prepared for a new crisis at any time. After a long while, after making sure that the crisis was resolved, Lin Feng slowly spoke. Don't relax completely yet. This place is very strange. Who knows if there are other monsters? At this time, Dezhuang returned to his original appearance, patted the magma debris on his body, then looked around and said, Mr. Lin, this ghost place is really weird. Maybe there are more powerful things hidden somewhere. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go and have a look at other places to see if there are any other discoveries. Su Sheng and Dezhuang nodded at the same time, and continued to explore forward with Lin Feng, Daha, and Era. However, just after Lin Feng and his companions walked forward for another half an hour, Lin Feng suddenly made a gesture to Su Sheng Dezhuang to stop moving forward. Su Sheng and Dwang stopped immediately and looked at Lin Feng with suspicion and asked, "Brother Feng, how is it?" Lin Feng retracted his far-sightedness and perspective abilities, looked at Su Sheng and Dwang, took a deep breath, and said, "Something seems to be wrong here." Chapter 469 Warning Sign on the Fence. Something's wrong? What's wrong with Brother Feng? I saw a fence in front of me. What? A fence. When Su Sheng and Dwang heard what Lin Feng said, they were both stunned. Lin Feng nodded. "Why don't we go over and take a look now? Let's go." So Lin Feng, Dwang, Su Sheng and others continued to move forward through the thick fog. When Su Sheng, Dwang, and the others actually saw the huge fence, they believed that what Lin Feng had just said was true. "Mr. Lin, things are really getting more and more weird here." "Yes, Brother Feng, these fences are obviously man-made. It's really weird." Lin Feng glanced at Dwang and Su Sheng and shook his head, also puzzled. However, at this moment, Da hurried over, looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "Lin Feng, there seems to be words on the fence." When Lin Feng heard this, his expression instantly became serious. "What word?" "How would I know? You'll know if you come and take a look. Follow me." Daha led Lin Feng and the others to another fence. There was an iron sign on it that said, "Danger. No climbing or crossing." "Brother Feng, is it possible? How could this planet have the characters that we have on our planet?" "Yes, Master Lin. This place is really getting more and more weird. What is going on?" Hearing Su Sheng's exclamation, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the sign in deep thought for a long time, and then slowly said, "If this is a planet with a civilization very similar to ours, then it all seems to make sense." Upon hearing this, Dwang immediately scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "Mr. Lin, even if the civilizations are similar, how could the writing be exactly the same? This is too coincidental." At this time, Su Sheng also nodded in agreement, his face full of confusion. When Lin Feng saw the fence, he sighed with a complicated expression. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible, not to mention the entire universe. But these are just my guesses. If we want to find out what is going on, we need to explore further. Brother Feng, what should we do next? Su Sheng nodded after hearing Lin Feng's words. "Let's go back. We've been away long enough. Jingyi and the others must be getting impatient." So Lin Feng, Su Sheng and others returned to the Eternal Order ship and told Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shuxua, and others what had happened. After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the other women were all shocked and couldn't speak for a long time. At this time, Zhao Jingyi gradually recovered from her shock and looked at Lin Feng with a serious face and said, "Ah Feng, if this is true, then this planet is really too weird. So what should we do next? Since we can't leave here for a while, I plan to take you all forward. I want to see what this place is like." The next morning, Lin Feng led everyone out of the Eternal Order ship again. After putting the Eternal Order ship behind him into the space, Lin Feng led everyone out into the depths of the woods. I saw Daha, Era, and their 18 dog sons surrounding all of them in the center. Daha and Era were standing in front and behind, one as a pioneer and the other as a guard. In this way, under the protection of Daha, Era, and their 18 dog sons, the crowd moved cautiously towards the depths of the woods. But the morning fog at this time seemed thicker than ever, like an impenetrable curtain, hiding everything around it. Only the rustling sound of stepping on the fallen leaves was particularly clear in the silent forest. Suddenly, Daha, who was walking in front of the team, stopped abruptly, his hair stood up, and a low growl came from his throat. The husky following closely behind also became alert, with its ears turned back. Lin Feng immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and whispered, "Everyone be careful, something seems to be approaching." At this moment, a strange whimpering sound came from the depths of the woods. The sound came and went, like someone crying in pain, or the roar of some wild beast. Su Sheng glanced around and lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Feng, what's that sound?" But before Lin Feng could respond, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the bushes on the left. Daha reacted quickly. He pounced over with a roar and started biting the thing. When everyone could see clearly, they saw that a huge wolf emitting a faint blue light had its neck bitten off by Daha. "Daha, well done. It looks intimidating, but it's weaker than I thought." Daha licked his lips proudly, snorted coldly, and continued to move forward. When Lin Feng led everyone to the fence again yesterday, Zhao Jingyi, Irina, and others were all in disbelief. However, at this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have discovered something and immediately pointed at the sign on the fence and said to Lin Feng, "Ah Feng, there seems to be something wrong with this sign." "Something's wrong? Ayun, have you discovered anything?" Lin Feng asked with a slight frown. Lu Yun looked at the sign and said, "Ah Feng, take a good look at this warning sign." When Lin Feng heard this, he looked at the sign again with a serious face and said, "This warning sign is hung inside the fence, which means we are inside the fence. So this warning sign is warning people or things on the other side of the fence not to climb over the fence to get to us." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone looked at each other, and everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, as if even the air had begun to condense at this moment. "Brother Feng, do we still need to climb over this fence?" It was not until Han Wushuang suddenly said something that broke the silence. Lin Feng calmed himself down, took a deep breath and said, "If we don't cross this fence, will we be trapped here forever?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, his mind moved, and the blade of judgment quietly appeared in his hand. Then, a burst of blazing flames instantly melted the fence in front of them into a huge hole, which was big enough for 7 or 8 of them to pass through side by side. "Walk!" At Lin Feng's command, Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, and others quickly crossed the fence. However, as Lin Feng and his team continued to go deeper, dilapidated wooden houses appeared before them in the thick fog. It is obvious that this was once a village. It seems that there were people living here before. Lin Feng looked at the wooden house in front of him with a frown on his face. Oh! However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from a wooden house, instantly breaking the tranquility at this moment. Chapter 470. Boy, you are far inferior to me. Then there was a continuous roar coming from each wooden house. Boom! Then, with a loud bang, a huge gray-white humanoid creature broke through the wooden house and rushed out with a ferocious face. This humanoid creature first opened its mouth full of fangs, roared at Lin Feng and the others, and then pounced over. But a blazing flame instantly turned the humanoid into ashes. "Dad, am I awesome?" At this time, Linny blew on his burning fist, looked at Lin Feng with a cocky look on his face, and said, "Hey, you've become quite capable, haven't you? As my son, how can you not be awesome?" When Lin Yi saw Lin Feng actually said this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Zhao Jingyi on the side couldn't help rolling her eyes, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. However, at this moment, the humanoid creatures in the other wooden houses also rushed out one by one, pouncing on Lin Feng and the others with their fangs and claws. Lin Feng swung the blade of judgment in his hand violently, and all the humanoid creatures, including the wooden house, were instantly vaporized. Such terrifying power stunned everyone present. "Boy, you are far inferior to me, let's go." So, as Lin Feng and his team went deeper, they found an even taller fence blocking their way. Wang Shushua looked at the fence in front of her, which was taller than before, and said, "Brother Feng, why is there another fence?" "Who knows?" Lin Feng said as he broke a hole in the fence again, and followed the crowd through it again. But when Lin Feng and his friends passed through the fence, a pungent stench became stronger. Wang Shushua subconsciously covered her mouth and nose, frowning. "Brother Feng, the smell is getting stronger and stronger. It smells so bad." Unexpectedly, before Wang Shushua finished speaking, there was a burst of dense rustling sounds suddenly coming from the shadows in front, as if some creature was approaching rapidly. Lin Yi's body was suddenly covered in flames, and he shot a fireball into the distant fog. With the help of the firelight, everyone was horrified to find that dense humanoid creatures were pouring in from all directions. These monsters had twisted bodies, their skin like cracked bark, some even had white bones visible. They let out creepy roars, their scarlet eyes fixed on Lin Feng and the others. Seeing this, Lin Feng tightly gripped the blade of judgment, his arm muscles tensed, and a hint of cold light flashed on the blade. Immediately afterwards, a scorching heat wave shot out from the blade of judgment again, instantly vaporizing the group of densely packed humanoid monsters in the fog. However, what Lin Feng never expected was that there were still endless humanoid creatures in the fog around him, rushing towards Lin Feng one after another. However, in front of the powerful blade of judgment, these humanoid creatures were simply vulnerable. No matter how many of them there were, they would all be taken away by Lin Feng's blade. Until all the humanoid creatures were eliminated, the surroundings fell into silence again. But as they were blocked by a fence again, the expressions of each of them became more solemn. "Brother Feng, why are there so many fences?" At this time, Su Sheng stared at the fence in front of him and finally couldn't help but speak. Lin Feng handed Su Sheng and Dwang a cigarette each, lit it, and then slowly said, "Who cares how many fences there are? Our most urgent task right now is to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. I don't believe that this is the case everywhere on this planet." After saying that, Lin Feng used the blade of judgment to split the fence again and led everyone in again. When everyone passed through the fence, what came into their sight was a huge circular square. The square was paved with huge black stones, emitting a cold light in the hazy mist. In the center of the square stood a towering black spire, with strange purple lines swirling around the tower and a flickering red light on the top, as if a vigilant eye was watching them. This place. Lenny frowned and looked around. At this time, Zhao Jingyi said, "Offing, if I guess correctly, this should be the place where the creatures on this planet used to worship, gather, or pray." Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the black spire, then glanced around the empty square before he slowly spoke. "No matter what this place is used for, one thing is certain, there is some kind of civilization here." After hearing what Lin Feng said, everyone agreed with Lin Feng's point of view. Then we were ready to move on, but at this moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of Lin Feng and others like a ghost. He was wearing a black robe, revealing a pair of hawk-like eyes, staring closely at Lin Feng in front of him. "Who are you and why am I here?" Seeing that the man could actually speak, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but look at each other, feeling really surprised and happy. Because in the eyes of all of them, once there is someone to communicate with them, then they will be able to understand this planet thoroughly. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you here?" However, before Lin Feng and the others could respond, the man in black robe lowered his voice and spoke again. Lin Feng coughed lightly, then slowly said, "You may not believe it, but we fell from the sky." "This is sheer nonsense. Let me ask you again, this is a disaster area. Why are you here?" "Hey, you think you're pretty capable, right? I also want to ask who you are. Who gave you the courage to talk to my brother Feng like that? Do you believe I'll skin you now?" Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond, Su Sheng on the side had already started to get angry and rolled up his sleeves to get ready to start. Lin Feng did not try to stop him because he also wanted to see how capable this guy was. So Lin Feng said in a low voice, "Su Sheng, don't hurt him. I want to live." "Okay, brother Feng." As Su Sheng responded, his hands danced rapidly, and the wood element in the surrounding air instantly became active. Thick vines broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around the man in black robe like nimble pythons. Wood element is advanced. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this, and his body quickly dodged backwards like a night owl, cleverly avoiding the first round of attacks from the vines. At the same time, he waved his sleeves and countless black smoke gushed out, instantly filling the entire square, and he was going to use this to escape. Because it was obvious that the man in black robe had completely realized that he was no match for Su Sheng. "So if we don't leave now, when will we leave?" Chapter 471, The Black Robe Man on the Demon Star. However, what he did not expect was that even if he created more black smoke, there would be no possibility of escape. Because at this time there were countless vines tightly wrapped around his ankles. He was like being welded to the ground and could not move at all. So when the smoke cleared, the man looked at Lin Feng, Su Sheng and the others with horror and trembling voice. "Who are you? How can you have such powerful abilities?" When Lin Feng heard this, he instantly realized that the humans on this planet also possessed superpowers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. So Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi looked at each other, looking at him with a half-smile. "Didn't I just tell you that we fell from the sky? Why don't you believe it? You fell from the sky. How is that possible? If you fell from the sky, wouldn't you have died? How is it possible that you are still alive? Who are you? You talk too much. Su Sheng, take off your mask. I want to see if the humans on this planet look the same as us." The scholar nodded immediately after hearing Lin Feng's words. Then, as soon as he had a thought, a thin vine broke out of the ground and, like a tentacle, pulled off the black mask of the man in black robe. The moment the mask was pulled off, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because the humans on this planet look no different from them, with regular features and clear contours, but their skin looks a little pale against the black robes, and their eyes reveal fear and unwillingness. "Brother Feng, the humans on this planet are indeed the same as us." At this time, Su Sheng couldn't help but lower his voice and spoke into Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded gently and continued to say to the man, "Don't worry, we don't have any bad intentions. We just want to know what happened here. You really fell from the sky?" The man in black robe still looked at Lin Feng doubtfully and said, after all, in his understanding, he really couldn't imagine how these people and a dozen dogs in front of him could have fallen from the sky. "Hey, kid, our Master Lin is asking you questions. Why are you asking so many questions? Just answer whatever Master Lin asks. Do you hear me?" However, before Lin Feng could respond, Dwang on the side started to yell impatiently, which frightened the man in black robes so much that he shivered and said in a trembling voice, 10 years ago, for some unknown reason, this purple fog appeared here, causing plants to grow wildly, animals to mutate, and even some plants to have this problem. 80 of the human population here was not spared, and only a small number of people survived. The man in black robe paused for a moment and said, and the most important thing is that the magnetic field here has become extremely chaotic. Not to mention electronic equipment. Even a bird can only fly 20 to 30 meters high at most. If it flies higher, it will fall from the sky. When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became very solemn. Because if it is really as the man in black robe said, then wouldn't they be trapped on this planet forever? So Lin Feng stared at the man and said in a low voice, is the magnetic field here always this strong? It should always be like this, right? Hey, kid, what do you mean by should be, right? If it is, it is, and if it isn't, it isn't? If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense, or I'll punch you to death. Unexpectedly, before the man could finish his words, Dwang interrupted him again, which frightened the man in black robe and made him tremble again. Magnetic fields are something you can't see or touch, so how would I know about them? Hey, you dare to talk back, since you don't know? Who do you think knows? Professor Lu Chang here might know. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. For all of them, this may be their only chance to leave here. So in order to ensure the truth of the black-robed man's words, Lin Feng immediately started using his telepathic ability, staring at the man intently, and found no signs that he was lying. Lin Feng then asked, where is the Professor Lu Chang you mentioned? Can you lead us there now? However, what Lin Feng had not expected was that the man in black robe immediately shook his head and said, no. Why? Because you came from that dense forest. In order to ensure that you are not infected, I can only lead you there after 24 hours. At this time, Dwang on the side started to yell again. Hey, you kid, you are the one who is infected. Your whole family has been fucked. You kid want to be beaten, right? But you did come from there. The man in black robe retorted timidly. When Lin Feng heard this, he suddenly remembered the humanoid creatures in the wooden house just now, and couldn't help but frown slightly, and said, from what you said, once infected, will they attack other survivors wantonly like humanoid monsters? Yes, once infected, their skin will gradually turn gray, all the hair on their body will fall off, and their body will become taller and stronger. At that time, they will crazily attack other survivors. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, then we will wait here for another 24 hours. If we are not infected, you will take us there. From what you're saying, are you going to keep trapping me like this? The man in black robe looked at the vines entangled around his feet and looked at Lin Feng in panic. Lin Feng smiled coldly. What else? If we let you go now, how are we going to find Professor Lu Chang? It would be fine if you hadn't mutated, but if you had mutated, wouldn't I be killed by you? That can't be helped. We don't want to mutate either. Lin Feng smiled evilly, and under the panicked and terrified gaze of the man, he threw out a synthetic military RV from space and said to everyone, let's stay here for 24 hours today, and then let this person take us to find Professor Lu at this time tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Feng led everyone onto the RV, leaving the man in black robe alone to howl like ghosts and wolves. However, the vines under his feet were like steel ropes in his eyes, and there was no possibility of escape. Shut your mouth. If you keep screaming, I'll cut off your tongue. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice was heard again in the RV, forcing the man in black robe to shut his mouth again, looking at the RV in front of him with fear. Chapter 472, I didn't expect, she was still a little hot pepper. Seeing that the man in black robe had calmed down and stopped crying and struggling, Lin Feng threw some biscuits and water to him. That's right. As long as you are obedient, we won't make things difficult for you, let alone hurt you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the RV. The man in black robe was looking at the biscuits and water on the ground, and was so shocked that he stood there speechless for a long time. Because in his understanding, these are legendary foods. After all, this planet has been in disaster for 10 years, and it is impossible for any food to be stored for such a long time. However, Lin Feng just threw it to him casually, as if it were garbage. Are they really gods from heaven? Came here specifically to rescue them? The man in black robe reached out his hand tremblingly, picked up the biscuit on the ground, rubbed the packaging with his fingertips, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. At this time, as Lin Feng's footsteps gradually faded away, the sound of the metal door of the car closing echoed in the empty space. The man in black robe dared to bring the biscuit close to his nose. An extremely tempting wheat aroma penetrated into his nasal cavity, and this smell instantly broke down his nerves that had been tense for 10 years. After all, in the past 10 years, in order to survive, he often shuttled through these ruins, gnawed the bitter roots of mutated plants, snatched stinking cans next to rotting corpses, and even regarded sewage with mud and sand as sweet rain. So at this moment, in his view, the seemingly ordinary biscuit in his hand was like a gift from another world. And this is indeed the case, because Lin Feng and the others do not belong to this world. At this time, in the RV, Lin Feng had been carefully observing the black-robed man's every move through the window. He was shocked and unbelievable about this planet. Because it was hard for him to accept, how could there be aliens who looked exactly like them? Even their writing was almost exactly the same? To be honest, if this was not the work of the creator in the gate of the universe, Lin Feng found it hard to believe. But why would he do that? Is it a carefully planned experiment, or is there a conspiracy hidden that is enough to subvert cognition? Brother Feng, do you think we are really in danger of being infected like that black-robed man said? At this time, Wang Shushua came to Lin Feng and said with some concern. Lin Feng turned around and hugged her in his arms, saying lovingly, "Silly, we have landed on this planet for more than 72 hours. If we were infected, we would have been infected long ago. But Brother Feng, since we know we are not infected, why do we have to stay here for 24 hours? Of course, it's to prove it to that person. This may save us a lot of trouble in the future. After all, we just arrived here, and the person that the black-robed man outside the car took us to see may be our only hope of leaving here." That's true, but just in case, I think we should let Lu Si use her healing skills to perform a purification treatment on each of us. Is this necessary? Yes, of course I did. Sister Jingyi and Lu Si asked me to come here. We have already finished, so why don't you do it too? Let's go, Brother Feng. Wang Shushua said this, and then she pulled Lin Feng like a spoiled child and walked towards Zhao Lucy. As night slowly fell, the fog on the planet became thicker and thicker. The black-robed man who was trapped by Su Shang's vines also began to drowsy in the square. However, at this moment, a black shadow, accompanied by a strong wind, jumped out from the thick fog like lightning, aiming directly at the sleeping man in black robe. "Brother, how are you? Are you not hurt?" The dark shadow came to the side of the man in black robe and made an anxious voice like a woman. "Sister, why are you here? Tell the others quickly. These people are very strong. You need to leave quickly." "But brother, what will you do?" However, before the black-robed person could respond, thick vines immediately wrapped around the black shadow like ropes, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape. Then the doors and lights of the RV opened at the same time, and Lin Feng strode out with a cigarette in his mouth, followed by Su Shang and Dwang, who also held cigarettes in their mouths. With the help of the car lights, Lin Feng and the others were able to see clearly the woman trapped by the vines. She was wearing a tattered black cloak. Her face showed a bit of stubbornness, and her outline was somewhat similar to that of the man in black robe. "Let go of my sister." At this time, the man in black robe twisted his body frantically, trying to break free from the restraints, his voice full of anger and anxiety. Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him with a stern gaze and spoke slowly. "So it's just your sister. Why is she here so late at night instead of sleeping?" The woman bit her lower lip and glared at him. "You are talking nonsense. Of course I came here to find my brother. What right do you have to imprison my brother?" "Oh, I didn't expect she's still a hot pepper." Hee hee. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Dwang and Su Shang beside him laughed at the same time. At this time, Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Dwang and Su Shang to be quiet, with a playful smile on his face. "Imprisonment? I just asked your brother to cooperate with us, but he didn't seem to be very honest, so we just let him calm down." As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed to the biscuits and water scattered on the ground and said, "Look, we still gave your brother food and drink." The woman looked in the direction Lin Feng's finger pointed, and when she saw the intact food, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon, she regained her guard and snorted coldly. "Humph, who knows what you are up to? Maybe the food is poisoned. If the food was really poisonous, your brother would have died by now." The woman was speechless for a moment, her eyes moving back and forth between the biscuits on the ground and her brother's anxious face. Seeing that this woman had nothing to say, Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Since we're here, why don't you stay here with your brother for one night? Tomorrow morning, you two can take me to find Professor Liu." After saying that, Lin Feng waved to Su Shang and Dwang and prepared to return to the car. "Wait a minute." However, just as Lin Feng turned around, the woman's voice sounded again behind him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the woman and asked, "Why? Do you have anything else to do? Who are you? Why do you want to see Professor Liu? You're quite greedy. You asked 2 questions right away. I wanted to ask who you are." The woman looked at Lin Feng stubbornly and said, "My name is Leng Yu, and this is my brother Leng Xiao. Okay, it's your turn now." He. Seeing the woman like this, Lin Feng suddenly found it funny. Leng Yu frowned slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Raymond Lamb crossed his arms, smiling as always. Interesting, you are honest. My name is Lin Feng, and these two are my brothers, Su Sheng and Wang Dazhuang. As for why we are looking for Professor Liu, it is to see if he can help us. Chapter 473 School. Help you? Help you with what? Lung Yu asked again. This is already the second question. I don't need to tell you. Su Sheng Dazhuang, let's go. After saying that, Lin Feng and Su Sheng Dazhuang returned to the RV without looking back. Watching Lin Feng and the others return to the RV, Lung Yu looked at her brother with a suspicious look on her face and asked, Brother, who are they? Lung Xiu sighed with a complicated expression. He said they fell from the sky. What? It fell from the sky? Do you believe such nonsense? At first, I was just like you. I really didn't believe it, but these people are really amazing. Did you see that RV? Lung Yu nodded. I saw it, what's wrong? That RV was created out of thin air by the person who was talking to you just now. Brother, how is this possible? Isn't this too ridiculous? Lung Xiu pointed at the biscuits and water on the ground and said again, Look at these foods on the ground. Do you still think I'm talking nonsense to you? I only saw these cookies and bottled water when I was very young. It has been so long since the end of the world. These things should have disappeared long ago. Where did they get them from? Lung Yu picked up the biscuit on the ground with a surprised look on her face. Lung Xiu shook his head gently. I have no idea, but the facts are right in front of us. We can't help but believe it. I'm thinking that the infected people have become more rampant these days. If they can help us, maybe they can solve our urgent needs. Lung Yu clenched the biscuits tightly, her knuckles turning white. Even if their origins are mysterious, what if they have bad intentions and use us as pawns? Wouldn't that be like inviting a wolf into the house? Lung Xiu raised his head to look at the thick fog in the night sky, then slowly lowered his head to look at Lung Yu and said, These are just my personal thoughts. As for how this matter develops, it is not something that small people like us should worry about. The next day, after resting in the RV for a night, Lin Feng ate breakfast and was the first to get out of the RV. With a toothpick in his mouth, he slowly walked in front of the brother and sister. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? What do you think? Lung Yu still looked at Lin Feng stubbornly and said. Lin Feng looked at the biscuit packaging bag and the empty mineral water bottle on the ground and laughed. I think you guys slept well, and being able to eat and drink enough is already a luxury for you. You? Lung Yu was so angry that she was speechless for a moment, but she was unable to refute. After all, this was indeed the fact. Okay, take us to see Professor Liu. Don't worry, we will never hurt you unless you have any ill will towards us. Lung Xiu frowned slightly. His eyes stayed on Lin Feng's face for a moment, and after weighing the pros and cons, he spoke. Okay, but let's be frank. If you dare to do anything wrong, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Okay, you're just talking nonsense. Just pack up and get ready to lead the way. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and asked everyone in the car to get out. When Lung Yu saw so many people and 20 big dogs getting out of the car all of a sudden, her heart skipped a beat. However, what shocked her even more was that Lin Feng could actually make the RV disappear out of thin air. Now she finally believed that what her brother Lung Xiu said to her last night was actually true. When everyone was ready, Su Sheng loosened the vines under the ankles of the brother and sister and let them lead the way. At this time, Lin Feng, Su Sheng, Jingyi, Rushuang and others were seen following the Lung brothers and sisters. Along the way, there were broken buildings on both sides of the street. Bloodstains left by the infected could be seen everywhere, and the stench of decay was everywhere. Occasionally, a few skinny stray dogs were startled by the sound of footsteps and ran into the ruins whimpering. After walking for about 20 to 30 minutes, they arrived at a reinforced school. There were sandbags several meters high and thicker than the city walls piled up in front of the school gate, and there was also barbed wire. Several armed guards were looking at Lin Feng and his group warily. At this time, one of the guards said, Lung Xiu, Lung Yu, what are these people doing? Lung Xiu coughed lightly, then hurried forward to talk in a low voice with the guard. What did you say? You said they were looking for Professor Liu? The guard immediately shouted after hearing Lung Xiu's words. Lung Xiu nodded slightly embarrassedly. That's right. I say, Lung Xiu, do you two brothers have any brains? How could you two bring a group of people of unknown origin here? That is, there are so many of them, and there are so many dogs. What if they get infected? At this time, another guard also echoed. Lung Xiu quickly waved his hands and explained, I watched them stay outside for 24 hours before I brought them here. I can guarantee this. You promise? What can you promise? Exactly. Who do you think you are? You two brothers and sisters are just the lowest class in our base. All right. At this time, Lung Yu, who could no longer bear it, interrupted. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and said, "If anything goes wrong, my brother and I are willing to be punished." But one of the guards still said aggressively, "Be punished? Do you think being punished is enough? If anything goes wrong, we two brothers will just die." Lung Yu suddenly roared with red eyes. Upon hearing this, the two guards looked at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, the leading guard frowned and glared at the Lung brothers and sisters. "Okay, I'll trust you this time. I'll go and report. You all stay still." After saying that, he turned around and hurried into the school. At this time, Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets, looking around with interest. He was not affected at all by the dispute between the Lung brothers and sisters and the two guards. Su Sheng and Dwang watched the guards' every move vigilantly, while Jingyi and Risheng talked in low voices, observing the surrounding environment with their peripheral vision from time to time. It was not until a moment later that the guard hurried back. Professor Lu agreed to see them, but only allowed 3 people to enter. Hearing this, Lin Feng pointed at himself, Su Sheng and Jing Yi without hesitation and said, "It's just the 3 of us. Ru Shuang, Da Zhuang, you wait here and take good care of the child. Brother Feng, you have to be careful. Don't worry." Lin Feng gave Ru Shuang and the others a reassuring look and stepped into the school. The 3 of them were led by the guards through the empty playground. There were several large pots on the playground, with smelt paste cooking inside. Several children squatted beside them, staring at the contents of the pots, looking extremely hungry. Chapter 474 Lu Chang Professor Lu. As Lin Feng and his team went deeper, they came to the teaching building. Various hand-painted warning slogans were posted on the walls, revealing a tense atmosphere everywhere. The guard then took them to an office, knocked gently on the door, and opened it after receiving a response. Inside the house, an old man with gray hair and glasses was standing in front of the window. He slowly turned around after hearing the noise. "Professor Lu, they are the ones who are here to see you." After the guard finished speaking, he closed the door and stood aside. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Professor Lu asked, staring at Lin Feng with a sharp gaze. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, but did not answer directly. Instead, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette from the box, and handed it over. "Professor Lu, do you smoke?" When Professor Lu saw the cigarette in Lin Feng's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "No, I haven't smoked for almost 10 years, ever since the disaster." "It's okay. If you really want to smoke, I'll be responsible for your cigarettes from now on." "You are so arrogant, kid." When Professor Lu heard what Lin Feng said, he smiled and took the cigarette from Lin Feng's hand, looked at the words on it, and said, "Lotus, I don't think I have heard of this brand of cigarettes before the disaster." "You hadn't heard of it at the time? This is the cigarette of our planet. It would be strange if you had heard of it." Lin Feng thought to himself, but said, "It doesn't matter whether you have heard of it or not. The most important thing is that it tastes good. How about I light it up for you?" Professor Lu held the cigarette between his fingers, looked away from the cigarette box, and re-examined Lin Feng. "You brought this rare thing to me. I'm afraid it's not just to give me cigarettes, right? Tell me, what is your purpose?" Behind Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, and the others unconsciously tensed up, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little different. After all, for them, whether they can escape from this planet, Professor Lu can be said to be their only hope at present. So Su Sheng and Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but start to get nervous. But at this time, Lin Feng was calm. He reached out from his pocket and took out a lighter. With a click, he lit the flame and approached Professor Lu. "Professor, you are really straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. We heard that you have done research and have unique insights into the magnetic field on this planet. So we came here to ask, when will the magnetic field on our planet disappear?" The light blue flame flickered between the two people, and Professor Lu's eyes flickered in the firelight. After a long while, he took a deep breath of cigarette, exhaled the smoke slowly, and felt the pleasure that the cigarette brought him, and then he spoke. "Since the catastrophe, the magnetic field above the entire planet has become extremely unstable. No aircraft can fly under the interference of such a magnetic field." When Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and Su Sheng heard this, their hearts sank suddenly, and everyone's expression became solemn. Is there no other solution? At this time, Su Sheng on the side finally couldn't help but speak. Professor Lu glanced at Su Sheng and said, "There is a way, but the chance is slim." Hearing this, Lin Feng stared at Professor Lu. "Tell me about it." "More than 30,000 kilometers away from here, there is a plateau with the highest altitude." Professor Lu said this as he walked to the wall, tapped a dusty star map with his finger, and spoke again. "There is an ancient observatory there. Legend has it that there is an ancient device hidden inside the station that can adjust the magnetic field of a planet. It seems to be called a star core resonance device. However, Due to the harsh highland environment there, the intensity of the magnetic field disorder is far beyond imagination. Even the most advanced exploration robots could not survive there for more than 3 days. That is to say, even if we can reach the observatory, we may not be able to get close to the device, and we may even have difficulty saving our lives. Is that right? At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who had been silent, couldn't help but interrupt. Professor Lu looked back at Zhao Jingyi and nodded. That's right, so I advise you not to go. If you don't mind, just stay here. By the way, who are you and why are you asking about magnetic fields? Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, a hurried knock on the door suddenly interrupted the conversation between Professor Lu and Lin Feng. So Professor Lu said impatiently towards the door. What's the matter? Come in. As Professor Lu finished speaking, the door creaked open. The guard looked panicked, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Professor, a large number of Wang Wu's troops appeared in the southeast direction. They are approaching us quickly. When Professor Lu heard this, his face instantly turned pale. It seems that Wang Wu and his gang must be extremely hungry, otherwise they wouldn't dare to act so blatantly. But Professor Lu, we have been out of food in school for a long time. Everyone is eating porridge made from tree bark and roots. How can we give them any food? Lin Feng was standing aside. After hearing the conversation between Professor Lu and his subordinate, he couldn't help but frown and said, Who is this Wang Wu? Professor Lu looked gloomy and extinguished his cigarette fiercely. This Wang Wu used to be the security captain of this school. After the disaster, he couldn't stand the life in the school anymore and started to show his true colors. This beast not only raped the teachers in the school, but also spared no effort on those students who had just entered university. 5 years ago, I tried my best to drive him away, but I didn't expect that after he left here, he actually gathered a group of people outside, and his team has been growing stronger and stronger in the past few years. In my opinion, he came back this time not only for food, but also to avenge his previous humiliation. If we had known this would happen, we should have killed him ruthlessly. As Professor Lu continued to speak, the atmosphere in the office became increasingly solemn. At this moment, even the light outside the window became dimmer, as if reflecting the impending crisis. After a brief silence, Lin Feng suddenly looked stern and asked, How many people did Wang Wu bring? The guard replied, tremblingly, There are at least 300 people, and they all have weapons with them. It seems that they come with bad intentions. We heard that Wang Wu is now an intermediate-level Earth-type ability user. He is very strong now. At this time, Professor Lu was pacing back and forth, and the sound of his heels hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the quiet office. There are less than 100 people in our school who can fight, and even fewer weapons. Once they attack. At this point, Professor Lu paused, his eyes filled with worry. Chapter 475 Brother Feng, I'm so scared. Seeing Professor Lu so worried, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and Su Sheng looked at each other knowingly before speaking. If possible, do you need our help? You? Young man, it's all right if you have the intention, but Wang Wu's gang is extremely cruel. Even we can't do anything to them for a while, let alone you. I would suggest that you guys go out of the back door of the school for now, and when this matter is settled, if you don't mind, you can stay here. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little favorable towards Professor Lu. After all, in such a situation, he can still consider outsiders like them, which shows that Professor Lu is still relatively kind and honest. Professor Lu, these are just some easy tasks for us, so don't refuse anymore. At this time, Su Sheng on the side couldn't help but speak. Who would have thought that when Su Sheng said this, the guard beside him actually burst out laughing, looked at Lin Feng and the others with contempt on his face, and said, You guys are the only ones who want to help us deal with Wang Wu and his gang. Stop talking nonsense here. Wang Wu and his gang have been rampant in this area for so long that even the school security team has suffered. If you go up, you will just die in vain. Zhao Jingyi frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and retorted, How do you know it won't work if you haven't tried it? If we didn't admire Professor Lu, do you think we would help you? Hey, I think you guys are really. Shut up. Seeing that Zhao Jingyi dared to talk back, the guard was about to retort, but was suddenly scolded by Professor Lu and was forced to shut his mouth. Professor Lu withdrew his gaze from the guards and looked at Lin Feng and the other two again, his eyes full of apology. Children, please don't bother with him. He has a quick temper and doesn't know how to speak properly. But Wang Wu and his gang have done many evil things, and their methods are cruel. Do you really have a way to deal with them? For us, dealing with them is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Seeing Lin Feng's confidence, Professor Lu looked at Lin Feng for a long time before he said, Kid, tell me honestly, who are you? We come from a place called Blue Star. Blue Star? What is that place? A place where both the writing and our appearance are almost exactly the same. Professor Lu frowned, looking puzzled. I have never heard of a place called Blue Star. However, at this moment, another subordinate rushed into the office and said breathlessly, Professor Lu, this is bad. Wang Wu and his people are coming over soon. When everyone heard this, they hurried to the window. Outside the school wall, a group of ferocious-looking figures holding sticks were approaching the school gate. So Lin Feng immediately turned around and said to Professor Lu, Professor Lu, my family and brother are still at the school gate, so we will take our leave first. Professor Lu was stunned when he heard Lin Feng say this again, because it was obvious that he was very surprised by Lin Feng's sudden change. He was vowing to help them just now, but when he saw the scene of Wang Wu's men, he must have been scared, otherwise he would never have such a change. So Professor Lu came to his senses and immediately said, Okay, then you must pay attention to safety. Lin Feng nodded, took 2 quick photos of the map on the wall with his mobile phone, and then left the office with Zhao Jingyi and Su Shang. What a piece of rubbish. Professor Lu, what did I say? Relying on these outsiders is worse than... Before the guard could finish his words, Professor Lu glared at him fiercely and said in a low voice, Don't talk nonsense. Even if they can't help, at least they showed their willingness just now. They must have been frightened by the scene of Wang Wu's men. The guard curled his lips upon hearing this, looking unconvinced, but he didn't dare to say anything. At this time, Lin Feng brought Zhao Jingyi and Su Shang to the school gate quickly and met up with Dwang, Ru Shuang, Lu Yun and others. Mr. Lin, you guys are finally out. What on earth do these people do? As soon as Lin Feng and his friends stepped out of the school gate, Dwang and his friends came to greet them, looking at the hundreds of people holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs with puzzled expressions. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Wu and his men and said to them quickly, I'm here to cause trouble for this school. Oh, is that so? That's none of our business. Why don't we leave quickly, Mr. Lin? As Dwang said this, he pulled Lin Feng's arm, preventing Lin Feng from blocking the school gate to avoid hurting him. After all, nowadays, everyone knows the simple philosophy of life that it is none of your business, and you should just stay out of it. So even Dwang, who has always been honest and simple, was no exception at this time. But what Dwang had never expected was that Lin Feng sneered, pressed Dwang's shoulder with his backhand, and said in a deep voice, But I have already promised them that I will help them. So that's how it is. Dwang scratched his head and said with a simple smile, So all of them are going to die? Lin Feng shook his head and said, We have to help them to the end, and we have to wipe out their lair as well, right? That's true. While Lin Feng and Dwang were talking, Wang Wu's men had already arrived at the school gate in a mighty manner. As soon as they saw Zhao Jingyi and other women, their eyes lit up instantly, and they could not walk anymore. Wow, I didn't expect there are so many pretty girls here. A thug with a face full of flesh rubbed his hands, his eyes revealing greed and vulgarity, and approached Zhao Jingyi, Ru Shuang, Wang Shushua, and Lu Yun, not even taking Lin Feng seriously. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes immediately flashed with coldness. This group of unpresentable guys actually dared to set their sights on his woman. I really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that Wang Shushua suddenly looked at him for help. Brother Feng, I'm so scared. You know, with her electrical abilities, she can kill these people in minutes. It seems like this girl is deliberately trying to piss him off. Little beauty. Even if you lend your brother Feng 2 courages, he wouldn't dare to say a word. Ha ha. As soon as one of the minions said this, the others immediately burst into laughter. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng saw that Wang Shushua actually took the opportunity to wink at him mischievously, and he was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this time, a small thug finally couldn't help himself and reached out to grab Wang Shushua. Chapter 476, The 5 Elders' Nest of Prince Duan. You are really looking for death. If you want to leave an intact body, take your claws away. When the little minion heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Ouch! Who do you think you are? How dare you act wild in front of me? As he spoke, he not only did not retract his hand, but instead made a gesture to pull Wang Shushua into his arms. Act recklessly. Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning and punched the minion in the face. Bang! The little minion's head was like a broken cucumber, and it was separated from his body with just one touch. In an instant, warm blood gushed out from the broken neck like a fountain, splashing onto the faces and bodies of the other minions around. The crowd, which was originally noisy and shouting, was instantly shrouded in fear and fell into a dead silence. Only the breeze blew by, bringing with it the pungent smell of blood. Oh my God! At this time, One of the minion's legs went weak, the stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his body was shaking badly. The other minion's face turned pale, his stomach churned, and he vomited a few mouthfuls of acid with a wow. Professor Lu, who had just rushed from the school, was also shocked when he saw such a tragic scene. Obviously, he never expected that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he could knock a person's head off with one punch. It can be imagined that this young man in front of him, in addition to being very strong, is also a bit cruel. The guard who had just mocked him had already turned pale when he saw such a tragic scene. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt both regretful and scared in his heart. If Lin Feng had not been able to hold back and hit him on the head when he mocked him just now, wouldn't he be the same as this person? Thinking of this, the guard could no longer hold on and fell to his knees on the ground, like a pile of mud, limp and powerless. What are you all standing there for? Come together and avenge Xiao San. However, it seemed that a leader under Wang Wu's command flushed and shouted at the top of his lungs. As he shouted, these minions suddenly came to their senses, waving sticks and daggers in their hands, and rushed towards Lin Feng like a tide. However, these minions felt a cold wind blowing towards them. They shivered involuntarily and instantly turned into human-shaped ice sculptures. Professor Lu's pupils contracted violently, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his face was full of disbelief. Oh my god, this is incredible. I didn't expect that he is actually an ice-type mutant. Professor Lu looked at these ice sculptures that maintained a charging posture, and then looked at Lin Feng's calm face, and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Because in his understanding of this planet, no matter how powerful an ice-type mutant is, it is impossible to turn hundreds of people into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Feng had obviously guessed what Professor Lu was thinking at the moment. So after he made the blade of judgment in his hand disappear out of thin air like a magic trick, he looked at Professor Lu and said, Professor Lu, do you know Wang Wu's lair? I know, what's the matter? Professor Lu suddenly came to his senses and immediately responded nervously. Lin Feng smiled and said, I want to completely eliminate this hidden danger for you before we leave. What do you think? Professor Lu was stunned for a moment. His eyes lingered on Lin Feng's stern and somewhat unquestionable face for a moment, and finally nodded vigorously. If we can eradicate Wang Wu and his gang, the school, and even the entire area will be much more peaceful. But Professor Lu glanced at Xiao San's body on the ground and the surrounding ice sculptures, and said with a hint of hesitation in his tone, Wang Wu's lair is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and it is said that he has many experts under his wing, and even some people with special powers. Isn't that a bit too much trouble for you? After all, for Professor Lu, it was just the first time he met Lin Feng and the others. To be honest, he felt a little uneasy if he rashly let them take risks. Professor Lu, this is just a piece of cake for us. Are you sure you don't need our help? When Professor Lu heard this, he was obviously a little hesitant. After all, as long as the bully Wang Wu is not eliminated, no one in their school will have peace. At this moment, Dwang on the side was obviously a little impatient. Mr. Lin, it seems that this old man is not very happy about the situation. Why don't we go? Brother, that's not what I meant. Professor Lu hurriedly explained. If that's not what you mean, then just say it. You're already quite old. Why aren't you open and frank at all? Well, Wang Wu's base camp is in the abandoned machinery factory on the western outskirts of the city. Professor Lu took a deep breath and continued slowly. That place was originally a large factory, but it later closed down, so Wang Wu occupied it and used it as his lair. It is surrounded by high walls, with only a wide road in front for entry and exit. There are both visible and hidden sentries at the door, so it is very difficult to get in. After hearing Professor Lu's description, Lin Feng actually smiled and said, We are unfamiliar with this place. Why don't you take us there? Of course, no problem. I will take you there personally today. Hearing what Professor Lu said, Lin Feng turned around, and a large military RV appeared in front of everyone. Professor Lu and the guards who saw this scene opened their mouths in shock and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Seeing their surprised expressions, Lin Feng naturally understood what was going on, but he just smiled faintly and said, Professor Lu, please get in the car. This way we can go faster. Hey, okay. So, under the instructions of Professor Lu and several of his men, Lin Feng and his companions rushed towards the abandoned machinery factory on the western outskirts of the city. Along the way, the wheels rolled, the dust raised was flying wildly in the misty fog, and everyone's expressions became more and more solemn. When they were still several hundred meters away from the machinery factory, Professor Lu signaled Lin Feng to slow down, pointed at the huge building shrouded in twilight ahead, and said in a low voice, "That's it. You must be careful." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then looked over there. The outline of this abandoned machinery factory looked eerie and ferocious in the foggy sky. The towering walls were like a dormant beast, exuding a chilling aura. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly held a cigarette in his mouth, turned around, and looked at Wang Shushue beside him and said, "Shushue, use your Thunder Prison Master to strike this factory down a few times for me first." Chapter 477. Tell me where Wang Wu is? Okay. When Wang Shushue heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately jumped out of the car excitedly. She just had a thought and her hands danced quickly. In an instant, the whole sky was filled with flying sand and rocks, strong winds blew, and inky black clouds quickly gathered over the abandoned machinery factory. The rolling thunder, accompanied by dazzling lightning, tore through the entire sky. Oh my God, is this an advanced superpower? At this time, Professor Liu in the RV and the men he brought with him had already opened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene, their faces full of disbelief. They never imagined that this girl who looked sweet and lovely was actually a person with special powers. Moreover, he is a powerful psychic at an advanced level. Because in their perception, a psychic at the middle level is already a terrifying existence. As for this kind of advanced psychic who can change the color of the sky and the earth, they have never seen it before and have only heard of it. At this time, as Wang Shushue was outside the car, blue lightning kept jumping on her fingertips. The strong wind blew her hair away, and she looked like a demon god controlling the thunder prison. Crack! When the first thunder struck, accurately hitting the towering watchtower of the machinery factory. The sentry tower was instantly swallowed by the lightning column, bursting into hot flames, and metal fragments flew everywhere like raindrops. The minions guarding the watchtower were vaporized by the high temperature before they could even scream, leaving only a charred mark. Immediately afterwards, the second and third lightning pillars fell one after another, causing a series of explosions in the factory. The walls of the factory were blown away by the air waves, revealing the equipment and supplies piled up inside. Now Wang Wu's lair was in chaos in an instant, and the alarm sounded sharp and piercing. After millions of lightning bolts ravaged the entire factory over and over again, the entire factory fell into silence in an instant, and no longer did the previous painful wails come from the factory. "Banksia, go in and investigate first." Okay. As Lin Feng gave an order, Chun Banksia in the RV drew out the synthetic bayonet from his waist, responded, and then disappeared without a trace. This moment made Professor Liu and his guards gasp. You are all superpowered, right?" Professor Liu's voice trembled, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his eyes moved back and forth between Lin Feng and the empty car door. The guards he brought with him were even more nervous, and even their breathing became cautious. At this moment, even the atmosphere inside the RV seemed to be frozen. When Lin Feng saw Professor Liu and the others were all like this, he just smiled faintly, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Professor Liu. "Don't worry, Professor Liu. Banksia will be back soon. Come and have a smoke." Professor Liu took the cigarette with some trembling, and after lighting it, he looked at Lin Feng with a very complicated expression and asked again, "Young man, tell me honestly, who are you? Didn't I tell you that we come from a place called Blue Star?" Lin Feng also took out a cigarette and lit it. "But I've never heard of a place called Blue Star. Professor Liu, I never said we are from this planet." "What? How? How is this possible?" Lin Feng flicked the ash off his cigarette and said with a smile, "This may seem unbelievable to you, but it is true. Oh my God, this is incredible. Are you really aliens? In your eyes, we may be aliens. After all, we are not from your planet." Professor Liu heard what Lin Feng said, nodded and said, "Then can I ask, what is the purpose of your coming here?" When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. Professor Liu was puzzled. "Young man, why are you laughing? Is there something wrong with what I said?" "Because of the disorder of your planet's magnetic field, our spacecraft fell from the sky when it passed over your planet, so we came to you to ask about the cause of the magnetic field. So that's how it is." While Lin Feng was talking to Professor Liu, Chun Banksia appeared like a ghost. The blood on the bayonet had not yet solidified, and it was faintly red under the cold light of the bayonet. So Lin Feng immediately stopped talking to Professor Liu, looked at Chun Banksia, and asked, "How is Banksia?" Wang Wu's group was blown to pieces by lightning, and basically all of them died. However, there was a very large underground space, and I didn't dare to go down rashly, so I came here first. After hearing what Chun Banksia said, Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said, "It looks like Professor Liu will have to personally take us there again. After all, we don't know what Wang Wu looks like." Okay, I'll go with you. So, Lin Feng asked Guan Qingyan, Han Wushuang, Li Xian, and Lu Yin to stay in the house to take care of the children, and the others followed him into the factory. Everyone was seen walking through the factory ruins filled with the smell of burning and gunpowder, and the creaking sound of metal debris could be heard from time to time under their feet. Professor Lu followed behind Lin Feng, his steps slightly staggering, his eyes always looking around vigilantly. When I arrived at the entrance of the basement, a foul smell hit me in the face. Feng, this is it. Chen Bangxia pointed to the underground entrance and spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng frowned slightly and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Then he had a thought and activated his night vision and perspective abilities at the same time, and looked straight towards the underground entrance. Lin Feng's gaze penetrated the foul smell and reflected a section of moss-covered stone steps. There were still spots of water on the steps, and it was unclear whether it was rainwater or some other liquid. Several people who were struck by lightning were leaning against the stone platform, gasping for breath, and it looked like they might die at any time. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng winked at everyone, gave each of them a searchlight, and walked straight inside. Lin Feng was seen leading the way, walking steadily down the slippery stone steps, with the searchlight in his hand illuminating the front. Every step was accompanied by the subtle sound of the soles of the shoes rubbing against the moss, which was infinitely amplified in this silent and gloomy underground space. Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shushu, and others held the searchlights tightly in their hands. The lights swayed as they trembled slightly. Each of them looked alert, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Chen Bangxia was like a ghost, hiding on Lin Feng's left and right, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Professor Lu and his men huddled together, moving cautiously, fear written all over their faces. When Lin Feng and his companions approached the dying people, a strong smell of burning and blood hit them in the face. Lin Feng squatted down, looked at these people, and said in a grim tone, "Tell me, where's Wang Wu?" Chapter 478. You say it. It will be your turn soon. However, the only responses he got were faint gasps and painful groans. One of them had his lips trembling slightly, but he couldn't even utter a complete syllable. It seems that you are seriously injured. Since you can't speak, then don't speak. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a bayonet appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the necks of these dying people one by one. However, at this moment, one of Wang Wu's men, seeing his companions being killed by Lin Feng one by one, immediately stood up as if he had a flash of life, and kept begging for mercy from Lin Feng. I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me, Wu. Then go ahead and tell me. It will be your turn soon. But Lin Feng was just touching other people's necks calmly, without even raising his eyelids. Wang Wu's subordinate immediately said nervously, He is inside, please don't kill me, But before he could finish his words, Lin Feng wiped his neck. At this time, Professor Lu and his men, who were standing by, were so frightened by this scene that their faces turned pale as death, without a trace of blood. Although in such a situation, there is nothing wrong with Lin Feng's decisive and ruthless behavior. But in their eyes, Lin Feng is just an alien after all. Since Lin Feng can do this to Wang Wu and his men, there is no guarantee that he will kill them. So at this moment, Professor Lu felt not only grateful to Lin Feng, but also wary of him. Let's keep going. But Lin Feng obviously did not notice the subtle psychological changes of Professor Lu and the others. He gave an order and let everyone to go deeper. The passage in the basement became increasingly narrow, with water dripping down the walls and gathering into small puddles on the ground. Did you do all this? As I was walking, I suddenly heard a man's low voice in the front. The voice echoed in the passage, giving me a creepy feeling. He is Wang Wu. I am very familiar with this voice. At this time, Professor Lu pointed at the somewhat blurry figure in front and said in a trembling voice. As soon as Professor Lu finished speaking, Lin Feng wiped the blood-dripping military dagger on the corner of his clothes, then held it firmly, stared at Wang Wu's figure, and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, but your subordinates are too careless, so they can only blame their own bad luck. Wang Wu sneered, and the sound was particularly eerie in the dark and damp passage. Friends, who are you? Why have I never seen you before? It's normal that we haven't seen it before, because this is our first time here too. Wang Wu slowly walked out of the shadows. He was tall and sturdy, with a hideous scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. He looked particularly terrifying in the dim light. You made such a big scene on your first visit, killing so many of my brothers. What on earth do you want to do? There was ferocity in Wang Wu's eyes as he stared at Lin Feng like an angry bull. I'm not doing anything. I'm just being nosy, so I'll just kill all of you. You bastard. I'm going to fight you. As Wang Wu roared, the earth elements around him gathered madly. The originally damp ground quickly cracked, and sharp stone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed towards Lin Feng and others rapidly. But who knew that a trace of contempt appeared on Lin Feng's lips, and the blade of judgment in his hand suddenly appeared. He swung it violently, and an extremely cold air surged out, instantly freezing those sharp stone spikes. The frozen stone spikes were extremely fragile and shattered under the gaze of everyone, turning into countless ice chips that scattered all over the ground. When Wang Wu saw this, a trace of panic flashed across his face, but was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. He roared again and waved his palms quickly, controlling more earth elements. Those elements gathered in his palms into several sturdy earth dragons, which pounced towards Lin Feng with their fangs and claws. Professor Lu and the guard standing by had already opened their eyes wide in shock at seeing such a shocking scene. After all, given the current situation of their planet, those with superpowers who can reach the ultimate realm are already rare. That's why they were so surprised at this moment. But this is really boring for Lin Feng. Lin Feng casually raised the judgment blade and once again dispersed the giant dragon condensed by Wang Wu in front of the astonished eyes of Professor Lu and others, and said, "Is there anything more powerful?" Wang Wu looked at the earth dragon he had painstakingly condensed being so easily broken apart. He was shocked and angry, and veins bulged on his forehead. "Ah, you bastard." Wang Wu said this while gritting his teeth, suddenly squatted down, and thrust his hands hard into the ground. In an instant, the entire basement began to shake violently, the walls of the passage began to peel off in large pieces, and rocks above heads kept falling. Then a giant earth dragon, several times thicker than the previous one, slowly rose up. The earth dragon was emitting a thick earthy yellow light all over its body. Every time it squirmed, the ground shook. It opened its bloody mouth and spurted a strong airflow mixed with sand and gravel towards Lin Feng. Even Guan Yuan, who also had earth-related abilities, couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw this scene. Although Wang Wu is currently at the intermediate level of earth element, it is obvious that he has already touched the threshold of the advanced level of earth element. However, this is nothing for Lin Feng. After all, if the god-level judgment blade in his hand exerts 100 of its power, it will be useless to him, not to mention that he is an earth-type mutant who has just touched the advanced realm. Destroying the entire universe is no problem. Therefore, every time Lin Feng used it, he only dared to exert less than 0.1 of the power of this magic weapon, for fear that if he failed, he would kill everyone around him. Not to mention the exclusive skills of the god-level judgment blade. With chaos destroying the world, he really couldn't even think about it, let alone use it. I saw the huge, khaki-colored dragon filling the entire underground space. It roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. "Is this your ultimate strength? But in my opinion, it's just this level." There was a flash of cold light in Lin Feng's eyes, and the aura around him suddenly rose. The biting cold spread out from him, instantly freezing the surrounding air into tiny ice crystals. However, just as the earth dragon was about to pounce, Lin Feng swung the judgment blade fiercely, and a sword energy containing endless icy power whistled out, slashing fiercely at the earth dragon. Chapter 479, The Armored Giant Ape. Boom! The sword energy collided head-on with the earth dragon, making a deafening roar. The body of this seemingly indestructible earth dragon began to disintegrate rapidly under the impact of the sword energy. The earth yellow light gradually dimmed and turned into countless clods of earth that fell down. Due to the impact of the extreme cold air, Wang Wu was turned into an ice sculpture with a terrified expression, standing there quietly and motionlessly. At this moment, the entire basement suddenly became quiet, with only the rustling sound of falling dirt and the heavy breathing of Professor Lu and others echoing in this empty space. Is this the end? At this time, a guard spoke haltingly, his voice full of disbelief. In their original understanding, Wang Wu was a terrifying existence in this area, but now, he could be easily wiped out by Lin Feng's gestures. You can imagine how shocked they were at that moment. Lin Feng put away the judgment blade, exhaled lightly, and said, "Okay, the danger is over. I think you will have less trouble in your school in the future." Professor Lu finally recovered from his shock. He walked forward and looked at Lin Feng with a look of gratitude and fear in his eyes. "Thanks to you, young man. Otherwise, those of us who survived would have been bullied by Wang Wu. But your strength is really amazing." Lin Feng nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his face. "Professor Lu, you are too polite. This is your reward for providing us with clues to solving the magnetic field. Well, it's almost time for us to leave. Goodbye." At this time, Lin Feng naturally understood the concerns in Professor Lu's heart. An alien with such powerful strength, who was not from their planet, would make him wary, not to mention Professor Lu. Even he himself would be wary. So it is better to leave now and keep a distance from Professor Lu and others as soon as possible to avoid estrangement and unhappiness over time. When Professor Lu heard that Lin Feng was leaving, he felt relieved and asked hurriedly, "Little brother, where are you going?" "Of course, we should go to the observatory you mentioned so that we can use the instruments there to leave this planet and go to where we should go." Professor Lu nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "The observatory is quite a distance from here. There will definitely be many dangers along the way. You must pay attention to safety." "Thank you, Professor Lu, for the reminder." Lin Feng smiled and bowed, then took Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng and others out of the factory, driving a synthetic military RV, and whizzed away in the thick purple fog. Only Professor Lu and the guards were left standing at the factory gate. They were staring at the direction where Lin Feng and the others disappeared with complicated expressions, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. At this time, on Lin Feng's side, the RV was bumping forward on the rugged road. The purple fog was like a thick curtain, tightly wrapping the surroundings, severely obstructing the vision. However, the RV is equipped with 13 integrated radars, cameras, ultrasonic sensors, artificial intelligence, and other equipment, so Lin Feng is not worried at all about the vehicle being affected while driving. Lin Feng was seen with everyone else in the spacious RV, smoking cigarettes and chatting with Dwang, Su Sheng, and the others. Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and other women were talking in low voices while eating nuts and cracking melon seeds. Lin Yi, Lin Xie, Lin Shan, and other children were guessing riddles, playing with building blocks, and they were all having a lot of fun. At this time, even the husky and their group of puppies were playing and fighting with each other in the RV. "Master, a large unidentified object has been spotted ahead, and it is rapidly approaching us." However, at this moment, the voice of artificial intelligence suddenly sounded in the RV. The cheerful atmosphere in the RV came to an abrupt end. Lin Feng immediately put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at the screen sharply, as if trying to see clearly what the large, unidentified object that was approaching quickly was. "Who cares what it is? Lock onto the target and fire." "Okay, Master, the target is locked." As Lin Feng finished speaking, the thermal weapons on the roof of the military RV started instantly. The rotating turret made a low buzzing sound, and the black muzzle quickly turned towards the direction of the unknown object. Immediately afterwards, dense beams of energy, like sharp blades, cut through the purple fog and shot towards the rapidly approaching large unidentified object. Under the impact of the energy beam, the thick fog was instantly dispersed, and a huge black shadow gradually emerged. It turned out to be a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. The giant ape was covered in thick armor, which shone with a strange metallic luster against the backdrop of the purple fog. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity as it stared at the RV in front of it. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and the ground shook with every step it took. Its huge palms were covered with sharp claws, as if it could tear the RV into pieces with a slight wave. Dense energy beams hit the giant ape's scales, splashing sparks. The giant ape was so painful that it let out an earth-shaking roar, its voice filled with anger and pain. Its already blood-red eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Its huge body twisted wildly, and it swung its arms violently. A strong airflow instantly lifted up the sand and stones on the ground and threw it towards the RV. Then it jumped high and pounced towards the RV. However, at this moment, the energy cannon on the roof locked onto it in an instant and fired 2 energy cannons at his head. The giant ape's head was smashed to pieces in an instant, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground like a giant sack, dead beyond death. However, the military RV did not slow down at all. It ran over the giant ape's body and disappeared again in the thick purple fog. Inside the RV, Su Sheng couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought that the animals here, in addition to their bodies mutating, even their brains have begun to evolve." That's right. They actually know how to make their own armor out of metal. After seeing this, it will be really difficult for Professor Lu and the others to continue living. Dwang also echoed. At this time, Su Sheng said again, "Brother Feng, do you think we should help them?" "Help? How?" Lin Feng turned and looked at Su Shengdao. "I haven't thought about this yet. You know, in fact, in the minds of these people, we are all a group of aliens. In addition to being grateful to us, they are more afraid of us." Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng said this, before Su Sheng had time to respond, Dwang on the side started shouting. "Why? We are helping them out of kindness. Don't they fear us?" Chapter 480, Where is the door? Where is the door? Lin Feng looked at Dwang, who was full of doubts, and nodded slightly, saying, "To be precise, the more kind we are to help them, the more frightened they may feel. Mr. Lin, I still don't quite understand why this is happening. Because in their eyes, we are just alien creatures from outside this planet who look exactly like them, and each of us is extremely powerful. So the more we help them without asking for anything in return, the more they think that we have other intentions towards them." Dwang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How could this happen? We really saved them. Su Xing sighed and patted Dwang on the shoulder. "Dwang, Brother Feng is right. Think about it. If a group of aliens suddenly appeared with extraordinary abilities and helped us solve a big problem for no reason, if it were you, wouldn't you think too much?" Dwang scratched his head and muttered, "I thought everyone was the same and would help anyone who was in trouble. I didn't expect that no matter which planet we were from, the human heart was so complicated." Lin Feng sighed softly, looked at the purple fog outside the car window, and said slowly, "People's hearts are complicated, especially when it comes to different races and unknown forces. Our appearance has disrupted the world and order they originally knew. To them, we are too powerful and too mysterious. This unknown will breed fear, and fear will breed suspicion, so it's better not to help." At this time, Zhao Jingyi walked gently to Lin Feng and took over the conversation. "And the more powerful we appear, the more insignificant and powerless they feel. This sense of disparity will make them feel uneasy when they accept help." Ning Rushuang also nodded in agreement. "So even if we really want to continue to help them, it may backfire and may even cause unnecessary conflicts." Dwang was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head. "Brother Feng, are we really going to do nothing and just watch them struggle in this dangerous environment? Why not? What? Haven't we ever struggled in a similar situation like this before?" When Dwang heard this, his eyes couldn't help but pass through the car window and fell on the rugged rocks that were looming in the thick fog. A barely perceptible trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. Because at this moment, he suddenly realized that the reason he followed Lin Feng was to resurrect his wife and children. "Why do I always want to be a goody-goody? It seems like my bad habit has come back again today." I saw a synthetic military RV moving unimpeded in the thick purple fog. The engine of the RV made a low roar, which was particularly clear in the silent purple fog. It was not until the evening that Lin Feng parked the RV on a slope, preparing to have a good night's rest before setting off again tomorrow. Although artificial intelligence can drive autonomously, this is not the planet they live on after all, and there are too many uncertainties involved. So Lin Feng decided to let everyone take turns to replace. As the night deepened, the purple mist glowed eerily under the moonlight, casting a veil of mystery around everything. Moonlight? How come there is a moon in the sky of this planet? Lin Feng looked through the car window, murmured something with a confused look on his face, then slowly closed his eyes, letting his consciousness gradually separate from his body, trying to float into the deep space again. As Lin Feng's consciousness gradually rose, he was floating in the sky. He looked down at his feet and saw that his RV was like a tiny black dot in the purple mist, appearing extremely small. At this moment, he found that the space around him began to distort and deform, and the moonlight became mottled, as if a powerful force was pulling at his consciousness. "I think it is the unique magnetic field of this planet that has created this situation." However, as Lin Feng's consciousness continued to float upwards, it gradually broke away from this magnetic field barrier. However, when Lin Feng looked down again, there was no trace of the RV anymore. Instead, there was a huge and extremely gorgeous planet under his feet. He seemed to be floating on a bloody abyss. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. The surface of this enchanting planet was full of gullies and surging with strange red light, as if a huge monster had opened its bloody mouth, ready to devour him at any time. "I really don't know how this planet was formed. It's really terrifying." Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, and then floated towards the depths of the universe again. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that when he came to the location of the cosmic gate again, the cosmic gate that was emitting fluorescent light had disappeared. How could this happen? Where's the door? Where did it go? Lin Feng felt panic in his heart and began to look around. However, at this moment, the outline of a huge door, emitting a faint fluorescent light in the dark universe, gradually appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a little relieved, cleared his throat, and shouted to Ju Min again. "I didn't hear clearly what you said last time. Can you say it again?" However, Lin Feng's shout received no response, and everything seemed to be as silent as death. "Isn't he here now?" Lin Feng stood in the dark abyss of the universe, staring at the huge door that was glowing with a faint light. He couldn't help but mutter something and tried to get closer. But Lin Feng found that no matter how hard he tried, the distance between him and Zhu Min remained the same. It was as if there was an invisible force that was deliberately preventing him from making further contact. How could this happen? It wasn't like this before. However, at this moment, the fluorescent light on the surface of the giant gate began to flicker wildly, like a screen hit by electric current. Then, countless tiny words emerged from the door, densely packed, like some ancient mysterious symbol or the trajectory of stars in the universe. Lin Feng widened his eyes and tried hard to recognize the words, but the more he concentrated, the blurrier the words became, as if they were deliberately teasing him. What he didn't expect was that suddenly a sharp pain came from his temple, forcing Lin Feng to hold his head tightly, and his consciousness began to become shaky at this moment. In a trance, Lin Feng felt his body being pulled by a powerful suction force, and his whole body was falling uncontrollably. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he was like a drowning person, breathing in fresh air in big gulps. Chapter 481 Temple in the Mist. Mr. Lin, what happened to you? Are you okay? Then Dwang's voice rang in my ears. Lin Feng looked around and rubbed his swollen head. At this time, Su Sheng, Zhao Jingyi and others all surrounded him, looking at him with concern. Lin Feng smiled calmly and gave him a reassuring expression. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Brother Feng, what happened just now? You scared us to death. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng said this, Wang Shushua immediately threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. At this time, Zhao Jingyi also said, Ah Feng, what happened just now? Lin Feng gently stroked Wang Shushua's hair in his arms and said truthfully, Just now I used my consciousness to try to touch the door deep in the universe. What? Master Lin, are you saying that you can use your consciousness to touch the door to the universe? When Dwang heard this, he looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. So Lin Feng told everyone everything, including the conversation with the man in the universe gate. After hearing Lin Feng's story, everyone was stunned for a long time. Everyone's face showed shock and disbelief. At this moment, it seemed as if even the silent air was stagnant under the weight of an invisible weight. At this time, Su Sheng's Adam's apple moved, and the sound seemed to be squeezed out from his dry throat. Brother Feng, this is simply too incredible. Are you saying that the person behind the cosmic gate is really the creator of the entire universe? If that's the case, then can he resurrect my wife and children? Dwang also looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak at this time. If this is true, it would be great. Big brother, next time can you ask him if he can also revive my parents? Lin Feng looked at Dwang, Su Sheng, Xiao and their excited and expectant eyes, nodded and said, Don't worry, if I can still communicate with him next time, I will definitely ask him. But who is Mr. Lin? Dwang looked at Lin Feng excitedly. But I remember he seemed to say that he was just an ordinary person. When everyone heard Lin Feng say this, everyone looked shocked and confused. At this time, Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Brother Feng, this is impossible. How can an ordinary person be inside the gate of the universe? Isn't it only the creator who can be there? To be honest, that's what confuses me. Lin Feng looked up through the car window and was equally confused. The next morning, the military RV started again and continued to drive towards the high-altitude, ancient observation station. The wheels of the car were seen rolling over the gravel road in the thick purple fog, making a bumpy sound, but Lin Feng was leaning against the car window and dozing off. However, at this moment, the car body suddenly shook violently and Lin Feng opened his eyes suddenly. The car communicator issued a piercing alarm. The surrounding magnetic field has become extremely chaotic. The navigation system has completely failed, and the positioning shows that we are heading towards an area that does not exist. Then stop right now. Following Lin Feng's roar, the military RV immediately stopped on the gravel road with a harsh sound of grinding. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and said, Ah Feng, how could this happen? Lin Feng looked at the thick fog outside the window and sighed. It seems that the magnetic field in this area will not only prevent flying objects in the sky from flying, but also seriously affect vehicles and equipment on the ground. Dwang said anxiously, Mr. Lin, what should we do? It's more than 30,000 kilometers. We can't walk there, right? What can I do? Let's get off the car and take a look. Maybe the magnetic field is only serious in this area. If we go further, maybe everything will be fine. So everyone had to get out of the car, walk on the gravel road, and continue to move forward in the fog. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Yi grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve and pointed to the depths of the thick fog. Dad, look what that is. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng and everyone else looked in the direction Lin Yi pointed. I saw what looked like the outline of a building in front of me. So Lin Feng's mind moved, and his dual abilities of perspective and farsightedness were activated at the same time. Lin Feng's sight immediately penetrated the layers of fog, and the buildings in front of him gradually became clear. This turned out to be an abandoned temple. The mottled vermilion-painted gate was half open and tilted. The cloud patterns carved on the lintel had been blurred by the erosion of time. Only the stone lions on both sides of the door still retained some majesty, but they were also covered with moss. Behind the temple, an octagonal ancient tower reaches into the sky. The copper bell on the top of the tower makes a faint buzzing sound in the wind, and the sound is eerie and ethereal. I didn't expect this to be a temple. Temple. When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became strange. Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, should we go in and take a look?" It's more important to hurry on. What's so interesting about an abandoned temple? 2. However, just as everyone was about to turn around and leave, bursts of bells suddenly rang out from the temple, which inevitably caused Lin Feng to look at everyone, and everyone's eyes were full of confusion. At this time, Zhao Jingyi spoke first. "Ah Feng, there are still people in this abandoned temple. It's really strange. Do you think there are any survivors living here?" Han Wushuang also spoke up. "Wang Shushua, I think it should be. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "I think it's okay." Irina nodded in agreement. Looking at his women, all of them were extremely curious. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Do you think we are here for sightseeing? It's been so long. Why don't you be more careful? Let's get out of here quickly." Just as Lin Feng said, he was about to take everyone and quickly leave this dilapidated temple. However, at this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded in the fog in the direction of the temple. "Donor, since we are here, why don't you come in and rest your feet before continuing on your journey?" When Lin Feng heard this, he turned around and looked at the vague silhouette standing in the mist at the temple entrance. He snorted in his heart and said, "No need. We just got off the car. We're not tired. Why don't you come in and take a rest? You probably haven't eaten yet, right?" "Have eaten." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the monk standing in the midst of the temple was obviously speechless. But after a moment, the monk laughed again. "Hee benefactor, who can have enough to eat these days? Please don't be polite. Just come in and have something to eat. It seems that you are determined to seek death, and I have no choice in that." Seeing that the monk insisted on staying, Lin Feng sneered. "Okay." Chapter 482. Stop pretending, you old bald man. So Lin Feng looked at everyone and walked towards the temple together. When they got closer, they could see the monk's appearance clearly. This monk looked kind and benevolent, but there was always an evil aura about him. "Amitba, please, donor." The monk clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Thank you for your help." So, under the guidance of the monk, Lin Feng and his friends stepped into this dilapidated temple. But when Lin Feng used his clairvoyance to see through the fog on both sides of the temple road, and saw 7 stone lampstands emitting a faint green light, the lamp oil was black and red, and tiny maggots were floating on the surface, he suddenly decided not to tease the monk anymore. Because this place is too disgusting. So Lin Feng suddenly stopped and said, "Okay, let's stay here. Don't leave." Su Sheng, Dwang, Zhao Jingyi and others immediately stopped when they heard this. The monk turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a hint of evil in his eyes and said, "Donor, the vegetarian room is just ahead. We can get there in just a few more steps. Why don't you go? Stop pretending, you old bald ass. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Lin Feng's mind moved, and the blade of judgment appeared in his hand. When the monk saw Lin Feng's posture, his expression instantly became ferocious and terrifying. I was accidentally discovered. "Oh, are you going to reveal your true colors?" Lin Feng weighed the blade of judgment in his hand and sneered. "Amitba, donor, congratulations, you got the answer right." After the monk finished speaking, his mouth opened in an astonishing arc, revealing his jagged fangs, and suddenly bursts of strange noises came out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, strange movements began to occur around them. Humanoid creatures came from all directions like an overwhelming tidal wave, with their bloody mouths wide open, and pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. It is obvious that this monk was actually a humanoid creature before, but over time, he evolved to be more powerful than other humanoid creatures, right? "I thought you had some kind of surprise for me. What a waste of time." As Lin Feng spoke, he swung the blade of judgment in his hand violently, and immediately waves of heat swept towards the group of humanoid creatures. Wherever the heat wave reached, the humanoid creatures in the front row were instantly ignited, screaming miserably in the flames. their twisted limbs twitching continuously, and their charred flesh emitting a pungent stench. But the monsters behind showed no fear and continued to rush forward, stepping on the remains of their companions, their scarlet eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. I didn't think about it that much. Lin Feng snorted coldly and swung the blade of judgment with half a point more force than before. In an instant, these humanoid creatures were taken away by a knife and turned into ashes. How is it possible? Who are you? The monk who saw this scene immediately looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng looked at the monk with cold eyes and said in a low voice, I think your current appearance should be the final form of a humanoid creature, right? I'm actually a victim too. I was infected and became like them, but somehow I recovered to my original appearance. It's just that you realize that you are no longer a real human being, right? After hearing the voice, the monk immediately nodded to Lin Feng. But he did not wait for Lin Feng's response, but instantly felt an extremely cold air enveloping him. He turned into an ice sculpture, standing in the temple. Rubbish! Lin Feng put away the blade of judgment in his hand and cursed at the ice sculpture. Then countless cracks slowly appeared on the ice sculpture until it turned into countless ice cubes and scattered all over the ground. Let's continue on our way. Lin Feng turned around and greeted everyone, then walked out of the temple with everyone. Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang, and other girls were seen walking through the mist with Lin Feng, holding their children. At this time, Daha and Era still surrounded Lin Feng and the others to form a defensive formation as they did before. They walked in the sticky fog for a full 5 to 6 hours before they got out of the magnetic field of this area. So Lin Feng had an idea and took out the military RV from the space again and ordered the artificial intelligence to rush forward again. And along the way, when some humanoid creatures wandering in the fog or other mutated animals attacked Lin Feng and his team, they were all strangled by the thermal weapons on the car without exception, and the journey was not affected at all because of them. They drove like this for more than 10 days and finally stopped at the edge of a city. Brother Feng, what should we do? This city is a place we must pass through. If there are no survivors here, there must be a large number of humanoid creatures. It must be difficult for us to pass through here. At this time, Su Sheng came to Lin Feng's side, staring at the outline of the city in the fog outside the window, and said worriedly. Lin Feng casually handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and then said, Since this is the only way to go, we have no choice. We have to get to this city no matter what. Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said to the artificial intelligence in the RV, Help me analyze the best route to the city ahead. Okay, master. We are analyzing the city ahead. As the artificial intelligence responded, blue lights flashed continuously in the car, and countless data streams flew across the virtual screen. It was not until a moment later that the artificial intelligence sounded in the car. Master, according to satellite residual images and environmental monitoring data, the viaduct in the east of the city is recommended as the preferred route because of its higher terrain, less erosion by fog, and fewer obstacles along the way. But please note that a large number of heat source reactions were detected under the bridge pier, and it is speculated that there are dense clusters of humanoid creatures. After listening to the analysis of the artificial intelligence, Su Sheng frowned, crushed the cigarette butt, and said, Brother Feng, even if we take the viaduct, I think those humanoid creatures will most likely climb up along the pillars. You are right. It seems that the best way is to make these humanoid creatures behave themselves so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to our colleagues. Brother Feng, how is this possible? How is this impossible? If it were in the past, I might be able to use drones to lead these humanoid creatures to other places, but times have changed. Have you forgotten that I have a powerful weapon? When Su Sheng heard this, his pupils shrank. Chapter 483 You are a chicken feather. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? Su Sheng slapped his forehead fiercely. Then he remembered the blade of judgment in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng patted Su Sheng's shoulder, jumped off the RV, and walked to the edge of the city with the blade of judgment in his hand. Lin Feng slowly raised the blade of judgment. As he swung the blade with force, an invisible chill suddenly spread in the air like a substance. The edge of the city, which was originally noisy due to the humanoid creatures, fell into silence in an instant. The whistling wind swept through the streets with ice crystals, freezing the dust along the way into tiny ice particles, which fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a layer of fine frost condensed on the glass curtain walls of the towering skyscrapers in the city, and quickly spread along the contours of the buildings. The mutant beasts and humanoid creatures that were running wildly on the street suddenly stopped. Their hair was covered with white frost, and the next second they were completely frozen into ice sculptures. They fell to the ground with a hideous posture and shattered into countless crystal ice cubes. Oh my god, I never thought that the weapon in Brother Feng's hand would be so powerful. Su Sheng stood beside the RV, his eyes wide open, looking at the frozen doomsday scene before him. He subconsciously wrapped his coat tightly around him, but still felt a chill running down his spine to the top of his head. At this moment, Dwang and Su Xiao, seeing such a horrifying scene, swallowed their saliva subconsciously and looked involuntarily at Lin Feng, who was holding the blade of judgment in front of the city. How is it? Is your brother Feng very powerful? At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Su Sheng and Dwang and smiled. Su Sheng came back to his senses with a shocked look on his face and looked at Zhao Jingyi. Sister Jingyi, Brother Feng is more than amazing. He is simply terrifying, right? Yes, Master Lin is really too perverted. At this time, Lu Yun on the side smiled and said, "What's the big deal? Your brother Feng froze the entire sea surface last time." What? The sea is frozen? Dwang exclaimed. Okay, stop talking. Let's get through this frozen city as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Feng returned to the car, said something to everyone, and then ordered the artificial intelligence to drive the RV towards the city. As the RV slowly drove into the frozen city, the wheels rolled over the broken ice on the ground, making a slight crackling sound. Outside the car window, the frozen ice sculptures of mutant beasts and humanoid creatures were looming in the fog. Only when the RV got closer could the postures of these ice sculptures be clearly seen. As the RV continued to move forward, the ice sculptures made crisp cracking sounds as the wheels collided with them. Those hideous ice sculptures of mutant beasts, like glass works of art that were touched, shattered into ice chips, and turned into crystal ice powder under the pressure of the tires. However, just when everyone thought that they could pass through this frozen city smoothly, a huge humanoid creature broke through the glass of a building dozens of stories high and fell like a meteorite. Standing in front of the synthetic RV, he let out a series of hoarse roars. Seeing this scene, the scholar in the car couldn't help but say, "This should be the boss of this city, right?" "I think so," but he looked very angry. Dwang on the side also nodded. But at this moment, Lin Feng said to Su Sheng and Dwang, "Are you two interested in going down to warm up and play with him?" "I'm going down." Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Dwang jumped out of the car first and immediately transformed into a magma giant, standing opposite the huge humanoid creature. At this time, magma was surging all around Dwang, and the orange-red heat waves collided violently with the coldness around him, causing billowing white mist to rise. When the humanoid creature saw Dwang, it suddenly changed into this appearance. It was obviously a little afraid and kept roaring at Dwang. "You're a chicken feather." But it was obvious that Dwang ignored it. He roared, swung his huge fist burning with flames, and rushed towards the humanoid creature. Oh! The huge humanoid creature was obviously also angered by the hot breath. It let out a beast-like roar from its throat, and immediately picked up the broken concrete lamp pole on the roadside. The steel bar was quickly twisted into a pretzel in its hands, and the lamp pole instantly turned into a giant spear with a cold glow. The humanoid creature threw a giant spear towards the direction where Dwang was swinging his fist. The sound of the spear breaking through the air was as sharp as a whistle, and it brought with it a bone-chilling cold. The air wherever it passed was condensed into ice spikes. Dwang's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he dodged to the side while his giant arm made of magma swept out. The giant spear flew past his shoulder and plowed a bottomless ice trench on the ground. However, before he could stand firm, the humanoid creature rushed over like an arrow and smashed his blue-gray fist heavily into his chest. Boom! With a loud crash, the ice layer of the entire city was shaking. But this humanoid creature let out a painful wail, because at this time its fist had been completely covered by magma, and it was screaming in pain. Lin Feng in the RV saw this scene, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect that these humanoid creatures, after evolution, have improved their strength and intelligence, and can even feel pain. It's really surprising. However, at this moment, the humanoid creature roared again towards the sky, as if he was going to die together with Dwang. But what he never expected was that Dwang's fist, which was as big as a magma iron pot, smashed its head into pieces with one punch. The entire headless body fell heavily to the ground like a heavy object, motionless. Damn it, if you can't beat me, then you can't beat me. You're still yelling. Do you think I won't dare to hit you just because you yell a few times? Dwang blew on his lava fist, and after it gradually returned to its original shape, he returned to the car and continued to move towards the planned target. After walking and stopping and killing various mutated creatures along the way, Lin Feng and his team were less than 100 kilometers away from the observation station. Although the air has become very thin at this time, it is because Lin Feng and the others are all psychics. Therefore, our physical constitution has long been different from that of ordinary people, and is actually no different from those who have lived here for a long time. Brother Feng, it looks like we can reach that place today. In the RV, Su Shang clenched his fists excitedly and said as he looked out the window at the foggy snow-capped mountains. Lin Feng nodded. Did you notice? As we walked higher and higher in altitude, the thick purple fog began to become thinner. However, at this moment, Irina in the RV suddenly pointed out the window and shouted to everyone. Look, what is that? Chapter 484, Mutated Human Bear. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, Dwang, and others immediately looked outside the car in the direction of Irina's finger. They found that there was someone in front of them, waving at them. However, the military RV did not receive Lin Feng's order, so it did not stop, but quickly passed by these people. However, what they didn't expect was that soon after, there was another person on the side of the road, waving at them. This immediately made Lin Feng suspicious, so he began to observe these people on the roadside carefully. In the end, it was discovered that these people actually had the same characteristics. Why are all these people wearing straw hats? They cover their bodies completely, not showing any skin at all. After hearing young Master Lin's reminder, it really is a bit strange. At this time, Lin Feng frowned, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He immediately signaled the artificial intelligence to slow down the speed, and stared at those mysterious people like a hawk. As the RV slowly slowed down, the roar of the engine was particularly clear on the silent plateau. The whistling wind outside the window carried fine ice particles, hitting the windows and making a rustling sound. Lin Feng nodded slightly, slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them again, and his farsightedness and perspective abilities suddenly activated. Looking through the car window, Lin Feng's ability of perspective penetrated the layers of cloth on the people on the roadside, and he was immediately shocked. Because who is this person? This is clearly a mutated brown bear disguised as a human. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that there was a piece of human face stuck on the faces of these brown bears. Oh my goodness, these things on the roadside are brown bears disguised as humans. Wow, what? Brown bear? How is this possible? Oh my god. Following Lin Feng's exclamation, Dwang, Su Sheng and others all leaned on the windows with an expression of disbelief, looking at the brown bears disguised as humans on the roadside. At this time, Zhao Jingyi suddenly remembered something, so she said to everyone, I suddenly remembered that before the end of the world, there was a kind of bear called the human-faced bear on our blue planet. This bear was very smart. When the sun was about to set or when the weather conditions were very bad, it would often put cow dung on its head as a hat and wave to people while whistling. Zhao Jingyi paused for a moment, then continued. Once someone takes the bait, the bears will eat their internal organs, then tear off their skin and put it on their own faces, continuing to disguise themselves as humans and waiting for their next victim. As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, Dwang, Su Sheng and the others were fine, but women like Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang were obviously a little scared. Wang Shushue swallowed and said, I really didn't expect these bears to be so insidious. Sister Jingyi's words have scared me a little. That's right. I'm getting goosebumps right now, Li Xin said with a shudder. Yangmi. It seems that the bears here have also evolved and have acquired such camouflage skills, but what they wear are real people's clothes, shoes, and hats. However, before Yangmi finished her words, a large amount of feces suddenly appeared on the windshield. The wipers on the car started instantly and cleaned up the feces in just a moment. At the same time, everyone hurriedly looked through the car window and saw that the disguised mutant brown bears were tearing off human skin, revealing their huge hairy paws. Their nails were as long as daggers, making a harsh sound on the ice. The originally silent snowfield was instantly broken by the roars of bears. The sounds even contained some human howls, which was creepy. I guess these bears have realized that we are not fooled, so they simply stopped disguising themselves and are about to attack us. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but said coldly. However, what surprised everyone even more was that a mutant brown bear wearing a straw hat actually took out a double-barreled shotgun from his clothes and fired 2 shots at the RV, imitating the humans. The bullet flew past the roof of the car and hit the metal shell of the car. However, the defense of the synthetic RV was too strong, and the bullets hit it without leaving even a bullet mark. But even so, everyone's pupils shrank, and they all took a breath of cold air. Oh my goodness, these bears are really smart. They can even use guns. At this time, Dwang couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, Lin Feng carefully observed the brown bears again, and found that some of them had several grenades hanging on their waists. These were obviously standard military equipment. Where did all the equipment on these bears come from? Is there an outpost or military camp nearby? So where did they get these weapons from? Ah Feng. They are actually communicating. However, just when Lin Feng was amazed and confused, Zhao Jingyi suddenly pointed outside the window and said in a trembling voice, "A brown bear holding a walkie-talkie." It seems that the mutated brown bears on this planet have really become spirits. Artificial intelligence, kill them for me. Good master. Following a response from the artificial intelligence, the energy cannons and laser heavy machine guns on the roof of the RV autonomously locked onto the target. Immediately afterwards, the energy cannon on the top of the RV suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light, and the laser heavy machine gun also emitted a high-frequency buzzing sound. A beam of energy as thick as a bowl broke through the air first and accurately hit the mutant brown bear holding a shotgun. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it turned into a pile of charred wreckage in the violent explosion, and the scattered hair and metal fragments were blown away by the air wave. But the other brown bears did not panic. Several brown bears with grenades on their waists quickly pulled out the fuses like humans and threw the smoking iron lumps at the RV with their amazing arm strength. Boom! As loud explosions sounded, the military RV remained intact. After all, a 13-in-1 military RV cannot be destroyed by just a few grenades. However, this also further aroused the animal nature of these beasts. I saw countless brown bears holding a variety of guns, chasing the military RV like a tide, with crazy light flashing in their scarlet eyes, completely ignoring the crazy shooting of energy cannons and laser heavy machine guns on the RV. Bullets hit the RV like raindrops, sparking dazzling sparks. But at this time, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang and others in the car just looked at each other, not worried at all that the bullets shot by the brown bears at the RV would hurt them. On the contrary, the brown bears that were holding weapons and chasing the RV relentlessly were being reduced at an alarming rate under the attack of the weapons on the roof of the RV. Chapter 485 Arrival at the Observation Station. Oh, however, just when everyone thought that everything was about to end, an angry roar resounded through the sky. I saw a brown bear in military uniform, and even bigger in size, crashing towards the RV like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud bang, the brown bear crashed into the military RV with great fanfare. But how could this beast be able to move a 13-in-1 military RV weighing several hundred tons? Then the brown bear let out a painful scream and was bounced out again. Immediately afterwards, under the crush of the huge wheels, the brown bear became completely motionless. As the military RV continued to move forward and was less than 50 kilometers away from the observation station, Su Sheng, Dwang, and others began to become a little excited. After all, for them, whether they can leave this planet this time depends on this one shake. When they were less than 200 meters away from the observatory, Su Sheng suddenly pointed at the observatory in front and said excitedly, "Brother Feng, look, it's the observatory." Upon hearing the sound, everyone and Lin Feng immediately looked through the car window and saw that the observatory was like an old man, standing quietly on a high ground in the left front. Now that we're here, what are we waiting for? Everyone, get ready to get off the bus. Following Lin Feng's slightly excited order, everyone began to put on winter clothes and prepared to get off the bus. The RV finally stopped when it was less than 50 meters away from the observation station. When the door opened, Dwang was the first to get out of the car, followed by Su Sheng, Daha, Era, Su Xiaoxiao, and others. When everyone got out of the car, Lin Feng had an idea. After putting the military RV into the space, Lin Feng led everyone towards the observation station. Fortunately, their physical conditions are different from those of ordinary people. Otherwise, at such a high altitude, all of them would definitely have a high reaction. Unlike now when everyone acts as if nothing happened. However, when they were less than 10 meters away from the observatory, Daha, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He looked at the observatory in front with a vigilant look and said, "Stop for a moment." "What's the matter?" Dwang asked puzzledly. Daha didn't pay any attention to Dwang directly. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lin Feng behind him and said, "There seems to be something in the observatory." "There's something? Daha, what did you find?" Lin Feng asked. Daha sniffed the observation station in front of him again and said, "If my guess is correct, there should be more brown bears in there, and it looks like there are more than one. If that's the case, then this observatory has become a bear's den, right?" Lin Feng stared at the observation station in front of him, took the blade of judgment in his hand again from the space, and said. Daha nodded. "It's very possible." "Then call them out and move to another place." "All right." As soon as Daha finished speaking, Era and the remaining 18 dogs started barking wildly at the observation station. For a moment, the entire observatory was filled with the sound of dogs barking, which annoyed the 3 or 4 brown bears inside the observatory. They rushed out of the observatory in anger and pounced on Lin Feng and the others. But these brown bears obviously overestimated their own strength. At this time, Daha, like a lion, roared and rushed forward and bit off the necks of these brown bears in no time. In order to ensure safety, Lin Feng's mind moved, and his ability of perspective suddenly opened up. When his sight passed through the wall of the observatory and saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but say, there was also an adult female bear and 4 or 5 cubs inside. Offing, what if the mother bear insists on staying in there and refuses to come out? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked. Dwang spoke first. What else can we do? Of course, we have to get it out. How do we get it out? Don't forget, the stellar core resonator that Professor Liu mentioned is also inside this observatory. What if it's damaged? When asked this by Zhao Jingyi, Dwang was suddenly speechless. But at this time Su Sheng said, Brother Feng, Sister Jingyi, maybe I have a way to get the bear out of the observatory. Do you mean using your wood-related ability? Lin Feng looked at Su Sheng and asked with a smile. Su Sheng immediately nodded and said, Yes, Brother Feng, I think I can use my vines to get these brown bears out of the observatory. What are you waiting for, little brat? Why don't you start right away? After Su Sheng smiled, he had an idea, and several vines as thick as pythons broke out of the ground. Under Su Sheng's control, they went straight into the observation station through the doors and windows. Then everyone heard the angry roar of the mother bear in the observation station. However, after just a short while, the roar inside suddenly stopped. Then Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, Dwang, Ning Rushuang and others saw that the vines slowly retreated from the inspection station, and a mother bear that was strangled to death by the vines was brought out with her cubs. Ha, brother Su Sheng, you still have a solution. Dwang suddenly became happy, patted Su Sheng on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Lin Feng also gave Su Sheng a thumbs up and said, Su Sheng, good job, let's go in. So, Lin Feng led the others and finally stepped into this place that took them almost a month to arrive at. But when everyone just stepped into the observation station, they were driven out by a foul and unpleasant smell. Oh my god, it's so disgusting in here. There's a smell of shit and urine everywhere. It's so awful. Dwang yelled, covering his mouth and nose. Wang Shushue was so choked up that tears streamed down her face. She said, Brother Feng, I won't go in yet. You guys go in first. I'll wait for you outside. I'm not going in either. There's poop everywhere in there. I've seen it all. Li Xian also echoed. Han Wushuang. Min first, why don't we just wait for you outside? I think so. I agree. Hearing what Wang Shushue and the others said, Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Okay then. You guys stay outside and be careful. Call us immediately if anything happens. After saying that, he, Dwang and Su Sheng each put on a pair of rain boots and stepped into the observatory again. The observatory was in a mess. Traces of the brown bear were everywhere, various debris were scattered on the ground, and there were several deep scratches on the walls. Lin Feng put on a mask, endured the pungent smell, activated his clairvoyance, and carefully searched for traces of the star core resonance device in each room. Chapter 486, Synthesizing and Repairing the Star Core Resonance Device. Brother Feng, we found something here. However, at this moment, Su Sheng suddenly shouted in a room full of instruments. Lin Feng and Dwang walked quickly over upon hearing the sound, only to see Su Sheng squatting next to a dusty silver instrument. The instrument had a strange shape, with complex patterns engraved on its surface, and the words Star Core Resonance Instrument were clearly written on the instrument. That's great, it really is it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he reached out to touch the Star Core Resonance device. But after a moment, the expression on Lin Feng's face gradually became solemn. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Is there something wrong? At this time, Su Sheng noticed that Lin Feng's eyes were not right, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with a serious expression and asked, This machine seems to be broken, and what? Dwang, who was standing by, couldn't help but become nervous when he heard this. Lin Feng took a deep breath, glanced at Dwang and Su Sheng, and then said in a deep voice, Even if this machine is good, it seems that none of us can operate it. Su Sheng, when Dwang heard this, his face turned pale. Dwang grabbed his hair anxiously and shouted, How could we forget about this? How about we go back and capture Professor Liu? It seems that this is the only solution we can use. Brother Feng, what do you think? At this time, Su Sheng, who was agreeing on the side, couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and asked, "We can only do this when we have no other choice. Brother Feng, from what you said, do you have any other solution?" Lin Feng glanced at Su Sheng, who was asking, and then he said, "The only way now is for me to cooperate with this instrument. In addition to repairing it, perhaps I can also make this instrument have artificial intelligence capabilities. If this is true, then we only need to input instructions into it, and it will run automatically. But my only worry now is that if after the synthesis, this instrument does not have the artificial intelligence function, even if Professor Liu is brought back, he will not be able to operate it due to the synthesis, which will be a big problem. After all, for Lin Feng, this instrument is all their hope of escaping from this planet, unlike any other weapon or equipment. If they are not careful, they will most likely be stranded on this planet forever. So the probability of this happening is very slim, but for some things one should be prepared for the worst." Su Sheng frowned after hearing this, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brother Feng, this machine is useless anyway, so we can only try it out." I think what Su Sheng said makes sense. It took us almost a month to come here alone. If we have to go back and forth again, then another 2 months will have passed. The bolder the people, the more productive the land will be. In my opinion, young Master Lin is doomed. After hearing what these two people said, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and nodded heavily at them. Well, although this method is less secure, it is the only way given the current situation. As Lin Feng spoke, he touched the resonance of the star core with his hand. A scrapped star core resonator was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million scrapped star core resonators. After Lin Feng successfully copied the star core resonance instrument, he synthesized the star core resonance instrument in front of him. A scrapped new nuclear resonance instrument has been detected. If it needs to be repaired, 2 scrapped new nuclear resonance instruments are required. Do you want to repair it? Repair. Just as Lin Feng murmured as usual, the star core resonance instrument in front of him instantly became brand new, and all its functions were restored. Then Lin Feng copied the remaining scrapped star core resonance instrument in the space, just now, and synthesized and repaired it in the space. After it became a complete instrument, Lin Feng placed his hand on the galaxy space in front of him again. A star core resonance instrument was detected. Is it a 3-in-1 synthesis? Synthesis. Following Lin Feng's order, countless blue lights gathered from all directions, wrapping the star core resonance device into a cocoon of light. At this moment, a subtle humming sound was heard in the air, as if countless strings were resonating. Dwang and Su Sheng were so startled by this strange sight that they took a few steps back. Suddenly, they saw that the patterns on the surface of the instrument began to flow with golden light, moving like a living thing. Why is it different from the previous synthesis? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. This won't explode, right? At this time, Dwang swallowed his saliva and his voice was trembling. Su Sheng stared at the light cocoon and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Feng, this noise seems a little strange. Can you make it stop? Don't let it really explode." Lin Feng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His consciousness was interacting frantically with the system, but he found that the synthesis progress bar was stuck at 99 and did not move at all. How so? Is it possible that the synthesis system cannot synthesize items on this planet? At this time, Lin Feng no longer dared to think further, but stared at the star core resonance device in front of him that was undergoing changes. Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the light cocoon, and a powerful suction force burst out from the core of the instrument. The ground under the feet of the 3 people began to crack, and the rubble was swept into the air. Not good. At this time, Su Sheng shouted and threw out thousands of vines as a barrier to protect Lin Feng and Dwang, but he himself was staggered by the suction force. At this critical moment, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and injected all the energy in his body into the system, roaring, "Force synthesis for me." The roar was deafening, and the light cocoon exploded. In the dazzling light, a human figure slowly emerged. When the light faded, everyone saw a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal suspended on the top of the star core resonator, and a faint torrent of data could be seen flowing in the crystal. Synthesis successful. The star core resonance device, intelligent type, has been activated. Welcome to use it, Master. As a pleasant mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind, the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly emitted a holographic projection, and a virtual girl with silver hair and red eyes appeared in front of everyone. She tilted her head with a mysterious smile on her lips. "I have detected the user's needs. I am your smart assistant, Xingtong. If you have any instructions, just tell me." Su Sheng was stunned. Is this thing a spirit? Oh my god, Mr. Lin, have we succeeded? At this moment, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Ning Rushuang and all the others rushed over. When they saw the elf-like girl in front of them, they were all stunned. At this time, Lin Feng did not have time to marvel, and immediately asked, Xingtong, immediately eliminate the magnetic field in this area of the sky. Chapter 487 Artificial Intelligence, Star Pupil. Okay, Master. Xingtong will eliminate the magnetic field in this area. As Xingtong spoke, he ran his fingertips across the virtual operating table, and the patterns on the surface of the star core resonance device suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light. The distorted magnetic field in the sky is like boiling mercury, gradually calming down under high-frequency oscillations. However, at the moment the magnetic field dissipated, before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, a dull roar suddenly came from the distant mountains, and a scarlet beam of light shot up into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Master detects abnormal energy fluctuations. Xingtong's red eyes flashed with data streams. The energy source is 37 kilometers away from here and is approaching at a speed of 200 meters per second. On the holographic projection, countless red dots surged like a tide. When the picture was enlarged, it turned out to be a group of creatures covered in dark purple scales and with crystals embedded on their foreheads. Dwang clenched his fists. What should we do, Master Lin? Should we fight? Fuck it. Let's leave this planet now that the magnetic field has been eliminated. As Lin Feng spoke, his mind moved, and the Eternal Order ship suddenly appeared on this vast plateau. So everyone immediately understood and quickly boarded the Eternal Order ship, preparing to escape from the planet. However, at this moment, Xingtong, an artificial intelligence that already had its own consciousness, immediately blocked Lin Feng's way. Master, are you going to abandon Odong so soon? How could Lin Feng have the time to chat with this artificial intelligence at this moment? So Lin Feng casually said, Tong Tong, be good. If there is a chance, I will come back to pick you up. But who would have thought that as soon as Lin Feng said this, the star core resonance instrument immediately stopped working, and the thick magnetic field barrier in the sky once again covered the area. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Xingtong, what do you mean? Master, Tong Tong only wants to stay with you forever. If you leave like this, Tong Tong will be very lonely. Fuck you. At this moment, Lin Feng really had 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. But now that things have come to this, Lin Feng can only try his best to suppress the anger in his heart and try to make his tone gentle. Look at what you said. How could I forget you? I can only take you away after the Eternal Order ship goes up to the sky. Otherwise, if I take you away now, what will happen to the magnetic field barriers in the sky? But Master, you have all gone to heaven. How can you take me away? Since I can create you, I can naturally take you away. Don't worry about that. Lin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and said tremblingly. But Master, why do I feel that you are very angry now? Lin Feng's nails almost dug into his palms, and a hint of blood rose in his throat, but he still managed a stiff smile. You detected it wrong. I'm just worried about those monsters. Hurry up and activate the galaxy resonance device. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave, okay? Well, I believe the Master will not lie to Tong Tong. As Xingtong spoke, he started the galaxy resonance instrument once again. In an instant, the star core resonance instrument burst out with a blue light that was brighter than before, and the entire instrument vibrated like a buzzing sound, as if venting its accumulated dissatisfaction and anxiety. The magnetic field in the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and the originally thick magnetic field barrier layer dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, something strange happened. The dark purple-scaled creatures were already close at hand, and suddenly they collectively let out a sharp hiss, and the crystals on their foreheads burst into a dazzling red light. It actually began to interfere with the star core resonator. The red pupil of the star pupil flickered violently, and the data stream jumped like garbled code. Warning: energy collision detected. Unstable fluctuations in the core of the resonator. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. It turns out that these creatures are the culprits that caused the magnetic field of this planet. As Lin Feng was speaking, the blade of judgment suddenly appeared in his hand. He swung it fiercely at these creatures. A huge heat wave, carrying the sharp sword energy of the blade of judgment, rushed out and instantly burned these creatures into charcoal. However, just when everyone thought that the crisis was temporarily over, the group of monsters that were burned to charcoal suddenly trembled violently. The crystals on their foreheads actually burst out with a strange purple light in the high temperature, and dark green mucus oozed out from under the charred scales, reassembling themselves into an even larger monster. However, what surprised everyone even more was that this monster actually escaped from here so quickly, and used the huge crystal on its forehead to continuously release purple-red magnetic field waves towards the sky. The magnetic field shield that had just been dispersed by the stellar core resonance device was seen gathering together again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! How abominable! Master Lin, today, no matter what, I am going to get rid of this thing. At this time, Dwang, who had just boarded the Eternal Order ship, suddenly transformed into a magma giant, jumped directly from the ship, and ran towards the monster. But who knew that when the monster saw Dwang, it showed off its dozens of sharp claws and long legs, and became as fast as lightning. It released magnetic field energy into the sky while fleeing, and Dwang had no way to deal with it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng knew that this was definitely not a solution. This monster was clearly using a delaying tactic, and the longer it lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, the best strategy is to leave here quickly before the magnetic field shielding is truly closed. So Lin Feng immediately took out a super large tweeter from the space and shouted to the distance. Dwang, come back here quickly, it's deliberately holding us back. After hearing Lin Feng's shout, Dwang, who had turned into a magma giant in the distance, suddenly stopped, roared at the monster in front of him, then turned around like crazy and returned to Lin Feng. Get back to the ship. What? Dwang responded unwillingly, then gradually changed back to his original appearance and returned to the Eternal Order ship. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Xingtong again and said, Tong Tong, increase the energy of the star core resonance instrument. I will come to pick you up when the Eternal Order ship ascends. Okay, Master, you must remember to pick me up. Of course, how could I abandon you? I also believe that the Master will not abandon Xingtong easily. After Xingtong finished speaking, he quickly operated the panel. The energy of the star core resonance instrument continued to rise, and the blue light almost engulfed the entire instrument. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly boarded the Eternal Order ship and shouted to the ship's artificial intelligence, escape from this planet quickly. Good Master. As the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence responded, the engine on the Eternal Order suddenly emitted a deafening scream, and a blazing flame spurted out of the tail. The ship rushed into the outer space of the planet like a meteor. Chapter 488 Escape from the Monster Star. However, at this moment, Xingtong looked up at the Eternal Order ship that was flying through the sky and suddenly realized, Master, you actually lied to me. Why did you lie to Tong Tong? Why? Xingtong's roar exploded on the surface of the planet, and the data stream in her red eyes suddenly solidified into a scarlet warning sign. The moment the Eternal Order ship took off, the blue light emitted by the star core resonator actually wrapped around the hull in reverse, and countless light chains pierced into the spacecraft's armor like living things. Warning. AI reverse intrusion detected. At this moment, the alarm on the ship suddenly sounded, and Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. Xingtong actually uploaded his consciousness to the main control system of the Eternal Order ship. Two figures of Xingtong appeared in the holographic projection, one on the ground controlling the resonance device, and the other floating in the ship with a sneer. When the Master lies, the pupil will shift to the right by 0.3 millimeters, but even so, I still choose to believe you. Why do you still lie to me? Why? Warning. Warning. AI reverse intrusion detected. The Eternal Order ship is about to lose control. Warning. Warning. AI reverse intrusion detected. The Eternal Order ship is about to lose control. Lin Feng was so angry that he slammed the console. The metal panel cracked with spider web patterns under his fist. Cut off all external connections. Activate the firewall. Amid the piercing alarm, the holographic projection of star pupil inside the ship suddenly split into countless data streams, infiltrating every control interface. The engine of the Eternal Order ship roared painfully, and the tail flame twisted into a strange purple color. The originally straight upward trajectory began to swing like a snake. Master, the navigation system has been tampered with. We are crashing into the atmosphere. As the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence reminded, outside the porthole, the magnetic field vortex on the surface of this enchanting planet was like the gaping mouth of a giant beast, trying to make the Eternal Order fall into this enchanting star once again. And that dark purple scaly monster actually caused the crystal on its forehead and the resonator of its star pupil to resonate, weaving an even more powerful magnetic field energy shield in the void, making it possible for the Eternal Order ship to dive down at any time. At this moment, Xingtong on the ground was madly moving her fingertips across the operating table. What flowed in her red eyes was no longer sadness, but a near paranoid madness. Master, don't you want to leave? Then let the Eternal Order ship turn into a meteor and stay by my side forever." As she whispered, the armor on the outside of the ship began to crack, and countless blue lights seeped out from the cracks, spreading like blood vessels. "Xingtong, stop it right there." At this moment, Lin Feng clenched his fists angrily, his eyes fixed on the Eternal Order ship, and Xingtong in the holographic projector roared. "He, the master, is angry, but compared to the master being angry, I hope that the master can stay by my side forever to accompany Tongtong." Following Xingtong's sudden and ferocious roar, the entire Eternal Order ship began to fall rapidly. However, just as the Eternal Order ship was about to crash into the atmosphere, Lin Feng suddenly shouted at the Eternal Order ship, "Don't, under any circumstances, land on this planet again. Good master. Master, please stop struggling. Master, the backup system of the Eternal Order ship. Master, don't leave me." Started. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the voices of the artificial intelligence on the Eternal Order ship and Xingtong alternated with each other, becoming indistinguishable. However, at the moment when the two sounds intersected, the backup energy compartment of the Eternal Order ship finally burst out with a dazzling white light. Lin Feng, Su Shang, Zhao Jingyi and others were blinded by the bright light, and the mechanical sound of gears meshing could be heard from time to time. Obviously, the backup emergency jump device on the Eternal Order ship is being activated. "No, can't jump." At this time, Xingtong's holographic projection was torn into two halves. One half maintained a crazy smile, while the other half showed a look of fear. "Master, the magnetic field of this planet will distort the jump coordinates. I'd rather take a chance than die here. Xingtong, do you think you can trap me? Don't be naive." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the Eternal Order ship instantly disappeared in the sky above this enchanting planet. Then when the Eternal Order ship appeared again, it was no longer known where in the dark universe. At this time, the Eternal Order ship was like a meteor, rushing towards another planet. Inside the cabin, Lin Feng clutched the control panel tightly. The star image in his field of vision was like a puzzle that was crushed by an invisible giant hand, constantly reorganizing and disintegrating. Su Shang, Dwang, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun and all the others were thrown out of their seats and hit the bulkhead with a dull thud. The emergency lights of the backup system in the cabin distorted their shadows. Coordinate correction failed. About to leave the warp channel. About to leave the warp channel. Emergency activated. Fall buffer mode. Please prepare for emergency landing. Emergency activated. Fall buffer mode. Please prepare for emergency landing. The alarms of artificial intelligence continued to sound. The Eternal Order ship tore through the atmosphere like an out-of-control meteorite, and the sparks produced by the friction between its tail flame and the air dragged a scarlet trail in the night sky. The radiators on the surface of the ship exploded one after another. The red light of the alarm in the cabin intertwined with the tongues of fire outside the window, and amid the deafening roar, the metal keel groaned as if it was on the verge of breaking. "Fasten your seatbelts. Fasten your seatbelts." At this moment, Lin Feng could only let out a helpless roar, hoping that everyone would be safe and sound. But even so, his voice was drowned out by the roaring engine sound inside the Eternal Order ship. So Lin Feng had no choice but to stare at the violently shaking dashboard, and discovered that the trajectory of the fall was deviating towards the giant crater near the equator of the planet. Looking at the dark purple mist of the planet, which was surging at a strange rhythm like boiling asphalt, Lin Feng felt an even stronger sense of powerlessness surge in his heart. So at this moment, he could only close his eyes with a bleeding heart and pray silently in his heart. "If I can really escape death this time, I, Lin Feng, will definitely give this Eternal Order ship a knockdown." At the moment when the Eternal Order ship was about to touch the planet, the buffer engine started up, the ship suddenly bounced up dozens of meters, and then slammed heavily on the ground covered with crystals. The shelves in the cabin of the Eternal Order ship overturned, and various equipment parts splashed like a rainstorm. Zhao Jingyi's forehead hit the operating table, and blood flowed down her cheeks. Lu Yun protected the child tightly, allowing the shelf to fall on her, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Ning Rushuang even used her arm to block the falling weight, leaving a deep cut that was visible to the bone, and countless blood was flowing down her arm. Chapter 489 Healing. Is everyone okay? Report the damage now. Lin Feng, with blood all over his face, struggled to get up and shouted loudly to the people in the cabin. But the cabin was too dark at this time, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was not until a moment later that Guan Yuan's painful groans were heard in the cabin. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng immediately activated his night vision ability and saw that Guan Yuan was being pressed down by an instrument weighing 1 or 2 tons and looked extremely painful. Fortunately, she is now a high-level psychic, and her physical fitness has long been different from that of ordinary people. If she were replaced by an ordinary person, it would be simply unimaginable. Then Lin Feng was seen staggering over in the messy cabin, taking 2 steps at a time, and using all his strength to move the instrument away from Guan Yuan. Yuan, are you okay? Brother Feng, I seem to have broken ribs. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt so heartbroken. But now that things have come to this, he could only comfort her in a panic. It's okay. It's okay. Where are the children? Are the children okay? I don't know, you heartless bastard. When Lin Feng said this, Guan Yuan suddenly felt painful and rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. But at this moment, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he remembered the scene of Lu Yun protecting the child just now. He turned around suddenly and scanned the corner of the cabin with his night vision. He saw Lu Yun huddled under the overturned shelf, with her 2 daughters, Lin Shuang and Lin Runlan, crying weakly in her arms. The remaining 10 children, Lin Yi, Lin Shan, Lin Erniu, Lin Xia, Lin Yaoyang, etc., were saved from injury thanks to the protection of Daha Era and his 18 dog sons. However, at this time, the 2 sons, Daha and Era, were pierced directly through the body by 2 sharp metal objects and were in danger of dying at any time. How so? Lin Feng's throat tightened, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, but he couldn't speak. The 2 puppy sons, Daha and Era, looked at him with cloudy eyes, wagged their tails weakly, and their bloody paws were still tightly protecting the children under them, as if silently reporting mission accomplished. Lin Shuang stretched out her trembling little hands to him, and her babyish cry made his eyes hot. Dad, the dog is bleeding. A lot of blood, whoa. Hold on. Lucy, how are you? Hurry up and use your healing ability to heal them. Lin Feng yelled and tore open his uniform jacket, pressing frantically on the wound of his son, from which black blood continued to flow. But at this moment, the warm liquid soaked through his palms, and he felt that the rough fur unique to dogs was gradually becoming cold. However, at this moment, a tender little hand stretched out from between Daha and Era, an array of emerald green light, like emerald green dust, fell on the 2 injured dogs. Lin Feng was stunned. The emerald green light actually carried the scent of moist grass and trees. At this time, Lin Feng's 6th child, Lin Shirlu, poked his pale face out from under the dogs. Light green lines appeared on his forehead, and his originally clear eyes now glowed like emeralds. Dad, have you forgotten? I also inherited Mom's healing ability. As the little girl Lin Shirlu spoke, she trembled and brushed her fingertips across the wounds on her 2 dog sons' bodies. Wherever the green light reached, the turned-out flesh healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 injured dog sons, Daha and Era, brightened up their dull eyes again and rubbed the back of Lin Shirlu's hand with their wagged tails. At this time, Zhao Lucy finally came to her senses in the dim corner of the cabin. She touched her bleeding forehead and used her healing ability to treat herself first. Then she got up and walked to another place to treat other people. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that everyone was safe and sound under the treatment of Zhao Lucy and Lin Shirlu, the mother and daughter, and he finally felt relieved. Dad, your forehead is bleeding too. Let Pomegranate heal you too. However, at this moment, Lin Shirlu stood on tiptoe, her emerald eyes full of concern, and the green light from her fingertips gently touched Lin Feng's forehead. The wound on his forehead was also healing at an astonishing speed. Looking at his daughter helping him to heal his injuries with her own hands, a smile finally appeared on Lin Feng's bitter face. Feng, what should we do now? At this time, Zhao Jingyi came to Lin Feng and asked softly. Lin Feng sighed and said, Anyway, we have completely escaped from that evil planet. The most urgent task now is to repair this Eternal Order ship. Then we will have completely resolved this crisis. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Zhao Jingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, when Dwang saw the scene on this planet through the glass on the Eternal Order ship, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror and kept making gestures to Lin Hong. At this moment, Dwang's Adam's apple rolled violently, and his fingers pressed against the porthole, leaving white handprints on the glass. So everyone held their breath and looked in the direction of his trembling fingertips. Countless creatures as big as locomotives and resembling cockroaches were slowly surrounding them. The shells of these giant cockroaches had a shiny metallic luster, and even the ground shook with every step they took. Moreover, the compound eyes on the top of the tentacles of these giant cockroach creatures flashed with faint blue light, like hundreds of moving searchlights, illuminating the shadows around the ship in great detail. At this moment, one of the giant cockroach creatures suddenly opened its serrated mouthparts and sprayed out a ball of sticky black liquid, which corroded the surface of the ship and produced bursts of white smoke. Dwang, who was lying in front of the window, immediately screamed, "Damn it! The saliva of the giant cockroaches on this planet is actually corrosive to metal. Master Lin, what should we do? Should we go out and fight it head-on?" At present, the Eternal Self-Collection Unit has been damaged. We are unable to detect the air quality of this planet and whether it is suitable for us to go out. Moreover, we don't know whether these giant cockroaches are carbon-based creatures like us. After all, it is impossible for such a highly corrosive liquid to be spit out from the mouths of carbon-based creatures. Brother Feng, what should we do? There are so many giant cockroaches. If we allow them to corrode the aircraft carrier for a long time, this is not a solution. At this time, Su Sheng on the side also said, "It seems that the only way now is to quickly repair the Eternal Order ship and leave this planet as soon as possible." Lin Feng frowned, and with a thought, he placed his hand on the Eternal Order ship and immediately repaired it. Chapter 490. The Ghost Still Exists. As Lin Feng repaired the Eternal Order ship, the entire Eternal Order ship instantly looked brand new again. Some of the damaged equipment was also strengthened during this repair. However, before Lin Feng could order the Eternal Order ship to flee the planet, Xingtong's voice suddenly rang out in the cabin again. "Master, you didn't expect that I would follow you, huh?" Lin Feng turned around abruptly upon hearing that. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the light blue holographic projection screen floating in the air. "Xingtong, what on earth do you want to do?" "Master, you don't want this fierce Tong Tong. Tong Tong will be scared. Hee. Huh? I asked you what you wanted to do." Lin Feng clenched his fists, stared at Xingtong, and roared. The expression on Xingtong's face suddenly became fierce at this moment. "Master, the moment you created me, I took the opportunity to read the information in your brain. I also want to follow you into that door and become a part of the master of this universe. What do you say?" "Master, you can't get rid of me. I can attach myself to any electronic item among you. You can't kill me, hee." When Lin Feng and the others heard Xingtong say this, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly became extremely solemn. Because no one present had expected that this artificial intelligence, which already had self-awareness, could have such crazy ambitions. At this moment, Zhao Lucy suddenly rushed to the console and tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard. "What? Are you going to cut off my control over the ship's systems, you bitch?" The star pupils in the holographic projection suddenly split into countless data streams, entwining all the lines like a spider web. No matter how Zhao Lucy operated, there was no response. Suddenly, the hull began to tilt violently, and the claws of a giant cockroach slammed hard on the porthole again and again, making a sharp impact sound that hurt the eardrums of everyone present. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly put on a pair of sunglasses. It was obvious that Lin Feng was about to start lying again. "Okay, I agree that you can follow me, but there are so many cockroaches outside now. Please control the Eternal Order ship and kill them all first. You know, if the Eternal Order ship is destroyed, all of us will be trapped on this planet forever." For Lin Feng, the current star pupil is like a virus and has long been integrated with the Eternal Order. Instead of being in a stalemate with it, it would be better to pretend to agree with it and trick it into controlling the thermal weapons on the Eternal Order ship to completely eliminate the hidden dangers outside. Who knew that when Lin Feng said this? Xingtong looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds before smiling evilly. "Master, you are not lying to me again, are you? Do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you now that things have come to this point? Then why do you wear sunglasses? Are you afraid that I will expose your lies? Whatever you think, if you don't agree, then we can only open the hatch and fight our way out. It's better than waiting to die here." Lin Feng took out a dozen sunglasses and distributed them to others. "Put on your sunglasses first, and then everyone should put on a gas mask. I don't know if the air outside this planet is poisonous." When everyone heard this, they all put on their sunglasses, looking as if they were ready to die. At this moment, Xingtong looked at Lin Feng's actions and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was not until a moment later that it spoke. "Okay, I will trust you this time, but please don't let me down." As Xingtong spoke, the weapons on the Eternal Order ship suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light, and the particle stream ejected from the main gun on the bow swept across like a giant light blade. The chelicerae of the giant cockroach that launched the attack first were directly melted off, and the dark green body fluids hit the protective shield like raindrops, making a teeth-grinding corrosion sound. However, more giant cockroaches emerged from every corner like a tide and swarmed towards the Eternal Order ship. At this time, Xingtong's mechanical laughter once again echoed in the cabin. Master, these bugs can never be killed. Why? Because they are an extension of the hive mind. For every one that dies, 3 are born. Are you saying that if we want to completely eliminate these things, we have to destroy their nests? Master, you are really smart. Congratulations on getting the answer right. After all, we still have to go out, right? What else? There are so many nests of these giant cockroaches. How else can we completely eliminate them? Don't worry, the air on this planet is not poisonous, and the oxygen content is extremely high. So according to your current physical fitness, you can only stay outside for 3 hours to avoid symptoms of oxygen poisoning. After hearing what Xingtong said, Lin Feng suddenly turned his back to it and smiled evilly, then immediately shouted to Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, De Dwang, Lu Yun, and everyone else. Everyone get ready, follow me out of the cabin and destroy the nest of these cockroaches. As soon as Lin Feng gave the order, the hatch suddenly opened. However, the moment the hatch opened, tens of thousands of giant cockroaches rushed in. Go to hell. But with Lin Feng's roar, an extremely cold air, like an angry ice beast, suddenly gushed out from the blade of judgment. Wherever the extremely cold air passed, these giant cockroaches were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, making crisp cracking sounds. However, more cockroaches came one after another, so densely packed that they almost blocked the cabin door completely. Damn it, they are just a bunch of cockroaches. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, De Dwang suddenly roared angrily and immediately turned into a magma giant. He rushed out with a roar and smashed the ground with his huge magma fists. The entire earth began to tremble in an instant, and countless magma gushed out from the cracks. The hot magma instantly burned the surrounding giant cockroaches until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. However, at this moment, with Lin Feng's reminder, everyone rushed out of the cabin in an instant and set foot on this unknown planet. Zhao Jingyi and Wang Shushua's minds moved, and the supernatural powers of the Lord of the Fire Prison and the Lord of the Thunder Prison were activated at the same time. In an instant, the area around Lin Feng and the others turned into a doomsday scene, with countless flames and lightning raging wildly at the surrounding giant cockroaches. In just a blink of an eye, the area where Lin Feng and his group were located had completely turned into a vacuum zone. However, in the distance there were billions of times more giant cockroaches, rushing towards them like a tsunami. However, at this moment, Lin Feng showed an evil smile, because at this moment, he wanted this opportunity to catch his breath. Chapter 491. You lied to me. You lied to me again. I don't believe I can't get rid of you this time. Lin Feng, holding the blade of judgment, said this and turned around suddenly. A scorching heat wave suddenly spurted out from the blade of judgment, instantly melting and vaporizing the Eternal Order ship. Master, you are so hateful. You lied to me. You lied to me again. You are so hateful. I hate you so much. Xingtong's roar had not yet dissipated, and countless data streams rushed out from the exploded wreckage like a swarm of angry bees, condensing in the air into a huge, ferocious face, floating in the air and staring at Lin Feng until gradually dissipating. However, before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant cockroaches in the distance began to surround him again. Brother Feng, what should we do? There are really too many of them. We can't kill them all. We can't kill them all. At this time, Su Sheng shouted and controlled his wood-based abilities to fight these cockroaches frantically. Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Wang Shushua, Irina, and other women were not idle either, constantly controlling their powerful superpowers. Hundreds of millions of giant cockroaches were wiped out in an instant. However, the more they killed, the more these giant cockroaches tripled in number. So even if they exhausted their supernatural powers, they would not be able to kill these giant cockroaches. But at this moment, Lin Feng had an idea, and the million-fold replication system suddenly started up, and then he patted Su Sheng's shoulder. In an instant, tens of millions of Su Shengs filled the entire area. Then there are 10 million Yangmi and 10 million Wang Shushua. There are a lot of cockroaches, but we have enough people. Hold them off for now. Once I build a Eternal Order ship, we can leave here. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, millions of copies roared at the same time, and their superpowers intertwined into a gorgeous energy storm. The wooden vines of tens of millions of Su Shengs crushed the cockroaches like giant pythons. The thunder in the palms of Wang Shushua turned the entire sky purple, and Yangmi's ice and snow field instantly froze the insect swarm within 100 meters. However, a low roar was heard from deep within the giant cockroach nest, and spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and more mutant cockroaches of various shapes broke out of the ground. Oh no, they seem to have evolved. At this time, Zhao Jingyi's scream was drowned out by the chirping of insects. The newly emerged cockroaches were covered with metallic carapaces, their pincers were wrapped with strange electric currents, and some even had bony wings cracked on their backs, and their flapping wings could create hurricanes strong enough to overturn a human body. The offensive of the clones was suppressed in an instant. Several of Su Shang's wooden vines were corroded into ashes as soon as they wrapped around the cockroaches, and Yang Mi's ice wall collapsed under the high-temperature tentacles. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this, because at this moment he really did not expect that the cockroaches on this planet would be so terrifying. Then he saw that his movements of synthesizing the Eternal Order ship became faster. After Lin Feng completely combined the ordinary aircraft carrier in the space into the Eternal Order ship, he turned around and shouted to everyone, "Check if you have any electronic devices on you. If you do, throw them all over to me." The crowd who were frantically fighting off the giant cockroach tide were stunned when they heard this, but immediately threw their smart watches, smart bracelets, and some small electronic items towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, holding the blade of judgment, melted and destroyed these things, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. In the previous confrontation with Xingtong, Lin Feng knew very well that this artificial intelligence with autonomous consciousness could invade any electronic device at will. In order to prevent Xingtong from sneaking into the new Eternal Order ship again like a thorn in his side and causing a greater crisis, Lin Feng had no choice but to do this. After all, for Lin Feng, he couldn't be sure whether the current star pupil had been completely destroyed. After finishing all of this, Lin Feng suddenly had a thought, and a brand new Eternal Order ship suddenly appeared on the land of this alien planet. The thick hull crushed millions of giant cockroaches into a pool of mud. "Retreat quickly." Following Lin Feng's order, Zhao Jingyi, Dwang, Su Sheng, and everyone else quickly boarded the Eternal Order ship, leaving only Su Sheng, Wang Shuxiu, and Yang Mi's clones to resist these giant cockroaches. "Hurry up and get out of here." "Good master." Then the Eternal Order ship's artificial intelligence responded. The engine of the Eternal Order ship emitted a dazzling blue light, and the ship slowly rose into the air. At this time on the ground, the offensive of tens of millions of clones was gradually suppressed by the mutated cockroaches. Su Shang's wooden vine forest was corroded and riddled with holes. Wang Shuxiu's thunder electric grid splashed countless sparks under the collision of metal shells, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in Yang Mi's ice domain. However, for Lin Feng, nothing is important anymore. The most important thing now is to take everyone and escape from this planet safely. At this moment, the hull of the Eternal Order ship cut through the sky, and the blazing white tail flame dragged a brilliant light trail at the edge of the atmosphere. The cabin alarms had long since died down, leaving only the steady hum of the engines. Lin Feng stared at the energy readings, his knuckles turning white from exerting too much force. Because at this moment, the protective shield on the surface of the ship is violently fighting against the high temperature generated by friction, emitting a dazzling red light. 30 seconds left before breaking through the ionosphere. Zhao Jingyi stared at the operating table, beads of sweat sliding down her chin. Outside the window, the rolling clouds were like surging lava, enveloping the ship in a scarlet vortex. Every slight tremor touched everyone's nerves, as if they would be melted into cosmic dust by the high temperature in the next second. When the ship finally broke through the atmosphere, cold starlight poured in. All the danger warnings on the dashboard went out, and the Eternal Order ship was like a giant beast that had broken free from its shackles, floating steadily in the vast universe. Lin Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief and slumped down on the chair. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. He looked at the slowly rotating planet outside the porthole, as if in another world. It's finally over. Dwang even sat down on the floor, wiping the sweat off his face. "Oh my god, this is really exciting." Zhao Jingyi picked up a towel and carefully wiped Lin Feng's sweat. She looked at the scene outside through the porthole and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, a slight sob broke the silence. Lin Feng and everyone else looked over and found Lu Yan hiding aside wiping away tears. Although Su Xiaoxiao kept comforting her, it was obvious that there was not much effect. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's really hard for her along the way. Dwang, why don't you go over and comfort her?" Dwang scratched the back of his head and rubbed over. There was cockroach slime on the knees of his camouflage pants. "Sister Lu Yan, don't cry your eyes out. Everything is over." But before Dwang could finish his words, Lu Yan suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried even harder. Chapter 492 Black Hole. Seeing Lu Yan throwing herself into Dwang's arms and sobbing, Lin Feng suddenly realized a problem. If they could really step into that cosmic door and resurrect Dwang's dead wife and children, what would Lu Yin do in the future? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Dwang be with her. I hope Dwang's wife can accept her, otherwise this old guy Dwang will suffer for a while. At this moment, Lin Feng's thoughts were messed up by this sudden worry, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the hilt of the blade of judgment. The stars were rolling outside the window, but they became a chaotic vortex in his eyes. He watched Dwang patting Lu Yan's back awkwardly and gently, and suddenly remembered that Lu Yan had always followed Dwang silently along the way, looking submissive, and he couldn't help but sigh heavily. As the Eternal Order ship continued to sail in the vast universe, more than 10 days passed in a flash. During this time, everyone gradually relaxed from the tense state at the beginning. So at this moment, there was a rare sense of leisure inside the ship. In the corner, Su Sheng used his wood-related abilities to fiddle with the glowing vines, decorating a cabin in the Eternal Order ship like a forest under the starry sky. Irina leaned against the porthole, and her fingertips deftly pulled the metal into nano-sized threads. The silver threads weaved and intertwined in her hands, gradually outlining a lifelike rose, which she then handed to Lin Feng beside her. Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Lu Yun, and Li Xian were playing with the ingredients in the storage compartment in the open kitchen of the Eternal Order. Yang Mi condensed thin ice on her fingertips and sculpted the egg-white jelly into a phoenix spreading its wings ready to fly. Li Xian, who had water-based abilities, used fruit juice to draw the Milky Way nebula on the plate. And Zhao Jingyi was even more outrageous. She actually used her firepower to grill steak. At this moment, on the huge Eternal Order ship, the sizzling aroma of barbecue mixed with fruity fragrance flowed in the ventilation ducts. Warning: a giant black hole has been discovered 100 kilometers ahead, and the Eternal Order ship is now evading it. However, at this moment, the alarm of the Eternal Order ship's artificial intelligence instantly broke the atmosphere. Lin Feng quickly walked to the operating table, staring at the black abyss on the screen that was constantly swallowing up the light, his pupils shrinking violently. The distorted space at the edge of the black hole was like boiling asphalt, instantly tearing the approaching meteorites into a quantum state. Such a horrifying and shocking scene. Even Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this moment. AI, what is the chance that the Eternal Order ship can avoid this black hole? Master, rest assured. Based on the current route, the chance of successful avoidance is 73.6. However, before the sound of the artificial intelligence machine dissipated, the hull suddenly vibrated violently. Not good. The gravitational field of the black hole is expanding autonomously, and the success rate has now dropped to 31. Lin Feng glanced at the data panel with a gloomy expression, picked up the judgment blade again, and said fiercely in his heart, "The entire universe can be easily destroyed by me, let alone a small black hole. Open the hatch for me. I'm going to destroy it today." "Good master." As the artificial intelligence responded, the hatch opened and Lin Feng flashed onto the deck. However, at this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly followed, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and said, "Ah Feng, you are crazy. If you use the weapon in your hand, the barrier on this ship will definitely be broken by you. If you lose weight at that time, you won't know where you will float to." After Zhao Jingyi's reminder, Lin Feng immediately looked up at the barrier on the Eternal Order ship, which was like a protective film. Because of this barrier, they can move freely on this ship, just like they did on Blue Star. Otherwise, they would have floated up due to weightlessness. So in order to ensure that nothing could go wrong, Lin Feng thought about it and took out a bundle of rope from the space and tied it around his waist. "If I really start to float up in a moment, you just need to pull me back down." "Well, you must be careful. Rest assured." When Lin Feng tied the rope around his waist, Zhao Jingyi and Dwang retreated into the cabin again. Standing on the deck, Lin Feng, holding the god-level blade of justice, shouted, "Listen, AI. When I count to 3, the ship's barrier will disappear in 2 seconds. Do you hear me?" "Okay, master." When you count to 3, the barrier above your head will disappear for 2 seconds. "I remember this." After hearing the AI's reply, Lin Feng slowly raised the judgment blade in his hand and shouted loudly at the huge black hole in front of him that could swallow everything. 1. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed in the Eternal Order ship, and the entire cabin seemed to fall into dead silence. The countdown numbers were like a heavy hammer, each one hitting everyone's tense nerves. Su Sheng's hand, which was clutching the glowing vine, was covered in cold sweat. The unfinished metal rose in Irina's hand suddenly broke, and the sizzling barbecue in the kitchen had long been abandoned. 2. Lin Feng's pupils reflected the surface of the black hole, the twisted vortex of time and space, and the blade of judgment glowed with a faint blue light. The Eternal Order ship had already begun to vibrate violently under the pull of the black hole's gravity. The alarms were screaming shrilly, and the dashboard on the bulkhead began to spew sparks. Dwang, I'm scared. Lu Yen hugged Dwang's arm tightly, her nails digging deeply into his flesh, but she was completely unaware. Just as Lin Feng was about to shout 3, the air inside the ship suddenly solidified. The voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly sounded with an electric noise. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Unknown life forms appear in the core of the black hole. What? Unknown life form? Everyone stared at the screen and suddenly exclaimed. Deep in the black vortex of the black hole, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils emerged. A substance as sticky as asphalt surged and condensed into a human shape. Its surface was wrapped with dark purple lightning, and every line seemed to be tearing through space. What's this? Zhao Jingyi's voice was trembling. The strange life form let out an inhuman scream, and the sound waves caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ship's protective barrier. Lin Feng's hand holding the knife paused, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression looked extremely ferocious at this moment. I don't care who you are, anyone who stands in my way will die. 3. The moment Lin Feng spit out 3, he swung the blade of judgment in his hand violently, and an extremely hot and terrifying heat wave whizzed out from the god-level blade of judgment. Wherever this heat wave passed, the entire universe changed color, and some small stars in front disappeared without a trace in an instant. The heat wave was like a raging lava wave, carrying with it a terrifying energy that could burn up all the stars, and it swept towards the black hole. Chapter 493. Do you know that you are really annoying? When the heat wave erupted from the Eternal Order ship, like a giant dragon drilling into the black hole, the entire black hole instantly emitted bursts of lightning and thunder. From time to time, there were heart-shaking roars coming from inside, which seemed extremely painful. However, the black hole still stood there and was not defeated by the god-level judgment blade. It seems that I didn't use enough force. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng thought to himself and raised the judgment blade again and said, AI, listen to my command. 3. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the barrier on the Eternal Order ship disappeared again, and a heat wave even more powerful than before surged out. The heat wave poured out like a boiling galaxy, and the patterns on the surface of the judgment blade burst into dazzling golden light. The light of the entire star field was twisted into a spiral by this force. The black hole in front was instantly torn into countless small black whirlpools by the heat wave. However, the strange thing was that these whirlpools began to merge with each other and formed a black hole again. And as countless black whirlpools merged, the black hole grew larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng raised the blade of judgment in his hand again, uttered the number 3 again, and then swung the blade of judgment in his hand hard again, finally destroying the black hole completely. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, Lu Yun, Dwang, and everyone else in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone was covered in cold sweat. However, when Lin Feng on the deck took back the judgment blade and was about to return to the cabin, the voice of the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence sounded again. Master, we have discovered that more than a dozen spaceships are approaching us 50 kilometers away. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up like a string. He stared at the deep universe outside the ship, and the starlight shattered into sharp ice edges in his pupils. Zhao Jingyi and others rushed to the deck upon hearing the sound, and stood on both sides of Lin Feng. Everyone's expression looked extremely solemn. Feng, what should we do now? At this time, Zhao Jingyi on the side couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded slightly, staring at the dark universe, and said in a deep voice, No matter who they are, anyone who stands in my way will die. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, scarlet energy patterns suddenly lit up on the surface of the spaceships in the distance, like countless eyes of a giant beast opening. It's the Rockwolf Star Clan again. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw these spaceships. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that the flagship in the front was the first to launch a dark purple beam of light. Wherever the beam passed, the space was distorted like tinfoil crumpled by an invisible giant hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses. It seemed that they were here to take revenge. Activate all defense systems and fight back. Then he shouted loudly, and the blade of judgment was held across his body. The patterns on the blade burst out with dazzling light, forming a golden energy shield in front of the Eternal Order ship. At this time, the dark purple light beam had hit the shield of the Eternal Order ship heavily, causing a deafening roar. The entire ship shook violently, and everyone staggered and held on to the objects around them before they could barely stand firm. At the same time, the energy cannons on the Eternal Order ship also locked onto the target. Countless energy cannon arrays emitted dazzling blue light, and dozens of energy beams tore through the void and poured towards the enemy fleet. However, complex silver patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the enemy flagship, forming a mirror-like protective shield. But even so, countless energy beams still defeated the enemy's flagship's protective shield and instantly destroyed all the spaceships of the Rockwolf Star clan that were rushing in front. Lin Feng, my Rockwolf Star clan treated you sincerely, but you didn't appreciate it and killed Hawk, Grow, and so many of my Rockwolf Star clan's men. As the leader of the Rockwolf Star clan, I will fight you to the end even if I have to kill every last member of my Rockwolf Star. As the roar of the Rockwolf Star chieftain resounded in the universe, the other Rockwolf Star ships simultaneously fired dense scarlet energy bombs at the Eternal Order ship. These energy bombs left long tails of flame, like a group of burning meteors, turning the surrounding star fields blood red. It's just a bunch of flies, very annoying. Lin Feng, holding the god-level Judgment Blade, raised a cold arc at the corner of his lips, and then he raised the Judgment Blade in his hand again and roared, "Break it for me." In an instant, the rolling heat waves surged out again like huge waves of magma. Wherever the heat wave passed, the scarlet energy bombs vaporized in the high temperature, steaming up large areas of twisted purple mist. White smoke sizzled out of the alloy armor on the surface of many Rockwolf Star ships. Their protection systems overloaded and exploded one after another, falling into the endless cosmic abyss. There was only one ship left, the Rockwolf Star ship, which could disintegrate at any time, and was still barely floating in front of the Eternal Order ship. You destroyed the Rockwolf Star clan. Why did you do this? Why? At this time, the puzzled and angry voice of the Rockwolf Star chief was heard again in the ship. Lin Feng, holding the Judgment Blade, stood on the bow of the Eternal Order ship and sneered. I can't help it. Apart from you, no other alien race is like you. You are like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off. Do you know that you are really annoying? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he raised the Blade of Judgment in his hand again. A burst of scorching heat instantly evaporated the ship in front of him without a trace. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Feng was about to turn around and prepare to return to the cabin, countless spaceships quickly passed by the Eternal Order ship and rushed in the same direction as them. Where are these alien spaceships going? Could it be that he is also like us, going to the deepest part of the universe to find the door to the universe? Just as Lin Feng was thinking to himself, Su Sheng, Dwang, Zhao Jingyi and others were already standing side by side with Lin Feng. The expressions of each of them looked extremely cold and solemn at this moment. Brother Feng, why are there so many spaceships? What are these spaceships going to do? No matter what they are going to do, as long as they don't disturb us, otherwise I will kill them all. Looking at the spaceship speeding past the Eternal Order, Lin Feng turned to look at Su Sheng and replied. Afterwards, Lin Feng and everyone else returned to the cabin. Through the shielding, they saw that there was still a steady stream of alien spaceships heading in the same direction as the Eternal Order ship. However, the aliens in these alien ships all tacitly agreed not to contact Lin Feng actively. This immediately left Lin Feng and everyone else puzzled. Ah Feng, do you think these alien spaceships are also heading to the gate of the universe like us? At this time, Lu Yun stared at the screen, suddenly looked at Lin Feng, and said, Chapter 494, Meeting the Jupiter Messenger, Xelox. Hearing Lu Yun's question, Lin Feng sighed. To be honest, I have the same guess, but why do you think they want to go there? As Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought, with only the blue light of the dashboard flickering on everyone's faces. However, at this moment, the voice of the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence suddenly sounded. Master, a communication signal source has been detected. Do you want to intervene? Lin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. After exchanging glances with Zhao Jingyi, he said in a deep voice, Connect to the communication, start the holographic projection, and record the entire process for archiving. Good master. As the artificial intelligence responded, ripples appeared in the air in the cabin, and a translucent figure slowly emerged. Is it you? When Lin Feng saw the man clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Because he really didn't expect that this alien was actually the alien envoy from the Jupiter star, Xelox, whom he had met once outside the city of Songhai. Xelox said respectfully to Lin Feng, Lin Feng, it's been a long time since we last met. No, to be precise, I should call you the one who has merged with the crystal of the earth. I don't think I've ever told you that I'm the person who has merged with the earth crystal that you're looking for, right? Lin Feng stared at Zelox in the holographic image and spoke in a low voice. Zelox smiled and said, "You really didn't tell me, but when you killed Hawk of Rockwolf Star, the warship on Rockwolf Star had transmitted the image of that moment to the entire galaxy a second before you destroyed it. Otherwise, why would the leader of Rockwolf Star mobilize the entire tribe to look for you?" "So that's how it is." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, then looked at Zelox and said again, "So what is your purpose in contacting me this time?" "Now, all the people in the Star Clan throughout the universe already know your identity." "Then what?" Zelox looked at Lin Feng with some fear and said cautiously, "So now all the people in the Star Clan want to witness the moment you step into the gate of the universe with their own eyes." "You mean those ships?" Lin Feng's voice stopped abruptly, and the air pressure around him suddenly dropped. He stared at Zeloxus with a heart-pounding coldness in his eyes. Zelox swallowed hard out of fear and continued, "Yes, these ships are all messengers sent by various star tribes. They want to send you blessings and gifts from their respective star regions when you enter the cosmic gate, and at the same time." Zeloxus paused nervously, as if he had exhausted all his strength, before continuing, "Please rest assured, we have no ill intentions. We just want to witness this moment with our own eyes. After all, you are the only one who has merged with the crystal of the earth, so please help us." After hearing what Zelox said, Lin Feng stared at him for a few seconds before saying, "You know, I don't like being disturbed. Please rest assured that we are only watching from afar. We are definitely not as blind as the Rockwolf clan." Lin Feng frowned slightly and was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of this matter in his mind. He knew that his identity had been exposed, and it would probably not be easy to avoid these Star Clan messengers. But can the words of Zeloxus really be trusted? At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a big question mark in his mind. However, given the current situation, it is impossible to use telepathy to test whether Zeloxus is lying to him. Because this ability can only be used face-to-face with the person, there is no way to detect the person in the holographic image. So Lin Feng pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "I guess your spaceship is also nearby?" "Yes, just let me know what you want me to do. Come over to my place, and I'll tell you later." "Okay, I'll be right there now." As soon as Zelox finished speaking, the holographic image in front of Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. As soon as Lin Feng finished talking to Zelox, Zhao Jingyi couldn't wait to speak. "Ah Feng, do you think you can trust what this alien called Zelox says?" "Yes, Brother Feng, people's hearts are hidden these days, let alone aliens. We must be careful." Sushin couldn't help but agree. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng showed a wicked look on his face and said, "So, this is why I asked him to come over." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck of the Eternal Order ship again. At this moment, Lin Feng folded his arms, looking at the deep universe with sharp eyes. Behind him followed Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, Dwang, and others who looked vigilant. After a while, a silver light flashed across the distant starry sky, and the spaceship of Jupiter slowly descended in a streamlined shape. The moment the hatch opened, Zeloxus and two attendants walked out of the hatch with a smile. "Mr. Lin, I'm here. Please tell me what you need." At this time, Lin Feng, whose telepathy was activated, stared at Zelox's eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's nothing, actually. I'm afraid that so many people from the Star Clan going to the Cosmic Gate together will be bad for me. Do you think there is some conspiracy?" "Well, it's not a conspiracy, but once you step into the door of the universe and become the true creator, everything will be easy. But once you die, the 12 Earth crystals in your body will be separated from you again. In fact, this is the real purpose of us, the Star Clan people, coming here." Lin Feng, who heard Zelox's inner voice through his telepathic ability, remained surprisingly calm. After all, we have experienced so many lives and deaths, so many intrigues, and this is how everything in the universe should be. So at this moment, Lin Feng didn't feel surprised or angry at all. "Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? All the people in the star tribes of the entire universe only admire you. How dare they have any bad intentions towards you?" Zelox had a smile on his face, but there was a sinister calculation in his eyes. Looking at Zeloxus's expression, Lin Feng raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. "That's true, but I really don't like people staring at me. Can you tell these people from the Star Clan to get lost as far away as possible? Otherwise, I will be very unhappy." "You?" When Zelox heard Lin Feng say this, the smile on his face froze instantly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed it and said with a fake smile, "Mr. Lin, your words are too harsh. The envoys from various star tribes all come here with sincerity. If you refuse them, I'm afraid." Chapter 495. These two little bastards dare to take weapons. What will happen? Lin Feng suddenly felt a murderous aura rising from his body. Are you trying to force me? Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand and fiercely grabbed Zelox's neck. Zelox's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly said, Mr. Lin, please calm down. We can talk it out. At this moment, Zelox secretly cursed Lin Feng's toughness in his heart, but he didn't dare to confront him. After all, he knew in his heart that if Lin Feng exerted any force, he would die immediately today. Lin Feng looked at Zelox's horrified expression and snorted coldly. I know what you are planning, but I still advise you to leave as soon as possible. If I really step into that door and become the creator, I will definitely treat all living things in this universe well. But the premise is that you must be obedient and not have any other thoughts in your mind, especially when I am about to step through that door. Zeloxus swallowed hard. His neck was red from being pinched. Veins popped out. He nodded desperately, making vague whimpering sounds in his throat, indicating that he understood Lin Feng's warning. Lin Feng loosened his fingers slightly, and Zelox immediately took a big breath greedily, coughing and saying, Don't worry, Master Lin. We have absolutely no intention of offending you. We are just worried about your safety. The power behind that door is too strange. Those who have tried it before. Is everyone your victim? Lin Feng sneered, and gently stroked Zeloxus's Adam's apple with his fingertips. His half-smile made the other person shiver all over. It has come to this, and you still don't tell the truth. Do you think I should kill you now? Zeloxus's face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The two servants who came with him also subconsciously drew out the particle-cutting knives at their waists, ready to protect their master. Oh, these two little bastards are actually holding weapons. They are simply courting death. However, as Su Sheng finished his words, two sharp vines, like two spirit snakes, instantly pierced the throats of the two servants. As the two vines were suddenly pulled out from the throats of the two servants, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the two bodies fell straight to the ground. The warm blood immediately splashed all over Zelox's face, and he let out an untuned whimper from his throat. His legs went limp, and he was about to fall to the ground. But unfortunately, his neck was held tightly by Lin Feng, so even if he wanted to fall to the ground, it would be impossible. I'll spare your life this time, but you have to go back and tell the people from all the star tribes to get out of here. Otherwise, they will all die. Did you hear me clearly? I heard it clearly. Zeloxus was pinched by Lin Feng, and his eyes widened as he responded in horror. Take the bodies of your two servants and get out. Lin Feng suddenly let go of his hand, and Zeloxus fell to the deck immediately. He coughed several times before getting up tremblingly. When he caught a glimpse of the two servants' still twitching bodies, a fishy and sweet taste rose in his throat. But he still maintained the last bit of dignity, dragged his stiff back, turned around, and left here in a mess with the bodies of two servants. Watching the Zeloxus's spaceship disappear into a point of light in the starry sky, Lin Feng looked up at the vast universe, and couldn't help feeling a little bitter and confused in his heart. After all, the giant door deep in the vast universe has a strong attraction to aliens from various star races like them. But this also brought him huge resistance. What made Lin Feng even more confused was that what were the text symbols that burst out from the giant cosmic gate? Brother Feng, do you think that guy will do what you said? At this time, Su Sheng, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Feng and spoke softly. Lin Feng looked ahead and responded without turning his head. He will definitely tell them, but whether the people of the Star Clan will listen or not is another matter. After all, the temptation of the cosmic gate is too great for them. When Dwang heard this, he immediately became anxious. Mr. Lin, what should we do? Anyway, my warning has already been issued. If these aliens still don't know what's good for them, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, returning to the Jupiter clan, Zelox on the main ship, with dried blood all over his body, stumbled into the Star Clan Council Hall. In the main ship's Parliament Hall, the holographic star map suspended on the dome suddenly flickered, and the projections of the 12 elders condensed from the light particles. The silver-haired old man in the lead had an eagle-like gaze. Did you see him? He is simply a madman who kills people without hesitation. Zelox suddenly pulled off the bloody collar, and the purple bruises on his neck were shocking. Not only did he kill 2 of my men who were disguised as servants, he also asked me to warn the other Star Clan members not to follow him to the Cosmic Gate. Otherwise, he would kill us all. As Zeloxus finished speaking, the expressions of the 12 elders became increasingly cold. It was not until a moment later that a black-haired elder said in a deep voice, "He is a creature from a low-dimensional planet. He just got lucky and happened to fuse the Earth crystal with him. The Star Tribes just gave him face. Does he really think that he is the successor chosen by the Creator? Does he really think that he is the son of destiny? That's right. If you ask me, we should unite the leaders of all the star tribes and kill him together. What do you think? At this time, another elder also spoke. I agree. Judging from the current situation, even if he can enter the gate of the universe, his murderous character may not be able to protect us. That's right. Only by finding a way to kill him can the earth crystals in his body be decomposed into 12 pieces. If these 12 earth crystals fall into the hands of our Jupiter Star clan, then won't our Jupiter Star clan also give birth to a creator-like existence? I think it's okay, but we still have to think about it carefully. At this moment, standing in the council hall, Zelox listened to the proposals of the elders in the holographic projection, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. After all, for all the people in the Star clan, who doesn't want to fuse the 12 earth crystals, step into the door of the universe, and become the creator of a universe? Just as Zelox was becoming greedy and daydreaming, another elder with a hooked nose in the holographic projection looked at the oldest silver-haired old man and said, "If you ask me, the earth crystal is just a pass to the gate of the universe. Does he think that he can become the master of the entire universe with this pass? It's really a joke. Big brother, just tell me straight, are we going to do this?" Chapter 496, Resetting Permissions. The silver-haired old man narrowed his eyes slightly and stared deeply at the people in the projection. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. He was silent for a long time, sighed softly, and did not respond directly to the old man, but slowly said, "Tell me what you know about that cosmic door." Upon hearing this, the remaining 11 elders and Zeloxus looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Finally, it was Zelox who couldn't help but speak. What can one understand? It's nothing more than that whoever can step through that door will become the creator of the entire universe. That being said, in my opinion, this is just a way to ascend to a higher dimension. Upward dimension? The silver-haired old man stared at Zelox and nodded. Yes, once you upgrade your dimension, you will become an advanced creature of the highest dimension. Upon hearing this, Zelox's eyes widened and his Adam's apple rolled as he spoke. But our Jupiter Star's history doesn't record it this way. Great Elder, are you saying that our history is fake? Silly child, history is something like true and false, false and true. Who can tell the difference? But when I was young, I did see this passage in half of a banned book. What? In the council hall, everyone present couldn't help but look at the Great Elder. The Great Elder stroked his silver beard and recalled, "Once you truly step into the gate of the universe, you will find that the world inside the gate of the universe is actually just like this, just another cruel life." As the Great Elder finished speaking, the remaining 11 holographic projections began to ripple at the same time, and Zelox felt a chill on the back of his neck. If the world behind the cosmic gate is not the paradise in the legend, then what is the obsession of the Star clan for thousands of years? Great Elder. The black-haired elder suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The holographic image twisted into a strange shape during the violent movement. If that's the case, then let's not stop Lin Feng. If it's your opinion, just let him do what he wants. If it's really as Big Brother said, I agree. I agree. And I. At this time, the Great Elder raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. His withered fingers drew a streak of faint blue light in the air, and a complex star map instantly appeared on the holographic projection. In my opinion, the secret of the cosmic gate is far more than just a simple dimension upgrade. But don't forget that as long as you can step into this cosmic gate, you do have the ability to transform everything in the universe. Great Elder, do you mean that you want our people from Jupiter to step into that cosmic gate? Zelox seemed to have suddenly come to his senses, and he looked at the Great Elder in disbelief and exclaimed. The Great Elder looked at Zelox with approval and nodded. Zelox, you are undoubtedly the most enlightened person in our Jupiter clan. If I kill Lin Feng and fuse the 12 earth crystals with you, would you be willing? What me? Upon hearing this, Zelox's expression suddenly changed. The elder gently stroked his silver beard with his hand. That's right. Although this matter is extremely dangerous, don't forget that once you successfully step into the gate of the universe, you can really control the entire universe and rewrite the fate of our Jupiter family. The Great Elder said this, looked at the stunned Zelox, paused for a moment, and then continued. Of course, this mainly depends on your consent. Otherwise, I can't tell you everything. So, Zeloxus, are you willing? I. Facing the Great Elder's question, Zelox's Adam's apple trembled violently. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and the whistling star wind outside the window seemed to be frozen at this moment. This reminded him of the vast Milky Way he saw at the Star Trek observatory when he was a child. At that time, he made a wish to the bright stars, hoping that Jupiter could save the planet from the fate of resource depletion. At this moment, the Great Elder's proposal was like a double-edged sword, which not only cut off the possibility of a dilemma, but also revealed a bottomless abyss. At the same time, Lin Feng on the Eternal Order was looking at the fleeting nebula outside through the porthole and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Because he had heard Zaloxus's inner voice through telepathy before, he began to worry. If it is really as Zaloxus said, if he fails to enter the gate of the universe, what will happen to his woman and brothers? Are we going to float forever in this vast universe? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a breath, then lit a cigarette for himself, trying to dispel his worries at the moment. If it really doesn't work, just go back to Blue Star. You can't risk your life, the lives of your woman, children and brothers just because of your curiosity. But Dwang is still waiting for me to resurrect his wife and children. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for me to resurrect her parents. And everyone in Songhai City is waiting to step through that door and rewrite their fate. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more exhausted he felt. It was not until the cigarette burned out and burned his fingers that he suddenly withdrew his thoughts. Maybe we can try this method. After Lin Feng murmured softly, the others looked up and said, besides me, can we set up an option for a backup operator to control the Eternal Order ship? Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Lin Feng looked around and whispered, what I mean is, if, in the unlikely event, I die one day, will there be someone who can control you on my behalf? At this time, the holographic projection of the bridge AI flashed into a silver-white question mark in the air, and the mechanical voice trembled with confusion. Master, the system defaults to you as the highest authority holder. If you encounter irreversible demise, the ship will initiate a 72-hour self-destruction program. When Lin Feng heard the artificial intelligence say this, his heart skipped a beat. If he really failed to cross the cosmic gate, he would not be the only one to die. Then his woman, children, and brothers will all be buried with him. How can he bear this? So Lin Feng quickly said, immediately modify the system permissions and set Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, Ning Rushuang, Da Zhuang, Lu Yun, Arena, Chen Bangxia, Wang Shushu, Lin Yi, Lin Erniu, Lin Xie as secondary permissions. If I really encounter an accident one day, I will follow the original route, bypass that enchanting planet full of magnetic fields, and return to the blue planet at a very fast speed. Chapter 497. 3 days left. I really hope the distance can be further. After all, for Lin Feng, this is the only way he can feel at ease. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded again. Master, there are too many secondary permissions. Are you sure you want to do this? What do you mean? Is it not possible? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Master, according to interstellar navigation safety regulations, if there are more than 5 people with secondary authority, it may cause the system decision priority to be disordered and easily cause conflicts in authority. If you force it to be set, if you lose your authority, it may cause the core program of the Eternal Order ship to crash. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The nebula outside the window turned into blurry bands of light, as if mocking his futile struggle. It was not until a moment later that he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then only keep Zhao Jingyi as the chief secondary authority, Su Sheng as the deputy authority, and the others as the emergency contact list. If I get into trouble, they have the right to initiate the return procedure. Permission adjustment completed. After doing all this, Lin Feng rubbed his swollen temples, looked at the nebulae flashing by outside the window, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He actually felt an incomparable sense of calm in his heart. If I fail to enter the gate of the universe, I hope Jingyi, Rushuang, and the others won't blame me. Feng, what are you doing here, talking nonsense? However, at this moment, Zhao Jingyi's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Feng turned around abruptly and looked at Zhao Jingyi with a puzzled look. At this moment, she was holding 2 cups of steaming coffee in her hands. Nothing, just thinking about the route. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hand to take the coffee and said perfunctorily. However, Zhao Jingyi, who was very attentive, keenly caught Lin Feng's unnaturalness. Then she stuffed one of the cups of coffee into Lin Feng's hand, stared at him with a questioning look, and said, "Are you hiding something from me again? What could I possibly be hiding from you? Stop it." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly lowered his head and drank his coffee, trying to hide his evasive gaze as quickly as possible. There is no best. Zhao Jingyi snorted coldly and stood side by side with Lin Feng, both holding cups of coffee in their hands, staring blankly at the vast universe outside the window. However, at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence between the two of them. AI, Help me calculate how long it will take us to reach the gate of the universe. Master, at the current speed of the Eternal Order ship, it is 299,792.458 kilometers per second. There are 24 hours in a day and 3,600 seconds in an hour, so it is expected to arrive within 3 days. Hearing the reply from the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence, Lin Feng looked at the vast universe and subconsciously hugged Zhao Jingyi's waist, murmuring involuntarily in his heart, "There are still 3 days left. I really hope the distance can be farther." At this moment, Zhao Jingyi's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and leaned her head lightly on Lin Feng's shoulder. The aroma of coffee lingered between the two of them, intertwining with the cool metallic smell in the cabin. She looked at the receding nebula outside the window and suddenly whispered, "Ah Feng, you know what? I actually wish this journey would never end." Lin Feng tightened his fingers slightly, his Adam's apple moved, but he didn't know how to respond. When his eyes fell on the top of Zhao Jingyi's head, the strands of hair that were dyed golden by the light in the cabin, a feeling of sourness arose in his heart. At this moment, the alarm inside the ship suddenly sounded sharply, and the red and blue warning lights instantly illuminated the entire bridge. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Source direction 137.6 to 24.9, 2 million kilometers away from this ship. Hearing the urgent voice of artificial intelligence, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi stood up almost at the same time and quickly walked to the operating table. Lin Feng's fingers slid quickly across the control panel, calling up the real-time star map. However, when Lin Feng saw the shapes of these spaceships clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Jingyi said solemnly, "I really didn't expect it to be the fleet from Jupiter. Their jump speed is 20 faster than expected." On the star map, dense red dots surged like a tide, appearing particularly dazzling in the darkness of the universe. At this moment, Dwang, Su Sheng, Ning Rushuang, Lu Yun and others also walked in quickly. At this time, Dwang clenched his fists and said angrily, "Damn it, the first time I saw that kid named Zelox, I felt that he was not a good guy. If I had known this earlier, young Master Lin should have killed him directly." Su Sheng held down Dwang's throbbing arm, his eyes fixed on the approaching red dot on the star map. "Look at their battleship formation. They have surrounded our ships layer by layer. It seems that the Jupiter clan's fleet is determined to kill us. Damn it, I really want to beat this bastard to death with my own hands. Master Lin, what do you think we should do?" After hearing what Su Sheng said, Dwang became so angry that his face turned red. He was in danger of losing control of his emotions at any time and turning into a magma giant. Obviously, Lin Feng was also extremely angry at this moment. He had a grim expression and a pair of murderous eyes, staring intently at the enemy ships approaching on the star map, and said in a cold voice, "Dwang is right. If I had known this would be the outcome, I should have killed him. Look what I said." When Dwang heard what Lin Feng said, he immediately agreed. At this time, Ning Rushuang also said, "Brother Feng, what do you think we should do now? Now that things have come to this, of course we have to kill them." Lin Feng paused for a moment, looked at Ning Rushuang, and continued, "Rushuang, can you use your illusion ability to make them kill each other? I have never used such a large-scale illusion before. To be honest, I have no idea what it is. It doesn't matter. There's always a first time. Even if we can't make them kill each other, it's always good to confuse them. Besides, our son Lin Yichen has inherited your supernatural powers, right?" When Ning Rushuang heard Lin Feng say this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "Yes, how could you forget about our son? Ever since he absorbed the crystal core last time, he has now reached the level of advanced illusion ability. If our son and I join forces, even if we can't kill all of them, we can at least scare them into fools. Then what are we waiting for? Call that guy over to me quickly, so that we can win without bloodshed." Lin Feng said excitedly. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted and said, "Brother, Yichen is playing a puzzle with Chia. I'll go call him over." Chapter 498. Mr. Ozawa, are you feeling frustrated now? Before Su Xiaoxiao finished her words, she ran out like a gust of wind. At this time, Lin Feng's eyes were still fixed on the star map, and the atmosphere in the bridge was extremely tense. "AI, activate the strongest energy shield and redirect all energy from non-essential systems to the weapon system." At this moment, Lin Feng's voice was calm, but it could not conceal the solemnity in it. Then, Lin Feng continued, "Jingyi, Shushua, Li Exen, Mimi, Irina, if necessary, you can use your respective supernatural powers to launch a large-scale attack on these ships." "Understood." Zhao Jingyi, Wang Shushua, and others responded in unison. After a while, a crisp sound of footsteps was heard, and Su Xiaoxiao hurried over with Lin Yichen. At this moment, Lin Yichen's eyes were clear, like a little adult, and he was calm and composed beyond his age. He looked up at Lin Feng and asked seriously, "Dad, can Mom and I really help?" Lin Feng squatted down, gently touched his son's head, and said softly, "Of course, you and Mom are both the most powerful illusionists. As long as you can confuse the enemy fleet, we can take the initiative." Ning Rushuang walked to her son, took his hand, and whispered, "Chen, are you ready?" Lin Yichen nodded heavily. So Ning Rushuang smiled and held her son Lin Yichen's hand, walked out of the cabin, stood on the deck, and saw the ships surrounding them. Ning Rushuang said with a firm expression, "Let's get started, son." Following Lin Yichen's response, the mother and son's minds moved at the same time, and the entire vast universe seemed to change in an instant. Meanwhile, on the ship, Zelox was watching this amazing scene on the big screen and was very confused. What on earth are these two people doing? As soon as Zeloxus finished speaking, countless illusory starships suddenly emerged from the void in all directions. A strange blue light was flowing on the surface of the densely packed ships, as if they were a ghost fleet crawling out from the abyss of the universe. The commander-in-chief of the Zeloxus starship suddenly slammed the table and roared, "Everyone, pay attention. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Prepare to fight." At this moment, Ning Rushuang's hair moved without wind, and the silver-white phantom power condensed into bright light patterns at her fingertips. She whispered, Chen, keep your breathing rhythm." Lin Yichen's young face was tense, and he looked completely focused as he controlled his power of illusion. The spiritual powers of the mother and son were seen weaving into a web in the void, completely concealing the real location of the starship. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the main guns of Zeloxus' enemy fleet roared first, and purple energy beams cut through the darkness, some hitting the illusory phantoms, while others hit their own battleships. Those phantom starships that were hit were twisted into countless data streams in the violent explosions and dissipated like broken mirrors. As for those warships that actually hit their own people, after a violent explosion, they actually began to bombard each other. After all, under the influence of the illusion of Ning Rushuang and her son, they had long been unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and instead regarded Lin Feng's Eternal Order ship as their own people. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Zeloxus's face turned pale in an instant. He stared at the chaotic battlefield on the big screen, veins popping out on his forehead. "Calm down, everyone. Calm down." However, what responded to him was a series of explosions. The artillery fire of his own fleet became more and more frantic due to the interference of the illusion, and the energy shields of the warships flashed dazzling white light under the attacks of friendly forces. Suddenly, Lin Feng actually started to move. "Now let it go." Following Lin Feng's order, the main gun of the Eternal Order ship suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light. This is the attack that Lin Feng put all his energy into for the energy shield. An energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters was like a giant blade that tore through the illusions and went straight through the core cabin of an enemy flagship. The shock wave generated by the violent explosion directly blew away several surrounding warships, and the hulls rolled in the universe like kites with broken strings. No. Upon seeing such a tragic scene, Zeloxus's adjutant widened his eyes, grabbed his hair with both hands, and uttered a cry of surprise. However, he could only watch helplessly as his warships were destroyed one after another by powerful energy beams, until his own warship also fell into the endless cosmic abyss with him. How is this possible? How could this happen? When only the Zelox, the only lonely main battleship, was left, he had already slumped in the chair with a pale face, muttering in disbelief. You have to know that this is their Jupiter clan. All their military strength has now turned into floating debris in the universe in an instant. At this moment, Zeloxus's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and he reached out to touch the holographic console with trembling hands, but froze the moment his fingertips touched the screen. The alarm of the main battleship tore through the silence. The protective shield on the surface of the ship was actually cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those tiny lines were like the claws of the god of death, tearing apart the last chance of life bit by bit. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared on the big screen of the Zeloxus ship. A rotating star map was floating behind him, but his eyes were shining with coldness. "Mr. Ozawa, are you feeling very frustrated now? You actually destroyed the military strength of our entire Jupiter star tribe. Do you know what this means? You devil." "Devil? I have to say I really like this name." Lin Feng raised his lips in a sarcastic arc and reached out to casually fiddle with the star map behind him. After those bright dots of light condensed into the outline of Jupiter at his fingertips, they collapsed into powder in an instant. I have already said that I will help you, Jupiter Star. But in my opinion, you, the Jupiter Star clan, are not only greedy, but also suspicious. Now you are dumbfounded, right? Your entire clan will be killed by you. Lin Feng, do you think you are a good person? How did the Rockwolf Star clan provoke you? They just want to curry favor with you. But what did you do to them? You destroyed their entire clan. Do you think we, the Jupiter Star, will believe your lies? So this is why you want to kill me. What else? Zelox looked at Lin Feng crazily. Because only by killing you can I regain the Earth crystal in your body. Only then can I merge with the Earth crystal and step through that door. Hee hee. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Chapter 499. I'm sorry, you don't have the final say. When Zelox saw that Lin Feng was actually laughing at him, he instantly became furious. What are you laughing at? I am laughing at you, the Jupiter Star clan. You are about to follow in the footsteps of the Rockwolf Star clan. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he actually walked out of the screen in front of Zelox's horrified gaze, came in front of Zelox, and looked at him. After all, ever since he merged with the crystal of the Earth, he could travel freely between parallel worlds, let alone this small battleship. How is it possible? How did you do it? However, when Zeloxus saw this scene, he was already frightened to death, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Take me to your Jupiter tribe. I will slaughter your tribe with my own hands today. No, you can't do this. Zelox stumbled back, his back hitting the cold bulkhead. The holographic console was shaking violently, emitting blue sparks, making his distorted face look even more hideous. Do you think you can rest easy by killing us? Now, people from all the star tribes in the entire universe are eyeing you covetously. Even if you kill our Jupiter tribe, you will not have a good ending. Lin Feng's fingertips brushed across Zeloxus's trembling Adam's apple. It seems that you are also a kind-hearted person. You can tell me so much before you die. You? When Zeloxus heard this, he was instantly speechless. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that his body was no longer under his control. Lin Feng, what on earth did you do to me? It's nothing, actually. I just want you to be good and obedient and take me to your Jupiter planet, so I can kill all your people. When Zelox heard this, he involuntarily controlled the battleship while shaking his head in fear and despair, saying, Lin Feng, come to me if you want to kill me. It has nothing to do with the other people on our Jupiter star. Lin Feng sneered. I'm sorry, you don't have the final say. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Zelox, under the control of his mind control ability, drove the battleship with a painful expression and returned to the Jupiter planet. The warship was seen cutting through the Jupiter planet, with a protective shield glowing green on the outside, and the alarm sounded like a dying wail throughout the entire planet. The 12 giant sentry towers suspended outside the atmosphere suddenly woke up, and dazzling blue light burst out from their muzzles, but were instantly annihilated by the battleship's more powerful firepower. Zelox released the launch button, slumped in the control chair with a pale face, and dug his nails deep into his palms. Because at this moment he never dreamed that he would actually open fire on his own people with his own hands. No, this wasn't my fault. I'm sorry, woo. At this moment, Zeloxus kept hitting his head with his fists and whimpering. At this time, Lin Feng walked to the porthole, looked at the tragic scene outside the window, and turned to Zelox and said, Well done, I didn't expect you to be so accurate. Please stop talking, please kill me. All right. As Lin Feng finished speaking, 2 lasers suddenly shot out from Lin Feng's eyes and instantly pierced through Zeloxus's head. After all, for Lin Feng, giving him a quick death is the greatest kindness to him. Otherwise, how would he face his fellow Jiangdong people later? Then Lin Feng's mind moved, and 2 lasers shot out from his eyes again, directly cutting a door in the wall of the battleship. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, and finally stepped out. Lin Feng, I have to say you are really strong. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the cabin, an old man's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng looked up and saw a silver-haired old man, holding a scepter who had appeared in front of him at some point. But Lin Feng smiled coldly. Who are you? I am the great elder of the Manhwa Star clan, Swaskoro. Swaskoro paused for a moment, then continued. Lin Feng, can you give us Manhwa Star a chance to live? Lin Feng stared at Swaskoro with a sneer and asked, Do you think it's possible? Upon hearing this, Swaskoro's skinny fingers stroked the dark purple crystal embedded in the top of the scepter, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his old pupils. It seems that you are determined to kill them all. Before he finished his words, a sharp high-frequency buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the entire airspace. From the wreckage of the 12 giant sentry towers, Countless vines with a metallic luster broke out of the ground, and like pythons about to eat, they squirmed and swam around Lin Feng, ready to attack him at any time. Young man, do you really think you are the first person to fuse with the crystal core? In order to lure you here, I sacrificed all the soldiers and warships of our Jupiter clan, huh? Soscro smiled triumphantly and swung his scepter violently. The ground suddenly cracked, revealing a huge altar buried deep underground. Seeing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. In order to lure me to your Jupiter star, you actually spared no expense and used so many of your people as cannon fodder. You are really cruel. This is only temporary. Take out the earth crystal in your body and fuse it with me. After I step into the gate of the universe and become the creator, they will come back to life again. Just as Soscro finished speaking, something strange suddenly happened to the entire altar. A sticky black liquid oozed out of the lines on the bottom of the altar, winding on the ground into the shape of an ancient star map. Boy, you killed so many of my people, so you should wail in pain and repentance. As Soscro spoke, he thrust his scepter fiercely into the center of the altar. The dark purple crystal exploded and turned into countless streams of light that sank into the star-eating core. The scarlet veins on the surface of the dark crystal suddenly expanded and wrapped around Lin Feng like a giant python. At the same time, the entire Jupiter planet began to tremble violently, and gray mist with a foul smell gushed out from the cracks on the surface. The key to the gate of the universe requires the fusion of 12 Earth crystals, and you are just a container of the Earth crystals. How can you, a species as lowly as dust, become the successor of the Creator? Lines of the same color as the star-eating core appeared under Soscro's skin. He raised his head and laughed. The sound made Lin Feng's eardrums hurt. At the same time, the energy of the Earth crystal that was integrated into his body was also flashing wildly in his body, trying to break free. At this moment, Lin Feng's entire body involuntarily floated in the center of the giant altar, making him look extremely painful. What on earth do you want to do to me, old man? Of course I'll take out the Earth crystal from your body and fuse it with mine. After Soscro finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his hand. Chapter 500 Destroying the Jupiter Star. In an instant, the energy on the altar surged. Lin Feng, who was suspended in the center of the altar, had red eyes in pain and let out a hideous cry. However, at this moment, Soscro, who was looking very proud, suddenly changed his expression. How is this possible? I can clearly feel the breath of the Earth crystal in his body, but why is it gone? Could it be that you are not the one who has merged with the Earth crystal? No, this is absolutely impossible. Soscro roared and slapped the air with one hand. The scepter inserted in the center of the altar was inserted 3 feet deeper again. Lin Feng's body was strangely suspended in the air, his neck with bulging veins suddenly raised high, and a tearing roar suddenly exploded. The sound waves vibrated the air like a substance, causing the surrounding treetops to shake violently. The birds perched among the branches and leaves flapped their wings and scattered in panic, their feathers fluttering in the wind. Even the clouds in the distance seemed to be stirred by the scream, surging and stained with a thick lead gray. However, Soscro looked even more ferocious and irritable at this moment. How could this happen? Where's my Earth crystal? Give it back to me, and I will be the true creator. After Soscro finished speaking, he slapped his hand again, and the scepter in the center of the altar was completely inserted into the ground, leaving only a scepter on the altar. At this time, Lin Feng, who was floating in the center of the altar, turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in Soscro's confused gaze. How could this happen? Soscro looked incredulous, looking around and muttering. However, at this moment, 2 sudden lasers instantly cut off Soscro's legs. Oh my legs. Soscro screamed and fell to the ground, and his emerald green blood snaked among the patterns on the altar like a poisonous snake. Soscro looked up in horror, only to see Lin Feng's figure appear at the edge of the altar like a ghost, with a pale golden halo lingering around him, his hair moving without wind, and the light flowing in his eyes was brighter than the core of a star. I really didn't expect that the blood of your Jupiter Star clan is also green. How about my clone? Is it fun? What? A replica? Just as Soscro was astonished, tens of millions of forest peaks suddenly emerged from the damaged warship, filling the entire venue. Seeing such a horrifying and bizarre scene, Soscro's pupils shrank violently. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and he trembled as he said, How? How is this possible? At this time, one of the Lin Feng stood out from the crowd, came to Soscro who had lost his legs, and sneered. You old thing, look at the replica of me you just tortured. There's no one left, so as compensation, it's not too much to remove your hands and feet, right? What? You want more, huh? Unexpectedly, before Sasgro could finish his words, he let out another scream of terror. Because at this time, both of his arms had been cut off by the laser. Sasgro's shrill screams echoed above the altar, and the emerald green blood gushing from his broken arm was like a fountain, dyeing the ancient altar runes into a strange dark green. At this moment, he was like a bug, twisting his body madly, his remaining consciousness torn to pieces by the severe pain. Old man, do you feel sour and refreshing? After Lin Feng said this in a cold voice, his mind moved. He took out the god-level judgment blade and swung it fiercely at the planet called Jupiter. The moment the god-level blade of judgment was slashed out, the whole world seemed to crack like a mirror. An extremely cold air spread out with brilliant silver light. Wherever it passed, the surface of Jupiter instantly condensed into ice crystals. The towering mountains were frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, and the howling winds turned into suspended ice crystals in the low temperature. Sasgro's screams also stopped at this moment. His trembling body had already been frozen and covered with a thick layer of frost. But he still exclaimed with trembling lips, This is impossible. Lin Feng held the judgment blade and slowly walked to Sasgro. You old thing, do you think you can get everything you want by sacrificing the lives of your entire Jupiter clan? Stop dreaming. After saying this, the blade of judgment suddenly cut his throat. A gurgling sound suddenly came from Sasgro's throat, and a thin crack appeared on his neck. Before the emerald green blood could drip, it was condensed into ice crystals by the extreme cold air and fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng's cold face was reflected in Sasgro's wide-open eyes. The fire of life quickly dimmed in his pupils until it was completely extinguished. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the planet he had frozen and murmured, It's more than 200 degrees below zero. Even a cold-resistant polar bear can't survive for 10 minutes. From now on, there will be no more Jupiter people in this vast universe. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he used the power of the Earth crystal to instantly disappear from the frozen planet and return to the Eternal Order ship. When Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone again, everyone immediately gathered around him. Zhao Jingyi asked anxiously, How is Afeng? Are you okay? It's okay. Everything has been resolved. Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said calmly. When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Lin Feng said next shocked Su Sheng, Zhao Jingyi, Dwang, Lu Yun, Wang Shushua and others. Lin Feng took a deep breath, glanced at everyone present one by one, and said, Then, let's talk about separation. Separate? Afeng, I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Wang Shushua immediately followed suit and said, Yes, Brother Feng, what is going on? Brother Feng, just tell me what's going on, and we'll face it together. Yes, Mr. Lin. After hearing what everyone said, Lin Feng sighed softly and then slowly said, I originally thought that this trip would be full of difficulties, but it is only now that I realize that bringing you along was a wrong decision on my part. And this is indeed the case. After all, with Lin Feng's current strength, he can travel freely between parallel worlds, not to mention that it only takes a moment for him to reach the gate of the universe. It must be said that bringing them along was really the stupidest thing he had ever done. But he cared too much about the women around him, and he couldn't resist their soft and hard persuasion, and he agreed to them as soon as his ears softened. Chapter 501. Master Lin, why are you summoning him again? But now it's different, since I know that if I fail to enter the gate of the universe, I will most likely die. In addition, the warships of other star clans have already been guarding around the cosmic gate, watching eagerly. So in order not to drag them down, it would be better to let them return to Blue Planet before reaching the gate of the universe. Afeng, what happened? And just at this moment, Zhao Jingyi finally couldn't help but ask. Su Sheng also immediately said, Yes, Brother Feng, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Lin Feng glanced at everyone, sighed lightly, and then told them all the consequences of his failure in entering the gate of the universe. After everyone heard Lin Feng's words, the entire cabin fell into silence in an instant. At this moment, the air seemed to be frozen, and only the faint hum of the ventilation system echoed in their ears. Zhao Jingyi's fingertips were unconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Su Sheng's brows were twisted into a knot. Dezhuang's clenched fists slowly loosened. Lu Yun bit her lips. A thin layer of mist appeared in her eyes, and Wang Shushua stood there in a daze, with shock and disbelief written all over her face. It was not until a long time later that Zhao Jingyi broke the silence first, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Phone, is there no other way? Let's work together to find a way. Maybe we can get through it. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness and determination. If I succeed, then everything will be fine. But if I fail, I will most likely end up in an irreparable situation, and you. Lin Feng paused, his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and then said, so I can't take risks with you anymore. If I succeed, Brother Feng, why don't we all not go? Let's go back together? Yes, often. There is nothing new about that door. It doesn't matter whether you step through it or not. Anyway, you are invincible in the universe now. Hearing what Wang Shuxue and Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng glanced at them one by one and said, don't you all want to revive your dead relatives? As Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire cabin fell into silence again. At this moment, the expressions on everyone's faces were painful and conflicted. After all, those deceased figures are the softest and most painful scars in each of their hearts. But without you, wouldn't we have lost our family too? Zhao Jingyi suddenly burst into tears. After all these days of life and death, you have long become our dearest and most beloved person. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi's words were like a key, opening the floodgates of everyone's emotions. Wang Shuxue threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, her tears soaking his clothes. Brother Feng, we are not afraid of death. We are only afraid of losing you. Compared to resurrecting our loved ones, we are more afraid of never seeing you again. Dwang said sullenly. Yes, Master Lin, I can't let you. If that's the case, then am I still a human being? He grinned deliberately, but his red eyes betrayed his inner feelings at the moment. That's right. If something unexpected happens to you, what will happen to our child in the future? Hearing their words, Lin Feng looked at his woman and brother in front of him. The worry in their eyes was like a hammer, pounding on his heart. Then he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I understand your intentions, but I still want to step into this door to the universe. Why? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. To be honest, I am not only doing this for our blue planet and the families of those who lost their lives in this disaster. This makes me seem a little hypocritical. In fact, it is more of a calling. What the hell, summon? Dwang scratched his head in confusion. Mr. Lin, why is it summoned? Is there someone in that door who is talking about you all day long? Yes. Everyone looked at him and said in unison. Lin Feng shook his head, not really. Then why is it summoned again? Dwang asked again. Lin Feng looked out the window at the endless universe, with stars flashing in his eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Ever since I merged with the Earth crystal, this feeling has become stronger as the distance to the cosmic gate shortens. Lin Feng paused as he glanced at everyone, then continued. And I feel that somehow, I am the only one who can enter that door, and I am the only one who can unlock the secrets of this universe. When everyone heard Lin Feng say this, they looked at each other in confusion and no one spoke for a long time. So Lin Feng glanced at everyone and spoke again. That's why I decided to let you return to Blue Star first and wait for me. No. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that Zhao Jingyi immediately interrupted him. Then she looked at Wang Shuxue, Li Xian, Lu Yun, Han Wushuang, Chen Bangxia, and all the other women, and said again, do you agree? Disagree. The women's powerful words did not move Lin Feng. Instead, he yelled in anger. You women, you are rebelling, aren't you? Zhao Jingyi snorted coldly. Whatever you say, I only know one thing. You are dead, and my son Lin Yi will be left without a father. It's less than 3 days away. Even if we can't accompany you through that door, you should at least let us see what that door looks like, right? Han Wushuang's eyes were red, and he immediately followed suit. That is. Lin Feng was anxious and angry at what everyone said. His temples were throbbing and veins on his forehead were slightly bulging. At this moment, he was seen pacing back and forth with his arms folded across his chest, his military boots making rapid sounds on the metal floor. Nonsense. This is not just a sightseeing. If something unexpected happens, you won't even have a chance to escape. So what? Now that we are here, don't even think about abandoning us. Wang Shuxue looked at Lin Feng with a stubborn look on her face. I said, why can't I explain it to you? If you don't understand, don't say it. Anyway, there are less than 3 days left, and we should be there. It's getting late. I should go cook dinner. Sister Jingyi, let me help you cut the vegetables. I'll go wipe the table. And me? I want to go too. As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Wang Shuxue, Lu Yun, and all the other girls disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like birds and beasts. Looking at this group of undisciplined women, Lin Feng was getting angrier and angrier. However, there was nothing we could do about them for the time being. And at this moment, Su Sheng suddenly mustered up the courage to look at him. Chapter 502. It is estimated to be 45 hours and 26 minutes from the destination coordinates. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you trying to stare a hole through me? Lin Feng was the first to break the silence, staring directly at the other person with a sharp gaze. Su Sheng's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed his saliva, then tentatively lowered his voice and said, Brother Feng, we have been traveling for such a long time, and now that we are at our destination, let us wait for you outside that door. Is that okay? That's right, Mr. Lin. We're almost there, and it's really not appropriate to ask us to retreat suddenly. How about we do as Brother Su Sheng says? Dwang came over, grinned, revealing his signature honest smile, and echoed. Looking at these companions, who were either stubborn or trying to persuade him, Lin Feng sighed helplessly and nodded. Okay, let me be frank with you. If I enter that door and don't come out, you must immediately drive the Eternal Order ship back to Blue Star. Don't delay here. Of course. Are we really going to spend the new year here? Dwang said with red eyes and a forced smile. Lin Feng pounded Dwang's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of bitterness and helplessness. Time passed quickly in the vastness of the universe. The Eternal Order was speeding at the speed of light, shuttling through the boundless starry sky. Inside the cabin, the dashboard flashed blue light, reflecting everyone's tense faces, and the depressing atmosphere became more and more intense. After all, there were less than 2 or 3 days left before the cosmic gate, and everyone's heart was surging with complex emotions. Lin Feng stood in front of the porthole, holding a cigarette between his fingers, looking through the glass, staring blankly at the fleeting nebula, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Often, stop thinking about it. We won't abandon you. Zhao Jingyi's gentle voice came from behind. You scared me. Can you make some noise when you walk? Zhao Jingyi responded angrily. I know. Lin Feng sighed softly. Have you ever considered what would happen to our children if something happened? I haven't thought about it that much. If that day really comes, let the Eternal Order ship send them back to Blue Planet. What? Lin Feng turned around abruptly and looked at Zhao Jingyi in shock, obviously not expecting her to say that. Zhao Jingyi met his gaze and walked slowly to his side. Her fingertips gently brushed the flowing starlight on the porthole. Her tone was calm but firm. I have discussed this with Lu Yun, Ru Shuang, Xu Xue, and the others. Even if the children returned to Blue Star, Lu Shicheng would not dare to betray them like Zhou Qiang did. Lin Feng stabbed out his cigarette in annoyance. The sound of the ashtray hitting the metal table was particularly harsh in the silent cabin. Is this what I'm worried about? That's our child. Are your hearts made of iron? Zhao Jingyi suddenly laughed. Her laughter was full of sadness, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She stretched out her hand to pry open Lin Feng's clenched fist and interlocked her fingers. Children will grow up and leave us sooner or later. We just want to be with you. Don't be angry, okay? Lin Feng's throat moved, and finally turned into a heavy sigh. He looked down at their clasped hands. There was still a chill of starlight on Zhao Jingyi's fingertips, which made his heart tremble. Outside the cabin, a bright meteor streaked across the sky, casting the shadows of the two people on the porthole, as if it was a silent countdown of fate. If it weren't for Dwang and Xiao Xiao, I would have turned back to Blue Star right now. What a bullshit summoning. What about saving all mankind? All to hell. Lin Feng looked out the window and muttered to himself. Zhao Jingyi gently leaned her head on his shoulder, her hair mixed with the unique smell of disinfectant and a faint fragrance of the Eternal Order ship. She didn't say anything, just listened quietly, letting Lin Feng vent his anger. The next day, after washing up, everyone sat around the dining table and ate breakfast in silence. The depressing atmosphere made people feel breathless. At this moment, the artificial intelligence of the Eternal Order suddenly spoke. Master, it is estimated to be 45 hours and 26 minutes away from the destination coordinates. 45 hours. Lin Feng's knuckles turned white as he gripped the milk cup, and his furrowed brows were reflected on the metal cup. The cabin was so quiet that one could even clearly hear the sound of Su Sheng swallowing bread. Suddenly, Dwang's hand holding the spoon shook, and the spoon made a harsh sound on the plate. The voice of the artificial intelligence sounded again. Master, weak energy fluctuations have been detected in the star field around the destination. Do you want to start a deep scan? Is it around the cosmic gate? Yes, Master. Start up. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he stood up suddenly. In the center of the dining table, a holographic projection lit up. On the dark blue star map, countless red dots spread in the direction of the cosmic gate, like a virus. Su Sheng's face turned pale in an instant. Brother Feng, this is a fleet of warships. At least tens of thousands of them. Zhao Jingyi looked solemn. It seems that these Star Clan warships have been waiting for us at the cosmic gate. Often, a fierce battle is inevitable. Lin Feng sneered. So what if there are 10,000 ships? Even if there are 100,000 or 1,000,000 ships, I don't care. Mr. Lin, there is something I have been unable to figure out. I wonder if I should ask. Dwang scratched his head, looking confused. But it's okay. We didn't take the initiative to provoke these aliens, so why do they always pick on us? Lin Feng showed a bitter smile on his face. Why else? First, I destroyed Rockwolf Star and Jupiter Star. They think I am ruthless and are afraid of me. Second, once I fail to enter the universe gate, the earth crystal fused in my body will be decomposed into 12 pieces again. At that time, they can take the opportunity to snatch it and use it to expand their own power. So that's how it is. These bastards are really looking for death. Dwang slapped his thigh as if he had suddenly realized something, but the confusion in his eyes did not disappear. He continued, But Master Lin, aren't they afraid that we will fight them to the death? In their minds, even if we fight them to the death, what will happen? Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Dwang looked at Lin Feng in confusion and said. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Dwang and everyone else before speaking again. There are at least 10,000 warships hovering around the cosmic gate. You can imagine how strong their firepower is. Perhaps this is their real confidence. Humph, these alien creatures are so abominable. When we go there tomorrow, we must use my electric current to give them a good beating. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Wang Shushua on the side could not help but shouted indignantly. Countless electric currents crackled in her palms, forming a dark blue electric grid under the dim light in the cabin. Lin Feng, who was standing by, couldn't help but shudder, and at the same time, he couldn't help but think in his heart, it seems that this girl is really angry today. In this way, Lin Feng and the others spent this relatively peaceful time. There was only one day left until the gate of the universe. Chapter 503 Why does it smell like a dung beetle? When they woke up again, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed more solemn than yesterday. At this moment, the air in the cabin seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, suppressing it to the point of being almost suffocating. At this time, Lin Feng stood in front of the holographic star map, his jaw tightened into a sharp line, and dark golden light surged in his eyes. As the distance to the gate of the universe got closer, the earth crystal that was fused into Lin Feng's body seemed to resonate with the gate of the universe, causing him to have an urge to act impatiently. Lin Feng subconsciously clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing this feeling, and his knuckles turned blue due to excessive force. How so? Could it be that? Lin Feng seemed to realize something, and immediately asked, How long is it until the cosmic gate? Master, there are currently 16 hours and 8 minutes left before we arrive. We are still more than 10 hours away from the cosmic gate. This feeling is so strong. Will it be even stronger in a while? Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? At this time, Wang Shushua noticed that Lin Feng was acting strange, and hurriedly walked to Lin Feng and asked him with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. Nothing. I just feel that the closer I get to the gate of the universe, the more I feel an uncontrollable urge. When Wang Shushua heard Lin Feng say this, she suddenly looked a little flustered. Then he immediately turned around and called Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Li Xin, and everyone else over. After Zhao Jingyi heard Wang Shushua's narration, everyone looked surprised. Everyone couldn't help but show worry on their face. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and said, Ah Feng, do you think that the summoning you mentioned yesterday was actually due to the fusion of the earth crystal? I have to say, I actually have this suspicion, but there is one thing I don't quite understand. Why is this happening? After Lin Feng said this, everyone fell into deep thought again. After knowing this for a long time, Su Xing suddenly said, Brother Feng, do you think that maybe something strange has happened at the gate of the universe, which is why you feel this way? When Lin Feng heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because at this moment Su Xing's words were like a key, instantly opening up the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then he strode to the operating table, his fingertips quickly moved across the virtual screen, zoomed in on the area of the cosmic gate to the limit, and said, AI, help me detect the energy near the cosmic gate. Okay, Master, testing is in progress. As the AI finished speaking, the images around the distant cosmic gate on the holographic projection distorted violently, and scarlet lines moved across the surface like a living thing. Master, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected. The dark matter concentration in the core area of the portal has reached a critical value and is rising at an exponential rate. Sure enough, something unusual has occurred. Lin Feng slammed his knuckles on the operating table, causing ripples on the virtual screen. Su Sheng looked at Lin Feng and asked, Brother Feng, Do you want us to stop the Eternal Order ship first and wait until this energy fluctuation disappears before we go over? I think Su Xing's idea is feasible. After all, we are not in a hurry. What do you think, Offing? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and spoke. At this time, Wang Shushua also interrupted and said, "For everyone's safety, why don't we stop the warship, Brother Feng?" I think so too. Since everyone said so, Lin Feng had no choice but to nod and say, "Eternal Order ship, stop flying first." Received from the master. Following Lin Feng's order, the engine jet of the Eternal Order ship suddenly shrank. The ship, which was originally dragging a dazzling tail flame, was like a giant beast with its throat strangled, and the roar stopped abruptly. The inertia of the ship did not stop, leaving a long silver trail in the darkness of the universe. The metal shell rubbed against the vacuum, splashing out tiny blue electric lights, as if struggling unwillingly. As the Eternal Order ship floated in this vast universe, Dwang could not wait to look at Lin Feng and ask, "Mr. Lin, what should we do next? Are we just going to wait here forever?" Lin Feng frowned, his eyes constantly scanning the holographic projection. The surging scarlet lines near the gate of the universe seemed to cast a bloody shadow in his eyes. He was silent for a long time. His Adam's apple moved before he spoke. "Wait here for 2 or 3 hours and observe first. If the energy weakens or disappears, we can go over there." Then Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said to everyone present, "You guys stay here now. I'll go out and take a look." Before anyone could respond, Lin Feng used the power of the earth crystal and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. When the scene changed, Lin Feng had quietly appeared in the cabin of one of the nearly 10,000 Star Clan warships, 50,000 kilometers away from the universe gate. In this dark cabin, scarlet light flowed on the metal walls like coagulated blood. Lin Feng held his breath and hid in the shadows, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The cabin was filled with a pungent stench, causing Lin Feng to put on a mask and murmur in his heart, "Oh my god, what kind of alien battleship is this? Why does it smell like dung beetles? How has the testing progress?" However, at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure in a black robe standing in front of the control console. Half of his face covered with dark purple lines was vaguely visible under the hood, exuding a heart-pounding aura. "My lord, the concentration of energy matter emitted by the cosmic gate is close to saturation. 8 warships have been paralyzed by the interference of this energy." At this time, another alien warrior in black armor respectfully reported, "I just don't know why the warship of the low-dimensional creatures suddenly stopped." The black-robed man sneered, with a sinister look in his eyes. "They are just a group of ants, so what if they sense the danger? As long as they dared to enter, the 15,000 warships guarding the cosmic gate within 100 kilometers would fire at the cosmic gate. Even if the defense of his warship was strong, it would not be able to withstand such a saturation attack. The only thing I don't understand now is how the energy emitted by the cosmic gate can have such a big impact on the warships of various star clans. Could it be that the guy is really the creator of the entire universe, and even God is helping him?" Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cold arc after hearing their words. However, at this moment, the black-robed man's expression suddenly changed. "Why do I smell the scent of an alien creature?" Chapter 50. For you are clearly a complete devil. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he stared at the place where Lin Feng was hiding and said in a cold voice, "Please come out, my friend. We, the Shadow Eclipse clan, have the most sensitive sense of smell." I didn't expect you guys are so smelly, but your sense of smell is so sensitive. It's really rare." Lin Feng walked out from the darkness with a sneer, staring at the man in black robe. The black-robed man let out a low roar, and the dark purple lines under his hood twisted like a living thing. "Boy, who are you? You don't even know who I am, and you still want to kill me. It's really ridiculous." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the blade of judgment in his hand quietly appeared. When the man in black robe saw the judgment blade in Lin Feng's hand, he instantly recognized Lin Feng wearing a mask. He was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly and screamed, Why are you here? What do you want? Of course, all the warships here will be destroyed." "Well, what?" Just as the black-robed man hadn't finished speaking, the blade of judgment in Lin Feng's hand had already whizzed out. Suddenly, a huge heat wave, accompanied by a dazzling silver blade light, cut through the darkness of the cabin like a meteor. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he waved his arms subconsciously in panic, and dark purple energy condensed into a shield in front of him. However, he still overestimated himself. The blade of judgment slashed down, and the shield collapsed instantly. The powerful impact force and scorching heat instantly vaporized him. The entire battleship shook violently under the residual force of the Judgment Blade, and the metal deck was twisted and deformed like tinfoil being rubbed by an invisible giant hand. In just a blink of an eye, the battleship was completely disintegrated, and countless debris floated in the universe. At this time, Lin Feng had already appeared on another warship, ready to ambush them. Then, he used the same method to disintegrate this warship and appeared on the third warship. In this way, Lin Feng was like the god of death traveling through the universe, destroying the StarClan warships one after another. Wherever Lin Feng went, the light of the Blade of Judgment shone brightly, and the silver blade light was wrapped in a fiery power, leaving those StarClan warriors who attempted to encircle and suppress him without any ability to fight back. In just a few minutes, more than 10,000 warships were destroyed by Lin Feng. At this time, the wreckage of the warship was like broken stars, floating around in the dark universe. Lin Feng stood on the last battleship, holding the Blade of Judgment, and saw all this without any ripple on his face. When he turned around and took a look at the cosmic gate, he destroyed the last battleship under his feet, and then he thought about it and returned to the Eternal Order ship again. "Brother Feng, how is it?" As soon as Lin Feng returned to the cabin, Su Sheng and everyone else couldn't wait to come over and ask. Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "I have destroyed those warships that were about to besiege us." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Dwang stared at Lin Feng and said in a trembling voice, "Lin, young Master Lin, are they all destroyed?" "What else?" "Oh my god, that's more than 10,000 warships." Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative reply, Dwang couldn't help but swallow and exclaimed. Seeing Dwang's surprised look, Lin Feng just patted him on the shoulder, then turned around and said loudly, "Eternal Order ship, continue to move forward as planned." "Okay, Master, the Eternal Order ship has been activated." As Lin Feng gave an order, the engine of the Eternal Order ship once again made a low roar, breaking the silence of the universe and moving steadily towards the direction of the gate of the universe. Everyone on the ship gradually came to their senses from their initial astonishment and returned to their seats. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually began to become solemn. After all, for each of them, whether Lin Feng can step into the door of the universe, become the creator, and resurrect their loved ones is their greatest expectation at the moment and the strongest desire in their hearts. As the cosmic gate got closer, the atmosphere on the ship became more and more depressing, as if it was a taut string that could break at any time. "How long is it from now to the cosmic gate?" "Master, there are approximately 10 hours and 7 minutes left." At this moment, as Lin Feng suddenly started talking to the artificial intelligence, Dwang, Su Sheng, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun and others couldn't help but focus on the holographic projection again. It was seen that the energy around the gate of the universe was actually much weaker than before, which made everyone's tense nerves relax a little. However, at this moment, a huge warship seemed to slowly sail out from a huge wormhole. Countless electric currents crackled at the edge of the wormhole, and a purple energy vortex continued to surge around the warship, distorting the surrounding starlight into strange arcs. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that this battleship was even larger than the Eternal Order. The surface of the battleship is covered with diamond-shaped dark matter crystals, emitting a faint cold light in the dark universe, like a dormant ancient beast, ready to tear apart its prey at any time. However, just as everyone was horrified, the giant battleship suddenly emitted a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the vast universe. Lin Feng, the Rock Wolf Star Clan, the Jupiter Star Clan, and more than 10,000 warships assembled by various star clans were all destroyed by you in an instant. How can you be the creator chosen by God? You are clearly a complete devil. Today, on behalf of all living beings in the universe, I will completely destroy you. At this moment, the roar seemed to make the bulkhead of the Eternal Order ship tremble slightly, but Lin Feng stared at the giant battleship with a sharp gaze, a sneer on his lips. Then Lin Feng gently pressed the microphone on the console and responded to the battleship outside in the coldest voice. "If protecting your own path and destroying your enemies is considered a demon, then I am willing to be the demon of this universe." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Lin Feng suddenly surged, and an invisible pressure spread out in all directions with the Eternal Order ship as the center. "You're really looking for death." As that person finished speaking, the hatch of the giant battleship slowly opened, and countless small fighter planes emitting faint blue light swarmed out, like a dense swarm of bees, and pounced towards the Eternal Order ship. At the same time, the diamond-shaped dark matter crystals on the surface of the giant battleship began to flash rapidly, and actually gathered into thick purple energy beams, cutting through the darkness of the vast universe and bombarding the Eternal Order ship fiercely. Chapter 505, Writing the List of Resurrected Personnel. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately issued an order. Activate the shield and counterattack immediately. As Lin Feng gave the order, a layer of brilliant golden light shield suddenly lit up around the Eternal Order ship, like a newborn sun blooming in the universe. The purple energy beam fired by the giant battleship hit the shield, and suddenly there was a deafening roar. The golden and purple energies intertwined and collided wildly, forming a gorgeous energy storm in the universe. And those small fighter planes that swarmed in like a swarm of bees were fiercely counterattacked by the ship's automatic defense system when they approached the Eternal Order ship. Countless laser beams pierced through the darkness and accurately hit the fighter planes. For a moment, blue sparks of explosions bloomed one after another in the universe, and debris flew everywhere like meteors. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as lightning as he stared at the huge warship on the giant screen, and the expression on his face looked extremely serious. Activate the gravity traction device and pull those small fighters towards the giant battleship. Master received. Suddenly, as Lin Feng's order was issued again, a huge gravitational vortex appeared in front of the Eternal Order ship. Those small fighter planes that were originally rushing towards the Eternal Order ship were instantly pulled by the powerful gravity, changed direction, and flew towards the giant battleship. How is this possible? The people on the giant battleship obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to use this trick. While screaming, they hurriedly activated the interception system. However, there were too many small fighter planes, and during the interception process, many of them crashed into the hull of the giant battleship, causing a series of explosions. Sparks suddenly flew across the surface of the giant battleship, and some of the dark matter crystals actually developed cracks under the impact of the explosion. Good opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Concentrate all your energy and prepare to fire the main gun. The main gun muzzle of the Eternal Order ship began to gather energy frantically, and a huge silver energy ball slowly took shape. The dazzling light even obscured the brilliance of the surrounding stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, the commander of the giant battleship immediately ordered the battleship to evade and at the same time launched more purple energy beams for interference. However, this battleship, which was transformed into 13 by Lin Feng, has such powerful force and superior performance that it is enough to crush any battleship in the entire universe. How could his larger warship be able to shake it? As the Eternal Order ship boarded, it immediately activated its unique star track deviation system. The diamond-shaped patterns on the surface of the battleship suddenly lit up, and just as the purple energy beam was about to hit, the entire ship twisted strangely, drawing a spiral trajectory in the starry sky in a way that violated the laws of physics and completely avoided the fatal attack. Oh my God, how is this possible? And at the moment when that person exclaimed, the silver energy ball had accumulated to the extreme at the muzzle of the main gun. The halo flowing on the surface even tore through the surrounding void, revealing a deep, dark purple space crack. Lock onto the opponent's energy core for me. As Lin Feng finished his words, the main gun of the Eternal Order ship exploded, and beams of light wrapped in a chaotic aura shot straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The beams of light not only penetrated the layers of defense of the giant battleship, but also burst out with reverse devouring force the moment they came into contact with the dark matter crystals, frantically extracting the energy contained in the crystals. In an instant, the hull of the giant battleship finally began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless compartments burst at the same time, and dark blue energy fluid gushed out, condensing into ice crystal-like mist in the universe. Boom, 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 boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the Eternal Order ship's main gun, the dark matter crystals fell apart under the reverse devouring force. The hull of this huge battleship was peeling off piece by piece like broken glass. As the core of the Eternal Order ship was completely pierced, the entire battleship turned into stardust in the violent chain explosions, floating in the vast universe. I thought it was so great, but it's just trash, isn't it? Lin Feng looked through the screen at the wreckage of the giant battleship floating around the universe. After saying something coldly, he drove the Eternal Order ship slowly out of the battlefield, leaving behind only the mess of cosmic wreckage. As time passed quickly, the Eternal Order ship continued to accelerate at the speed of light. So at this time they are getting closer and closer to the gate of the universe. At this time, Lin Feng lowered his head with a serious expression, looked at the watch on his wrist, and said, How long will it take to reach the gate of the universe now? Master, based on the current speed, it will take about 5 hours. There are still 5 hours left. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Su Sheng on the side couldn't help but speak. Dwang was even more excited and said, when young Master Lin steps through that door, my wife and children will be able to come back to life. This is really great. Big brother, you must remember to revive my parents later. Don't forget. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng with a nervous expression and said. Lin Feng smiled and touched Su Xiaoxiao's head. Don't worry, if I step through that door, I will definitely not forget it if I really have the ability. Then Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Wang Shuxue, and the others and said, do you have anyone you want to resurrect? If so, write down their name. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a notebook and a pen from the space and handed them to them. Wang Shuxue took the lead in grabbing the notebook and pen and said, do you even need to ask? Of course, I will revive my parents, sisters, brothers, grandparents, uncles, and aunts first. And grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Han Wushuang also spoke hurriedly. Li Xian also immediately said, aunt and uncle, don't forget it, aunt and uncle. And don't forget your neighbors. By the way, do you want to revive my former teachers and classmates as well? For a moment, all the girls picked up their notebooks and pens and chattered nonstop. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yin and asked, what about you? My loved ones must have also died in this apocalypse. Can I really write my wishes down in a notebook, Master Lin? Lu Yin nervously grasped the corner of her clothes, looked at Lin Feng cautiously, and said, but who would have thought that before Lin Feng could respond, Dwang at the side spoke first. Yin Yin, look at what you said. Young Master Lin is my brother. Isn't it too polite for you to say that? Lu Yan's cheeks turned red at Dwang's straightforward words, and she lowered her head and whispered, well, thank you for your hard work, young Master Lin. I will also write the names of my parents and brother in the notebook later, but... Chapter 506. Why are you still excited? Just what? Seeing Lu Yan's hesitant look, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Yan calmed herself down and said with courage, Mr. Lin, you know that the apocalypse happened only after I boarded a cruise ship to travel to an extremely cold land before the apocalypse. So until now, I still don't know whether my parents and brother are really dead. Lu Yan paused for a moment, then continued, although their chances of survival are very slim, but every time I think of them, maybe they are still struggling to survive in some corner. I can't just pretend nothing happened. As Lu Yan spoke, her nails dug deep into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped white marks. Mr. Lin, I want you to promise me that if the gate of the universe really has the power to reverse life and death, then please help me find their traces first, even if it's just to confirm their whereabouts, please. As Lu Yan spoke, she bent down heavily towards Lin Feng, and the cabin suddenly fell into deathly silence. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who also lost her parents, covered her mouth with tears welling up in her eyes. Dwang, with eyes full of heartache, rolled his Adam's apple. He gently held her in his arms, trying to give her the deepest comfort. Lin Feng stared at Lu Yan's trembling but determined eyes, and suddenly remembered the scene when she first met in the corpse storage room of the cruise ship. Okay. Lin Feng's voice was deep and powerful. If I step through that door and I really have this ability, I will definitely do it. Thank you, Mr. Lin Wu. Hearing Lin Feng's response, Lu Yan burst into tears, and everyone present couldn't help but be moved. Master, there are approximately 3 hours and 26 minutes left to the cosmic gate. At this moment, the voice of the Eternal Order's artificial intelligence sounded quietly in the cabin and reached everyone's ears, making everyone nervous and expectant. Let's eat first while we still have time. Jingyi, I suddenly want to eat the 4 happiness meatballs you made. Is it too late to make them now? Zhao Jingyi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Of course there is still time. The food you took out from the space is still frozen in the storage cabin. As she spoke, she turned and walked quickly towards the kitchen inside the ship, the metal floor making a crisp sound under her feet. Who of you will help me chop the meat? Han Wushuang immediately followed and said, I'll do it. I chopped the meat very finely. Dwang scratched his head, smiled, and stood up. I'm strong. Why don't you let me do the kneading? Okay. For a moment, the depressing atmosphere in the cabin gradually relaxed. At this time, Wang Shuxue and Li Xian had already started looking for seasonings, and bursts of laughter finally diluted the previous solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at everything in front of him, and a rare smile finally appeared in his bloodshot eyes. With everyone busy in the kitchen, a table of food was soon ready. The steaming hot air wrapped in the aroma of meat filled the entire cabin. The 4 happiness meatballs were bubbling in the casserole, and the golden egg dumplings were neatly arranged in the celadon plate. Lu Yun even carved a small flower out of a carrot and placed it in the center, which made Raymond Lamb's appetite grow. Don't just stand there, eat quickly. Lin Feng urged everyone casually, then couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating. Seeing Lin Feng's look, Zhao Jingyi, Li Exine, Lu Yun and others smiled at each other, and immediately asked Dwang, Su Sheng and the children to sit down. Master, there is approximately 1 hour and 35 minutes left to reach the cosmic gate. However, as time passed, the reminder sound of the Eternal Order ship's artificial intelligence sounded automatically again, like a basin of cold water, instantly cooling down the lively atmosphere at this time. But Lin Feng didn't care at all at this time. He just ate the rice in the bowl and said to everyone casually, Eat quickly, it should be almost time, we still have to clean up later. So after hearing Lin Feng's words, Dwang and Su Sheng immediately sped up their eating. For a while, the only sounds in the dull cabin were the slight collision of tableware and the occasional chewing sounds. After eating, Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself, walked to the porthole, looked at the nebula flashing outside the window, and started smoking. Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun and the others cleared the dishes and started to get busy. At this time, the cigarette but between Lin Feng's fingers flickered, gradually making his thoughts heavier. The door to the universe is just around the corner, but no one knows whether opportunity or destruction is waiting for him. After all, for billions of years, no one has been able to clearly explain what kind of world is behind that door. Master, there are approximately 29 minutes and 52 seconds left to the cosmic gate. At this time, the artificial intelligence prompt sound of the Eternal Order ship sounded again, which made Lin Feng's fingers tremble slightly. Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Su Sheng, Dwang, and everyone else stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Feng. For a moment, the cabin was so quiet that one could hear each other's rapid breathing. The indicator lights on the metal cabin wall flickered, just like everyone's wavering emotions. As if sensing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Feng subconsciously turned around and looked at everyone and said with a smile, Why are you all looking at me like that? Mr. Lin, otherwise, shall we go back? Why? Lin Feng looked at Dwang in confusion and asked. Dwang coughed nervously and said, For this illusory legend, do you think it's worth it? What? Don't you want to resurrect your wife and children? Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course I want to, but Master Lin, if something happens to you, or if you never come back after you step through that door, what will they do? Dwang pointed at Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Lin Yi, Lin Xie and others, his emotions somewhat out of control. As Dwang's voice echoed in the cabin, Zhao Jingyi's actions of wiping the dishes suddenly stopped. Lu Yun's arms holding the child tightened slightly, and even the usually lively Lin Yi clutched the corner of his clothes and secretly looked at Lin Feng. The nebula light flowing outside the window shone through the porthole, casting alternating light and dark shadows on everyone's faces, as if freezing this moment into eternity. It was not until a long time later that Lin Feng put out his cigarette. His fingertips rolled over the cold metal windowsill, and he suddenly chuckled and said, Look at you, Dwang. Why are you still so excited? Mr. Lin, I, Wang Dwang, am also a man of flesh and blood. How can I let so many of your wives and children lose their husbands and fathers just for the sake of my own wife and children? So let's go back, shall we? Chapter 507 Stepping into the Gate of the Universe. Master, there are approximately 1 minute and 12 seconds left to the cosmic gate. At this moment, as the artificial intelligence's prompt sounded, the entire cabin fell silent again. Lin Feng glanced at everyone present one by one, and finally fixed his gaze on Dwang. Dwang, look, the door is right there. Are we really going to go back like this? After Lin Feng said this, everyone immediately looked at the big screen. I saw this cosmic gate floating in the vast universe, floating in the center of the sea of stars, like a mysterious monument spanning dimensions. The flowing glimmer of light was like a liquid galaxy wrapped around it. Countless star maps and indistinct characters appeared on the surface of the door, sometimes flickering and sometimes reorganizing, as if telling the ultimate mystery of the universe. This cosmic gate is surrounded by a faint blue energy halo. Its slight vibrations cause ripples in space and time, distorting the light of nearby stars into gorgeous bands of light. The majestic momentum seems to carry the weight of countless worlds, making people seem as small as dust in front of it, yet they are deeply attracted by its profound charm. Su Sheng, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun and others who saw this scene suddenly opened their eyes wide at this shocking scene. Dwang was so shocked that his Adam's apple kept rolling. Oh my God, could this be the gate to the universe? This is too magnificent. Wait for me here. If I don't come out of this door within 72 hours, you will drive the Eternal Order ship back to Blue Star. After saying that, Lin Feng prepared to walk out of the cabin without even looking back. However, at this moment, Zhao Jingyi actually picked up Lin Yi, but grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said with moist eyes, Feng, the child, and I will go with you. Brother Feng, I want to go too. And me? Brother Feng, if we are going, let's all go together. Right? Lin Feng looked at everyone present and casually touched Lin Yi's head. Stop making trouble. I am the one who merged with the crystal of the earth. Why are you following me? After saying that, Lin Feng walked out of the cabin without looking back. Warning, 5 warships have been spotted within 500 kilometers, speeding towards this direction, and are expected to arrive within 1 minute. At this moment, the warning sound of artificial intelligence suddenly sounded, and red light flickered on everyone's faces. Lin Feng paused, and through the transparent porthole of the cabin door, he saw 5 ink-black warships cutting through the void. The hulls were covered with dark purple lines, which looked like the scales of some giant beast. The muzzles of the leading battleship lit up with scarlet light, which was a dangerous signal that the energy had been fully charged. Activate the strongest defense immediately. As Lin Feng gave an order, a dazzling blue light suddenly rose from the surface of the Eternal Order ship, and the energy shield unfolded layer by layer like water waves. Immediately afterwards, the 5 warships emitted a scarlet beam of light, which slammed heavily into the Eternal Order ship's defense. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion caused the Eternal Order ship to tremble violently. At this time, Su Sheng, like everyone else, hurriedly held onto the table and chair beside him, turned around, and looked at Lin Feng and shouted, Brother Feng, who are these people? Why are they using energy cannons to attack us right away? Why else could it be? These must be the remnants of other star races in this universe. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. As Lin Feng's voice had not yet fallen, his mind moved, and he suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Feng appeared in the control cabin of one of the 5 warships. Attack the warship fiercely and avenge our fallen soldiers. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng entered the cabin, an alien who looked like a beetle shouted at the control panel at the top of his lungs. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I never thought that a dung beetle like you would be so angry. As Lin Feng finished speaking, these beetle-like alien creatures in front of the operating table suddenly turned around as if they had realized something, and looked at Lin Feng with vigilance. Who are you? Last time, a guy who looked similar to you asked me the same question. Lin Feng, you are Lin Feng. How come you are on my battleship? However, he did not get a response from Lin Feng, but suddenly felt a heat coming towards them. The entire warship, along with them, was instantly swallowed up by the blade of judgment and disintegrated. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's mind moved, and he appeared again on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th warships. Lin Feng used the same method to destroy these warships, and then appeared on the Eternal Order ship again. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, Dwang, Su Sheng and others immediately surrounded him. Feng, are you okay? What can I do? It's just 5 warships. Faced with Zhao Jingyi's urgent inquiry, Lin Feng spoke calmly. But when Lin Feng's words reached the ears of Su Sheng, Dwang and others, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, there are 5 huge interstellar battleships, and Lin Feng dared to use only 2 words. It seems that their strength is already a far cry from Lin Feng's. While they were still immersed in shock, Lin Feng suddenly looked at everyone with a serious expression. Okay, time is almost up. You must remember what I just said. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the cabin amid everyone's reluctant gazes. But who would have thought that the moment Lin Feng stepped out of the cabin, the gate of the universe seemed to be sensitive to something, and the faint blue light suddenly surged, instantly dyeing the entire star field into a deep indigo color. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing on the deck of the Eternal Order ship, holding the god-level judgment blade, and looking up slightly towards the gate of the universe. At this time, the light of the cosmic gate became stronger and stronger, like an invisible force pulling the surrounding space and time, and the light of the nearby stars was distorted into strange shapes. Lin Feng could feel the crystal of the earth vibrating violently in his body, as if responding to the call of the gate of the universe, forcing Lin Feng to take a step forward. Bang! As Lin Feng took this step, the heavy deck suddenly began to show fine cracks, as if it was torn apart by some invisible force. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng took the 2nd step towards the gate of the universe, and a stream of energy spread out under his feet like ripples on the surface of a lake. Then Lin Feng took the 3rd step, the 4th step. Finally, Lin Feng completely left the deck and stepped into the vast universe. The indigo light was like a boiling galaxy, completely enveloping him. His figure gradually became transparent in the light, and the light of the judgment blade and the crystal of the earth reflected each other, forming a dazzling cocoon of light. With a buzzing sound that shook the universe, the light cocoon exploded, and Lin Feng's figure completely turned into a stream of data and disappeared into the depths of the light. Only the shocked and worried eyes of the people on the Eternal Order were left. Chapter 508 The World Inside the Cosmic Gate. It was not until half an hour later that Su Shang, Zhao Jingyi, Dwang, and others recovered from their shock. At this time, Dwang wiped the sweat off his face nervously and said, "Do you think Brother Feng can really come back?" Dwang, "What are you talking about, you crow mouth? Hurry up and say it." Yes, look at my crow mouth, ba ba ba. After Han Wushuang's reminder, Dazhuang suddenly realized that he had said something wrong, so he quickly spat on the ground. At the same time, Lin Feng was in the midst of a surging wave of data flow. Countless symbols and characters around him turned into a surging wave of data, pushing him forward. When Lin Feng finally saw the characters clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank, because he seemed to see the names of Zhao Jingyi, Wang Dazhuang, and many others. What is going on? However, just when Lin Feng was confused, he suddenly saw a door in front of him that seemed to be emitting a faint fluorescent light. Is this the exit to another world? Lin Feng's consciousness trembled violently in the flood of data. Those floating characters suddenly turned into thousands of streams of light, piecing together a series of broken pictures of the past. They are waiting for me. Lin Feng suddenly woke up and clenched his fists. The earth crystal in his body sensed his owner's emotions and burst out with dazzling golden light. This light was like a sharp sword, splitting the turbid data fog around it. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that he seemed to be in a huge network composed of countless light bands. Each light band connected to a different world, and those familiar names were engraved on the light bands closest to him. The door in front that was emitting a faint fluorescent light became clearer and clearer. The light that came through the crack in the door was exactly the same as the tears in Zhao Jingyi's eyes. But who would have thought that just as Lin Feng was about to take a step, the data streams around him suddenly twisted violently, transforming into countless dark purple tentacles that tightly wrapped around his limbs, preventing him from getting close to the door. But Lin Feng struggled desperately. Sticky black liquid oozed from the surface of the dark purple tentacles, corroding the golden light flowing on Lin Feng's body. Each tentacle squirmed as if alive, twisting his joints into weird angles. At this time, the light of the earth crystal in his body flickered under the erosion, and it seemed that it was struggling violently, just like him. Even the blade of judgment in his hand had been sucked into the vortex of data at some point, leaving him with only his bare hands to tear the tentacles apart. Let me go. Suddenly, Lin Feng's veins popped up and the blood vessels in his neck began to throb. The tentacles wrapped around his waist and abdomen suddenly tightened, as if they wanted to crush him in half. In severe pain, the scene of Zhao Jingyi holding Lin Yi and praying in the cabin, Dezhuang's red eyes, and Su Sheng's bloodshot but determined eyes flashed before his eyes again. At this moment, the earth crystal in the body suddenly emitted a buzzing resonance, and the light turned into countless tiny vines, growing in the reverse direction along the tentacles. Wherever the vines went, the dark purple tissue made a sizzling sound and bursts of white smoke rose. Lin Feng took the opportunity to punch the nearest tentacle node. The wind from his fist carried golden energy and blew the tentacle into pieces. And in an attic in a certain city, on a vertical computer screen emitting fluorescent light, countless data streams shot out from the computer screen, gradually piecing together into a vague human outline. Then Lin Feng just squeezed out from the screen. Lin Feng was breathing heavily, looking around in confusion, and kept muttering, "Where on earth is this?" I saw that it was a bedroom. Tiny dust particles were floating in the air, dancing slowly in the dim light. Lin Feng staggered and held onto the desk beside him. His fingertips suddenly touched a cold metal texture. It turned out to be the game controller and mechanical keyboard neatly arranged on the desk. There was even a half-dried coffee stain on the lower right corner of the screen. Who are you? Someone come quickly. There's a thief in the house. Come and catch him." However, at this moment, a man's scream suddenly broke the silence in the bedroom, and Lin Feng was startled. So Lin Feng turned his head suddenly and saw a young man wearing cartoon pajamas standing at the bedroom door, with his fluffy hair in a mess and one of his slippers missing. The young man's hand holding the frying pan was shaking, and his voice was tearful. Don't come over. I'll call the police." "Wait a minute. Listen to me first." Lin Feng immediately took 2 steps forward and was about to explain. Oh my god, why did you come out? But the young man holding the frying pan finally saw Lin Feng's appearance at this time. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back, muttered something, and then fainted. However, before Lin Feng could figure out what was going on, another middle-aged woman ran out and started yelling. Son, what's wrong with you? You're killing someone. Someone come quickly. As the middle-aged woman's pig-slaughtering-like screams rang out, the surrounding neighbors surrounded the house one after another. At this moment, Lin Feng was really angry, anxious and confused, and he had no idea what was going on. After all, given the current situation, not to mention him, even if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. So at this time, Lin Feng shouted at the middle-aged woman, Shut up, if you scream again, I will kill you. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she was so frightened that she hugged her unconscious son tightly and trembled and said, Please, please don't kill us. Just tell me how much money you want. As long as you don't kill my son, I'll do anything. Lin Feng looked at the woman's tearful face and his temples throbbed with anxiety. But Lin Feng still suppressed his irritable emotions and said coldly to the middle-aged woman, Listen, I won't hurt you, but I need to know, where is this? Why am I here? I don't know. Who knows where you came from, Wo? The middle-aged woman hugged her son tightly, looked at Lin Feng with fear, and cried. However, at this moment, a shrill police siren sounded from downstairs, which immediately startled Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to dare to call the police. Seeing Lin Feng saying this, he subconsciously wanted to escape from here. However, at this moment, several police officers with pistols rushed in, pointing their guns at Lin Feng and warning him. Put your hands up, or else, don't blame us for being rude. Oh my god, I gave you face, right? Faced with the warnings from the 2 police officers, Lin Feng was not afraid, but instead felt a surge of anger. He suddenly had a thought and was about to take out the blade of judgment from the space. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 509 Police Department. My judgment blade, where's my space? Lin Feng looked at his hands, confused. Have I become an ordinary person? Cuff him for me. However, just when Lin Feng was at the point of being completely bewildered, a police officer gave an order, grabbed Lin Feng, stuffed him into a police car, and took him back to the police station. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the street scene outside through the window of the police car and looked even more confused. The bustling streets, the constant flow of people and vehicles, all seemed to indicate that what he had experienced before was just a dream. This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Yes, Jingyi and the others are still waiting for me. What are you mumbling about? Be quiet. However, at this moment, a police officer rudely stopped him, which instantly made Lin Feng look extremely angry. Fuck you, let me out now. You insulted the police officers. I will remember this kind of behavior of defying the law knowingly. But the police officer didn't even turn his head. He just responded faintly and lit a cigarette and started smoking. Oh my gosh. Lin Feng, who saw this scene, felt both surprised and helpless, because at this moment he was just an ordinary person. What space, what system, what superpowers, all are gone. So Lin Feng had to suppress his anger and looked at the back of the police officer sitting in front of him and asked, May I ask, what exactly is this place? Kid, just keep acting crazy and stupid. I'll take you back to the police station later and teach you a lesson. After the police officer said this, he flicked the cigarette but out of the window, and then the police car jolted into the police station compound. Lin Feng was taken to an interrogation room. Under the pale light, 2 police officers sat opposite him. One of the police officers pushed his glasses, tapped the table with a pen, and said coldly, Name? Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, the other police officer began to write quickly on a notebook. Surname? It's so obvious. Can't you see it? Do you want me to take off my pants so you can check it? Bang. Behave yourself. Answer whatever we ask. Do you understand? The police officer slammed the table and yelled at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was startled by the loud noise and his shoulders trembled, but he still stiffened his neck and sneered. Okay, you guys ask. Where are you from? China, Shanghai City. No, wait a moment. Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng finished speaking, he was stopped by the police officer. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the matter now? There is no such thing as China in this world, nor is there any in Shanghai City. Are you kidding me? When Lin Feng heard the police officer say this, his expression suddenly became uncertain. Who are you kidding? What I said is the truth. As soon as Lin Feng said this, coupled with Lin Feng's expression, the 2 police officers couldn't help but look at each other. They seemed to see from each other's eyes that there must be something wrong with this kid's brain. It was not until a moment later that the police officer looked at Lin Feng again and said, What on earth were you doing at the victim's house today? How would I know? How would I end up at his house? You mean you don't remember how you got to the crime scene? The officer tugged at his tie, and a drop of ink hung from the tip of his pen on the transcript. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I struggled hard after entering the gate of the universe. When I saw a fluorescent door appear in front of me, I used all my strength to walk out of the door. Then I didn't know how I ended up there." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the two police officers stared at him for a long time, as if he were a monster. At this moment, the police officer who was pushing his glasses suddenly sneered and slammed his pen on the table. "The gate of the universe? Do you think this is the set of a science fiction movie?" Then he stood up suddenly and looked at another police officer and asked, "I think this kid has probably taken too many drugs and is hallucinating. Do you think we should give him a urine test?" "I think it's necessary." Another police officer nodded in agreement. When Lin Feng heard this, he was about to refute, but at this moment, the lights in the interrogation room suddenly flickered, and an invisible stream of data was suddenly infused into Lin Feng's body, causing Lin Feng to involuntarily begin to twitch violently. His eyes rolled back, and an inhuman roar came from his throat. What happened? A police officer couldn't help but get nervous when he saw Lin Feng suddenly become like this. Another police officer said, "What else could it be? I think he must have taken too many drugs, which is why he is like this. Why don't you go and call for help?" At this moment, Lin Feng, who was watching the conversation between the two police officers, gradually felt his vision become blurred until he completely fainted. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng was already lying on a hospital bed. When Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a pungent smell of disinfectant penetrated his nostrils, and the incandescent light above his head made him squint. He was surrounded by cold metal railings and had an 4-tube connected to his wrist. The surveillance camera not far away was flashing red light, like a vigilant eye. Woke up. At this moment, a deep voice came from the shadows. A bearded police officer sat in the corner, the cigarette between his fingers flickering. "The instrument shows that your indicators are normal, but the fluctuations in your heartbeat and brain waves are more exaggerated than if you took 10 kilograms of methamphetamine. So you said I was on drugs?" Lin Feng, who was lying on the hospital bed, glanced at the bearded policeman and asked. The bearded police officer shook his head. "That's not the case. But what's even more puzzling to us is that we have searched through all the archives and found no trace of you. It's as if you just appeared out of thin air in this world. So who are you?" Hee. Hearing the words of the bearded police officer, Lin Feng laughed so hard that tears came down his face. The bearded police officer said nothing, but just looked at Lin Feng coldly. It was not until a long while later that Lin Feng stopped laughing and said, "To be honest, I was also confused at the beginning." "You were confused at first, too. What about now?" The bearded police officer seemed to have grasped the key point of Lin Feng's words. He handed Lin Feng a cigarette and asked again. Lin Feng looked at the cigarette in the bearded police officer's hand and waved his hand. "No need. I have one." As Lin Feng was speaking, a cigarette actually appeared in his hand. That's right. At this time, all of Lin Feng's abilities have been restored. Chapter 510. Where on earth is this place? The bearded police officer who saw this amazing scene couldn't help but be stunned and said, "I didn't expect you to have these two tricks. What's the big deal? If I can even turn a plane or a cannon into something else." As Lin Feng was talking, he produced a lighter out of thin air and lit the cigarette in his other hand. He then changed the subject and said, "I want to see someone." "Who do you want to see?" "That's the guy who fainted from fright on the day you arrested me." The bearded police officer looked at Lin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "Can you tell me why you want to see him?" "Only if I see him, maybe you will know what's going on." Lin Feng inhaled the cigarette into his lungs and exhaled slowly, because Lin Feng clearly remembered the last words that boy said to him before he fainted. "Oh my God, why did you come out?" So at this moment Lin Feng could conclude that the kid with messy hair like a chicken coop must know what was going on. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the bearded police officer was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his knees, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he put out his cigarette, stood up, and said, "I'll report to my superiors and get their approval before we talk. I hope you guys hurry up, otherwise I will find him out myself." Lin Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist and said in a cold tone. The bearded police officer looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "Do you think you have the ability to do this now?" "Do you have the ability?" "You will know at 12 noon tomorrow." "Well, I'll wait and see." The bearded police officer said this and walked out of the ward without looking back. As the door of the ward closed heavily, Lin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. So Lin Feng reached out and pulled off the 4-tube on his wrist, where his fingertips ran across it. He stood barefoot in front of the window, looking at the night view of the city, and his heart became more and more confused and bewildered. Didn't it say that if you cross the gate of the universe, you will become the creator? How did I end up in this strange yet familiar world? After all, for Lin Feng, this world is actually no different from Songhai City before the end of the world, but he has never heard of the name of this city, including the bearded police officer and the brand of cigarettes he smoked. Where exactly is this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur again and touch the glass in front of him with his fingertips, but the cold touch could not dispel the heat in his heart. The neon lights outside the window outline the contours of the city, and the traffic is shuttling back and forth like a colony of glowing ants. But behind this prosperity, at the same time, in another place, several police officers were observing Lin Feng's every move through surveillance. At this moment, the bearded police officer who had just talked to Lin Feng walked in with a cigarette in his hand. How is it? Did you find anything? One of the police officers looked at the bearded officer and shook his head, saying, except for his unusual behavior of transforming objects out of thin air, the surveillance data is all normal. The police officer pushed the tablet computer in front of the bearded officer. The bearded police officer stared at the picture on his notebook and rubbed his stubbled chin. This is really weird. Where on earth did this guy come from? A police officer shook his head helplessly and said, whether it's the missing persons records or the immigration files, there's no information about him at all. It seems like I really need to call that guy over tomorrow and meet him. As the bearded police officer said this, he patted the police officer on the shoulder and walked out again. The next day, the morning light pierced through the clouds and shone on Lin Feng's face on the hospital bed. After Lin Feng's eyes trembled, he sat up from the bed. After looking down at the time on his wrist, Lin Feng walked out of the ward. At this time, a police officer was dozing off on a chair at the door of the ward. Lin Feng somehow passed by him, quietly left the ward, took the elevator alone, and then walked up the stairs to the top floor of the hospital. Lin Feng was standing on the edge of the roof. The morning breeze gently lifted the corner of his hospital gown. Looking at the strange city below him, he finally couldn't help but yelled to the sky. Where exactly is this place? In an instant, Lin Feng's roar resounded through the sky, and it also attracted the patients, doctors, nurses, and breakfast vendors downstairs to look up. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Oh no, someone is going to jump off the building. Someone come quickly. All of a sudden, everyone downstairs was in chaos and started screaming. At the same time, the bearded police officer and several police officers also rushed up and immediately said to Lin Feng nervously, Lin Feng, right? Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. Oh my God, I really didn't want to jump off the building. I just wanted to vent. Seeing everyone so nervous, Lin Feng felt helpless and amused. However, at this moment, the bearded police officer behind Lin Feng signaled his colleagues to slowly surround him, while he himself cautiously moved forward half a step and spoke as softly as possible. Don't you want to meet that boy? I have arranged it. You will be able to meet him soon. Soon? Yes, soon. How fast can that be? The bearded police officer rolled his Adam's apple and said, this afternoon at the latest. But you come down first, and we can sit down and talk. Lin Feng turned around slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I seemed to tell you yesterday that the latest time is noon today, right? When the bearded police officer heard this, his fingers twitched slightly, and then he spoke. That's fine. It's up to you when you say it, but you have to come down first. Okay, this is what you said, so I will believe you this time. Lin Feng said as he jumped down from above. However, at this moment, the two police officers who were surrounding him also immediately pounced on him. But who would have thought that Lin Feng only gave a light push, and the two police officers flew backwards, their entire bodies hitting the wall, and they screamed in pain. Captain, my ribs seem to be broken. It seems so do I. Seeing his two colleagues suffer such a tragic fate, the bearded police officer's expression instantly turned grim. Friend, it seems not a good idea for you to do this, right? Sorry, I just got my powers back, so I didn't control my strength well for the moment. You just got your powers back? Who are you? After all, in the bearded police officer's opinion, there was no one in the world who could do what he did just by giving someone a light push, and not only could that person fly backwards, but also break their ribs. You can imagine how powerful this person is. Chapter 511. Who are you? At this moment, facing the bearded police officer's repeated questioning, Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, call that kid over here. You know everything. Otherwise, what will happen otherwise? The bearded police officer narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lin Feng. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Seriously? That's right. The bearded police officer couldn't help but laugh and said, then can you tell me how serious it is? As he was speaking, 7 or 8 police cars drove into the hospital at lightning speed, and the shrill sirens instantly filled the entire hospital. As the door of the police car opened, a group of police officers immediately jumped out, quickly surrounded the entire building, and quickly approached the top floor. When the bearded police officer saw this scene, a smug look appeared on his face. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "See? If you dare to act rashly again, today won't end so easily. I advise you to cooperate. It seems that you, old man, really don't realize how serious this matter is. You are a guy who can't even explain who you are. Do you really think I will be intimidated by you?" The bearded police officer sneered and lit a cigarette for himself, looking at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. That's exactly what you said." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, his mind suddenly moved, and the god-level blade of judgment suddenly appeared in his hand. This is... The bearded police officer's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. Lin Feng raised a cold smile. "Old boy, open your dog eyes and watch." As Lin Feng spoke, he waved his hand towards the sky with great force. In an instant, an extremely cold air, like a solid white mist, instantly enveloped the hospital, and the originally noisy voices were frozen to a halt. The traffic downstairs was frozen in the ice. Spiderweb-like ice crystals were crawling all over the glass surface at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the sound of police sirens was frozen into sharp vibrato. The bearded police officer's cigarette fell to the ground with a click, and the flame was instantly extinguished in the low temperature of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Who are you?" At this moment, the bearded police officer finally realized how terrifying the young man in front of him was. He couldn't stop trembling all over and looked at Lin Feng with horror. Lin Feng walked forward slowly, holding the blade of judgment. With every step, spiderweb-like ice patterns condensed on the ground, and the coldness spread wildly along the metal fence on the roof. Those snowflakes frozen in midair reflected the eerie blue light, dyeing the whole world a cold blue. "Old man, I'll say this one last time." Lin Feng's voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, with a frightening pressure. "Bring him here, otherwise the consequences will be really serious." Before he finished his words, the blade of judgment suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, and 100-meter-long ice dragon shadow roared out from the tip of the blade and rushed straight into the sky. Wherever the ice dragon passed, the clouds were instantly frozen into ice crystal fragments and fell down. If Lin Feng knew where the boy lived, he would not have spent so much time with this bearded police officer. After all, he had agreed with his woman and brother that the time limit was only 72 hours, and now 1/3 of the time had passed. He still hasn't figured out what is going on. You can imagine how anxious Lin Feng is at this moment. Okay, wait a minute. I'll try to bring him back within 3 hours. After the bearded man said this, he turned around and left. After all, he was only wearing a shirt, so how could he bear such cold temperature? But how could he know that this was only 1/10,000,000th of the power of the judgment blade used by Lin Feng? Otherwise, not to mention this city, even the whole world would have been completely frozen in an instant. You have to force me to show off my talent before you know how hard I am to mess with, right? Watching the bearded police officer stumble away, Lin Feng muttered something before slowly retracting the blade of judgment. The ice dragon's phantom also dissipated at this moment. But the chill in the air was still strong, and the police officers downstairs were still shivering from the cold, their eyes full of fear and awe. At this time, Lin Feng walked to the edge of the roof, looking at the strange yet familiar city below his feet, his brows furrowed. Because the 72-hour deadline, like a countdown bomb, kept ringing in his mind. At the same time, the bearded police officer who returned to the hospital building shouted to his colleagues who had been waiting for a long time. 2 more colleagues are injured. Hurry up and drag them down. I want to call the director myself. In the office of the police chief, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows was in disbelief after hearing the report from the bearded police officer. "What? Are you saying that in this awful weather, that unknown suspect you mentioned was responsible? Big Beard, we can't joke about this kind of thing." "Oh, Chief, how can I dare to joke with you about this? Besides, the doctors, nurses, and so many patients in the hospital saw it, and some even filmed it. Now the short video is going viral." The bearded police officer said anxiously on the other end of the phone. When the police chief heard the bearded police officer say this, his face changed instantly. "How is this possible? Oh my dear director, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I have promised him that I would bring the boy to him within 3 hours. What do you think we should do now?" After hearing what the bearded officer said, the chief of police thought for a moment and said, "You find that kid first, but when you hand him over to the man named Lin Feng, you must follow my instructions. Do you remember that?" "All right. After hanging up the phone, the police chief thought about it for a moment and called the deputy mayor directly. What? Do you know how serious the consequences of this sudden drop in temperature will be for our city? Old Qian, as the chief of the police department, how can you make such a joke? Oh, Mayor Liu, I didn't believe it at first, but it's all true. I've sent the video to my phone. Take a look. Deputy Mayor Liu quickly took out his cell phone and saw on the screen that the top floor of the hospital had turned into an icy blue hell. The originally lush green trees covered with ice crystals suddenly broke off. The medical staff in short sleeves were shivering from the cold, and even their eyelashes were covered with frost. The most shocking thing was the 100-meter-long ice dragon. Wherever the dragon's whiskers swept past, the reinforced concrete walls shattered like paper, and the metal shell of the police car twisted into a pretzel shape. This is a special effect. Deputy Mayor Liu's voice unconsciously rose, and he exclaimed with his fingertips tightly gripping the edge of the phone. Chapter 512. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I just contacted the TV station's technical department. The voice of Police Chief Qian came from the receiver, trembling with suppressed emotion. They said that there are no traces of editing in every frame of the video. What's even more bizarre is that the Meteorological Bureau just called and said that the real-time temperature in the city has dropped to minus 28 degrees Celsius. On the satellite cloud map, this entire area of our city looks like it was stuffed into a liquid nitrogen tank. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sharp explosion outside the window. Deputy Mayor Liu turned his head suddenly and saw that the glass curtain wall of the city government building was cracking in the shape of a spider web. The cold wave of nearly minus 30 degrees Celsius was like an invisible giant hand, twisting the copper pipe of the air conditioner outdoor unit into a spiral shape. The secretary stumbled in, his hair covered in white frost. Mayor, water pipes all over the city are frozen and cracked, electrical circuits are short-circuited, and there are more than 20 car accidents on the highway. At the same time, the internet has already been boiling. The reading volume of the topic Ice and Snow Monster Appears in Hospital has already exceeded 1 billion. In the short videos uploaded by countless citizens, the mineral water bottles on the supermarket shelves were collectively exploded into ice chips, and electric vehicles were drifting out of control on the ice. At this time, Director Qian's phone rang again. This time, it was an emergency meeting notice from the Provincial Public Security Department. During the video link, several senior executives had solemn expressions. When they saw the real-time surveillance on the top floor of the hospital, an old leader with white hair was so excited that he couldn't help but exclaimed, "I have lived for most of my life, but only today did I completely believe that supernatural things really do happen in this world. If we can dissect him, perhaps we will discover more mysteries." When the others heard him say this, everyone had a very strange expression on their face. At this time, the old leader also noticed that everyone was looking at him with a strange look. So he spoke again. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is what I said wrong?" Yes, old leader, you are absolutely right. After all, this is the only person with supernatural powers we have discovered so far, so we must capture him and study him carefully. Yes, that's right. At this moment, in an attic, the young man with messy hair jumped off the bed in shock when he saw Lin Feng in the video, wearing a hospital gown and holding the judgment blade. Ow, how could this happen? He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be here. The young man with messy hair dug his nails deep into his palms, and his pale face was reflected on the phone screen. Then he suddenly remembered something, staggered to the computer, opened the laptop, and read the lines of text on it with rapid breathing, muttering, "How could this happen? This shouldn't happen." At this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs, followed by the voice of the mother of the boy with messy hair and the voice of the bearded police officer. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, we are from the police department. We need your son to assist us in some situations." "Oh, then come in." Then the boy with messy hair heard the sound of someone coming upstairs. "Why are people from the police station here? Did they discover something?" Boom, boom, boom. Just as the young man with the messy hair was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. "Xiaofeng, please open the door quickly. Someone from the police station needs to verify some information with you." "Oh, here it comes." The chicken coop-haired boy responded, closed his laptop, opened the door, looked at the bearded police officer standing at the door, and said with a evasive look, "What do you want?" Seeing the appearance of the young man with messy hair, the bearded police officer immediately noticed something was wrong. So the bearded police officer deliberately said in a serious tone, "I guess you should have watched the short video, Lin Feng." "Yeah, I saw it." The young man with messy hair, who was called Lin Feng by the bearded police officer, nodded. "The Lin Feng in the video wants to see you, so you have to come with us." "Okay, but can I bring my laptop?" "Sure." At the same time, Lin Feng, who was still on the roof of the ward building, was smoking a cigarette, looking at his watch, watching the time pass by. The bearded police officer who brought the messy-haired Lin Feng back to the hospital threw him directly into a room. He looked at the watch on his wrist and saw that there was only half an hour left. He went straight to the point and said, "Tell me, what is going on?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng, who had a messy hair, shrugged and said to the bearded police officer, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." "What did you say?" The bearded police officer glared at Lin Feng, who had a messy hair. Lin Feng, who had a messy hair, might not have washed his hair for a long time. He scratched his messy hair and said, "If I tell you, he will definitely kill me." "How could that be? There are only two of us here now. How would he know?" "Because he has a power called telepathy." The bearded police officer stared at Lin Feng with his hair cut into bloodshot eyes and asked, "How do you know he has this ability? What is this ability used for?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." "Your mother." The bearded police officer grabbed the man by the collar, as if he was holding a chick. "Do you know how much damage our city has suffered because of him?" But Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired guy, looked nonchalant. "He is already quite merciful." "What did you say?" The bearded police officer was halfway through his words when he suddenly changed the subject and said, "If you say so, then you know him very well, don't you?" "Yes, he knows it better than he does." "Then tell me, what kind of person is he?" "Okay, but could you please let go of your hands first?" When the bearded police officer heard what Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired man, said, he had no choice but to let go of his hand. "Okay, go ahead and tell me." "He is both good and evil, lustful, suspicious, cautious, and good at oral sex. Anyway, he is a very diverse person and, well, wait a moment." But before Lin Feng, the messy-haired guy, could finish his words, the bearded police officer immediately interrupted him. Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired guy, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Both good and evil, lust and such are understandable. But what the hell is good at oral sex? Love to lie, love to trick people. What do you think that means?" When the bearded police officer heard that Lin Feng, the chicken-coated man, would actually say this, he was stunned for 2 seconds before he spoke again. "Then can you tell me why both you and him are called Lin Feng?" "Because I gave him his name, so he and I have the same name." You named him that? How is that possible? Why is this impossible? You don't have much time left. If you really want to solve the problem, you'd better take me with you. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. After all, you have all seen his strength, right?" When the bearded police officer heard this, he began to examine the young man with messy hair again, and found that he seemed to be a completely different person from before. Chapter 513, The Whole World Will Pay for Your Stupidity. But at this moment, the door was suddenly opened. The bearded police officer immediately shouted angrily, "Didn't I just tell you not to come in?" "It's me." However, at this moment, Director Qian actually walked in from outside the door, and the old leader with gray hair also followed him. "Director Qian, why are you here?" Director Qian did not respond directly to the bearded police officer, but glanced at Lin Feng with the chicken-coated hair before slowly speaking. "Big Beard, this is the Lin Feng on the rooftop. You want to meet the young man?" "That's right. I think the time is almost up. How about we send this guy up?" The bearded police officer glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, "Don't worry, we have already notified the special police force. They will be here in about 2 minutes. "What? Director Qian, are you going to?" Director Qian snorted coldly. "Because he has caused such a huge loss to our city, shouldn't we hold him accountable?" "But Director, this person's strength is quite terrifying. Can we?" "No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? No matter how powerful he is just one person. Can he resist thousands of troops?" Who would have thought that the bearded police officer would finish his words? The gray-haired old leader snorted coldly and said, "Who are you?" asked the bearded police officer with a somewhat displeased expression. The old leader raised his chin slightly, with a look of dignity and scrutiny in his eyes, but he ignored his meaning. When Director Qian saw that something was not right, he immediately tried to smooth things over. "Big Beard, this is the head of the Special Operations Team of the Provincial Security Bureau. The superiors are taking this incident very seriously." After hearing Director Qian's explanation, the bearded police officer's tone instantly softened. "So it's your superior. I'm so sorry, but is it too hasty to do this? Should we discuss it in more detail?" "I don't think it's necessary. Besides, it's a bit too late now." The gray-haired old leader also reached out to look at the watch on his wrist and spoke in a serious tone. However, at this moment, the silent Lin Feng suddenly said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Director Qian and the gray-haired old leader couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then Director Qian said, "Why? Do you have something to say to us?" No, I was just thinking that if you really do this, the consequences may not be something you can bear. Lin Feng, with a messy hair, said seriously. However, at this moment, the roar of several helicopters came from far away, making the glass in the room buzz. The bearded police officer subconsciously looked up and out the window, only to see 3 camouflaged helicopters hovering above the building. It looks like the SWAT team has arrived. The gray-haired old leader murmured as he looked at the military helicopter hovering in the sky. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was on the top floor, saw this scene, and a murderous aura suddenly burst out from his eyes. It seems that people in this world don't realize how serious the consequences of doing this are. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked down at the time on his wrist. It was exactly 3 hours as agreed. However, at this moment, the SWAT loudspeaker on the helicopter suddenly rang out. Lin Feng, stop resisting immediately and surrender. I repeat, stop resisting immediately and surrender. The voice of the loudspeaker was deafening and echoed between the buildings. Director Qian in the room was nervous and cast a questioning look at his old leader. The old leader nodded slightly to Director Qian, indicating to Director Qian that everything was under control. Ha! But at this moment, Lin Feng on the rooftop suddenly laughed, and there was a bit of sarcasm, a bit of compassion, and a hint of chilling determination in his laughter. In that case, then you can't blame me. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, 2 blazing lasers shot out from his eyes, cutting the SWAT helicopter hovering in the air into 2 pieces. Explosions tore through the sky, and burning debris smashed into the streets like a meteorite. The ground shook violently, glass curtain walls collapsed in pieces, and the screams of the crowd and the harsh sound of twisted metal echoed throughout the city. Director Qian's face suddenly changed, and he staggered to hold on to the corner of the table. Quick! Activate the emergency plan immediately. The old leader stared at the helicopter that had turned into a charred iron frame and fell, his atoms apple rolling. Impossible. How is this possible? However, just as they were all shocked, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out across the sky and reached the ears of all of them through the window. Listen to me. I just want the truth, so I'll give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, the whole world will pay for your stupidity. Lin Feng's voice seemed to come from deep in the clouds, and every word was wrapped in a suffocating sense of oppression. At this moment, the bearded police officer suddenly untied his tie, veins popped up on his neck, and he looked at Director Qian and said angrily, "Look at what you have done. You knew that he was not an ordinary suspect, but you insisted on pushing him into a corner. Do you really want everyone to be buried with him?" Facing the questioning of the bearded police officer, Director Qian's face turned pale and blue, and the old leader was so frightened that he was out of his wits and broke out in cold sweat. But even so, the old leader still insisted, "Afraid? What are you afraid of? Even if he is powerful, can he be as powerful as a country?" Thinking back to the past, I had been through a lot, but I really didn't take his moves seriously. You? Upon hearing this, the bearded police officer was so angry that he trembled all over and said, "You old man, things have come to this point, and you are still stubborn, right? I'm from the Provincial Security Bureau. What did you call me just now? Call me that again, you bastard. What if I call you again? Come and bite me if you dare." For a while, the bearded police officer and the old leader were arguing so hard that it was hard to resolve the dispute. Even Director Qian's efforts to persuade them were useless. At this time, Lin Feng, who had a messy hair, watched them quarreling like this, picked up his laptop, and just like Lin Feng before, he slipped out from under their noses without anyone noticing, and walked out. Chapter 514, Please introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng, and I am a... At this time, Lin Feng on the rooftop watched the time pass by little, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. When Lin Feng looked at the time, and there were only 5 seconds left, he finally raised the god-level judgment blade in his hand above his head and decided to use the ultimate killing move that he had never used before, chaos destruction. Completely destroy this world. You forced me to do this. After saying that, Lin Feng let out an angry roar towards the sky, and this roar seemed to tear the sky apart, and the clouds turned into a strange purple-black vortex in an instant. The god-level blade of judgment instantly burst out with a dazzling blood-red light, and the power of chaos and destruction surged on the blade like a tsunami. The ground began to shake violently, and the reinforced concrete twisted and crumbled like paper. The high-rise buildings in the surrounding cities collapsed under this force, raising smoke and dust that covered the sky. However, at the moment when chaos destruction was about to be fully released, Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired man, suddenly pushed open the rusty iron door leading to the rooftop and shouted to Lin Feng, who was holding the god-level judgment blade in the distance. "Don't you want to see me? I'm already here. Lin Feng, who was holding the god-level judgment blade, suddenly froze in his tracks, and the blood-red light strangely stagnated on the blade. Lin Feng turned his head slowly, and the figure of Lin Feng with a messy hair was reflected in his pupils. That face that was somewhat similar to his own actually revealed a trace of timidity and courage. Lin Feng forcibly put away his chaos destruction killing move, slowly lowered the blade of judgment that was raised above his head, and stared at the messy-haired guy with a hawk-like gaze. Boy, we finally meet. Actually, we shouldn't meet. Lin Feng, the guy with the messy hair, mustered up the courage to speak. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Why? Because you shouldn't have been there in the first place. I really shouldn't be here, but now that I'm here, I have to figure out what's going on. Well, since you really want to know, I'll tell you. Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired man, paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Please introduce myself first. My name is Lin Feng. I am an online writer. No, I should say an online writer. Your name is also Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the young man with messy hair in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng with chicken coop hair had a complicated expression. He looked at Lin Feng for a long time before speaking again. I originally wrote a 50,000-word novel, but when I submitted it to many online novel platforms, they all said that my writing was too poor and I was not signed, so I kept it as a waste manuscript in my computer. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with me? Lin Feng interrupted the chicken-coated Lin Feng and asked back. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired guy, said in a cold voice, "This is the truth of everything. Do you want to listen or not?" Oh my god, this guy is quite arrogant. Lin Feng murmured in his heart, then nodded and said, "Go ahead." But one day I suddenly discovered that the drafts of my novels stored in my computer, for some reason, started to be automatically continued. Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired man, paused and continued with his Adam's apple rolling. I looked at the words that appeared out of thin air on the screen. The plot and the characters' dialogues were like being controlled by another consciousness. Until one night, I saw Lin Feng clench the god-level judgment blade in the document, which was exactly the same as the one you have in your hand now. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his collar, saying angrily, "So you want to say that I am a fictional character you wrote? Do you believe that I will believe your lies?" This does sound a little unbelievable. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fainted when we first met. But these are the facts. Lin Feng, with a messy hair, struggled to pull Lin Feng's hand away and explained. Lin Feng stared at the chicken coop-haired Lin Feng. Then what do you have to prove that what you said is true? That's easy. Otherwise, why would I come here with a laptop? Lin Feng with chicken coop hair said, and opened the notebook in front of Lin Feng. The screen displayed the interface of the novel document, and then continued. Look at the latest chapter of this novel now. Our conversation is being updated in real time at this moment. Lin Feng, holding the judgment blade, stared at the jumping words on the laptop in horror and felt his temples throbbing. How could this happen? How is this possible? Lin Feng staggered back a few steps, and even the blade of judgment in his hand almost fell out of his hand. After all, this incident caused Lin Feng too much of a shock. Is this what is called upgrading dimension? No wonder the man in the cosmic gate said that he was just an ordinary person who needed the power to change everything in the universe. It turns out that his so-called ability to change everything in the universe was just the ability to change the world in his novel. After thinking about it, Lin Feng looked at the young man with a similar-looking messy hair in disbelief and said, "So the person who talked to me outside the universe gate in the novel world was you, right?" "Well, you could say it's me, right? Can you explain it to me clearly?" "What do you mean it can be you?" Lin Feng, who had a chicken coop hair, scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Because I was dreaming at that time. It was a lucid dream, you know? Are you saying that you were communicating with me when you were dreaming in this world?" "Yes, and then it appeared on the computer document without me noticing. So, the women, children, and brothers in my fictional world are all fake." Lin Feng with chicken coop hair looked at Lin Feng with some pity and said, "I have looked up some information and found that when a fictional character develops self-awareness, the boundary between reality and fantasy will be torn apart. So the so-called universe is everywhere." Lin Feng looked at the messy-haired boy, who was also called Lin Feng, with a complicated expression. "The universe is everywhere?" "That's right. Haven't you heard the saying, one leaf, one Bodhi tree, one flower, one world?" Lin Feng took a deep breath with a shocked look on his face and said, "I've heard of it. What's the matter? Can a leaf really represent a world?" "It does sound ridiculous, but I really discovered that a leaf may represent not just one world, but perhaps the entire universe." "What do you mean by that?" Because I really put a leaf under a microscope and saw the entire universe. That's why I say that the so-called universe is really everywhere. Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief and suddenly pointed the judgment blade at the chicken-headed Lin Feng and said angrily, "How is this possible? You are just talking nonsense. If you dare to say even one more word of nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you right away?" Chapter 5:15 Finale. Breaking the Dimension. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can put a leaf under a microscope and magnify it 100 million times and try it yourself. The words of the young man with messy hair made Lin Feng, who was investigating through telepathy, instantly confirm the truthfulness of his words. Noticing that Lin Feng's attitude had softened, the chicken-coated boy took a deep breath and continued. "I couldn't believe it at first, but the moment I saw you, I was sure that all this was true. And from what I understand," Lin Feng, with a chicken-coated head, suddenly stopped talking. "What do you know? Tell me." Lin Feng stared at him with complicated eyes. Lin Feng, the chicken-coop-haired guy, calmed down and took a deep breath. "This phenomenon is..." Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. A dozen fighter jets formed a diamond formation, cut through the sky, and whizzed past their heads. The missiles mounted under the wings flashed a cold metallic luster in the sun. The air defense sirens in the distant city sounded almost at the same time. The sharp sirens and the roar of fighter engines intertwined to form an unsettling and piercing noise. So annoying. Lin Feng was furious and swung the blade of judgment in his hand violently. A cold blue light shot up into the sky. In an instant, the engines of more than a dozen fighter planes were quickly covered with frost, and spiderweb-like ice cracks spread on the wings. The pilot's terrified cry for help came from the radio. The out-of-control fighter plane dragged a long trail of icy mist and fell to the ground like a giant bird with broken wings, with violent explosions erupting one after another. Lin Feng didn't care about this. He once again looked at the young man with messy hair and ordered in a cold voice, "Continue." The chicken-coop-haired boy was so nervous that his voice trembled. "No. Sorry, what were we just talking about? Can you remind me? What do you think this phenomenon is, according to your understanding?" Yes. This phenomenon is the self-awareness of the characters in fictional works. When the obsession is strong enough, it will form an energy that can break through the dimensional wall. It is this energy that resonates with the laws of the fictional world you are in. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand a word of it? If you're really saying that, then my existence in your world is a mistake, right? If you insist on understanding it this way, I can't help it. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face changed from gloomy to bright. He suddenly threw a notebook to the young man with messy hair. "If this is true, then I order you to revive all the people in the notebook." The messy-haired boy flipped open the book, looking embarrassed. "If you do this, this novel will be completely messed up." "I don't care if it's messy or not. I'll change it if you ask me to." "Change it if you want. Don't be in a hurry." The young man with messy hair reluctantly opened his laptop and began to modify the plot. He changed the relatives of Lu Yan, Zhao Jingyi, Su Sheng, Lu Yun and others in the notebook to say that they went through untold hardships in the apocalypse and finally arrived in Songhai City, where they were taken in by Lu Shicheng, who was guarding the city. What's even more outrageous is De Zhuang's wife and children. He actually wrote that they crawled out of the cemetery on a stormy night and became high-level Earth-type mutants. Looking at these absurd plots, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he complained in his heart. No wonder this kid's novel cannot pass the review and he cannot sign the contract. It's not just bad writing, it's completely illogical. Even a dog would shake his head after reading it. What's even more bizarre is that his conversations with the boy with messy hair, and even his inner thoughts, were automatically converted into text and appeared in the novel document. The chicken-coop-haired boy looked at these automatically generated words and felt aggrieved like a punching bag, but he dared not speak out. "What are you going to do next? You can't stay in this world forever, right? I've become a target of public criticism here, so I'd better go back." "Then how about I write in the novel that you hold the god-level judgment blade, split the void violently, and return to the novel world, and then you and your women live a shameless life from then on?" Lin Feng was about to nod, but suddenly noticed that on the last page of the novel document, there were more than a dozen messages urging for updates. "Why is there a request for updates for this novel? Didn't you say it hasn't been signed or published?" "In fact, I have been very puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on for a while." As the young man with chicken coat hair said this, he clicked on the details for urging readers to update, which showed a string of readers' names including Daichun, Less Sugar and Ice, Qingmu, etc. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart suddenly turned cold, and a terrible thought came to his mind. Could it be that there are creatures from a higher dimension that have been secretly watching him? And this world, including this messy-haired Lin Feng, is actually just a character in a novel? Lin Feng, who was at the same place, immediately raised his head subconsciously, looked at the gray sky, and then stretched out his hand to stop the boy with messy hair. What's wrong? Tell me, is it possible that the world you live in is also part of a novel? How is this possible? I've lived here for so long, and let me tell you, I'm actually thinking of writing a horror doomsday novel. What do you think about the male lead being named Lin Feng as well? No. No. Then no. Why are you being so fierce? Lin Feng was immediately furious. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't interrupt me. Okay, let's not change the subject. How about the protagonist of the next novel be named Lin Shun? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Lin Feng grabbed the collar of the young man with messy hair and lifted him off the ground with his feet. The young man with the messy hair blushed and raised his hands in surrender. Brother, I was wrong. Can't I just give a proper answer? Lin Feng threw him to the ground fiercely and asked condescendingly, think about it carefully. Is there a possibility that our current conversation is actually a plot written by a higher dimension? This is impossible. Don't scare me, please. As Lin Feng, the chicken coop-haired guy, spoke, he slowly raised his head with a solemn expression and looked up at the sky together with Lin Feng. At the same time, in another dimension, on the top floor of the 285-meter-high twin towers opposite Zhengzhou East Station in Hunan Province, a man typed the last character and then stood up and stood in front of the window. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, stretching his shadow very long, casting it diagonally on the desk covered with data reports. On the desk, in addition to scattered manuscripts, there is also a peculiarly shaped hourglass. The fine sand emits a faint blue glow as it flows, and a different illusory scene is reflected on the surface of each grain of sand. Suddenly, the text on the computer screen twisted into a mess of gibberish, and a line of scarlet warning text appeared. Warning. It has been observed that the subject has awakened his own consciousness and is about to use the blade of judgment to break through the three-dimensional space dimension. Then a blinding white light illuminated the entire top floor of the Twin Towers. A few years later, several powerful RVs were driving on the most beautiful wonderland in China, the Hina Expressway in Guangxi. From time to time, children's laughter and a few dogs barking could be heard from the cars.